Chapter 1. Please no. Physical education teacher. You must pull out quickly. If you don't, I feel I might perish. The pain is excruciating. I beg for help. Please, I implore you, physical education teacher, remove it. The zombies are coming. Before him stood a stunning young woman clad in a perfectly tailored school uniform, her skin glistening with perspiration and trembling with fear. Her features rivaled those of a movie star, her figure voluptuous, and her skin so delicate it seemed ready to break. Yet, she was calling out helplessly. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, her complexion appeared somewhat pallid, exuding a certain morbid beauty. She gasped for breath, her anxiety causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead, dampening the already scant fabric of her attire. Overcome by terror, she sank to the ground, her hands laboriously supporting her weight, her expression one of poignant vulnerability. Her predicament was all too evident. Meanwhile, the door to the sports changing room was violently rattling, producing a cacophony of ominous sounds. Deafening. It seemed as though peril lurked around every corner. Bang, bang, bang. From the crevice of the door, a viscous green liquid oozed in, releasing an unpleasant, fishy odor. Were it not for the vivid memories, one might mistakenly believe they had stumbled into a fish stall run by Chong. At this moment, the physical education teacher, who was none other than myself, stood bewildered before this exquisite young woman. What on earth was happening? Wasn't I just up late engrossed in a fast-paced, multifaceted post-apocalyptic novel? How had I suddenly found myself transported into this scenario? Liu Shi, merging with the original owner's memories, quickly discerned the situation. It turned out he was a physical education teacher at Jinghai University, one who had stayed on to teach after graduation, thoroughly familiar with the institution. Having just finished a class, he had entered the changing room to shower and change clothes. Upon emerging from the shower, he discovered the world had transformed. Zombies were everywhere. The original owner, frightened, had stumbled and fallen, resulting in Liu Shi suddenly taking over this body. As Liu Shi was blending his consciousness with that of the original owner, the injured female student had burst in from outside, hastily securing the changing room door behind her, seeking his assistance. Liu Shi observed the scene before him and crouched down in front of the young woman, taking in her already scabbed wound. He sighed and shook his head. It is one thing for a doctor to speak, it is another to hear them sigh and shake their head. The young woman was terrified, bursting into tears, urgently pleading, "What's the matter? Physical education teacher, is it serious? Am I beyond saving? Can you really not help me?" The young woman before him was none other than Zhuang Xiaoting, a third-year student from the dance department of Jinghai University, possessing both beauty and grace, yet only 20 years of age. Seeing her in such a state of panic, Liu Shi sighed again, feeling rather helpless as he remarked, "My dear student, the nail embedded in your foot has already formed a scab. It need not be removed. In fact, it looks rather aesthetic. Moreover, it is lodged directly in your artery. If removed, you might not be able to stop the bleeding in time, and the risk of death from blood loss is significant. This is no longer merely a question of whether I can help you. It is a matter of life and death. What should I do then? Teacher, please, I beg you, save me. I don't want to die. It is only natural to wish to live, after all. Who in this world truly desires death? Yet, the distinction between wanting to live and the inevitability of death is starkly different." Liu Shi felt powerless. He considered urging her to seek the school nurse, but recalled that the outside world was teeming with zombies, rendering escape impossible. Furthermore, he had no idea if the nurse was still alive. At that moment, Liu Shi's phone buzzed with an urgent notification. Emergency notice. On September 9th, 2049, at 9:09 a.m., a mysterious zombie virus outbreak occurred globally, causing the majority of humanity to lose their sanity and undergo biological mutations, transforming into zombies. Only a small fraction of survivors are immune to aerosol transmission. However, if bitten by a zombie, there is a 100 risk of infection, and currently, no vaccines are available for prevention. Please ensure personal safety, remain indoors, and wait for the crisis to pass. Damn it, Liu Shi couldn't help but curse aloud. Stay indoors and await death. Yet, the roars of zombies outside grew increasingly pronounced. Venturing out at this juncture would be tantamount to signing one's own death warrant. trapped between a rock and a hard place. What a ludicrous beginning. Wait. Liu Shi turned to examine the wounded Zhuang, shouting, his gaze laced with suspicion. Could it be that she too had contracted the zombie virus and was on the verge of transformation? If she turned into a zombie, being in the same room would render him vulnerable. Liu Shi quickly seized a pair of dumbbells nearby, distancing himself from Zhuang, shouting, his expression shifting between unease and vigilance. Sensing his hostility, Zhuang shouting pleaded, "Teacher, what are you planning? Please don't. I'm human, not a zombie." Having fled from the outside, she had encountered the horrors of the zombies and understood the drastic changes that had engulfed the world. Most of her classmates on the playground had succumbed to the transformation, becoming zombies, while those who remained human had become prey. Zhuang shouting had narrowly escaped due to her quick reflexes and proximity to the changing room door. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that it was Liu Shi himself who had carelessly left a nail on the ground, resulting in her injury. Perceiving Liu Shi's guarded demeanor, she recognized that this handsome, towering teacher, with his enviable physique and radiant energy, was potentially a threat to her life. She quickly knelt in a plea for mercy. Liu Shi, maintaining a serious expression, replied, "Rest assured, if you are still human, the likelihood of me harming you is minimal. However, should you transform into a zombie, I must regretfully inform you that even if I were to promise not to kill you, the 20-kilogram dumbbell in my hands would certainly disagree." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Ziding's heart raced with anxiety, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Teacher, I implore you. I am not a zombie. I am human. Please save me. I believe I can still be rescued." Despite her pleas, Liu Shi remained unmoved by her beauty, maintaining his guard. Should her body undergo any transformation, he would not hesitate to act decisively. In this apocalyptic struggle for survival, the only distinction between individuals lay in the living and the dead, with no regard for gender. Moreover, the nail at the entrance was one he had carelessly placed himself. Liu Shi cautiously scrutinized the beautiful young student before him. After a brief moment, the pitiful Zhuang shouting remained huddled in the corner of the changing room, disheveled and tear-streaked, her eyes pleading for mercy from the teacher, hoping for a heroic rescue. Yet, Liu Shi maintained his defensive stance. "If the enemy does not move, neither do I." However, even as Liu Shi endeavored to maintain the status quo, the banging at the door intensified. It was possible that the zombies would burst through at any moment, and when they did, escape would be impossible for anyone. Liu Shi calculated that should the zombies invade, he would unhesitatingly abandon the delicate young woman before him and flee alone. First, he would use the dumbbell to shatter the glass window behind him, diverting the zombies' attention. Then, he would seek refuge in a wardrobe, formulating an escape plan. Just as Liu Shi was nearing the completion of his meticulous strategy, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Zombie virus outbreak. Detected humanity faces extinction risk. The multi-child and prosperity system has been automatically bound. It is hoped that the host will continue the hope of humanity by procreating and making contributions, thus earning substantial rewards. What the hell? A system. It has arrived. Upon hearing this prompt, Liu Shi felt a sudden wave of relief wash over him. The tension in his nerves began to gradually ease. Fortunately, amidst such a catastrophic onset, the standard equipment of a time travel-era system had manifested, indicating that perhaps fate had not dealt him an entirely cruel hand. Yet, in a world on the brink of collapse, where survival was paramount, who truly had the luxury to think about procreation? Birthing children requires a gestation period of 10 months. Would he even survive long enough to see that day? Moreover, Liu Shi currently had only 2 hands, with no girlfriend in sight. Faced with such a daunting task, the road ahead seemed long and uncertain, the outcome still a mystery. Just as Liu Shi was engulfed in confusion, the system's voice resounded once more. Ding. Host, would you like to receive the beginner's gift package? Liu Shi decisively opted for claim. As soon as Liu Shi's voice faded, he distinctly sensed a transformation within his body. The system's voice commenced its announcement. Congratulations, host. You have successfully claimed the novice gift pack. Permanently acquired. 1. Complete immunity to the zombie virus. Even if bitten by a zombie or subjected to fluid exchange, infection will not occur. 2. An initial storage space of 10 cubic meters. 3. Physical enhancement by a factor of 2 under normal circumstances, capable of eliminating up to 5 zombies in a single encounter. 4. Golden perpetual dual kidneys, a man's ultimate desire. 5. Successfully activated the information panel. Damn, this system is impressive. It understands my urgent needs, recognizing what I require. To establish oneself in a post-apocalyptic world, one must first avoid becoming a zombie, otherwise, all efforts are in vain. Unless one aspires to become a corpse king. A unique ascension. A corpse king? Is being human not preferable? Why aspire to be a corpse king? As for the storage space, although it begins at a mere 10 cubic meters, this function can indeed be upgraded, so there is no cause for concern. With the infusion of energy from the physical enhancement and the golden dual kidneys, Liu Shi felt an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through him. He felt as if he could shatter a sandbag with a single punch. Moreover, certain primal desires stirred within him, leaving Liu Shi parched and restless. Good kidneys, remarkably good. When I am well, all is well. Liu Shi involuntarily recalled a catchy slogan from his previous life. It turns out they were right. Good kidneys are indeed what truly matters. Ahem. Liu Shi realized he had slightly lost his composure. Clearing his throat, he turned his gaze towards Zhuang Xiaoting, who was staring at Liu Shi in bewilderment. In such a perilous moment, how could he still entertain such thoughts, and to display them so overtly with such soaring morale? Liu Shi paid no heed to Zhuang Xiaoting's peculiar gaze. He adjusted his mindset, his expression slightly unnatural, but soon turned away to face the door, which had been battered almost beyond recognition. As he confronted the zombies poised to burst through the door, the fear that had previously gripped him dissipated. His courage swelled. With a body impervious to infection, he felt no trepidation when facing a handful of zombies. Nonetheless, to be prudent, he would not provoke the zombies until he possessed unequivocal strength. Thus, Liu Shi swiftly sprang into action, moving all the cabinets from the changing room to barricade the door. The iron cabinets, originally welded to the ground, would be impossible for an ordinary person to shift. However, with his newfound strength, Liu Shi accomplished it effortlessly. In no time at all, before the astonished gaze of Zhuang Xiaoting, he successfully barricaded the door. Once the entrance was secured, the zombies, indeed, lost the ability to sense Liu Shi and Zhuang Xiaoting's presence, growing increasingly quiet. As anticipated, the zombies at the onset of this apocalypse exhibit generally low intelligence, relying solely on scent and faint perception to seek prey. Liu Shi brushed the dust from his hands. Turning his attention to Zhuang Xiaoting, who sat on the ground, he found himself harboring unusual thoughts. Once more, he crouched down and inquired, "For now, we are likely out of danger. However, your wound poses a significant issue. If left untreated for an extended period, it could lead to infection and ultimately death." Liu Shi Gang was about to continue speaking when he noticed that Zhuang Xiaoting's eyes were already brimming with tears. The water in her eyes burst forth, dampening the fabric of her blouse. "Please, teacher, I implore you to save me. My classmates have all turned into zombies, and you are my only hope. If you rescue me, I am willing to do anything for you. You can have your way with me." A hint of playful amusement finally appeared on Liu Shi's serious face as he teasingly asked, "Are you certain you would do anything? Anything at all?" Zhuang Xiaoting paused for a moment, then, feeling aggrieved, nodded her head. "Yes, as long as you save me. Everything else is negotiable." Liu Shi fell silent for a brief moment. Seeing that the physical education teacher did not immediately agree, Zhuang Xiaoting, for some reason, felt an inexplicable surge of anger rising within her. She resolved to press further, saying, "Moreover, teacher, as an educator, shouldn't you take it upon yourself to help your students? We are the flowers of the motherland. The future of a nation. It is your responsibility and duty to assist us." Before she could finish, Liu Shi hurriedly interrupted her. "Stop right there, Zhuang Xiaoting. Please understand that we are in an apocalyptic world now, and the moral constraints of society have long since vanished. You expect to morally bind me." Zhuang shouting suddenly realized that she had indeed been overreaching in this context. Such audacity seemed inappropriate. She then explained, her voice trembling with a feigned innocence. Teacher, I didn't mean to imply that. Didn't he mean to imply that? Then pray tell, what constitutes my responsibility and obligation? Let me tell you, the old rules of the school no longer apply. Look outside. Zombies are everywhere, and no one is paying me anymore. Why should I continue to serve you? Liu Shi retorted with a wry smile. Zhuang shouting sensed that she had acted too hastily and inadvertently struck a nerve. Provoking his ire, feeling increasingly flustered, she knelt before Liu Shi, clasping his thigh with her hands, and pleaded, Teacher, I'm sorry. I spoke out of turn. Please don't be angry. Forgive me. With Zhuang shouting. A student from the prestigious dance department, kneeling before him, Liu Shi felt an unexpected thrill coursing through him. Was this feeling somewhat perverse? Typically, this group of dance students held themselves in high regard, flaunting their beauty and figures, never deigning to acknowledge a physical education teacher who earned his keep through sheer strength. Their ambitions were always directed toward billionaires or directors with box office hits, or at the very least, joining dance troupes under the banner of affluent elite, becoming mere pastimes for the wealthy. They would never cast a glance at someone like him, who was left with nothing but muscles. In truth, Liu Shi's physique was not overly developed. He appeared quite well proportioned, merely a bit more robust than Peng Yuyan. Liu Shi seized the opportunity to hint at Zhuang shouting, Forgiving you? It's not out of the question, but it depends on whether you can prove yourself worthy. Zhuang shouting's eyes widened in panic. But, teacher, my foot hurts. A day later, Liu Shi glanced at Zhuang shouting, curled up in the corner of the changing room. Her eyes slightly swollen from crying, her lips appearing somewhat uncomfortable. Her calves involuntarily twitched, clearly not conducive to walking. Observing her pitiful expression, Liu Shi discovered new information in his mind, awaiting his perusal. Name, Zhuang shouting. Age, 19 years. Height, 168 cm. Attractiveness rating, 93. Physique rating, 95. Leg length rating, 98. Favorability, 20. Communication experience, 1. Goodness. The details in this information panel were remarkably specific. He could see her basic profile and her attitude towards him. Even noting her level of cleanliness, the Zhuang shouting before him was undeniably pristine, utterly unblemished. The only blemish was himself. But what was this favorability rating of 20? A reminder for the host. When a favorability rating is negative, the other party is deemed an enemy and must be eliminated promptly. A favorability rating of 60 indicates that the other party has deeply fallen in love with you, and at 100, it signifies that the other party would unhesitatingly die for you. Additionally, when a female lead's favorability reaches 100, unexpected benefits will ensue. Liu Shi nodded thoughtfully. Dying was unnecessary. However, how to elevate this favorability? Host, do I really need to teach you? Of course, it is through the passage of time that affection develops. Liu Shi slapped his forehead. Yes. As Zhang Ailing once said, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach, while the pathway to a woman's soul is through her. Cough, cough. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing a quality young woman in this hellish apocalypse, earning the beginner's gift pack. Humanity's future now holds promise. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining the skill Serendipitous Luck, which allows you to stumble upon good fortune every time. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving invincibility, securing a guaranteed favorability rating of 60. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading storage space to LV2, reaching 100 cubic meters. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a hidden reward, which can be claimed upon meeting future conditions. The reward remains confidential for now. This is a one-time offer. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your strength has doubled. Eliminate zombies to earn corresponding attribute points. And if you obtain a crystal core, additional rewards can be exchanged. Please continue your efforts. As the system's voice echoed, Liu Shi quickly began to check his own attribute information. Name, Liu Shi. Age, 25. Height, 188 cm. Weight, 86 kg. Strength, 100. Spirit, 90. Speed, 80. 20 meters per second. Special traits, golden kidneys, attribute enhancement, hidden favorability aura, unmatched serendipitous shooting, immunity to the zombie virus, personal assets, 100 cubic meters of storage space currently empty. Number of young women rescued, 1. It must be said, this system is incredibly supportive. Having saved a quality young woman, it offered so much in return. Truly generous, 100 cubic meters of space seems ample for storing a significant amount of supplies. Given that the zombie virus has only recently erupted, many resources remain intact. It is indeed an opportune time for scavenging. Among the rewards, Liu Shi was most pleased with the guaranteed favorability of 60. This feature is immensely powerful. This means that regardless of whether the other party likes him or not, as long as he successfully rescues them, they will inevitably fall deeply in love with him. This is nothing short of miraculous. For a novice like Liu Shi, it is an unstoppable trump card. What could possibly be more incredible than this aura? Of course, Liu Shi would never force anyone. Special circumstances aside, the saying goes, a forcibly picked fruit is not sweet. Though it may quench thirst, Liu Shi is not a glutton driven by lust. He maintains certain standards and boundaries. Naturally, in this apocalypse, survival is paramount, and everything else holds significance only thereafter. Moreover, killing zombies also yields points. Thus, if he encounters a zombie, he would not be laboring in vain. Quite right, just as Liu Shi reveled in the joy of his rewards. Zhuang Xiaoting's voice pulled him back to reality. It's so hot. Liu Shi turned to look. Zhuang Xiaoting appeared somewhat unwell. He reached out to feel her forehead. She has a fever, in a state of dazed confusion. Zhuang Xiaoting murmured, so cold. Liu Shi's expression grew slightly grave. Her fluctuating body temperature, alternating between chills and heat, clearly indicated signs of wound inflammation. It was undoubtedly not merely a result of her recent exertion. Swift medical intervention and dressing of her injury were imperative. Otherwise, the consequences could prove dire. Liu Shi gazed earnestly at Zhuang Xiaoting's charming visage. After all, she was the first woman he encountered in this post-apocalyptic world. Although the circumstances were somewhat convoluted, with a system at his disposal, he must ensure her safety and facilitate the birth of their child to reap even greater rewards. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Shi arrived at a decision befitting the situation. Wait here for a moment. I shall fetch some anti-inflammatory medicine and prepare some food. Remember, if anyone knocks, do not respond or make a sound. Do you understand? All right, just come back quickly. Zhuang Xiaoting, still in a fog, urged him reluctantly. As Liu Shi turned to leave, he noticed her hand instinctively clutching his arm, warming his heart instantly. Was this the feeling of being needed? Gently, he grasped Zhuang Xiaoting's hand and set it down. Being needed could be rather troublesome. Rest assured, your teacher is quite capable. I will return promptly. Just wait for me, he reassured her, turning his face back to its usual aloof demeanor without a hint of hesitation. He flung open the window and leaped outside, his movements fluid and professional. Outside, Liu Shi surveyed his surroundings. There were not many zombies in the vicinity, merely a few scattered about, the moment he appeared. The nearby zombies seemed to catch the scent of his fresh blood and flesh. Their appetites piqued. Several zombies halted their aimless wandering and stared at Liu Shi with vacant expressions. Although he possessed strength and speed, the lack of a suitable weapon posed a significant challenge. Spotting a javelin on the ground, Liu Shi wasted no time and seized it, springing into action. Whoosh, 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 he charged at the zombies with determination, unleashing carnage. With his enhanced physical abilities, their movements appeared sluggish, almost in slow motion. Liu Shi's combat style lacked finesse. It was all about piercing through, targeting the zombies' throats and heads with a javelin point one strike. One kill. It was efficient and decisive. As he dispatched the zombies, he counted aloud. 1, 2, 18. Panting heavily, he was drenched in sweat. Eliminating 18 zombies in one go was no trivial feat after all. He had only just acquired such formidable strength, and his body required time to adapt. This battle felt prolonged for Liu Shi, yet to the outside world, it transpired in mere moments, like a flash of lightning. From a distance, his figure darted through the ranks of zombies, sending them to their demise, granting them release. Liu Shi stood firm, striking a commendable pose as he regained his breath point one by one. The zombies behind him collapsed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain 18 zombies and earned 18 attribute points. Liu Shi turned to inspect his achievements, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. This was somewhat impressive. Without further ado, he made his way towards the school's convenience store, hoping the supplies remained intact and could meet his current needs. Additionally, the infirmary was adjacent to the store, making it convenient to locate the required medication for Zhuang shouting. Moments later, Liu Shi arrived at the entrance of the convenience store. The area appeared desolate, eerily reminiscent of a school during vacation, far too quiet. Had it not been for the remnants of human blood and the pungent scent of carnage lingering in the air, he might have grown complacent. Bang! Liu Shi kicked open the convenience store's door. It swung wide. A cloud of dust was stirred up. The store was modest in size, yet stocked with a plethora of supplies. Indeed, several zombies roamed within. Likely former customers and the store owner from before the apocalypse. Their clothing appeared relatively new, indicating they had not yet encountered violence. Upon spotting Liu Shi at the entrance, the zombies reacted as if they had seen a long-lost beloved, rushing towards him in a frenzy. How fortuitous! Here I go. Liu Shi's figure flickered as he swiftly navigated through the throng of zombies. The javelin he wielded for training now showcased unprecedented prowess, reminiscent of Zhao Zilong Reborn. Being a former athlete, he was well-versed in various martial arts. Coupled with his enhanced strength and speed, dispatching these mindless, inexperienced zombies was a breeze. Within seconds, a dozen zombies lay lifeless on the ground, their skulls punctured with gaping holes. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain 19 zombies and earned 19 attribute points. Not too shabby. Liu Shi strode confidently into the convenience store. With a swift motion, he gathered all the supplies within into his storage space. Everyday essentials such as toothbrushes, towels, and toothpaste, along with food items like bread, instant noodles, rice, and snacks, were all included. Furthermore, various seasonings, sugar, salt, and even feminine hygiene products and small umbrellas were present. Noticing the bounty in his storage space, Liu Shi beamed with satisfaction. With this cash, he need not worry about food for the foreseeable future. Just as he prepared to leave the convenience store, a sudden shift in his surroundings caught his ear. Sensing something amiss, he turned around, his eyes glinting as he lowered his voice to inquire. Who is there? At the store's entrance, Liu Shi perceived a significant disturbance. He called out, yet there was no response. Growing slightly anxious, he waited a moment longer. Noticing no abnormalities in the source of the sound, with his exceptional hearing, he could detect sound within a 10-meter radius. Even the faintest breath could not escape his keen perception. Maintaining a facade of calm, he remarked, "Oh, no one is here. It seems I was overly on edge. Since there is no one around, I shall take my leave." After Liu Shi spoke, the other party's breathing became increasingly rapid. Even tinged with a hint of anxiousness, it appeared that the individual was not a zombie. Zombies lack such emotions. Nevertheless, the person managed to restrain themselves, maintaining silence and revealing no telltale signs. Had it been anyone else, they would have certainly remained oblivious. Liu Shi deliberately heightened his footsteps, pretending to walk away. After a few steps, he halted and swiftly changed direction, turning his head and hastening towards the source of the sound. Liu Shi surveyed the surroundings. This was a small storage room belonging to the convenience store, likely containing a modest partition for the proprietor to store goods. Liu Shi gently approached the doorway, pressing his ear against the door, listening intently. Indeed, there was someone inside. Without further thought, he pushed the door to the left. Clatter! The sound of items swiftly falling within the room echoed, likely the clutter blocking the entrance. Ah! As the door creaked open, a young woman's voice suddenly erupted into a stifled scream, though she instinctively covered her mouth halfway through, evidently concerned about being discovered. After a brief silence, the young woman hurried to the door, attempting to block it. This door was a sliding one. No matter how much strength she exerted, it would be difficult to prevent the push from the outside. Moreover, in terms of strength, there was likely no one in the school who could rival Liu Shi. So there truly was someone. Through the crack in the door, Liu Shi caught sight of a captivating figure inside. In the dim light, he could barely make out her features. She wore the uniform of Jinghai University, and her short skirt did little to conceal her long, slender legs that seemed to stretch on for eternity. Complemented by black stockings, she appeared enchanting. Her cascading hair, perhaps neglected, fell in a disheveled manner, partially obscuring her delicate, fair neck. Liu Shi noticed that her limbs seemed weak and feeble, as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. He felt a surge of amusement, yet it seemed inappropriate to laugh aloud in such a terrifying apocalypse, where zombies roamed freely. Smiling in the shadows, he realized it could be quite frightening. Imagine a stunning woman on the brink of despair, suddenly discovered by a man whose face remained obscured, presenting an enticing smile upon their first encounter. Anyone would be frightened. Liu Shi suppressed his laughter, forcing himself to redirect his focus, adopting a refined tone meant to convey warmth and reassurance. Dear classmate, do not fear. I am Liu Shi, the physical education teacher at the school. I happened to pass by and was surprised to find someone here. Are you all right? His voice resonated with a magnetic quality, soft yet soothing, sounding anything but sinister. The girl froze momentarily, her voice trembling as she asked, "Teacher, are you truly a teacher? Are you here to rescue me?" Despite her quivering tone, her hand remained firmly against the door, revealing a stubborn streak. "Yes, I am Teacher Liu. Seeing that you are safe puts my mind at ease. I merely ventured out to seek some food. I did not come specifically to rescue you. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Take care." Upon hearing this, the girl was momentarily taken aback. How was she to respond to this? Was he supposed to come in and rescue her, comforting her with words, enacting a classic hero-saving beauty scenario? Why was he leaving after just a few exchanges? Before she could react, Liu Shi's large hand released the door, preparing to turn away, adding, "By the way, classmate, there's zombies lurking nearby. You must exercise extra caution at night." A barely perceptible smile graced Liu Shi's lips, waiting for her to fall into his trap. Sure enough, upon hearing Liu Shi's intent to depart, the mention of zombies sent her into a panic. Stealing a glance outside, fear surged within her, confirming that Liu Shi was not deceiving her and genuinely intended to leave. She quickly opened the door and softly pleaded, "Teacher, wait. Please don't go." Liu Shi halted, lifting his gaze to the girl. At the first glance, she was stunning, but upon closer inspection, she was breathtakingly beautiful. He had never encountered a woman so exquisite. Save for Zhuang shouting, "Classmate, do you require anything else?" Liu Shi inquired innocently, adopting a demeanor that seemed harmless at that moment. The girl pushed the door open further, stepping out from the partition and scanning her surroundings. Finding no zombies, she felt considerably reassured. Approaching Liu Shi, she lowered her head, embarrassment evident as she confessed, "Teacher, I apologize that I did not realize you were a teacher and thought you were a bad person. Could you please take me away from here? I am so frightened being alone. Truly terrified." Liu Shi's gaze remained fixed on the girl before him, captivated not only by her beauty, but also sensing a strange familiarity. Where had he encountered her before? "Classmate, I must correct you. While I am a teacher, I could also be a villain in this apocalyptic world. Please do not trust someone solely based on their past identity. I advise you to remain cautious. What is your name? I feel as though I have seen you somewhere." Upon hearing Liu Shi's words, the girl instinctively took a step back, but he had a point. Had she been too gullible? Yet, attempting to maintain her composure, she declared, "I believe you are not a bad person. After all, how could a handsome man be a villain? My name is Diana, a student from Class 1 of Music. It is understandable if you remember me." "Diana?" Liu Shi echoed. "Are you not one of the 3 renowned beauties at our school, Diana?" He could not help but scrutinize the girl before him once more. The title of campus beauty was indeed well-deserved. Without needing to elaborate, just her legs. Indeed, they were stunning. "Yes, I'm the campus beauty Diana they speak of." "Teacher, please take me with you," Diana asserted, her demeanor turning increasingly proactive. After all, remaining here would only lead to doom. The desolate surroundings filled her with dread. However, Liu Shi shook his head, stating with utmost seriousness, "Diana, I must disagree with your assertion that a handsome appearance equates to being a good person. Evil is not solely defined by one's identity. Often, it is unrelated to looks. Have you forgotten Fan? Diana found herself at a loss for words, her mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. Her rosy lips quivered slightly. She could not retort to such a valid point. The teacher was absolutely correct. She had indeed been superficial. However, could he not afford her a modicum of dignity? After all, She too had her pride, yet reconsidering in this apocalyptic world, what value did pride hold? Surviving was the ultimate truth. Perhaps she should thicken her skin a little more. Teacher, I apologize, I was wrong. There are some supplies in the partition. Let us take them with us. Diana quickly adjusted her mindset, attempting to align herself with Liu Shi, eager to integrate into his company, though their group consisted solely of the two of them. Inexplicably, Diana felt an unshakable trust towards Teacher Liu. Supplies? Liu Shi did not forget his primary objective. He circumvented Diana and approached the compartment. Upon switching on the light, he was astounded to discover a substantial amount of supplies. Not only was there an abundance of food, but various essential items were also present. The supermarket on this university campus was unlike the convenience store. Here, the resources were genuinely plentiful. He collected dozens of bags of flour, dozens of bags of noodles, and dozens of boxes of bread. A heap of mineral water was gathered, along with various bedding and daily necessities, all taken in a whirlwind in the blink of an eye. The compartment had been thoroughly ransacked by Liu Shi. Behind him, Diana stared in disbelief as the supplies vanished under his control. Was this some sort of spatial ability? Or perhaps magic? Liu Shi was incredibly impressive. He did not appear to be as simple as he seemed. It seemed she had made the right choice in following him. With so many resources at hand, they should be able to endure for quite some time. Once Liu Shi had finished gathering the supplies, he approached Diana and, gazing into the distance, said, Diana, it is not out of the question for you to accompany me. I can offer you protection and sustenance. However, I have one condition that you must agree to. If you cannot comply, then it is best to forget it. Having spent a night in the dim compartment during this apocalyptic era, Diana's heart was already steeped in despair. Now, encountering a living person was a rare occurrence, and she had found a glimmer of hope to continue living. One condition. She would agree to even 100 of them, for the worst-case scenario would still grant her the chance to survive. Only by surviving could there be hope. With these thoughts in mind, she nodded without hesitation, saying, Rest assured, teacher. One condition. I would accept 10. Just tell me what it is. I can manage it. At this moment, Liu Shi no longer feigned modesty. His true intentions began to surface. Lowering his head slightly, his gaze met Diana's, and within their eyes flickered their respective desires and needs. Liu Shi's goals were straightforward: to fulfill the system's arrangements, to gather goddesses, and to ensure the propagation of future generations. He aimed to enhance his strength and rise to prominence in this apocalypse. Diana was one of his targets. Therefore, securing Diana was of utmost urgency. Diana's intentions were equally clear. She wished to survive in this desolate world and cling tightly to Liu Shi, becoming an indispensable presence by his side. As for the price she might have to pay, she had already mentally prepared herself. In times of prosperity, she could bask in her purity as a pristine white lotus, untainted by the world. But now, the situation demanded otherwise. Liu Shi spoke slowly. The condition is quite simple. For you, there is no real loss involved in this chaotic era. With the population dwindling, humanity stands on the brink of extinction. For the last hope of mankind, and for its continuance and resurgence, all you need to do is agree to bear my children. I shall take you with me. Diana was momentarily taken aback. Bear his children? Was it really to be so direct? Yet she quickly regained her composure and began to convince herself to accept, for she had no better options available. The outcome was not far removed from her worst fears. However, it remained within the bounds of acceptability. Thus, she instinctively inquired, Is that all? Yes, that is all. You perhaps have a better proposal? Liu Shi replied. Just then, a soft sensation enveloped his hand. Looking down, he saw that Diana's small hand had grasped his. Noticing that they were alone and devoid of any zombies, her courage swelled. She tugged at Liu Shi's hand and ventured deeper into the compartment. The environment within was not unpleasing. It was private, clean, and dimly lit with a touch of ambience. Most importantly, closing the door would prevent any interruptions from zombies. An hour later, Liu Shi observed Diana as she arranged her clothing. Before him, a unique notification appeared, visible only to him. Name: Diana. Age: 18. Height: 172 cm. Bust: D cup. Appearance rating: 98. Body rating: 99. Leg length rating: 100. Favorability: 60 communication count. 1. It was hard to believe. Her leg length rating truly reached an astonishing 100. Was this the epitome of perfection? It was incredibly impressive. Recalling the earlier scene, Liu Shi felt as if he were dreaming. It was utterly unbelievable that such a flawless campus beauty was genuinely bearing his child. Moreover, her favorability rating had surged to 60. This was simply fantastic. As Liu Shi reveled in the moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully rescuing a quality young woman in this dire apocalypse. You have actively utilized the skill-perfect accuracy and successfully conceived a child. Rewards: mastery of swordsmanship and a victory sword. The victory sword, forged from the hardest metal in the universe, measured 160 centimeters in total length. With a blade length of 120 cm, a handle length of 20 cm, a blade width of 10 cm, and weighed a staggering 1,000 pounds. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a favorability increase of 1 that any future advances will guarantee a minimum favorability of 61. Ding! Congratulations, host, for upgrading storage space to LV3, reaching 500 cubic meters. Ding! Congratulations, host, for tripling your strength. The attribute points gained from defeating zombies remain unchanged. Should you acquire crystal cores, additional rewards may be exchanged. Keep up the good work. Heavens, the storage space had been upgraded to LV3. Now encompassing 500 cubic meters, that IT was utterly exhilarating. That IT seemed he would be able to stockpile even more resources in the future that he needed to expedite the accumulation of supplies moving forward. His strength had indeed tripled. Liu Shi felt a surge of energy coursing through him. At that moment, he sensed a radiant silver sword had manifested within the system's space. With a mere thought, the victory sword materialized in his grasp. Wow, 1,000 pounds. It is indeed quite heavy. An ordinary person would struggle to lift it. Liu Shi exerted 30% of his strength and began to swing the victory sword. With mastery of swordsmanship, a plethora of sword techniques flooded into his mind. From this moment onward, he too would be a swordsman. Embracing the path of the sword felt gratifying. With another thought, he returned the victory sword to the storage space. Though it was his first attempt, it felt surprisingly effortless. Liu Shi lightly exclaimed, "Sword, come to me," and instantly a sword appeared in his hand. He focused intently, dispelling any possibility of struggling to wield it. The cycle continued, and he thoroughly enjoyed himself. However, his fun was interrupted as Diana stood up and said, "All right, teacher, enough playing, we should leave. The noise just now might attract zombies." Liu Shi pondered for a moment. Indeed, the previous commotion had been rather loud. In his excitement, he had nearly lost control of his strength. "All right, let us depart." As Liu Shi prepared to leave, he felt a gentle pressure on his arm. Looking down, he found Diana had come closer, her D-cups firmly clutching his arm, as if fearful of his reconsideration. Diana sensed Liu Shi's scrutinizing gaze and shyly lowered her head, the blush on her face still evident. With a pitiful expression, she said, "Teacher, I may have difficulty walking. Could you please assist me?" "Very well. Let us go. The infirmary is nearby. We should gather some supplies, and while we are at it, tend to another classmate in need of assistance." Liu Shi spoke up to make arrangements. Liu Shi supported Diana as they exited the convenience store. They had already spent a considerable amount of time inside, and it was imperative to locate the necessary medicines swiftly to return to treat Zhuang, shouting. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. In this apocalyptic world, everyone had to fight against time to survive. Moments later, Liu Shi deftly dispatched several zombies that obstructed their path and arrived at the infirmary. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying 6 zombies and earning 6 attribute points. Liu Shi paid little heed to the system's notification. Bang! He forcefully kicked open the infirmary door, only to find it utterly deserted. No one. Not even a zombie. Liu Shi's spirits lifted as he beheld the array of medications within the infirmary. Alcohol disinfectant. Take it all. Amoxicillin. Take it all. Banlangen. Take it all. Glucose injection. Take it all. He soon cleared the infirmary of its contents, leaving even the most commonly used instruments and beds stripped bare, rendering the place utterly empty. Diana, adept at imagining, thought Liu Shi might possess a treasure akin to a storage space and had grown accustomed to it. She closely followed Liu Shi, eager to leave quickly. After taking a few steps, Liu Shi suddenly recalled Diana's injury and hurriedly turned back to assist her. There were no further obstructions along the way. After Liu Shi skillfully dealt with a dozen more zombies, they successfully returned outside the changing room. Ding, congratulations to the host for slaying 15 zombies and earning 15 attribute points. Xiaona, you go through this window first. I will climb in afterward. Liu Shi indicated the changing room window to Diana. However, Diana displayed a look of helplessness. But, teacher, the window is too high. I can't climb up. Liu Shi said nothing further, lifting Diana and gently pushing her toward the window. No worries, let me assist you. Just as he finished speaking, Diana let out a sharp scream. Ah! At that moment, she was wedged into the changing room window. There was a sofa behind the window, so she was unlikely to fall, which gave Liu Shi the confidence to be so unceremonious. Liu Shi then followed her through the window, helping the upside-down Diana off the couch while cautiously surveying their surroundings. Something was amiss. Someone had been here. Liu Shi detected an unusual scent and noticed several inconsistencies. Upon closer inspection, the changing room was completely barren. Where was Zhuang shouting? Where had everyone gone? Liu Shi's expression grew grave as he began to investigate. Xiaona, you were right. However, since we have made no discoveries, let us not frighten ourselves unnecessarily. I am feeling a bit hungry. Can you cook? Although Liu Shi sensed that something was amiss, he chose not to delve into it just yet. For now, they needed to settle in here. Any issues would eventually reveal themselves. Diana paused for a moment before responding. Teacher, It seemed she wanted to say something, but Liu Shi interrupted her. He stepped closer to Diana, lifting her chin and speaking earnestly. Xiaona, I wanted to mention that you have become my woman, and from now on, you should call me husband instead of teacher. Though calling me teacher is somewhat thrilling, it feels rather inappropriate. Diana swallowed hard, comprehending the full implications of Liu Shi's words that in essence, she was to call him husband in their everyday interactions, while reserving the title of teacher for certain special occasions. After becoming his woman, the term teacher could no longer be used casually. However, if she had not yet become his woman, the title could still be used freely. Quite peculiar. Husband. I understand now. I will go prepare a meal for you to taste my culinary skills. Go ahead. Liu Shi patted her pert backside, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Diana glanced back with a smile, her cheeks flushed, yet she remained silent as she headed towards the kitchen. The villa's kitchen was located beside the first floor hall. Designed as an open space, Liu Shi settled onto the living room sofa, affording him a clear view of the kitchen and ensuring Diana's safety. Subsequently, Liu Shi stood up and meticulously checked all the doors and windows on the first floor, ensuring their security before returning to his seat to await the meal. The anticipation of mealtime always brings a sense of excitement and joy. Liu Shi, seizing the rare opportunity, opened his personal attributes to take a glance. Name, Liu Shi. Age, 25. Height, 188 cm. Weight, 86 kg. Strength, 300. Spirit, 90. Speed, 80, 20 meters per second. Possessing traits, golden kidneys, attribute enhancement, guaranteed success in every endeavor, a strong push with a baseline favorability of 61 aura, immunity to zombie virus. Mastery of swordsmanship, personal assets, 500 cubic meters of storage space, various supplies, sword of victory, number of rescued maidens, 2, offspring and gestation, 1, unallocated attribute points, 38. Not bad. There remain 38 unallocated points, since strength can be gained through rescuing maidens. Let's allocate them all to speed. System, allocate all attribute points to speed. Loading complete. Current speed, 118, 30 meters per second. Excellent. I can feel the muscles in my calves becoming more robust, far superior to the average person. Liu Shi's consciousness drifted into the storage space, contemplating the various resources contained within, an impressive array that instilled a sense of achievement and security. Yet, it was still insufficient. Tomorrow, they must venture outside to gather more supplies. Otherwise, over time, the resources would spoil. There would be no factories left to produce these items again. Time was of the essence. An hour later, Diana had prepared lunch. Liu Shi indulged heartily in the meal. To his surprise, the young lady's cooking was quite delectable. Observing Liu Shi enjoying the food, Diana felt immense satisfaction and softly inquired, Husband, is it tasty? Upon hearing Diana's sweet voice, Liu Shi's appetite increased. And he ate even faster. Delicious. I didn't expect your culinary skills to be this remarkable. From now on, the kitchen is yours. There's still some provisions in the refrigerator. Once you finish them, let me know, and I will restock. Well, I have specifically studied culinary skills, so managing the kitchen will be no problem. Diana also began to eat contentedly, her face radiating happiness. You studied culinary skills? No wonder it tastes so good. But aren't you a music major? I thought you only excelled in singing and had a lovely voice. Why would you study cooking? Liu Shi asked casually as he picked up another piece of chicken and devoured it. Diana, munching away, replied, those of us in music must eventually marry win over our husband's heart. We must master the culinary arts. But now, it seems you're the lucky one. Liu Shi, with a full mouth, managed to force a smile. The two engaged in light conversation, sharing bites and laughter. In that moment, Liu Shi and Diana resembled a couple in the throes of romance, or perhaps a warm-hearted pair of spouses, seemingly untouched by the apocalyptic world outside. Liu Shi occasionally wiped Diana's lips, their bond deepening in a particularly tender atmosphere. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Diana's favorability increased by 20, current favorability 80, deeply rooted feelings. Never to betray. Engaging in casual conversation and sharing a meal can also enhance favorability. It is truly fascinating. It is often said that the path to a woman's heart is fraught with challenges. However, it seems that women too require companionship. Just a brief moment of togetherness has already caused emotions to escalate at an astonishing pace. The surprise arrives too swiftly. After indulging in a hearty meal, Liu Shi let out a loud belch and gestured towards the rooms on the second floor, saying, Shauna, my dear wife, feel free to choose any room to settle in. That I must step out briefly to gather more supplies and will return before nightfall. Although Diana appeared somewhat reluctant, she did not attempt to dissuade him. Instead, she approached Liu Shi and adjusted his clothing, saying, be careful. Make sure you return safely. Liu Shi playfully pinched her nose, assuring her, do not worry. I shall be back soon. Just wait for me at home, and no matter who comes, do not open the door. I can manage to get in myself. With that, Liu Shi moved several tables from the living room to block the main entrance completely. He then fetched a U-shaped lock from the corner and, after leaping out the window, secured the door from the outside. This made the situation appear considerably more normal, no longer merely locked from within. Dusting off his hands, he set out with a clear purpose: to scour the villa area and the school cafeteria before darkness descended. It was imperative to ensure that the villa district was devoid of zombies and threats. The villa district of Jinghai University consisted of 6 or 7 villas, each exhibiting a similar architectural style, making it difficult to discern any notable differences from the outside. The only exception was the villa occupied by Liu Shi, which appeared more imposing. While the other villas were 2 stories high, Liu Shi's was a 3-story structure, one of the reasons he had chosen it. Arriving at one of the villas, Liu Shi decisively kicked open the front door. Upon entering, he found that the family inside had long since succumbed to the fate of becoming zombies. After swiftly collecting the supplies within, he departed to continue his search of the other villas. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating 5 zombies. You have earned 5 attribute points. Liu Shi's endeavor proceeded smoothly. The occupants of the first few villas had either transformed into zombies or fled long ago, leaving the premises empty. Liu Shi showed no mercy as he dispatched any zombies he encountered. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating 6 zombies. You have earned 6 attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating 2 zombies. You have earned 2 attribute points. That it wasn't until he reached the final villa that he encountered a rather perplexing situation. After breaking down the door of the last villa and eliminating the zombies within, he discovered a young girl in one of the bedrooms. Why was she not a mature beauty, but rather a little girl? Liu Shi felt a twinge of regret. This young girl appeared to be around 10 years old. Though not yet fully developed, she possessed a remarkable charm. Big brother, please don't kill me. I beg you. Don't kill me. The little girl, her face a picture of panic, looked up at him with tearful, pleading eyes. Initially, Liu Shi had no intention of acknowledging her. In this apocalyptic world, lives were as cheap as dirt. And he was no savior who could rescue everyone that if she wished for death, he would not hesitate to grant her that mercy, allowing her to reunite with her family rather than suffer in this desolate world. Why would I kill you? Do you wish to die? Liu Shi replied coldly. I don't want to die. I want to live. Big brother, could you please help me? I'm so hungry. The little girl's will survive was palpable as she crawled closer to Liu Shi. He shook his head in exasperation. What could such a small child possibly contribute? Taking her in would only mean one more mouth to feed, requiring additional resources. Liu Shi had intended to reject her mercilessly, but a glance at her revealed a striking beauty that took him by surprise. If she were to die just like that, it would indeed be a pity. Why should I save you? What can you do at such a young age? Liu Shi inquired, allowing his curiosity to surface. The little girl paused for a moment before responding. I can do many things when I grow up. I could be your wife. Liu Shi was momentarily taken aback. Her words sounded oddly pleasing to his ears. Considering her appearance, she would undoubtedly blossom into a great beauty in the future, of course. There is always the risk that a child with such charm might not retain it as she matured. However, that was a matter for years to come. Looking at the pitiful child before him, Liu Shi's appreciation for beauty swelled, prompting him to ask, "What is your name?" Upon hearing this, the clever little girl brightened, perceiving an opportunity. With a joyful expression, she replied softly, "Big brother, my name is Shui Ling. Please, you must save me. I have no family left in this world." Shui Ling, a lovely name, indeed quite fitting for her. Have your family all turned into zombies? Liu Shi continued with her narrative. Yes, they have all died. As she spoke, her large, watery eyes filled with tears. She took a step forward and clung to Liu Shi's leg, her gaze conveying a sense of guilt should he choose to leave her behind. Liu Shi felt speechless. Perhaps this was the inherent instinct of humanity to survive. When faced with dire circumstances, the will to live became overwhelmingly strong. Such behavior did not surprise him. Yet just moments ago, she had pleaded for her life, and now she clung to him, begging to be taken along. The rapid shift in her demeanor seemed a bit too abrupt, but what harm could such a small girl harbor? Liu Shi gently ruffled her thick hair and soothed her. All right, you stay here for now while I gather supplies, and I will return to take you back to a safe place. Though Liu Shi intended to leave Shui Linger behind temporarily, not wishing to burden himself with an additional responsibility, she appeared unwilling to comply, as if fearing he might vanish without a trace. Emulating a skilled actress, she tightened her grip around his leg, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "Big brother, please don't go. Take me with you. I can help in whatever way I can. Please, don't leave me here alone. I'm scared." After a moment of hesitation, Liu Shi nodded in agreement. Bringing one more person along should not pose significant problems. He simply hoped her luck would not run out. He then glanced at her unremarkable chest and shook his head, confirming that she had no assets to contribute at present. Feeling her small frame clinging to his leg, he noticed the hardness beneath her skin, her ribcage. In a word, she was thin. Shui Linger seemed to sense Liu Shi's gaze. Though she was only 12 or 13 years old, children in this era matured quickly, and she understood matters far beyond her years. Moreover, she had already begun to develop, having experienced her first menstrual cycle several times. Quickly, she released her hold on Liu Shi's leg, her expression somewhat embarrassed as she explained, "Big brother, I will grow up. I'll grow up to be someone you'll be satisfied with. You must believe me, okay?" Liu Shi merely replied. Before long, Liu Shi and Shui Linger arrived at the school cafeteria. Throughout their journey, Liu Shi had dispatched zombies with remarkable ease, moving unimpeded to their destination. Meanwhile, Shui Linger, trailing behind, was left in awe. She had not anticipated that her big brother would be so formidable. Marrying him would undoubtedly provide a sense of security. She needed to strive to grow up quickly. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating 36 zombies. You have earned 36 unallocated attribute points. Not too shabby. This journey has yielded 36 unallocated attribute points. However, these zombies are merely low-level ones, devoid of any crystal cores to be harvested. In due time, the zombies should undergo evolution. Bang! Liu Shi cleaved the cafeteria door with a single stroke of his sword. As the door collapsed, it stirred up a cloud of dust. Yet through the haze, Liu Shi could still discern other survivors within the cafeteria, and there was more than one doubt before he even entered. He heard someone inside shout, Don't come over." Liu Shi immediately recognized the voice of the school's director of education. This rascal often took pleasure in teasing female students and teachers, and he always seemed to be at odds with Liu Shi. To his surprise, the man was still alive. Moments later, as the dust settled, the director and the rest of the group, in a state of panic, caught sight of Liu Shi's figure, along with Xue Linger standing behind him. Upon recognizing Liu Shi, the director's frantic demeanor quickly transformed into a semblance of calm. He was the first to step out of the doorway, indignantly exclaiming, "So it's you, the PE teacher Liu Shi. How come you're still alive? What brings you here? Are you looking to steal our food? Don't even think about it. There's south no place for you here. You'd best scram." Liu Shi remained unperturbed, his expression as cold and unchanged as ever. Instead, a tall figure emerged from the crowd, slowly articulating, "Director Su, we have plenty of food here. The addition of 2 more individuals wouldn't pose much of a problem. Why must you make things difficult for them?" Upon hearing this, Director Su's previously grim countenance softened slightly, revealing a hint of eagerness to appease. Liu Shi turned to look, and the girl seemed vaguely familiar. She appeared to be around 18, with features of exquisite beauty and skin so flawless it seemed almost delicate. The sight of her alluring curves was enough to stir excitement. Complemented by her long, slender legs encased in snug jeans, her abdomen devoid of any excess fat, with a tantalizing hint of defined abs. Liu Shi's heart soared with delight. She was beautiful, stunningly so. At long last, he had encountered an exceptional woman. Yet he felt a nagging sense of familiarity, unable to recall where he had seen her before. Director Su offered the girl a sheepish smile, but remained obstinate, stating, "Wanqing, while you make a valid point, the current situation is fraught with zombies, and we cannot continue to replenish our food supply. We must conserve, otherwise we'll all starve. With one more mouth to feed, look at Liu Shi, tall and burly. A PE teacher, his appetite must be considerable. That little girl seems to eat little. She can stay. But Liu Shi, with his muscles, is a different matter." The emphasis on Liu Shi's identity as a PE teacher, portrayed as a burden, was underscored by a barely perceptible smirk at the corner of Director Su's mouth. This remark left the young woman named Wanqing somewhat speechless, yet it resonated with others. A rather acerbic-looking female teacher stepped forward to chime in. "Indeed, Director Su is right. We need to ration our food. Liu Shi, you should leave while there is still daylight. Find another place to take refuge, lest you become a zombie." The crowd erupted in laughter, evidently oblivious to the true peril of their situation, unaware that it was Liu Shi who had shattered the door moments ago. Liu Shi's sword had conveniently returned to his storage space, leaving him appearing no different from an ordinary person. Only Xue Linger, standing behind Liu Shi, wore a smile of schadenfreude, having witnessed the formidable prowess of her older brother, who dispatched zombies as effortlessly as one would chop vegetables in the face of their mockery. Liu Shi paid little heed. Instead, he approached the young woman named Wanqing, lowering his head earnestly to inquire, "Have we met before?" "Teacher Liu Shi, you truly have a forgetful nature. I attended your PE class. Do you not recall? You are Mu Wanqing?" Liu Shi replied, a hint of surprise in his voice. At last, he recognized her. Mu Wanqing, the belle of the Fine Arts Department at Jinghai University, one of the 3 most beautiful students at the institution. She had attended one of Liu Shi's PE classes for a semester before the director swapped out the physical education teacher, and Liu Shi had not seen her since that ITS me. "Teacher, you finally remembered me." Mu Wanqing smiled, radiating composure. "I can hardly believe it's truly you. This is wonderful." Liu Shi's face blossomed into a sunny smile. Then he pulled Mu Wanqing behind him and entrusted her to Xue Linger, saying, "Mu Wanqing, stay with Xue Linger for now. I will take you away shortly." Mu Wanqing was momentarily bewildered. "Away? Where are we leaving to?" Just as she was about to inquire further, Xue Linger grasped her arm, shaking her head to indicate silence. And Mu Wanqing found the young girl before her strangely familiar and reassuring, instinctively trusting that she meant her no harm. When Mu Wanqing regained her composure, she noticed Liu Shi had already approached Director Su, causing the somewhat diminutive director to take a few steps back in fright. "Liu Shi, what do you intend to do?" "I am the director of education." Do you mean to resort to violence? Liu Shi did not respond but reached out, seizing the front of the director's collar, lifting him effortlessly while saying meaningfully, "Oh, just because you're the director of education? What of it?" Director Su felt an overwhelming pressure in his chest. His breathing becoming labored as panic set in. He began to plead, "Liu Shi, please let me go. Let us talk this over." Liu Shi retorted with a hint of disdain, "Talk it over, but I have nothing I wish to discuss with you. Since you wish to drive me away, denying me a place to stay, denying me hope for survival, it seems I must send you on your way first," sensing Liu Shi's murderous intent. Director Su quickly reversed his stance. "No, you must stay. No one can drive you away, I assure you, right?" Director Su began to exert pressure on the others, who still recognized him as the director, making it easy to establish a temporary dictatorship. Liu Shi finally released his grip, tossing Director Su to the ground, yet spoke in an even tone, "Stay. I never claimed I would." As Liu Shi stepped forward, the crowd gazed at him in astonishment. Pardon to clear a path as he entered the cafeteria storeroom. With a wave of his hand, all the rice, chicken, beef, noodles, and more vanished without a trace. Minutes later, the cafeteria was completely stripped of food. This time, it truly is a bountiful harvest, far richer than what I scavenged from the convenience store, with a greater variety too. After all, this is a university cafeteria, typically stocked to provide for thousands of students for an entire month. The crowd remained in shock, their mouths agape, forgetting to close them. Liu Shi, indifferent to their astonishment, turned to lead Shui Linger by the hand, also taking Mu Wanqing's hand as they began to exit. Mu Wanqing's mind was still processing the events, and she offered no resistance. Liu Shi's open-hearted nature led him to disregard any grievances and intended to guide the two of them away. Just then, an angry voice called out from behind, "Liu Shi, stop right there. You cannot just walk away like this. Did you hear me?" Liu Shi indeed halted, turning to see it was the female teacher, Li Ying, who had spoken up earlier. Out of professional courtesy, Liu Shi replied, "Is there something you need?" Li Ying, the first to recover from her shock, shouted angrily, "Liu Shi, you've taken our food. You cannot leave." Liu Shi smiled and said, spreading his hands in an innocent manner, "Didn't you just say that I shouldn't stay? Now that I intend to leave, why do you oppose my departure? It was you who insisted I remain, and now you are preventing me from leaving. What do you truly want? Is there no law, no king's decree?" Upon hearing Liu Shi's clever rebuttal, the crowd fell silent in astonishment. Indeed, just moments ago, they had all wished him to stay. However, Li Ying was no pushover. She immediately launched into a tirade. "Earlier, you had no food, so naturally, you couldn't stay. Staying would only waste our provisions. Now that you've mysteriously acquired food, you cannot leave. Otherwise, what will we eat?" Li Ying's reasoning was compelling, rendering her almost unassailable. Liu Shi nodded, a playful smile gracing his face. "Though I am merely a physical education teacher with limited education and a somewhat dull intellect, I can still discern your intentions. According to your logic, my life and death are of no concern to you. Your only interest lies in your provisions, so what does my survival matter to you?" Li Ying was taken aback by Liu Shi's unexpected eloquence, realizing he had become quite the formidable adversary in their exchange. What an impressive transformation! Such sharp wit and eloquence. How infuriating! "Oh," Li Ying stammered, caught off guard by Liu Shi's revelations, leaving her a loss for words at that moment. Director Su, who had been quietly enduring, could no longer contain himself. Although he might face Liu Shi's wrath, the prospect of starving tomorrow was equally dire. Gathering his courage, he straightened his back and called out, "Liu Shi, if you wish to leave, take us with you. I may not know how you managed to misplace so many supplies, but I am certain you have activated some extraordinary ability, perhaps a spatial one." Extraordinary ability? The notion of spatial powers astounded everyone. So, that was the source of his seemingly magical ability to make supplies disappear. Su's revelation awakened those in a stupor, like a stone cast into a placid lake, creating ripples of realization. The crowd's gaze towards Liu Shi shifted from disdain to a burgeoning sense of reverence. Faced with this dramatic shift in attitude, Liu Shi merely smiled inwardly, still unwilling to engage with them, and coldly retorted, "Why should I take you with me?" Liang was the first to respond, shouting, "Simply because you have taken so many of our supplies, you must care for us for the rest of your life. Yes, indeed, you have taken our provisions. You must take us with you." Liu Shi was momentarily struck with amusement. Responding leisurely, "You claim that those supplies belong to you. Did you inscribe your names upon them? Can they respond to your call? Those supplies were procured by the school and were never yours to begin with. You merely occupied them. Now, they rightfully belong to me." "You are twisting the truth." Li Ying, flustered and losing her composure, charged at Liu Shi, intent on preventing his escape. Liu Shi, having made his point, glanced into the distance and, with his keen eyesight, spotted a horde of zombies approaching. Their earlier commotion had undoubtedly attracted unwanted attention. Liu Shi had no intention of wasting more words. As Li Ying, now irrational, lunged at him, he swiftly struck her down with a resounding slap, leaving her unconscious. Noisy. With such an unappealing appearance, "You ought not to come so close. I had no desire to kill any of you. Do not force my hand." The crowd instinctively recoiled at Liu Shi's words. Sensing the palpable aura of menace emanating from him, they realized he was capable of violence, and should he decide to act, they would stand little chance against him. But in hindsight, they should have agreed to share some food with Liu Shi and permitted him to stay. It would have spared them this predicament. Only Shui Ling, unable to restrain herself, let out a suppressed laugh before covering her mouth. Mu Wanqing furrowed her brow, wishing to intervene, but Shui Ling restrained her. At that moment, the approaching zombies drew near, and the crowd finally took notice. Director Su hurriedly ran towards Liu Shi, eager to escape alongside him, only to find Liu Shi standing still, with Shui Ling and Mu Wanqing remaining motionless behind him. Ignoring the unfolding chaos, Su dashed away alone, shouting, "The zombies are coming! Run!" The others quickly followed suit, fleeing one after another. Liang, still lying on the ground, was the last to react, scrambling to her feet only to be overtaken by a zombie that sank its teeth in her neck with a sickening crunch. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Shui Ling, and Mu Wanqing instinctively moved closer to Liu Shi. He effortlessly pulled them into his embrace, watching with disdain as the crowd was pursued by the zombies. One by one, they were caught and began to be devoured. Some soon fell victim to the virus, transforming into zombies themselves. Liu Shi gently set the two women aside and extended his hand, silently commanding, "Sword, come forth." The sword of victory materialized instantly in Liu Shi's grasp. In a flash, he surged forward, and with swift strokes, the zombies fell before him, powerless against his onslaught. Blood splattered everywhere as Liu Shi's swordplay grew increasingly adept, transforming him into a master swordsman, gracefully evading zombie attacks with acrobatic finesse. Though the entire ordeal felt prolonged, it transpired in mere moments. Liu Shi darted among the zombies, swiftly returning to his original position. Having decisively vanquished them all, Liu Shi flicked the blood and grime from his sword, revealing its immaculate blade before storing it away. The fallen zombies lay lifeless, some with decapitated heads, others cleaved in two, and limbs scattered across the ground. Liu Shi had also eliminated the recently transformed Director Su and Li Ying, both now lifeless in a pool of blood. How noisy, Liu Shi mused, reflecting on the fact that just moments ago, Director Su and the others were fellow humans. He was not devoid of compassion. Rather, he adhered to a principle of non-aggression unless provoked. He did not wish to appear excessively brutal or bloodthirsty before the women. Moreover, there were no rewards for killing humans, and without incentive, why would he engage in such actions? Since defeating zombies yielded rewards, it was far more advantageous to act once they had transformed. After all, their lack of self-defense was a foregone conclusion, and their transformation into zombies was merely a matter of time. One could even consider it an act of benevolence. Of course, even after their transformation, Liu Shi faced no pressure in dispatching them. Once everything was settled, Liu Shi paid little heed to Mu Wanqing's astonishment as he grasped the hands of the two women, preparing to return to the villa area, stating, "Let's go home," dinging congratulations to the host for slaying 68 zombies, earning 68 attribute points. As they walked, Liu Shi received his reward notification for his recent endeavors, feeling immensely satisfied with his haul. Not only had he acquired a wealth of supplies, but it also gained a substantial number of attribute points. Splendid indeed. This journey has not been in vain. Undoubtedly, what brought the most surprise to Liu Shi was the unexpected encounter with the campus beauty. He couldn't help but wonder how lavish the rewards would be after saving her. Liu Shi began to anticipate eagerly. The journey was uneventful, and soon he and the two women arrived at the entrance of the villa. Gazing at the tightly locked door, Liu Shi scooped up Shui Linger and leaped onto the balcony. Gently placing her down, he then returned to the ground, observing the stunned campus beauty, Mu Wanxing, with an unhurried tone. He addressed her, "Classmate Mu Wanxing, out of respect for you, there's a matter on which I seek your opinion. Two choices lie before you. First, you may enter with me, but you must obey my commands and become my woman. Second, I choose the first." Mu Wanxing interjected before Liu Shi could finish. Having witnessed Liu Shi's formidable strength, with his spatial abilities and ample provisions, she was utterly captivated by how effortlessly he dispatched zombies. As if it were a mere sip of water. Such a man was precisely what she longed for. Strength was not something to be ashamed of. Moreover, long before, during Liu Shi's physical education class, Mu Wanxing had already harbored feelings for him. However, constrained by her status as a student, she refrained from overstepping her bounds or seeking to know him more deeply. In the current situation, even a fool would know how to choose. This response filled Liu Shi with immense satisfaction that he affectionately ruffled her hair, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Well done." He then lifted the campus beauty, Mu Wanxing, into his arms and jumped onto the second-floor balcony. Overcome with joy, Liu Shi eagerly awaited his reward. What astonishing benefits would he gain from rescuing such an exceptional campus beauty? On the balcony, a gentle breeze wafted by, carrying with it a hint of floral fragrance. Contrasting sharply with the dilapidated remnants of the distant city, after gently setting Mu Wanxing down, she involuntarily trembled, not from the chill, but from the unexpected slap, akin to a summer thunderclap, leaving her utterly dazed. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes shimmering with disbelief and a hint of hurt. Mu Wanxing's voice was barely a whisper, yet it trembled with barely concealed emotion. She looked up at Liu Shi, seeking answers in the depths of his eyes, but was met with a teasing glimmer. "Why?" Mu Wanxing finally mustered the courage to ask. Liu Shi reminded her, "You interrupted me earlier. Remember not to do so again. Even if you're clever and wish to interject, you must wait until I've finished speaking. Understood?" Mu Wanxing nodded, resembling a chick pecking a grain, indicating her comprehension that in that moment, she perceived Liu Shi as particularly handsome. For reasons unknown, she found herself drawn to a man exuding such assertiveness, unlike Director Li, who merely fawned over others. How dull! If her earlier choice stemmed from a desire to survive, rooted in her instincts. Her current thoughts had transformed. Perhaps it was curiosity about Liu Shi, or perhaps something deeper. Blushing, she lowered her head, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Indeed, women are capricious, strike a chord deep within them, and their hearts may easily be unlocked. "Shall we go inside?" Just as Mu Wanxing lost herself in thought, Liu Shi's prompt restored her to reality. She lifted her gaze to find both Liu Shi and Shui Linger observing her with curious expressions. Igniting a flare of embarrassment and indignation within her, trailing behind, Mu Wanxing timidly inquired, "What was the second option you mentioned earlier?" Liu Shi chuckled. "The second? You will find out in due time." Subsequently, both women entered the villa through the window one after the other. Outside, the sky had begun to darken, shadows of wandering zombies casting a somber atmosphere. Liu Shi lingered for a moment, casting a final glance at the setting sun before slipping through the window himself. Fortunately, in this apocalyptic world, he had the system to rely on. Otherwise, survival would have been exceedingly challenging. Inside the stronghold of the villa, Diana was busy preparing dinner when she noticed Liu Shi returning with company. She paused for a moment, but quickly resumed her tasks. Liu Shi, sensing Diana's thoughts, descended to the first floor and introduced the two newcomers. "Diana, my wife, takes care of cooking during the day and indulges in her preferred activities at night." Diana instinctively overlooked Liu Shi's playful tone and turned to the two girls with a rare, warm smile, particularly beaming at Shui Linger while casting a slight glare of hostility toward Mu Wanxing. After all, the only one who could threaten her position was Mu Wanqing. Liu Shi settled onto the sofa, appearing remarkably relaxed as he continued the introductions. Little Na, the one who is shorter and slimmer, is Shueling. The taller and plumper one is Mu Wanqing. From now on, we will all be living together. Shueling and Mu Wanqing reacted differently to Liu Shi's descriptions. Shueling innocently thought she was merely petite, while Mu Wanqing's inner thoughts protested. Am I really plump? She glanced down and, unable to see her toes, suddenly understood. Despite their differing thoughts, it did not hinder them from promptly addressing her. Sister Na. Sister, Diana politely responded. All right, I'll add more dishes. With 2 extra people, we only need a few more pairs of chopsticks. Observing Diana's thoughtfulness, Liu Shi rose and approached the kitchen, wrapping his arms around her from behind and whispering in her ear. My little Na wife, what shall we have for dinner tonight? Diana sensed Liu Shi's care, perhaps also worried that she might feel unhappy, so he intentionally tried to cheer her up, the weight lifted from her heart. As long as Liu Shi did not grow tired of her or favor newcomers, having a few more sisters was not a concern. In fact, being alone felt rather exhausting and overwhelming. With this shift in perspective, Diana's mood improved significantly. You can have whatever you want. What about the 2 newcomers? Are there any dietary restrictions? Liu Shi chuckled, exhaling warmth that made Diana's cheeks flush. Dietary restrictions. In this apocalypse, any food available was a blessing. Liu Shi glanced at the gas stove where Diana was cooking and suddenly had a thought. They were currently using piped gas, but it might soon become inaccessible. They needed to prepare some liquefied natural gas. Otherwise, the luxury of enjoying a hot meal might become a distant dream. It seemed he would have to keep an eye on this matter and plan a trip to the gas company's headquarters when the opportunity arose. An hour later, the meal was ready, and Diana called everyone to the table that a spread of steaming, delectable dishes awaited. Regardless of whether it was Shueling or Mu Wanqing, they could not help but swallow hard. However, Liu Shi had yet to pick up his chopsticks or invite them to eat, leaving them hesitant to begin. After all, the head of the household had not spoken. They dared not disrupt the order. Liu Shi was quite pleased with their behavior. From this small detail, he could tell they were considerate. Given their understanding of protocol, he chose not to say much more. Liu Shi picked up his chopsticks first, serving a piece to Diana as he said, Stop dawdling. Let's eat, or the food will get cold. All right then, Diana affectionately served Liu Shi a piece of meat. Soon after, she shyly lowered her head to eat. Liu Shi observed the delicate way Diana savored her food, then glanced at the ravenous Shueling and Mu Wanqing, instinctively shaking his head. Look at this. This is the distinction between my woman and those outside. Once she becomes my woman, she certainly won't go hungry anymore. While Shueling and Mu Wanqing continued to eat, they couldn't help but exclaim, delicious. It's so tasty, absolutely delightful. This is also quite appetizing, if it's good. Then eat more, Diana responded. An hour later, everyone was full, reclining on their seats, letting out satisfied belches. Shueling was the last to put down her chopsticks. After 2 days of hunger, she finally had something to eat. And such delicious food at that. She felt as if the world had been illuminated once more. You too, once you're full, help with the dishes. Liu Shi was not one to tolerate idleness. He couldn't let Diana handle all the household chores alone. Thus, he instructed Shueling and Mu Wanqing to pitch in. Upon hearing this, Shueling and Mu Wanqing felt it was only natural. They began to compete over who would clear the dishes. All right, I'll do it. I'll take care of it. I'll help too. Diana watched this scene with delight. It seemed that having 2 women in the household wasn't entirely without its benefits, the very least. They could share some of the burdens of daily life. Liu Shi pulled Diana onto his lap and asked, Does it still hurt? Diana gently pushed against his chest and nodded. It still hurts. I can't accompany you tonight. Liu Shi pointed at Mu Wanqing and said, No worries. You just focus on resting and taking care of the baby. Taking care of the baby? Diana exclaimed in disbelief. What baby? We've only done it once. Is it possible? Don't take advantage of my inexperience. Liu Shi smiled without replying, continuing to chat with Diana about mundane matters before standing up to take a shower. After a busy day, it was time for some rest. After finishing a shower, Liu Shi returned to the main bedroom on the first floor. He was temporarily staying there while the upstairs was still being cleaned. Diana had not come to attend to him today. Instead, she was in her own room, nursing her injuries while also arranging accommodations and other matters for Shui Linger and Mu Wanqing. Not long after, the door to the main bedroom was quietly opened. A delicate, bare foot appeared first through the crack. Following, there was a captivatingly long, fair leg. Liu Shi looked up and said, "Mu Wanqing?" Mu Wanqing stepped inside, surprisingly clad only in a loose bathrobe. "Good evening, Teacher Liu. I hope I'm not disturbing you." Liu Shi patted the space beside him on the bed and replied, "Not at all. Are you ready?" Mu Wanqing's cheeks flushed as she nodded, then shook her head. Liu Shi, puzzled, cast an inquiring glance. "What does that mean?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Mu Wanqing parted her lips slightly and said, "Teacher Liu, I'm sorry. I'm not quite ready yet. These past few days have been a bit inconvenient for me. Please forgive me." Liu Shi felt a twinge of regret upon hearing this. He was almost ready to disrobe. And yet she said this. Still, he feigned magnanimity and said, "That's all right. Just coming over is enough. We can simply chat. I promise not to do anything." When one path is blocked, there are always other avenues to explore. There are more solutions than there are difficulties that we cannot allow ourselves to be stifled. Liu Shi took a moment to appraise Mu Wanqing, mildly astonished, and then summoned her personal attribute panel. Name: Mu Wanqing. Age: 19 years. Height: 168 cm. Appearance rating: 97. Body rating: 100. Leg length rating: 95. Affection level: 50. Communication experience: 0. Wow, I never expected Mu Wanqing's body rating to reach a perfect 100. That's an extraordinary physique. Achieving a perfect body score relies heavily on proportions. Of course, skin elasticity and texture also play a role. This is simply too visually appealing, and no matter how one looks, it never seems enough. That if this were a peaceful era, finding a wife with her qualities would make one a true winner in life. Living together for a lifetime with someone like Mu Wanqing would indeed be a beautiful experience. Unfortunately, we are currently in an apocalyptic world. In such times, one must adapt to the circumstances. One cannot hang on a single tree and forsake the entire forest. There are many other splendid young women waiting for me to rescue them. Mu Wanqing emitted a barely perceptible sound, causing Liu Shi to perk up. He noticed that Mu Wanqing's affection level had suddenly surpassed 50. It was nearly comparable to Diana's, and Liu Shi nodded in satisfaction. Late at night, Liu Shi and Mu Wanqing fell asleep in each other's embrace. Just as Liu Shi was about to drift off, he sensed movement from within the wardrobe. Noticing the commotion, Liu Shi smiled. Couldn't resist any longer. "Have you? I'm finally going to catch you." He swiftly approached the wardrobe and opened the door, only to see a small door closing rapidly. Fortunately, Liu Shi was quick enough to grab the edge of the door. Attempting to prevent it from shutting completely, he had seen a figure retreating in a panic, unable to close the door in time. With a firm tug bang, the sound was not loud enough to wake Mu Wanqing. The small door was thoroughly jammed. Liu Shi crawled in through a small door, just wide enough for a person to pass through. Inside, there was indeed a hidden world. Upon spotting the figure ahead, Liu Shi lowered his voice and commanded, "Stop, don't move." However, the other party seemed unfazed by his call and continued to flee in panic. After squeezing through the narrow door, Liu Shi crawled forward for several meters, only to discover that the space contained a hidden chamber. And no wonder he hadn't heard any noise before. This underground hideout was indeed quite deep. It made sense that he hadn't heard anything from the living room earlier. Unless someone inside wanted to come out, it would be difficult to detect their presence. Liu Shi surveyed the chamber's decor, which appeared quite ancient, suggesting it had been around for many years, possibly even older than the villa itself. Inside the hidden chamber were a large bed and some daily necessities, yet there was no sign of food. Liu Shi looked around the chamber, but did not find the figure from earlier. However, given the sealed nature of the chamber, any movement would create a significant echo. Liu Shi listened intently. Following the sound of a heartbeat and breathing, he approached a wall, feigning a call. "Stop hiding. I've found you. Come out now." "Impossible. You could never find me here," a delicate voice responded, causing Liu Shi's heart to leap with joy.s onavi. Following the sound, Liu Shi realized it was coming from behind a wall. "I know you're behind that wall. Come out and stop making this harder for yourself. Moments later, indeed, the wall shifted slightly. It then slowly opened, revealing a stunningly beautiful young woman. Wow, did I really coax her out? She is breathtaking. Liu Shi gazed at the woman before him, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. She was clad in a pair of impeccably tailored black skinny jeans that seemed custom-made for her, hugging her long and slender legs with a precision that accentuated every inch of her toned physique. The interplay of light filtering through the gaps cast a dappled glow upon her legs, enhancing her air of mystery and allure. Her steps were light and confident, each stride embodying the essence of feminine independence and grace. Her abdomen bore no trace of excess, the smooth curves resembling a finely crafted work of art, radiating vitality and health. The impact of her presence was overwhelming, igniting a fervor within Liu Shi. Realizing the trepidation etched on her face, Liu Shi composed himself and reassured her, "Do not be afraid. I am not a villain. Who exactly are you, and how did you come to be here?" "I am a student at Jinghai University, working part-time," she replied softly, her voice melodious yet tinged with tremors of fear, lending it an enchanting quality. The tension in her body manifested as she stood awkwardly to the side. "Working? What do you mean? This is a university, not a factory," Liu Shi inquired, perplexed by her words. The woman discreetly glanced up at Liu Shi, her anxiety easing somewhat as she was taken by his handsome features. She reasoned with herself. He was not a zombie, but a normal man. Perhaps he was merely after her possessions, or worse. Yet if something were to transpire, it seemed she might not suffer unduly. With this thought, she relaxed her nerves a little more and explained, "Yes, my family's financial situation is not very good. After being accepted into Jinghai, I joined the school's work-study program. When I'm not in class, I assist with tasks within my capacity, such as cleaning professors' homes that a couple of days ago I happened to come to this villa to clean, only to discover that the outside world had transformed into a realm of zombies. Fortunately, there was no one inside, and I dared not venture out, so I hid. That day, when you brought people in, I was terrified of being discovered, and I concealed myself in the wardrobe. On my surprise, it led me here." Liu Shi found her words credible, believing her to be too innocent and naive to fabricate a lie. He nodded in understanding. "Ah, I see. Indeed, the world has changed. Many have turned into zombies, and I too sought refuge here that if you do not mind, you could join us in living here, so you need not hide." Upon hearing this, her face brightened with joy. "Really? Of course. I am a teacher at Jinghai University. Why would I deceive you? You can rest assured, I would not lie to you," he replied. Her spirits lifted, yet she seemed to ponder something, lowering her gaze as her fingers fidgeted nervously. Liu Shi pressed, "Is there something troubling you? I would be delighted to live with you, but I have no money or anything to offer in return," she admitted. Liu Shi gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort. "Lack of money is inconsequential. In this apocalyptic world, currency has lost its value. It is a rare gift to encounter a living human being, especially one as beautiful as you. We should assist one another as humanity ought to, so do not feel shy about it." The woman gazed at Liu Shi in astonishment, recognizing the wisdom in his words in this dire time. Mutual assistance was indeed essential for survival. That moment, Liu Shi's persona grew grander in her eyes, and a glimmer of admiration sparkled in hers. "Teacher, you are right. We should help each other. I am quite capable. I can clean, do laundry, and manage household chores," she asserted. Liu Shi affectionately tousled her smooth hair, affirming, "Indeed, a commendable attitude. Let us proceed. We shall treat this place as our secret base." "Yes, let us," she replied, beginning to lower her guard. After all, they were both human, and she believed they could coexist harmoniously. As they walked, Liu Shi inquired, "By the way, may I know your name?" "I am Tang Mingwu. I look forward to your guidance." "Teacher." Tang Mingwu had completely shed her earlier fear, replaced by a sense of relief. "Tang Mingwu, a lovely name. I am Liu Shi, formerly a physical education teacher at the school. Should you ever need anything, I hope you will be accommodating and forgiving." Liu Shi's words struck Tang Mingwu as both refined and gentlemanly, and she felt fortunate to encounter such a courteous teacher in this bleak world. By the way, Tang Mingwu, your name sounds familiar. Are you not one of the top 3 beauties of our school? Taken aback by Liu Shi's sudden question, Tang Mingwu paused before smiling shyly. Beauty? I suppose so. Since entering the school, my classmates have often compared me to others. But in this world, what does mere beauty amount to? Whether or not one is deemed a beauty is irrelevant. Such titles have brought me considerable trouble, as many affluent individuals sought to exploit me. Yet, I have no desire for their attention. I wish to rely on my own abilities to sustain myself, which is why I took this job. Liu Shi nodded in agreement, affirming that young women should indeed depend on themselves, rather than relying on men. Internally, he rejoiced, realizing that she truly was a beauty, not only in appearance, but also in character, proving to be quite intriguing. Not at all, Tang Mingwu replied, engaging in a light-hearted exchange with Liu Shi as they neared the exit. Suddenly, a rumble emanated from Tang Mingwu's stomach. Unable to contain herself, she said, Teacher, I'm a bit hungry. Could I possibly have something to eat? Having grown more familiar with Liu Shi, she boldly made her request. Liu Shi had already prepared to open the small door of their secret chamber, but upon hearing her plea, he paused and turned to her, his expression earnest. Tang Mingwu, you must understand that we find ourselves in an apocalyptic world where food has become a scarce resource. Every meal is precious. With that, Liu Shi began to present the terms he had long contemplated. Tang Mingwu, sensing his dilemma, quickly grasped the gravity of their situation. Although she had not experienced such hardship firsthand, she had read numerous apocalyptic novels. In those tales, many struggled to find sustenance. Driven to desperation, I should not have asked so frivolously, she reflected, patting her growling stomach. Yet, she was truly famished. What was she to do? It had been her hunger that had driven her to seek food while Liu Shi was asleep, only to be caught in the act. After a moment's thought, she seized Liu Shi's arm, pleading, Teacher, what must I do for you to grant me food? Liu Shi looked into her pleading eyes, and with a gentle sigh, he retrieved a sausage and a bottle of milk from his pocket, saying, Here, take this to tide you over. Tang Mingwu hesitated for a moment before accepting the food, her gaze darting back to Liu Shi as she began to eat, as if fearing he might rescind his generosity at any moment. Observing her devour the food ravenously, Liu Shi instinctively shook his head, adopting a concerned expression. Tang Mingwu, I can offer you this meal for free, but for the next one, you will have to strive for it yourself. Understand? Tang Mingwu had just finished her meal, licking her fingers with an expression that suggested lingering satisfaction. She hurriedly leaned closer to Liu Shi and inquired, Teacher, whatever you need me to do, I shall do it. As long as I am provided with food? Liu Shi feigned a troubled demeanor, hesitating to speak. After consuming the food, Tang Mingwu regained some color in her cheeks, appearing even more enchanting than before. Though merely a newcomer to university life, her face bore no trace of youthful navette. Instead, it radiated a striking allure. Liu Shi was the only human she had encountered in this apocalyptic world, who had also bestowed food upon her. At this moment, her fondness for Liu Shi had significantly deepened, making her feel a sense of closeness. Teacher, do you have something troubling you? Just tell me, and I will assist you. I promise to do my utmost and not disappoint you. Liu Shi nodded appreciatively, responding, I am delighted that you possess such awareness. This matter is indeed of great importance, concerning the survival of humanity, which is why I found it difficult to speak. However, seeing your enthusiasm, I shall proceed. Please tell me. I will certainly comply. Tang Mingwu earnestly vowed, completely unaware of what Liu Shi was about to reveal. Had she known from the outset, perhaps she would not have remained so composed. Without further ado, Liu Shi took Tang Mingwu's hand and led her back into the secret chamber. Upon reaching the bedside, he earnestly addressed her, Classmate Tang Mingwu, the situation is as follows. Humanity is currently on the brink of extinction, with many having transformed into zombies, that I believe it is imperative for us to contribute to the continuation of our species. Therefore, I request your assistance in bearing a child for humanity. Would you be willing? Tang Mingwu's face fell into astonishment as she let out a melodious gasp. She quickly regained her composure, asking, a child? Now, with you. Teacher? Yes, we stand on the precipice of human extinction, and we urgently need to increase our population, Liu Shi stated gravely, his demeanor far from jesting. Tang Mingwu's expression reflected her inner turmoil. While she was naive, she understood what bearing a child entailed. Moreover, in this apocalyptic era, was there truly enough food and energy to raise a child? It felt undeniably like a trap. But teacher, we are in an apocalypse. Food is surely scarce, and the outside world is perilous. Shouldn't we prioritize our survival first? You make a valid point, Mingwu. However, for now, we need not worry about food. Liu Shi reassured her, promptly opening a spatial portal to showcase his formidable resources. With a mere gesture, a vast array of supplies materialized, filling every corner of the secret chamber, leaving Tang Mingwu in disbelief, her breath quickening. Are all these provisions yours, teacher? Indeed, I have awakened a spatial ability, allowing me to store resources. The supplies I possess are sufficient for our sustenance for years, so there is no need for concern regarding food that I see. Tang Mingwu fell into contemplation. Furthermore, as we remain within this safe house, the likelihood of zombie disturbances is minimal, and we can achieve self-sufficiency. Do you have any further concerns? In truth, Liu Shi could have acted first and explained later, armed with an ability to boost his approval rating to 60. However, he relished conversing with Tang Mingwu, appreciating the opportunity to understand her thoughts better. While discussing feelings might seem a tad time-consuming, a relationship devoid of emotion would be no different from that with a zombie. Women are not mere tools, nor are they breeding machines that in a partnership. The cultivation of feelings is just as crucial as the physical connection. There was no need for Liu Shi to rush with the captivating campus beauty. After all, haste makes waste, and consuming hot tofu too quickly seldom yields the best flavor. Tang Mingwu's apprehensions were swiftly dispelled by Liu Shi, leaving her feeling somewhat flustered. Teacher, it seems there truly isn't much to worry about. However, I still feel a bit scared. Liu Shi continued to reassure her. Fear not. With me here, there is nothing to dread. Without further ado, Liu Shi initiated kiss, gradually deepening it to address all of Tang Mingwu's uncertainties. Having never experienced a romantic relationship or a kiss, she was astonished by the overwhelming energy generated when two mouths met that a wave of dizziness washed over her, leaving her momentarily disoriented. Indeed, Tang Mingwu had grown up in a challenging environment. Financial constraints had prevented her from enjoying a privileged upbringing. Typically, girls raised in such circumstances tend to be quite reserved, fearing harm in the presence of ill-intentioned individuals that, of course, some, having faced poverty in their youth, may take a more extreme path as adults. Liu Shi accessed her information panel. Name, Tang Mingwu. Age, 18. Height, 170 cm. Breathing calmly. Beauty rating, 100. Body rating, 99. Leg length rating, 99. Favorability, 90. Communication partners, 1. Goodness, her favorability had surged to a staggering 9-0. It seemed that his earlier efforts in fostering a connection had borne fruit, achieving such high scores without any resistance that he couldn't help but wonder if the rewards would be even more substantial. The anticipation was palpable. Liu Shi eagerly attempted to view his attribute panel, only to be met with a system notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing a quality young woman in this wretched apocalypse, and for utilizing the skill-perfect shot, resulting in the successful conception of a child. Reward. Host has activated SSS-grade metal control ability, enabling control over all metals. Ding! Congratulations. Host has gained a 2-point increase in favorability, ensuring a minimum of 62 for any future attempts at persuasion. Ding! Congratulations. Host storage space has upgraded to LV4, reaching 1,000 cubic meters. Ding! Congratulations. Host has tripled their strength. The attribute scores for killing zombies remain unchanged. Additional rewards can be exchanged for collecting crystal cores. Please continue your efforts. Holy cow. His strength had tripled. Furthermore, his mental power had also increased significantly, by 5 times. What a thrill. Liu Shi felt his body undergoing a gradual transformation, an invigorating power coursing through him, alongside a rapid enhancement of mental acuity. He could sense every subtle movement within the villa, not only hearing every detail, but also conjuring vivid images in his mind. This was far superior to infrared surveillance. Such a development greatly heightened his sense of security. He had not anticipated finding a campus beauty in the secret chamber. along with such monumental rewards. The quality of the campus beauty had undoubtedly yielded him extraordinary abilities. Had he chosen an ordinary woman, the rewards likely would not have been as generous. Liu Shi felt his physical prowess surge, his strength now tripling that if he could previously break through a wall with a single punch, he was now confident that he could accomplish the same feat with just a finger. After all, his strength had reached an astonishing 900. What pleased Liu Shi the most was the upgrade of his storage space to 1,000 cubic meters, an extraordinary feat. He probed the storage space with his consciousness, discovering that the previously collected supplies occupied only a minuscule corner. That it was not due to a lack of resources, but rather the significant expansion of the space. Liu Shi also reviewed his attributes. Name, Liu Shi. Age, 25. Height, 188 cm. Weight, 86 kg. Strength, 900. Mental power, 90. Speed, 118. Possessing remarkable traits. Golden dual kidneys, enhanced attributes, unparalleled precision, a guaranteed goodwill aura of 63, immunity to the zombie virus, and mastery of swordsmanship. Superpower, SSS tier, metal control. Personal assets, 1,000 cubic meters of storage space, ample supplies, and the sword of victory. Number of maidens rescued, 3. Offspring in gestation. 2. Unallocated attributes, 119, with a speed of 30 meters per second. Liu Shi surveyed his attributes. Noting that he had 119 attribute points available for distribution, he promptly commanded, "Allocate all to speed." Ding! Congratulations, host. Your speed has reached 237, 50 meters per second. Incredible! Such prowess! If the fastest runner in the world takes 9 seconds to cover 100 meters, Liu Shi could traverse 450 meters in that same span, 4.5 times that of the world champion. Such velocity is undeniably astonishing. This surge in speed significantly bolstered Liu Shi's confidence in resisting the zombies. Yet, he pondered what rank such power would hold in a post-apocalyptic world. He experimented with his newly acquired metal control ability, attempting to manipulate some iron objects in a master bedroom. Under Liu Shi's influence, these iron items transformed fluidly, akin to water. It appeared remarkably mystical. However, before long, Liu Shi found himself drenched in sweat. This prompted him to halt and inquire of the system. System, why does exerting my metal control ability feel so taxing? Host, this ability is of a very high level, requiring considerable mental energy to wield, and your current mental capacity is rather limited. It is advisable to enhance your mental strength as soon as possible. I see. It seems that in order to fully harness this ability, I must exert further effort, particularly in the realm of mental attributes that I have not attended to this aspect much. Next time I allocate attributes, I must prioritize mental capabilities. Indeed, I cannot claim to be invincible, but at least in confronting the zombies outside the school, I harbor no further concerns, unless faced with uncontrollable factors or exceedingly powerful zombie kings, or exceptionally gifted awakened individuals. Nevertheless, even if I cannot prevail, I am confident I can retreat unscathed. Liu Shi cast a grateful glance at Tang Mengwu beside him, further solidifying his resolve for the path ahead. Perhaps having rested sufficiently, or sensing the commotion caused by Liu Shi, Tang Mengwu awakened. Groggily opening her eyes, she murmured, "Teacher, we." Liu Shi swiftly embraced her, saying, "Do not call me teacher. Call me husband, Mengwu. Thank you for your contributions to humanity. You will surely become a great mother." Husband. Tang Mengwu nestled in Liu Shi's arms, thoroughly captivated by him. Liu Shi glanced at the time, realizing it was getting late. It was time to venture out to gather supplies. He lifted Tang Mengwu effortlessly, declaring, "You find it inconvenient to walk, so I shall carry you and introduce you to some companions." Liu Shi brought Tang Mengwu to meet the other women in the house. They all appeared agreeable, concealing any potential issues. After all, in Liu Shi's presence, they needed to consider his feelings and maintain his dignity. Naturally, they would not engage in actions that might displease him, as for what transpired among the women once Liu Shi exited the house. That remained a different narrative. At least Liu Shi was quite satisfied with their current behavior and detected no signs of hostility in their movements or gazes. The harmonious interaction among them was truly delightful. The very family dynamic he wished to witness. Tang Mingwu herself had not anticipated integrating into this family so seamlessly, even volunteering to take charge of all household chores. The others readily accepted her offer. After addressing Tang Mingwu's concerns, Liu Shi observed that the sky was still bright and planned to suggest going outside to collect supplies. Just then, Mu Wanqing approached Liu Shi, holding up a phone, exclaiming, "Teacher Liu, look, my phone can still access the internet, and I see many distress messages in the group." Liu Shi was not surprised. Although the apocalypse had commenced, many foundational internet infrastructures remained intact, with connectivity fluctuating, something he had long noted, albeit without the inclination to check his phone. Liu Shi feigned patience, inquiring, "Oh, who is seeking help? Do tell." The other women, driven by curiosity, crowded around Mu Wanqing, peering at the messages on her phone. Mu Wanqing read aloud several messages. "Is anyone still alive? I'm trapped in the girls' dormitory. Can anyone rescue me? I haven't eaten in 2 days and can barely hold on." Here's another one, seemingly from a teacher, stating they're stuck in the restroom and can no longer endure. "It appears many lovely ladies are awaiting my rescue. I must remain vigilant. How exciting." Mu Wanqing read through a dozen distress signals, to which Liu Shi nodded in acknowledgement, casually advising Mu Wanqing. "Wanqing, while Anna is cooking, take some photos of the food to share on social media. If someone sees them, they might reach out to us for help. If they are of value, I can rescue them during my outing." Mu Wanqing instantly understood, nodding. The so-called valuable individuals were none other than beautiful women. Men. Yet Mu Wanqing did not voice her thoughts. Given that all the women in the house relied on Liu Shi for survival, they were naturally obedient. "All right, I will follow your suggestion and take on the role of external liaison." Shueling, noticing Mu Wanqing's eagerness, chimed in, "Sister Wanqing, congratulations on finding a new job alongside dishwashing duties, adding to your sense of purpose." Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing affectionately patted Shui Linger's head. "You clever little one. Do you wish to find a new role as well?" Shui Linger nodded eagerly, approaching Liu Shi and pulling at his hand with a pout. "Teacher, I want a new job too. I wish to accompany you in gathering supplies and rescuing people." "Can I?" Liu Shi regarded the adorable girl before him, recalling her earlier behavior on the road. Realizing she did not appear to be a burden, on the contrary, she seemed quite perceptive when challenges arose. Taking her along might not pose any issues. As for safety concerns, he felt reassured. Thus, he readily agreed. "Since you wish to venture out, then follow me." Having said this, Liu Shi ascended the stairs, preparing to leap from the balcony to begin the new round of rescue and supply gathering. Shui Linger made a face at Mu Wanqing before swiftly following suit. Amid the reluctant gazes of the other women, they gradually departed on the balcony of the villa. Liu Shi held Shui Linger and leaped down, commencing another cycle of rescue and supply search. The dormitory area of Jinghai University was not particularly vast. This outing would likely be the last opportunity to rescue young women within the dormitory's confines. If Liu Shi did not discover them this time, then the unfortunate reality would be that there may never be another chance. For in the future, Liu Shi would undoubtedly expand his search beyond the campus, venturing into broader realms. Upon landing, Liu Shi set Shui Linger down and asked, "You are the most attentive to the messages. Where should we go next, and who shall we rescue first?" Liu Shi remained indifferent to the authenticity of the messages. Whether true or false, he would discern the facts through experience. Shui Linger, quick-witted, replied, "Naturally, we must rescue the most beautiful young ladies first. The others can wait. As for men, perhaps we do not need any more. One is sufficient." Liu Shi gazed at the diminutive yet spirited Shui Linger before him, nodding in satisfaction. This might indeed be a promising prospect worth nurturing. However, it was clear that he could not consistently take her along on his ventures. This should be a singular occasion, and he hoped she would cherish it. Regrettably, she currently lacked any extraordinary abilities, and her self-defense skills were woefully inadequate. He wondered if she would awaken her powers in time, and resolved to observe her further. "Little brat, your awareness is commendable. Lead the way," Liu Shi said, gesturing ahead, signaling his agreement with Shui Linger's assertion, and proceeded to rescue the charming young lady. "I'm not a little brat," Shui Linger retorted, receiving the directive with a playful defiance before joyfully forging ahead. They encountered a few zombies along the way, which Liu Shi dispatched effortlessly. The journey was remarkably smooth. Shortly thereafter, Liu Shi and Shui Linger arrived in front of a dormitory building. Liu Shi inquired first, "Is the person you mentioned inside?" Shui Linger nodded affirmatively, stating, "Yes, the female teacher Wan Qing spoke of is right here. Based on her profile picture, she should be quite attractive. Let us rescue her." Liu Shi found himself at a loss for words. He was familiar with the female teachers at the school and could not recall any who were particularly appealing. Those with even a modicum of beauty had long since been taken under someone's wing. Why would they still be working in such a visible capacity? "Step aside. I shall knock," Liu Shi declared, and before he could finish, he kicked the door open with a resounding crash. Bang! The iron door of the dormitory flew open, leaving Shui Linger in shock. Is this what you call knocking? However, the scene within caused both Liu Shi and Shui Linger to furrow their brows, exchanging glances. Was this what was meant by having a pleasing profile? They surveyed the room to find a woman of unremarkable appearance, cowering in a corner and trembling with fear. Upon recognizing Liu Shi, she stood up with a surge of excitement, exclaiming, "Liu Shi, is it really you? You're alive? Have you come to save me?" Teacher Zhu Xian eagerly questioned Liu Shi, but he could only shake his head in resignation. He had hoped to unveil a stunning beauty, only to find himself confronted with a burden. In a foul mood, Liu Shi contemplated drawing his sword and ending her misery, but then heard her continue, "You don't want to save me." Seeing Liu Shi's indifferent demeanor, Zhu Xian, drawing upon her years of experience in reading people's expressions, quickly reached a conclusion. She began to scold him in a fit of indignation. "How can you be so superficial? We were colleagues after all. Are you truly going to abandon me? Does your conscience not ache?" "Conscience? What is that?" Liu Shi retorted. "Speaking of colleagues, Teacher Zhu Xian, I recall you have slandered me behind my back on numerous occasions. Given your repeated attempts to undermine my reputation, any semblance of camaraderie between us has long since vanished. You should know how much I despise those who speak ill of me." Liu Shi recalled the events of the past and posed a question. Zhu Xian, upon hearing this, felt a pang of regret. She had indeed been quite indiscreet in her remarks about Liu Shi. If she had known she would one day be pleading for his help, she would have kept her mouth shut. "Liu Shi, no, Liu teacher. Those were all in the past. I beg you, show mercy and save me." Thud without regard for her dignity, Zhu Xian knelt before him, pleading for forgiveness and assistance. "Liu teacher, I will do your laundry, cook for you, make your bed, and I could even let you sleep with me." Liu Shi was at a loss for words, taken aback by her desperate clinginess. Yet, before he could respond, Shui Linger interjected angrily. "Pa, Teacher Zhu Xian, you should take a good look in the mirror before you speak. What makes you think you are worthy of sleeping with Liu teacher? I'm still in line for that. Furthermore, the tasks of washing and cooking are already taken care of. We have no need for your services." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xian panicked further. What? She had already resolved to offer her most precious virtue, yet was still met with rejection? Suddenly, an idea struck her. She recalled that throughout the ages, men were typically attracted to two things, power and beauty. If Liu Shi found her unappealing, surely there was a younger, prettier girl he might desire. Seizing her last opportunity, she exclaimed, "Liu teacher, it doesn't matter if you don't fancy me. I have a niece who is stunning. She just turned 18, and her figure and looks are remarkable." Liu Shi's interest peaked at the mention of a beauty. "Why didn't you mention this sooner? What does our so-called colleague relationship have to do with it? Are you certain she is 18? He inquired with genuine curiosity. "Absolutely. I assure you, she just turned 18, but she is not here right now. She is at home. I can introduce you to her later," Zhu Xian added hastily, upon hearing this. Liu Shi's expression soured. "What? No beauty at hand, and you're offering me empty promises. Are you trying to deceive me? Do I look like a fool to you? You expect me to rescue you and then escort you back home. Who knows if your beautiful niece has already turned into a zombie?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Liu. Seeing that Liu Shi was intrigued, Zhu Xian sought to further entice him. Thinking perhaps she could turn the tide in her favor, but of course, she had no beautiful niece. It was merely a ruse to save herself. However, as she prepared to speak again, the world around her suddenly spun, and her vision darkened. She could no longer feel her body, for she had met her end. Liu Shi had severed her head with a single stroke of his sword. Liu Shi regarded the headless corpse with indifference, muttering, "A waste of time. Let us go." Shui Linger stood in shock, her eyes wide. You killed her? In this apocalyptic world, Liu Shi felt no discomfort at having taken a life. His time was reserved for seeking out those in need of rescue and enhancing his own strength, not to be squandered. Wasting his time was no different from committing murder for profit. On that merit alone, she deserved to die. Moreover, her list of offenses was far from short. Liu Shi glanced down at Shui Ling. Noting her calm demeanor and composed expression, she appeared unperturbed. "Aren't you afraid?" he questioned. "Not at all. This is exhilarating. Is this what the apocalypse is like? The strong reign supreme, and one can kill at will?" Shui Linger replied, her legs trembling, yet her voice steady. "Indeed, your awareness is commendable. You have potential," Liu Shi affirmed, continuing, "If we lack sufficient strength, we too may become victims at the hands of others, or even serve as sustenance for zombies. Look around. If you were violated, could you call the police? Would anyone come to your aid?" Shui Linger glanced around and replied, "There is no one to call for help, except for you." Liu Shi nodded. "Exactly. If we were killed, no one would come to our aid either. Thus, in these times, the lives of the weak are merely at the whim of the strong. That I understand." "Husband," Shui Linger responded earnestly. Liu Shi questioned, wondering if she had mistakenly addressed him. Shui Linger quickly corrected herself. "I meant teacher. Let us move on," Liu Shi said, leading Shui Linger forward. After they departed, the zombies caught wind of Zhu Zhixian's scent and began converging upon her corpse. Before long, dismembered limbs were flung about, and blood stained the sky. Liu Shi caught a glimpse of the scene out of the corner of his eye and could not help but muse to himself. Indeed, zombies know how to seize an opportunity. After Liu Shi departed with Shui Ling, a few wandering zombies obstructed their path, each of which Liu Shi effortlessly dispatched. Hiss! Moments later, Liu Shi and Shui Linger arrived at the entrance of a dormitory. Shui Linger remarked, "According to the previous distress signal, there's a beautiful woman inside, and the photograph has been verified. She should be quite attractive." Liu Shi did not shy away from the matter, merely nodding slightly. However, internally he sensed that relying on such methods to find a beauty was indeed rather unreliable. He then inquired of the system, "System, do you offer a service for locating beautiful women? Perhaps a mapping function for nearby young maidens? If so, it could spare me the futile effort of searching for women to bear children, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Currently, it feels as if I am a headless fly, inefficiently flitting about. That if a system could pinpoint lovely ladies, that would be splendid. Just imagine being able to see qualified young women nearby at any moment through the system. What a joyous prospect that would be. With such a capability, it would be as if the world were at my fingertips." After a brief wait, the system finally responded. "Ding, system function is being upgraded. The host request is reasonable, and a corresponding reminder function is under development." Not bad. The system seems quite reliable. With this, he anticipated a significant reduction in unnecessary troubles. Lost in thought, Liu Shi found himself standing at the door of their target. He suddenly lifted his foot and gently pushed, causing the door of the opposing dormitory to crash down with a resounding thud. Bang! Shui Linger, like a startled bird, curled up behind Liu Shi. Curiosity compelled her to peek out, revealing her enchanting, wide-eyed gaze. As the door collapsed, the dimly lit room fell into an eerie silence, unnervingly quiet, with no lights inside and the outside brightness overwhelming. The moment the door swung open, Shui Linger stared intently into the darkened space, only to find it shrouded in gloom, rendering everything indistinguishable. Just as Shui Linger rubbed her eyes, suddenly, wow, a shadow lunged forth. Don't bite me. That's not allowed. Although Shui Linger could not discern what it was, a primal sense of danger surged through her, prompting her to scream and instinctively crouch. Yet she found even her legs felt weak, leaving her unable to move. It seemed as though she was lifted off the ground. Had she been thrown? In an instant, Liu Shi, without her noticing, had already unsheathed his sword. With a swift stroke, he cleaved the incoming entity in two. What do you mean not allowed? Liu Shi was momentarily taken aback as he glanced down at Shui Ling, whom he was holding by the collar, shielding her behind him. It was only then that Shui Ling, panic-stricken, opened her eyes to discover that Liu Shi had nearly lifted her into the air. Realization dawned upon her. The creature that had tried to bite her was not a zombie, but Liu Shi's hand. "Teacher, please put me down. I can hardly breathe." Liu Shi gently lowered Shui Ling to the ground, careful to prevent her from falling. The sudden appearance of the zombie had startled him, and in that moment of tension, he had instinctively lifted her to safety, ensuring she would not be caught in the aftermath of the fight. Otherwise, she might have sustained severe injuries, if not worse. Moments later, they finally discerned the source of their attack, a somewhat stronger zombie, likely due to its robust physique and higher intelligence in life, giving it an advantage over other zombies. This indicated that the inhabitants of this room had already transformed into zombies, and logically, zombies would not possess the capacity to send messages via smartphones. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that the message had been sent prior to its demise, or there had been a miscommunication. Liu Shi glanced at Shui Ling and said, "It seems the information is inaccurate. Many may not even know where they are. Having failed to find anything twice, we should search ourselves and rely on luck." Shui Ling, feeling embarrassed, lowered her head. She had intended to assist, but it ended up being of no help, even pointing out incorrect locations twice. Were it not for Liu Shi's strength and tolerance, she might have already met her end here. Shui Ling bit her lip and replied, "I'm sorry." Liu Shi, seeing through Shui Ling's thoughts, reached out to pat her head and reassured her, "Don't be disheartened. This matter is not your fault. After all, your abilities are limited." Upon hearing this, Shui Ling was instantly irked. The fear she had felt moments before dissipated in an instant. How infuriating! What did he mean by saying her abilities were limited? She could certainly do better. She certainly could. Humph. Though she felt indignant, the reality of the previous two failures had made her acutely aware of her position. "You are quite straightforward," Shui Ling retorted, her lips twitching slightly while her mind was racing with expletives. This moment, Liu Shi continued, "Remember to stay close to me. Don't risk your life after consuming so much of my food." "I haven't recouped my investment yet." Shui Ling was vexed, her chest heaving, yet she had no retort. She could only feign obedience, saying, "All right, teacher, I understand and I will stay right behind you, never leaving your side." Liu Shi nodded in satisfaction and proceeded with their exploration. This outing was not easy, and they must achieve something worthwhile. Utilizing his exceptional hearing, Liu Shi swiftly determined whether there were any living individuals on this floor. He would not disturb rooms devoid of life, as there might be zombies inside, posing a threat to them. It was not that he couldn't handle the zombies. Rather, the sudden emergence of zombies could be quite frightening. Such occurrences should be avoided whenever possible. There was no need for unnecessary thrills. There are people over there. Let's take a look. Liu Shi meticulously checked, finding that the entire building lacked any living souls, save for the tea room on the second floor, where he heard the sounds of breathing and heartbeats. Not just one that, "All right, let's go." Shui Ling obediently followed Liu Shi's footsteps, her heart racing, one hand tightly clutching his clothing. After the previous incident, it was clear that this little girl had been thoroughly frightened. "I wonder if she wet her pants." "Who? I certainly do not have any free diapers to offer." Liu Shi caught a glimpse of her grasping his clothing and felt a chuckle rising within him. He did not mind being a pillar of support for Shui Ling. After all, she would be the mother of his future children, and he ought to be more accommodating. Yet, how many years would it take? After walking for a while, Liu Shi halted, stating, "This is the place. The door appears to be locked from the inside, indicating there should be living people within." Shui Ling nodded in agreement, summoning her courage once more to step forward and knock on the door. "Hello, is anyone there?" she called out, but there seemed to be no response. Shui Ling shouted again, "If no one is here, we will be leaving. It is unlikely anyone will return after this." She turned away. Feigning intent to leave, a melodious voice halted her steps. "Wait." Shui Ling turned back and urged, "Please open the door. Let's talk face to face." After a brief silence from the person behind the door, they finally replied, "All right, just a moment." At this moment, Liu Shi mused to himself, if the woman on the other side were somewhat unattractive, he would not mind escorting her to spare unnecessary conversation. However, The woman who appeared this time left him utterly taken aback. He found himself momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. After a brief moment of waiting, the sound of a mobile chair echoed at the door. It was evident that the occupants inside were fearful of the door being breached by zombies. Having fortified it with numerous objects, a testament to their cautious intelligence, with a soft creak, the door opened, revealing a remarkably delicate face peeking through the crack. The woman's skin was pale and appeared remarkably smooth. At that moment, she was disheveled, her clothes tattered, and streaks of dried tears marred her cheeks, presenting a stark contrast to her previously gentle demeanor. Her hands were tightly clenched into fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. As if only through such pain could she grasp a sliver of reality amidst her fear and unease. Liu Shi looked up, a name escaping his lips. Chu Qingyao. Liu Shi, the woman, Chu Qingyao, responded in surprise in that instant. Both were momentarily incredulous at the sight of one another. Chu Qingyao was none other than Liu Shi's ex-girlfriend. A flood of buried memories surged within Liu Shi. He recalled how they had once been nominally in a relationship, albeit limited to that. After all, he had never even held her hand. Each time he sought to draw closer or engage in intimate activities, he was met with her merciless refusals. That time, Liu Shi was rather naive, never pushing boundaries or causing undue entanglements, not out of fear of a 3-year sentence, but simply due to his foolishness. Following their declaration of love, Liu Shi had devoted much to her, entrusting all his money to her care and opening his heart entirely. He endeavored to please her, ultimately becoming a devoted admirer. Unbeknownst to him, he once caught sight of Chu Qingyao shopping and laughing with another man, her face alight with joy. Liu Shi had consoled himself with various excuses to absolve her. Later on, she expressed disdain for his financial status, claiming he could not provide the life she desired, and unceremoniously ended their relationship, without any wrongdoing on his part. Perhaps the original Liu Shi was not at fault. But poverty certainly was the gravest sin. Who could blame him for being impoverished? This incident had left Liu Shi in a state of despondency for some time. Now, as memories of their shared moments flooded his mind, from their initial acquaintance to dining together, ultimately defining their relationship, each detail was vividly clear, as if it had transpired yesterday, or perhaps as if he had lived it himself. Liu Shi distinctly remembered her parting words. Liu Shi, let us break up. After we separate, don't cling to me. We are not from the same world. You cannot give me the life I want, so forget me. Who would have thought that after parting ways, they would meet again under such circumstances? Presently, Liu Shi regarded his former girlfriend with a sense of indifference, feeling no remnants of the past infatuation, especially when compared to the women he currently associated with. She could only be described as utterly ordinary, lacking any remarkable traits. While Liu Shi was lost in thought, Chu Qingyao hastily opened the door wider, glanced around to ensure it was safe, and urgently pulled Liu Shi inside, urging, "Come in quickly." However, Liu Shi remained unmoved. Allowing her to tug at him without any intention of entering, Chu Qingyao, surprised by Liu Shi's newfound strength, glanced around anxiously, clearly shaken. "Liu Shi, why are you just standing there?" she questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion, her demeanor urgent. Liu Shi gently shook off Chu Qingyao's grip, brushing off the dust from his clothes, as if disdaining the idea of being sullied by her presence, leaving Chu Qingyao speechless. "I want to go in." "You'll have to fend for yourself," Liu Shi stated quietly before turning to leave, with Shui Ling following closely behind, obedient and compliant. "Liu Shi, you can't leave. There's zombies outside. Aren't you afraid?" Liu Shi paused, turning back to shrug. In that moment, silence spoke volumes. Such a simple gesture seemed to convey everything. Chu Qingyao gazed at Liu Shi in disbelief, quickly realizing that her only hope lay before her. She disregarded her dignity and stepped forward, pleading, "Liu Shi, please, I beg you, take me with you. I haven't eaten in ages. Please, save me." Liu Shi lowered his head, his expression indifferent, as if examining an insignificant insect. "Why should I save you? What connection do we have?" Chu Qingyao mistakenly interpreted Liu Shi's demeanor as a sign of interest. Believing he was hinting at something more, she rushed forward, taking his hand and placing it on her body. "Liu Shi, No, Luga, didn't you once like me? Don't anyone touch me? Come on, touch me that I can agree to be your girlfriend, that I can let you do anything you want with me. Chu Qingyao gazed at him with hopeful eyes, casting aside all her previous arrogance as though it were irrelevant. Liu Shi, however, withdrew his hand, coldly remarking, "Just you." Although Shui Ling did not fully comprehend the history between Liu Shi and Chu Qingyao, she observed Liu Shi's disdainful attitude and compared it to the stunning beauties in their villa. Quickly grasping the situation, she stepped forward and declared, "Miss Chu, right? Have you looked at yourself in a mirror? What makes you think you deserve my Liu Shi?" Upon hearing Liu Shi's disdainful remarks, Chu Qingyao's heart sank. When she realized that this little girl dared to insult her, her anger flared, compounded by hunger and fear. Pushing her to the brink of collapse, she shouted, "You little brat, who do you think you are to speak to me? Do you know who I am? Do you know how Liu Shi used to worship me?" Liu Shi, unwilling to engage in such trivial matters, recognized it as a waste of time. However, hearing her mention the past piqued his interest slightly. He teased, "Chu Qingyao, since leaving me, have you found the life you desired?" Enraged, Chu Qingyao momentarily faltered at the question. The men with wealth she encountered merely sought to toy with her. They offered nothing of the life she needed. "Liu Shi, you still love me, don't you? You want me back, don't you? Stop deluding yourself. Leave." Liu Shi exclaimed sternly, his voice raised just enough to startle Shui Ling. Chu Qingyao was momentarily taken aback, realizing that she had lost him long ago. And it seemed he would not save her today, no matter what. What should she do? What should she do? Perhaps, if there was even the slightest opportunity, she should not let it slip away. Chu Qingyao approached Liu Shi, pleading, "Lu Ge, I was wrong back then and I deeply regret breaking up with you. Can you give me another chance? I will agree to anything." Liu Shi waved his hand dismissively in front of his nose, his expression filled with revulsion. Turning to leave, his tone returned to a calm indifference as he replied, "Your regrets come too late. You're no longer worthy of me." Chu Qingyao was momentarily speechless. "You." Liu Shi ignored her reaction, as he was utterly unconcerned. Turning away with Shui Ling and departing, he refrained from personally ending her life, not wishing to soil his hands. A woman like her might find existence more torturous than death. Chu Qingyao watched Liu Shi's retreating figure, quickly following behind. She still harbored a glimmer of hope, her heart filled with disbelief that the once adoring Liu Shi had now become someone she could not easily approach. Yet if he refused to help her, how would she cope? Perhaps following him was her only chance of salvation. Remaining behind would surely lead to her demise. "Wait for me," Chu Qingyao pursued without hesitation, desperate to grasp her final glimmer of hope. Liu Shi continued to sweep through the building with Shui Ling, completely disregarding the closely following Chu Qingyao. Understanding the situation, Chu Qingyao remained silent, maintaining a prudent distance from Liu Shi, careful not to attract the attention of the zombies or suffer any harm. The North Courtyard accommodation area of Jinghai University was neither particularly small nor excessively large. Under Liu Shi's keen perception, a visual map of the surroundings was swiftly composed. He had no intention of dealing with the zombies locked inside their rooms. Those individuals, having transformed into zombies, had lost their cognitive abilities and were incapable of opening doors, thus requiring no special concern or worry as long as they went without fresh blood for an extended period. They would ultimately perish. In contrast, the zombies encountered on the streets and in public areas needed to be thoroughly eradicated to prevent them from intruding upon the residential areas. Shui Ling, stay close. I intend to clear out all the zombies roaming the dormitory area. Once we secure the main entrance, they won't be able to enter, Liu Shi instructed. Understood, Shui Ling replied, not daring to lag behind. Clutching the hem of Liu Shi's garment, Liu Shi patrolled. He swiftly dispatched any zombies he encountered, often with a single strike. Chu Qingyao, trailing behind, was left utterly astonished, her confidence in survival bolstered. Who would have thought he had become so formidable? As long as she stayed close to Liu Shi, she was certain to endure. In the midst of this despairing apocalypse, she finally glimpsed a flicker of hope. Arriving at the North Courtyard cafeteria, Liu Shi discovered a dozen or so zombies. Faced with these ordinary zombies, he exerted little effort. After clearing the zombies near the cafeteria, he remarked, Fortunately, with the recent holidays, there aren't many people on campus. Otherwise, countless students and faculty would have turned into zombies. But what about the teachers? If they leave the school, could they also become zombies? Shui Linger questioned, her brow furrowed in concern. That is indeed a possibility. Anyone who becomes infected may transform into a zombie. However, their absence from the school has reduced the time and difficulty we face in clearing the area. Now, let's proceed to clear this building. And we should be able to ensure safety in this vicinity, Liu Shi analyzed. Okay, but please take it slow. Wait for me. Shui Linger gasped, struggling to keep pace with Liu Shi's swift strides, despite him having already slowed down considerably. For her petite frame, even his reduced speed felt overwhelmingly fast, leaving her breathless. It seemed she should refrain from accompanying her teacher on outings in the future. She only felt like a burden. Arriving at the final dormitory, Liu Shi halted, utilizing his senses to analyze the situation inside. There's a relatively powerful aura within. Shui Linger, find a place to hide for now. I will come for you shortly. He instructed, gesturing toward a nearby cleared attic. Teacher, did you discover a powerful zombie? Shui Linger asked urgently. Liu Shi did not deny it, his expression grave as he nodded. Yes, it is stronger than an ordinary zombie and may have reached the level of a second-tier zombie. As for its strength, I cannot be certain. The noise of battle might be considerable, and you could easily get hurt. All right, teacher, I will hide now, Shui Linger responded, retreating toward the attic. Observing this, Chu Qingyao hurried after her and inquired softly. Hey, little girl, what's going on? Why are you here? Initially, Shui Linger had no intention of engaging with Chu Qingyao, especially since her teacher seemed to hold little regard for the woman. However, with no one else around, having another person nearby alleviated some of her fear. Therefore, she reluctantly replied, the teacher encountered a powerful zombie. The situation is dire, so I need to hide. Chu Qingyao's expression turned even more startled upon hearing this. She glanced at Liu Shi, who was deep in thought, not yet making a move at IT that moment. Liu Shi was communicating with the system. System, how strong is the opponent? Ding. Detection indicates the host is facing a formidable enemy. Now providing level information, the system responded. Ding. The levels of abilities are categorized as unranked F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. Ding. The levels of overall strength are divided into novice, apprentice, warrior, commander, and thereafter demigod. Ding. All levels are classified into beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The realms beyond demigod are not yet unlocked. Liu Shi understood at once. The ability he had previously activated was indeed a superior level. This was quite promising. After a brief pause, the system's voice continued. Ding. The classifications of zombies are ordinary zombies. First-tier zombies, second-tier zombies, third-tier zombies, and the Corpse King, along with realms beyond the Corpse King. Ding. Detection reveals that the opponent is exceptionally powerful. One possesses the strength of a high-level first-tier zombie, while the other has reached the level of a second-tier zombie. What? Two formidable zombies appearing simultaneously, and one is a first-tier while the other is a second-tier. This is an adversary Liu Shi had never encountered before. Previously, he had only dealt with ordinary zombies. Now, he was about to face opponents assessed by the system as being on par with human apprentice and warrior levels. System, does that mean my strength has reached the warrior level? Liu Shi inquired. Ding! Detection indicates the host's current strength is 900, only 100 away from reaching the warrior level. Liu Shi's countenance shifted dramatically. What? Only 100 points away? Does that mean I can only contend with first-tier zombies? Am I not even a match for second-tier zombies? This is infuriating. He finally grasped his true level, feeling a pang of regret for having rushed out. Ding! However, the host need not worry. Combined with your SSS grade metal control and swordsmanship, you should be able to defeat second-tier zombies. Hopefully, Liu Shi thought, astonished that even before leaving the school gates, he had encountered a second-tier zombie, a true boss. This was simply unfathomable. Liu Shi suddenly opened his eyes wide, lifting his gaze towards the dormitory. Following Liu Shi's line of sight, on the third floor, a zombie larger than the average one, its eyes glowing crimson, had noticed him through the security bars. It was evident that it had undergone prolonged killing and evolution. Behind it stood another, slightly smaller zombie, presumably the first-tier zombie. Liu Shi scanned the area and noted that the main entrance of the dormitory was locked. This implied that the inhabitants of this dormitory had likely become sustenance for the two formidable zombies. No wonder they had evolved into a second-tier and a first-tier zombie in such a short period. This was indeed remarkable. The second-tier zombie exhibited a degree of intelligence and was over twice the size of an ordinary zombie. With a strength exceeding 1,000, capable of overwhelming anything that it was truly hard to believe. As Liu Shi caught sight of it, the creature sensed the threat he posed. Roar. It let out a hoarse, piercing roar that was deeply unsettling. The system's urgent voice echoed in his mind, filled with a sense of urgency. Ding! A large number of zombies are gathering. The host must swiftly eliminate the opponent. Liu Shi snapped back to reality. Observing the zombie as it forcefully struck the security bars, attempting to break through and leap from the third floor. This startled him. Eradication was indeed necessary, but the immediate priority was to secure the school's main entrance. Otherwise, should the zombies from outside approach, it would surely render one at a disadvantage. Coincidentally, this dormitory is situated right beside the main gate of the inner courtyard. Thus, Liu Shi hurriedly dashed over and secured the gate. Employing his metal control abilities, he fused the lock thoroughly. Melt! Liu Shi shouted, pointing his palm towards all the iron doors of the shops on the first floor. Under Liu Shi's command, the iron doors emitted a thunderous sound. Trembling as they soared towards the school gate, the metal rapidly turned crimson, as if forged in a furnace. Soon, it melded with the gate, not only thickening but also rising taller, with the top transforming into sharp, menacing spikes. Yes, splendid. At last, this entrance was sealed. Liu Shi wiped the sweat from his brow. This exertion was somewhat overwhelming for him, as his mental strength was struggling to keep pace, leaving him feeling rather drained. Yet he dared not rest. Just then, a piercing sound erupted. Bang, bang. The security net of the dormitory had been shattered by a level 2 zombie. The entire net fell to the ground, shattering into fragments. Upon witnessing this, the level 2 zombie leapt high into the air. With a resounding crash, it landed with such force that the ground beneath it cracked like a spider's web. Facing such a formidable foe for the first time made Liu Shi involuntarily swallow hard, his eyes betraying a hint of tension. Following closely behind, a level 1 zombie also jumped down from above. Bang! The dual onslaught of zombies bore down upon Liu Shi, amplifying his sense of impending doom. Now he had to confront 2 powerful zombies simultaneously. Trouble indeed. However, Liu Shi quickly steadied himself in the face of this mighty adversary, gradually straightening his posture. Let us battle. A fierce roar erupted from Liu Shi's throat, intentionally raised in volume to embolden himself. The sword of victory materialized in his right hand. Sensing its master's emotional turmoil, the blade trembled slightly. The level 2 zombie, without hesitation, saw the vibrant flesh before it, pulsating with energy, inciting its primal instincts. It advanced step by step towards Liu Shi, the ground trembling beneath it, clearly a show of force to intimidate and taunt its prey that a viscous, transparent liquid dripped from its mouth, saturating the ground below. Observing this, Liu Shi's lips twitched involuntarily. Damn it, do I really look that appetizing? Die. Unable to endure the sensation of being prey, Liu Shi resolved to strike first. After a few paces, he leapt into the air, gripping his sword with both hands, channeling all his strength for a decisive blow in midair. Liu Shi's striking figure flashed by in an instant. He was upon the level 2 zombie's forehead, ready to land a devastating hit. Yet, to his astonishment, the zombie sidestepped effortlessly, evading his attack. Perhaps Liu Shi's move was too obvious, a signature strike that was easy to anticipate, especially in midair where he could not change his trajectory. Bang! The sword struck the ground with a resounding impact, creating a large crater. Dust billowed, obscuring the air. Shards of concrete flew towards the surrounding walls, leaving behind mottled marks. This attack had drained Liu Shi of nearly all his energy, compounded by prior exertions, and he had time to recover. After striking, he appeared somewhat fatigued, gasping for breath as he glanced at the level 2 zombie, which had already leapt a good distance away. still unscathed, its eyes filled with a primal hunger for fresh flesh. Damn it, Liu Shi muttered under his breath. However, at that moment, he noticed the level 1 zombie watching from the sidelines. Is it enjoying the show while I fight? I must eliminate the level 1 zombie first to avoid a surprise attack later. With narrowed eyes, he charged forward with a fierce assault. The level 1 zombie, not particularly strong, was caught off guard by Liu Shi's sudden attack and met its end before it could react. Puff! The head of the level 1 zombie was swiftly severed by Liu Shi, blood gushing forth. It was a decisive kill. Liu Shi felt a flicker of confidence return. It turned out he was quite formidable after all. Yet, after slaying the level 1 zombie, he had inadvertently provoked the wrath of the level 2 zombie. With a furious roar, the level 2 zombie became enraged. Roar, perhaps driven by instinctual fear and a sense of empathy for its fallen comrade. The level 2 zombie erupted in fury. Faced with the imminent wrath of the level 2 zombie, Liu Shi gathered all his strength once more, sprinting towards it, this time opting for a flurry of strikes aimed at its neck and abdomen. Rather than leading with a powerful blow, the air around him crackled with the sound of his sword slicing through the atmosphere. His attacks were fierce, each one aiming for a fatal blow. Yet, despite the ferocity of his moves, the zombie managed to evade them with apparent ease. It seemed to possess some innate ability to dodge Liu Shi's lethal strikes at the last moment. However, Liu Shi found solace in the fact that the zombie no longer appeared calm and collected. Instead, it revealed signs of distress. Recognizing this shift in dynamics, Liu Shi glimpsed a glimmer of victory. Bang, bang, Liu Shi unleashed a series of powerful strikes, cornering the creature against the wall, leaving it with no escape. Die. Amidst his assault, Liu Shi finally spotted a significant opening in the zombie's defenses. He pivoted and swung his sword, intending to deliver the final blow. This swing called upon at least 80% of Liu Shi's strength, marking it as the most formidable strike he could muster at that moment. Bang! The sword rose and fell. With a thunderous sound, silence enveloped the scene. The dust stirred, obstructing Liu Shi's view, as well as that of the two women observing from the loft. Time seemed to stand still. Every sound was magnified. Is it dead? Liu Shi, clearly pushing beyond his limits, felt his breath quickening. All he could hear was the sound of his own breathing and heartbeat. After such intense action, silence inevitably followed. Liu Shi sensed his heart racing, nearly leaping from his chest. This was his first encounter with such a formidable foe. Despite the support of his swordsmanship and SS-rated abilities, logically, he should have been able to dominate any similarly ranked adversary. Yet, Liu Shi's power remained at the apprentice level, while the level 2 zombie corresponded to the warrior level, a full tier above him. Engaging in such a fierce battle was understandably a challenge. Liu Shi remained on high alert, carefully observing, and noted the absence of the foul fishy odor in the air. There was no dark green liquid pooling on the ground before him. Wait a moment. Liu Shi sensed something amiss. Evidently, the level 2 zombie had not sustained any injuries. At least, it had not suffered any fatal damage. He attempted to withdraw his sword for defense, but found it had not budged an inch. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to see that the heavy sword, weighing 1,000 pounds, had lodged itself into the wall, trapped within the steel and concrete. It could not be freed in the short term. As the dust settled, the level 2 zombie waved its hand, dispersing the obscuring haze, advancing step by step towards Liu Shi, revealing its grotesque visage. The entire sequence felt prolonged, yet transpired in an instant. Liu Shi, gripped by panic, contemplated abandoning his sword and fleeing. However, the level 2 zombie was already within striking distance, leaving little room for escape. Liu Shi had never observed a zombie from such proximity, and its face resembled that of death itself, terrifying and contorted. Bang! As expected, the second-level zombie lunged forward in a swift motion, instinctively striking Liu Shi's chest with a forceful palm. Puff! Liu Shi was sent flying, crashing onto the floor behind him, tumbling several times, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. Staining the corner of his mouth, he appeared utterly disheveled. This was Liu Shi's first experience of injury. His internal organs felt as though they had been violently displaced. He never anticipated that a mere second-level zombie could possess such formidable strength, nearly costing him his life. It seemed he had indeed overestimated his own capabilities. Faced with an adversary of a significantly higher realm, he found himself in such a dire predicament. Liu Shi, now weaponless and wounded, was in a perilous situation, one where his life hung in the balance. Both parties were locked in a standoff. The zombie, appearing rather dim-witted, did not understand the concept of seizing the advantage. Perhaps it was Liu Shi's aura that instilled a sense of danger within it. After catching his breath for a moment, Liu Shi forcibly regained some strength and mental clarity. He raised his hand towards the second-level zombie, channeling his metallic ability. Melt for me. All the metal from the nearby dormitory security bars was swiftly melted down into iron rods of arm thickness. The iron rods rained down like a torrential storm. Bang! Instantly, they pierced the ground around the second-level zombie, forming an immense cage. Within it, the zombie appeared slightly flustered, exhibiting a sense of panic as if it had nowhere to retreat. Moments later, the second-level zombie found itself ensnared within the iron rod's confinement, its body unable to move freely. It attempted to struggle. Given enough time, it might indeed find a way to escape. Liu Shi stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He would not grant it any further opportunity. A massive iron rod coalesced in his hand in an instant. Just as Liu Shi prepared to deliver a devastating blow to the encaged second-level zombie, a shout echoed from the attic. "Teacher, run!" Ooh. Liu Shi, taken aback, turned to follow the direction of Shui Linger's finger. To his horror, another second-level zombie was charging toward them, clearly targeting Shui Ling. This was dire. Liu Shi's heart sank. However, Shui Linger's frantic cries had already caught the attention of the approaching zombie. Its gaze locked onto her from a distance. Seeing the creature focus on her, Shui Linger panicked and shouted, "Teacher, run!" After her exclamation, she instinctively took off running. In her haste, she realized that Chu Qingyao had already gained a considerable lead, at least 10 positions ahead. The moment Shui Linger began to run, calamity struck. The second-level zombie lunged forward like a keen hunting dog, fixated on the moving target. It leaped off the ground, intent on catching up with Shui Linger. Liu Shi watched in disbelief, his emotions tumultuous and hard to decipher. What a pity for this child. She hadn't even had the chance to grow up. Coughing, Liu Shi pressed his hand to his chest, suppressing the pain coursing through him. With steely determination, he directed a piercing gaze at the second-level zombie before him. He needed to deal with this one first. "Die for me." With a mere thought, his command manifested. The thick iron pillar in his hand shot forward, aimed directly at the second-level zombie, which was on the verge of breaking free from its iron prison. Pucci, with a swift motion, the iron pillar struck true, piercing the zombie's throat. It severed its spine and nerves, extinguishing all remnants of its life. Silence enveloped the world. Yet when Liu Shi regained his composure, the other second-level zombie, pursuing Shui Linger, had vanished around the corner. Liu Shi hurried forward to rescue her, but after a few steps, he realized the severity of his wounds. He spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood before managing to steady himself. Was he truly going to stand by and watch as Shui Linger fell victim? Just then, a melodic voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, hosted a quality girl you saved has successfully conceived a child." Liu Shi, zombies and humans. Shui Ling, how could she possibly be pregnant? What nonsense was this? Was he hearing things? Liu Shi felt a wave of frustration rising within him. He had nearly lost his life. He had no time for such matters. Damn it, he couldn't even fire back from a distance. As his mind spiraled, the system chimed in again. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for saving a quality girl in this hellish apocalypse. She has successfully conceived a new child. Ding! Reward. Strength 100. Mental power 200. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your level has successfully risen from apprentice to warrior. Ding! The system has detected that Shui Linger is in life-threatening danger. Please decide whether to proceed to rescue her." Liu Shi, gazing at the generous rewards, he pushed aside his inner turmoil, opting to settle accounts later. Even being called a dog host, he endured it for now. Liu Shi felt a surge of pure energy flooding his body, akin to receiving a forced injection. That he was the recipient of this injection, yet he had no evidence. Moments later, he found that all his injuries had miraculously healed. Truly astonishing. Although the power difference was merely 100. It felt like a chasm that a particular restraint within him seemed to shatter, releasing an even more potent energy. Liu Shi's heart soared with joy. He reached out, retrieving the sword lodged within the wall from the system space, and hastened towards the direction of Shui Ling and the second-level zombie. Time was of the essence, yet he needed to assess whether his current strength was sufficient to confront the imminent threat. Thus, he quickly opened his personal status panel to check. Name: Liu Shi. Age: 25. Height: 188 cm. Weight: 86 kg. Level: Warrior. Strength: 1000. Mental power: 290. Speed: 237 meters per second. Special traits: golden kidneys. Attribute enhancement: perfect accuracy. Strong push with a minimum favorability of 63 aura. Immunity to zombie virus. Mastery of sword techniques. Abilities: SSS level metal control. Personal assets: 1,000 cubic meters of storage space. Various supplies. Sword of victory. Number of girls saved: 3. Children in gestation: 3. Quite satisfactory. Liu Shi surveyed his information with contentment, though a hint of confusion lingered as he questioned. System: why did my woman inexplicably conceive a child? Could that child truly be mine? Upon uttering these words, Liu Shi was taken aback, pondering the direction in which Shui Ling had vanished. Could it be that Shui Ling was indeed pregnant? What had that second-level zombie done? What was happening? Damn it, Ding, rest assured, host. The child is undoubtedly yours. Have you forgotten about Zhuang shouting? Zhuang shouting, Liu Shi finally recalled. But hadn't she gone missing? Why had she inexplicably become pregnant? Moreover, at that time, he had yet to activate the system or possess the skill for perfect accuracy. Ding, the system detected Zhuang shouting's pregnancy, thus accounting for your achievements and rewards. So, she truly was alive? But where was she? The system fell into silence. However, Liu Shi could probably guess what had transpired. It seemed that Zhuang shouting had indeed been rescued. But her current whereabouts were rather elusive as for why the pregnancy was only confirmed 2 days after that incident. It was highly likely that a recently released ovum had fortuitously encountered a surviving tadpole. Yes, it must be so. With this thought, Liu Shi couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. Zhuang shouting, I will surely find you, along with our child. Wait for me. Suddenly snapping back to reality, Liu Shi spotted the silhouette of a second-tier zombie in the distance. Shui Ling was huddled in a corner, trembling as she clutched her body. Don't come any closer. You're too ugly. So hideous. Boo-hoo. Shui Ling cried out, her tears having already drenched her delicate face. The second-tier zombie gazed at Shui Ling with a twisted amusement, showing no urgency to attack. After all, for a zombie with a semblance of intelligence, the thrill of the hunt was far more enjoyable than the mere consumption of its prey. Liu Shi quickly dashed forward, showing no intention of concealing his presence. The sword of victory had appeared in his hand at an unknown moment, when he was merely dozens of meters away from the second-tier zombie. Liu Shi leapt once more, gripping the sword with both hands, and shouted, Die for me. His body soared through the air, executing the same maneuver as during his initial attack. Upon witnessing this, Shui Ling realized that with Liu Shi charging toward her, too close to the zombie, she might be caught in the crossfire. Thus she yelled, Teacher, you're alive. That's wonderful. Be careful. I might get hurt. The zombie also noticed Liu Shi's approach and attempted to retreat. However, Liu Shi had a trick up his sleeve. At some point, his other hand had risen above his head, fingers pressed together in an astonishing gesture, much like this illustration. As Liu Shi's arm swung forward, a multitude of metallic shards behind him transformed into blades, surging densely towards the retreating zombie. Shoot! Liu Shi shouted, expending the recently restored mental energy. The metallic blades all struck the zombie's position. Chirp, chirp. Though the second-tier zombie was formidable, it had not anticipated this move from Liu Shi. Even if it had foreseen it, the sheer density of the blade rain was beyond its current capability to evade. Unable to escape, the initial barrage of blades struck its skin, revealing the zombie's tough exterior. A few blades pierced the surface, yet they did not inflict fatal wounds. However, the onslaught was relentless, and larger, thicker blades soon followed. Under immense pressure, it staggered backward, In an instant, the second-tier zombie was transformed into a porcupine. Its body slumped to the ground, an expression of disbelief etched on its face, its crimson eyes losing their defiance on the ground. A pool of dark green blood, characteristic of zombies, spilled out. Liu Shi gently landed and exhaled a breath of relief. This time, facing the second-tier zombie, the encounter was evidently much easier, almost a matter of mere finesse. Liu Shi approached Xue Linger with a concerned expression, asking, "Are you all right? Did you get frightened?" I'm fine. Teacher, you're alive. That's wonderful," Xue Linger replied, her previous bravado vanishing as she rushed to Liu Shi, tightly embracing his waist, causing him a slight discomfort. This Xue Linger truly overwhelming in her enthusiasm. Nevertheless, the feeling of surviving a calamity must be quite delightful. In the distance, Chu Qingyao, who had been hiding, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing Liu Shi eliminate the second-tier zombie. She slumped to the ground. After a while, Liu Shi released Xue Linger with one hand and, sword in hand, strode towards the fallen zombie. His figure cast a shadow over the sunlight that illuminated the zombie's face. Liu Shi did not forget to clean his mouth, spitting on the zombie's mouth in retaliation for the earlier disdain. He then used the sword tip to slice open its body, searching for something within. Shortly, he discovered a crystal core the size of a thumb. He raised it high, the core transparent and radiant. Emitting a faint fragrance, sunlight refracted through the core, casting a spectrum of colors. Liu Shi hurried back to the battlefield, hoping to find another core, but to no avail. Had someone else gotten there first? Liu Shi scratched his head and gazed up at the sky. The battle had ended, the dark clouds dissipated, and the sky was clear once more, as if nothing had transpired. Yet the corpses of zombies and the battered buildings surrounding them bore witness to the brutal life-and-death struggle that had occurred. With the extermination of the second-tier zombies, the dormitory area of Jinghai University was finally rendered temporarily safe, especially since Liu Shi had barricaded the entrance. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, normalcy could be restored here. Of course, the door to the safe house remained sealed shut, and caution was still of utmost importance. Soon, Liu Shi, accompanied by Xue Linger, returned to the villa area, with Chu Qingyao stealthily tailing them from afar. Seeking a glimmer of hope that we're back. Upon entering the villa, Xue Linger shouted at the top of her lungs, aiming to attract everyone's attention. Diana, Mu Wonking, and Tang Mingwu rushed out to greet them. "Honey, Ling, you're back. Why did you take so long? Honey, why are your clothes torn? Are you hurt? Teacher Liu, are you all right?" The three women approached, worry etched across their faces. The moment Xue Linger heard this, her earlier bravado evaporated, and she shrank behind Liu Shi, clearly reminded of her terrifying memories. "It's all right. I'm going to take a shower and change my clothes. After dinner, I have something important to discuss with you," Liu Shi declared, making his way to the bathroom. The curiosity of the three women was ignited, as they were eager to learn about Liu Shi and Xue Linger's experiences outside. They surrounded Xue Linger, pressing her to recount the details. "Linger, what happened? Why do you look so disheveled upon your return?" "Yes, why such a predicament? I was so worried." "Linger, please do tell." Xue Linger gazed at the stunning sisters, her brow furrowed and her complexion pale. She shook her head, letting out a sigh. "Alas, the story is as follows." Xue Linger began to narrate the day's events in vivid detail, embellishing her own heroics while accentuating teacher Liu's strength and decisiveness. As she reached the climax of her tale, Xue Linger's expression turned serious. Diana asked anxiously, "What happened next? What transpired after you encountered the second-tier zombie?" "Yes, Linger, do hurry up and tell us. You're killing me with suspense," Mu Wonking urged. Tang Mingwu listened intently, her brows slightly furrowed, yet she seemed largely unaffected. Xue Linger cleared her throat, taking the water that Diana had handed her and downing it in one go. After wiping her mouth, she finally spoke slowly. That second-tier zombie was truly formidable. It could effortlessly destroy a security net with a single hand and jump down from the third floor without a scratch, even cracking the cement floor. Just when I was at the brink of life and death, Teacher Liu descended from the heavens, stepping on a rainbow and bellowing, "Bring me your life." Such a powerful second-tier zombie was no match for Teacher's sword. and it was swiftly defeated. Linger, that was far too dangerous. Indeed. Linger, let's not wander off carelessly anymore. We should stay safely in the safe house, bear children for husbands, and tend to household chores that, dear sisters. Ever since I went through that ordeal, I can no longer muster the courage to venture outside. Sobbed Shui Linga, her tears barely restrained. Oh, take a bath, dear Linga. You're covered in dirt, suggested Mu Wanqing with a nurturing tone. All right, I shall do so right away, Shui Linger replied before turning to leave. Alas, who would have thought that during his brief outing, my husband would encounter such perilous circumstances? It seems we must ensure he remains at home more often. Avoiding unnecessary risks, Diana asserted. Emmy Wanqing pondered thoughtfully. But how can we encourage our teacher to stay home more? Tang Mingwu finally spoke up. I've heard that to keep a husband from wandering too often, one must first capture his heart through his stomach. And second what? Do tell us quickly. You're driving us mad. Urged Mu Wanqing, who was none too patient. Oh, not rush, dear Mu. Let us hear what Mingwu has in mind. Diana reassured her. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Mingwu shyly continued. Her cheeks flushed. Secondly, we sisters may need to exert ourselves a bit more. We must be proactive. Whenever there is an opportunity, we should approach him with our suggestions. Mu Wanqing and Diana exchanged glances, contemplating for a moment before nodding in agreement that, it appears to be a viable plan indeed. The three women commenced strategizing, exchanging a plethora of peculiar knowledge, often stifling giggles in the process. Indeed, the camaraderie of women was palpable. The stage was set for an entertaining performance. What is so amusing? Liu Shi emerged from the bath, a towel wrapped around his lower half, concealing his modesty, yet revealing his impressive 8-pack abs and a strikingly defined physique. His masculine lines were alluring, presenting a vision more captivating than many professional fitness trainers, in comparison to a bulked-up muscle man. His lean and elongated form boasted a more harmonious and aesthetically pleasing silhouette, complemented by his charming features, chiseled profile, and damp hair. All of this exuded an irresistible charm, rendering the women momentarily weak at the knees. As soon as Liu Shi appeared, he instantly captivated several gazes. Diana, feeling a surge of concern, approached him closely to check for injuries. Darling, we suddenly thought of something joyful. Are you truly unscathed? We were so worried. Seeing their concern, Liu Shi casually unfurled his towel, stating in a nonchalant tone, Well then, do examine me closely and see if there are any injuries. The women were momentarily taken aback, slowly regaining their composure. What a divine treatment. Some began to breathe a bit faster, rushing to attend to him. Husband, please sit down. I'll bring you dinner. It's time to eat. Darling, are your shoulders sore? Allow me to massage them. Teacher, are your legs fatigued? I can give you a rub as well. Please do accept my goodwill. Dear teacher, the chorus of women showered Liu Shi with affection, making him feel as though he were home. This sensation was simply divine. The once unattainable campus belle and class flower were now striving to please him. Such is life. What more could one desire? Then, Liu Shi's gaze fell upon the somewhat shy Mu Wanqing. In a soft voice, he inquired, Are you clean now? Mu Wanqing was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a question, and lowered her gaze, turning her face away as she weakly replied, Not yet. Liu Shi responded ambiguously, then called out to Diana, who was busy serving dishes. Nana, once you finish with the food, come here. I have something to discuss with you. A moment later, Diana had completed her tasks, having received assistance from others. She knelt at Liu Shi's feet, looking up at him and asking, Husband, I am here. Liu Shi produced a crystal core obtained from a second-tier zombie. Lifting it high with a gleam of admiration, Nana, this crystal core was extracted from a second-tier zombie. Consume it, and there's a great chance you will awaken extraordinary powers I bestow it upon you. Please eat it. Diana gazed at the shimmering, fragrant crystal core, her eyes glazing over as tears brimmed in her eyes. She had heard from Shui Linger that this was a life-risking reward from her husband. The value was immeasurable, yet here he was, unconditionally offering it to her. Overwhelmed with emotion, she struggled to articulate her gratitude. Ding! Diana's favorability increased by 20, now standing at 80. Liu Shi nodded in satisfaction. Diana was the first woman. Apart from Zhuang Xiaoting, to join him, and thus she deserved the first benefits, as for why he did not consume it himself. The system had ruthlessly monopolized his abilities, leaving him no other means of enhancement. Take it. I will not shortchange any woman who follows me. You are the first in this household, and naturally, you shall be the first to enjoy its benefits in the future when I acquire more crystal cores. Mengwu and Wanqing will also share in the rewards. Liu Shi painted a hopeful vision for the others at this moment. Shui Linger emerged from the bath, having learned of the events that transpired. Her eyes alight with anticipation. Liu Shi wasted no time, instructing Diana, "Now, open your mouth and swallow it." Diana gulped, pursed her lips, and ultimately opened her mouth. Liu Shi directly placed the second-tier crystal core into her mouth. Brushing against her soft lips, Diana, sensing the sweet flavor within, instinctively swallowed without resistance. Liu Shi, along with Mu Wanqing, Tang Mengwu, and Shui Linger, watched intently, curiosity etched on their faces. This was their first time witnessing someone consume a crystal core. Everyone held their breath, not daring to utter a sound, fearful of missing any moment. Even Shui Linger and Mu Wanqing had stilled their breaths, their lips slightly parted. After swallowing the crystal core, Diana felt a warm flow coursing through her body, her senses beginning to evolve and transform. The sensation was extraordinarily pleasant. As she closed her eyes, she embraced the subtle energy shifts within her. Minutes later, amidst the eager gazes of her companions, Diana opened her eyes. Still maintaining her kneeling posture, she looked up at Liu Shi and said, "Husband, I believe I have awakened wind-related abilities." Wind-related abilities, you say? Yes, I feel as if my running speed has increased, and I can manipulate the wind elements to a slight degree. No sooner had she spoken than she demonstrated her newfound prowess. With a swift step back, she appeared several meters away in an instant. Then, as she controlled the wind elements, a refreshing breeze swept through the room, leaving everyone in a "Is this a natural fan?" The expressions of Mu Wanqing and the others were filled with wonder and admiration. Liu Shi, however, merely nodded with calm approval. Indeed, wind manipulation is a highly useful ability. With practice, it will undoubtedly serve you well in the future. And oh wonder that second-tier zombie was able to evade my attacks with such agility. It possessed wind-related powers. If only it had known how to wield them more adeptly, it might have evaded its demise. Thank you for your generous gift, husband. After dinner, would you be able to teach me more? Of course, Liu Shi nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Come, let us first partake in our meal." Only then did the women, emerging from their astonishment, gather around the table to eat. Shui Linger, feeling particularly ravenous, wasted no time and began to indulge heartily. The feast before them was extraordinarily lavish, featuring honey-glazed char siu, braised pigeon, sweet and sour ribs, red braised chicken wings, five-spice duck, steamed greens, blanched vegetables, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a rich, slow-cooked soup, among other delights. Additionally, several plates of fruits awaited them in the kitchen for dessert, after satisfying their appetites. Liu Shi employed his mental prowess to survey the surroundings of the villa. He found everything to be as it should be, remarkably secure, with no cause for concern, just as he intended to retract his mental focus. He caught sight of a figure in a neighboring villa. It was none other than his former girlfriend, Chu Qingyao. She seemed to be searching for food. What food could possibly remain in this villa district? I have already scoured it clean. Retracting his mental faculties, Liu Shi observed the women before him, each with grease-coated mouths, their bellies swollen with satisfaction. They bore no resemblance to individuals dwelling in an apocalyptic world. One might easily mistake them for the affluent wives of wealthy landlords. Wanqing, after you finish your meal, please gather the leftover kitchen scraps and toss them out from the second floor, so that the surviving little dogs may fill their bellies. Mu Wanqing absent-mindedly rubbed her full belly and replied nonchalantly. Liu Shi left his seat and made his way to the third-floor balcony. He had designated the master bedroom on this floor as his living quarters, and the balcony provided a panoramic view of the entire villa district, even allowing him to survey the layout of the dormitory area. It served as a natural lookout tower, in the distance. He could see the entrance to the dormitory area. Before long, Mu Wanqing appeared on the second-floor balcony, holding a large bag of trash, which she hurled over the edge in a setting where survivors were scarce. Throwing objects from a height posed no issue. A soft thud signaled the landing of the bag of kitchen scraps. The smile crept onto Liu Shi's lips, as anticipated. Shortly thereafter, Chu Qingyao appeared in his line of sight. Drawn by the sound, she looked particularly disheveled at that moment. Her clothes were tattered, her hair unkempt, and she appeared more dejected than the beggars on the street. Cautiously glancing around, she noted the absence of both people and zombies before making her way toward the trash. In truth, she had likely already deduced that this area was most likely safe. Just as she was about to reach the bag of scraps, she was taken aback. A small dog, along with several rats, was frantically vying for the contents of the bag. However, lacking hands or feet, they struggled to open it. These small creatures were likely the fortunate survivors blessed with immunity, allowing them to evade the zombie virus and persist until now. She sniffed the enticing aroma of the kitchen waste through the bag and, without hesitation, picked up a stick from the ground. Charging forward, she attempted to shoo away the small animals. She endeavored to drive away the dogs and rats. And her actions did indeed yield some effect. The small creatures were driven aside, but continued to glance back longingly, reluctant to depart. At this point, Chu Qingyao cared not for dignity. She knelt on the ground and rummaged through the bag. Finally finding the remnants of food, she hastily stuffed her mouth with the morsels, her eyes darting nervously from side to side, wary of potential attacks from the animals. She noticed the small puppy she had chased away baring its teeth at her. Woof! 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 Several other dogs were bristling with agitation, arching their backs in defiance, while the rats lingered nearby, chirping softly. This scene filled Chu Qingyao's heart with both fear and despair. Tears streamed down her cheeks, washing away the dirt and grime from her face as she braced herself against the approaching angry dog. Chu Qingyao leaned into the dog, adopting an aggressive posture while mimicking a barking dog. Woof! 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 The dog hesitated slightly, retreating a few steps, yet still growling, torn between anger and restraint. During this standoff with the dog, her peripheral vision caught sight of Liu Shi on the third floor. Chu Qingyao froze in place. Fixing her gaze, she confirmed it was indeed him. At that moment, Liu Shi, clad in casual attire and exuding an air of elegance, appeared as if he had descended from the heavens. Liu Shi had been observing Chu Qingyao's predicament. Their eyes met, and in that instant, time seemed to stand still. Chu Qingyao's heart shattered anew, overwhelmed by the contrast of their circumstances. Once, she had deemed him beneath her, dismissing him and choosing to end their relationship. Now, he stood aloof and well provided for, while she was left to compete with dogs for scraps. Life had become a precarious existence. Somehow, he had ascended to a realm beyond her reach. The weight of this realization was more unbearable than death itself. As Chu Qingyao's gaze remained fixated on Liu Shi, Diana, unbeknownst to her, approached from behind and wrapped her arms around him. "Darling, what are you looking at?" Diana's sweet voice warmed the air. "Oh, nothing. Just watching a dog compete for food." Following Liu Shi's line of sight, Diana indeed observed a dog and several rats scrambling for the scraps, while Chu Qingyao had long since vanished. In truth, the moment Chu Qingyao caught sight of Diana, she had hastily clutched the food she had managed to obtain and fled in disarray. At that moment, she was curled up in the neighboring villa, her head bowed, weeping silently, her sobs stifled. Why has this happened to me? Why must fate be so cruel? Back on the third-floor balcony of the safe house, Liu Shi had averted his gaze, turning to take Diana's hand as they proceeded to the bedroom. "Come, I shall teach you how to elevate your abilities in the villa district." Deep into the night, Liu Shi was suddenly jolted awake. Startled, he sat up, drenched in sweat. The commotion from his awakening had disturbed Diana, who quickly sat up to comfort him. "Darling, what is the matter? Are you all right?" Taking several deep breaths to regain his composure, Liu Shi replied, "I'm fine, just had a nightmare in which I nearly met my end." Perhaps in this harsh apocalyptic world, nightmares were an inevitability, as one's thoughts during the day often manifested in dreams at night. Confronted daily by terrifying zombies, it was only natural that worries and fears would linger in his subconscious. Diana felt a pang in her heart. She embraced Liu Shi, resting his head on her lap, gently helping him to calm down, resembling a loving mother comforting her child. "Don't be afraid. Darling, it's all over. I will always be by your side, and there's nothing to fear. Liu Shi closed his eyes, remaining silent, attempting to relax, in a one wish to confront death. And even in dreams, such experiences could leave lingering anxiety. In his dream, he had encountered a formidable opponent, a corpse king, a foe he had no hope of defeating. The experience had nearly driven him to despair. With his eyes closed, he could vividly recall the scene. Yet reason urged him not to succumb to fear or retreat. That powerful corpse king would inevitably become a stepping stone for his progress. As long as I become strong enough, yes. I yearn to grow stronger, to rescue a multitude of maidens, to vanquish an abundance of zombies, and to amass a greater number of attribute points. Only in this manner can I secure an invincible position when the true crisis descends upon you. In reality, resting my head upon Diana's thigh is a most comforting sensation. The rhythmic, gentle patting on my back and behind instills in Liu Shi a primal sense of safety. He feels as if he is transformed into a small treasure, finding solace in his mother's embrace, his entire being relaxing, gradually losing both sensation and strength. Liu Shi is already overwhelmed with fatigue. Under Diana's soothing presence, he unwittingly drifts back into a serene slumber, this time free from nightmares. Upon witnessing Liu Shi peacefully asleep, Diana too feels a sense of relief. Overflowing with maternal affection, she delicately places this big baby upon a pillow. Her movements tender and cautious, lest she disturb him. After painstakingly arranging everything, Diana gazes intently at the man before her. Externally strong, cold, and even somewhat ruthless, he possesses formidable abilities and exceptional competence. Yet, in the stillness of night, his heart remains fragile like that of a child, prone to fear, capable of nightmares, and in need of understanding and love. Perhaps within every man resides a child yet to mature. However, not every woman is fortunate enough to discover, to witness, or to offer comfort to this side of him. Yet Diana believes that her husband, within reach, is utterly unique, unlike any other man. To me, you are my one and only, Diana muses, a gentle and blissful smile gracing her lips. In his dreams, Liu Shi seemingly hears the system's softest, still half-asleep voice reminding him. Ding! Congratulations, host. Diana's affection has increased by 20, reaching 100. Reward. Guaranteed affection boost of 70. Mental strength increased by 10. Dog of a host. Waking me up at such an ungodly hour for overtime. Inhumane. The system silently laments. The following morning, as Liu Shi remains in a state of slumber, he hears hushed discussions emanating from downstairs, though the voices are subdued. It is evident that the matter at hand is significant. As they all seem on edge, groggily opening his eyes, he discovers that his companion has already vacated the space. Diana has descended to prepare breakfast. Curse this virtuous wife and mother demeanor. It makes me appear as though I am a sluggard. Liu Shi hastily makes his way downstairs, amidst the shy gazes of Tang Mengwu, Mu Wanqing, Shui Linga. And Diana, he inquires about the commotion. Wives, what is going on? Is it too early to allow someone to sleep? What are you discussing? Diana quickly takes Liu Shi's hand and leads him to the kitchen, with the others following closely behind. Turning on the tap, Diana says, Darling, look, as I woke up this morning to prepare breakfast for everyone, but the water seems to be problematic. Not only has its color turned a pale green, but there is also a strange odor. It appears undrinkable. Liu Shi furrows his brow, observing the water flowing from the faucet. It is indeed unusual, and he wonders if it might upset their stomachs. If his wives were to fall ill from it, that would be disastrous. Thus, with a wave of his hand, several cubic containers of bottled water appear at the kitchen entrance. He does not produce water. He is merely a mover for the large supermarket. Nana, my dear, fret not. I have plenty of water. For now, let us make do with this supply. In the coming days, I shall venture out to gather more resources for unforeseen circumstances. Ah, darling, are you going out again? Tang Mengwu expresses concern. Yes, dear husband, please rest for a few more days, Diana advises. Indeed, teacher, it is perilous outside. It would be best to minimize your outings, Mu Wanqing adds, her expression worried. Teacher, I am scared. Shui Linger hides behind Mu Wanqing. Liu Shi feels a swell of gratitude for his wife's concern, and a brief glance at their affection levels reveals that, apart from Shui Linga, the lowest affection rating among them has already reached 80. Diana, it seems, has achieved a perfect score of 100. This genuine concern is undoubtedly heartfelt, entirely authentic. Initially, Liu Shi had indeed planned to take it easy for a while, especially after the harrowing experience with the level 2 zombies, which still haunts him. However, gazing at the earnest concern reflected in their eyes, he finds himself unable to remain idle. Lying down now feels somewhat sinful, particularly upon recalling the dream from the previous night. He resolves to venture out. There may be maidens in need of rescue, and the sooner he departs, the more he can save. This will rapidly enhance his strength. Remaining at home is not an option. Moreover, Mu Wanqing's condition has not been favorable these past few days. Do not worry. Your husband is strong, Liu Shi declares, playfully lunging at his wives. Yet, the women deliberately evade him, leaving Liu Shi to miss his mark. Here I come. Liu Shi's voice booms like thunder, shattering the night's tranquility, imbued with a teasing and carefree tone. Clad in a resplendent robe, the hem billowing with the wind, he resembles a dashing figure emerging from an ancient scroll. With a hint of a roguish smile, he strides into the forthcoming revelry. Upon hearing his words, the women not only cease their playful antics but burst into laughter, their joy causing them to tremble like startled deer. Yet with a touch of deliberate allure, dressed in sheer fabrics or vibrant brocade, each possesses natural beauty, their laughter ringing like music as they perform dances of beauty and desire beneath the soft glow of lanterns. Liu Shi laughs heartily, moving gracefully among the women, leaving behind a trail of laughter and playful banter. He gently caresses the exquisite faces, whether striking or gentle, his eyes filled not with lewdness, but with appreciation and admiration for all that is beautiful. After a sumptuous breakfast, Liu Shi, amidst the reluctant gazes of the women, leaps from the second floor and strides outside. Tang Mingwu watches Liu Shi's retreating figure and turns to her sisters, saying, "Have you noticed? It seems like husband did not initially wish to go out." Mu Wanqing covers her mouth in surprise, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting that our earlier expressions of reluctance encouraged him to leave?" Tang Mingwu nods subtly. "We genuinely wanted him to rest for a few more days and to spend quality time with us. However, we failed to consider his character, which resulted in the opposite effect." Mu Wanqing furrows her brows. "Are you implying that next time we should say the opposite?" Tang Mingwu finds herself at a loss for words, but Diana breaks the awkwardness, leaning in conspiratorially. "Ladies, allow me to share a secret." Last night, Diana recounts the events of soothing Liu Shi to sleep from beginning to end. Tang Mingwu and Mu Wanqing are left agape in astonishment. "I feel that our husband is so burdened, so responsible, so endearing, and truly in need of love." Tang Mingwu concludes. Mu Wanqing, nodding in agreement, adds, "I see now it can indeed be approached this way." Only Shui Linger, blissfully oblivious, chimes in, "So according to Sister Nana, does this mean teacher has a bit of rebellion in him? That makes us quite the match." Tang Mingwu, Mu Wanqing, and Diana exchange glances, their expressions reflecting a mix of resignation and amusement. "Indeed, it seems you and the teacher are the most suited for each other." The chorus of women chimed in unison. Liu Shi departed from the safe house within the villa district, taking a moment to survey his surroundings. Once assured of his safety, he leapt over the gate of the dormitory area and made his way outside. This time, Liu Shi's destination was the academic district of the university. The dormitory area and the academic district of Jinghai University were situated in two distinct zones, separated by a wide, 16-lane, dual carriageway. The dormitory and sports zones lay to the north, referred to by students as the North Courtyard, while the academic district was located to the south, known by the faculty as the South Courtyard. Previously, Liu Shi had cleared the North Courtyard of zombies, yet he had yet to explore the South Courtyard, leaving him uncertain of the presence of any survivors. The South Courtyard also boasted a cafeteria, a supermarket, and various shops. As long as survivors could find refuge in places with food and water, they should be spared from starvation. Roarhiss. Along the way, Liu Shi effortlessly dispatched a few bothersome low-level zombies. Upon reaching the entrance of the South Courtyard, he found the security post deserted. The warning lights atop the roof continued to flicker weakly, yet they emitted no sound. Liu Shi pressed on, arriving at the first building, the university library. This edifice housed the world's most renowned and essential knowledge and theories across various disciplines, and as one of the largest structures on campus. The library soared to a height of 12 stories. Each floor was composed of 4 wings, arranged in a square formation, leaving a hollow center, a library. What a treasure! Liu Shi wasted no time, clearing out the small shop on the first floor before ascending to the second floor, where the collection of books was housed. The first floor was dedicated to the small shop and the finance department. It was only above the second level that one could find the tomes. Liu Shi kicked open the grand doors of the second-floor library. IT appeared to be utterly devoid of life, not even a single zombie in sight. Clearly, even the undead had no appreciation for such a place. Truly unrefined, without hesitation, Liu Shi gathered every book on the second floor, including the shelves, for the preservation of humanity's future civilization. Fortunately, he possessed ample space, rendering any concerns of insufficient capacity moot. Subsequently, Liu Shi continued his ascent to the third floor. If memory served him correctly, the third floor primarily housed materials for postgraduate entrance examinations, a space where numerous students often burned the midnight oil in preparation. As Liu Shi kicked open the door, the listless zombies within seemed to awaken with fervor, surging towards him en masse. What? Are there this many students preparing for exams? Ridiculous. You are far too competitive. Liu Shi swiftly dispatched them, as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. It wasn't that they were misguided in their ambition. Rather, they had chosen the wrong time to be so driven. Who could be blamed? Such effortless actions required no invocation of his metallic abilities or psychic powers. After tidying up the books on the third floor, he proceeded to the fourth and ascended all the way to the 12th floor. In just over half an hour, Liu Shi had completely cleared the library. Along the way, he encountered a few oblivious, ordinary zombies, whom he also dispatched with ease. Ding! Congratulations to the host for effortlessly eliminating 80 zombies, earning 80 free attribute points. This small gain in attribute points was a meager consolation. Next, he intended to head to the teacher's office building. Although it was vacation time, there were surely some individuals still on campus. He just wondered if any colleagues still remained alive. The mere thought of the office building reignited a well of frustration within Liu Shi, a wave of long-suppressed memories flooding his mind. As his primary workplace was in the sports area of the North Courtyard, he frequently faced teasing from his fellow teachers whenever he visited the office in the South Courtyard. Liu Shi, why aren't you diligently stationed in the sports area? What brings you to the office? Liu Shi, has the Vice Dean's office gotten dirty again? I reckon the restroom must be filthy for Liu Shi to come here. He, the original Liu Shi, bore a foolish grin, too timid to retort. Especially the Vice Dean, who always donned a mischievous expression, would call out to him, commanding him to sweep and mop. Liu Shi, come here and clean the floor of my office. And while you're at it, fetch me a cup of tea. Had they forgotten that he also had a workstation here? Moreover, he was not a mere janitor, but a legitimate university professor. Even if he was a physical education teacher. Liu had initially attempted to refuse the Vice Dean. Vice Dean, I still have work to do. Could you perhaps ask the cleaning lady to handle the sweeping? Oh, Liu Shi, you carry quite the air, don't you? Am I unable to move you at all? No wonder your colleagues say you're difficult to get along with. It seems to be true. With recent changes in the school's positions, are you perhaps looking to transfer to the security department? Liu Shi twitched at the corner of his mouth. The security department might sound respectable, but let us be honest, it was just the school security. Teachers and security personnel were not on the same level. Who among the teaching staff would aspire to become a security guard? Even as a physical education teacher, he was still quite esteemed. Ultimately, the original Liu Shi had no choice but to succumb to the Vice Dean's domineering presence. Vice Dean, you're absolutely right. I shall comply, as sweeping is my forte. And do not forget to mop the corridors and restrooms as well. The Vice Dean departed with an impassive expression, leaving behind a remark that was utterly disheartening. Recalling this moment, Liu Shi couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the original. How awkward it must have been to live. Yet perhaps this was a reflection of the reality many university teachers faced. Regardless of location, a food chain existed. Those perched at the apex of the food chain tended to command others with ease. The title of vice was not unwarranted. The teacher's office building stood as a 20-story standalone structure. Adorned with lavish decorations at its entrance on the third floor, Liu Shi kicked open the door of one of the teacher's offices. Inside, it was devoid of life. However, numerous flowers and potted plants were present, which Liu Shi promptly collected. From the third to the seventh floor, not a single living soul could be found. Yet Liu Shi successfully retrieved a multitude of office supplies. Occasionally, one or two zombies wandered the corridors, their attire revealing them to be former teachers of the school, some of whom Liu Shi recognized. In gratitude for their past indifference, Liu Shi granted them a swift and clean death with his sword. Continuing his ascent, Liu Shi looked up to see the 12th floor. This was where the original's workstation was located, alongside colleagues from the dance, music, and art departments. They were a diverse group of attractive individuals, both male and female. Notably, there was a dance instructor who left a lasting impression on Liu Shi. Allegedly, she had once been a member of the national rhythmic gymnastics team, having won an Olympic gold medal and achieved grand slams in various competitions. Standing an impressive 172 centimeters with exceptional flexibility, her every split could evoke a chorus of gasps. What made her even more remarkable was not only her splendid physique, but also her striking beauty. Regrettably, at the tender age of 19, she had to retire due to an injury and had taken up the role of an ordinary dance instructor at Jinghai University. However, her misfortune became a blessing for many. Upon her arrival, she captivated everyone with her stunning appearance and physique, earning her the title of the university's most beautiful teacher, her name even circulating throughout all the universities in Jinghai. It was not uncommon for wealthy young heirs to come seeking her affection. Even the vice dean, aged 62 and nearing the end of his days, could be found frequenting the 12th floor daily. Naturally, the original Liu Shi was among her many admirers. Whenever he had no classes, he would linger at his workstation, attempting to increase his presence. Unfortunately, each time he failed to encounter her, he would be intercepted by the vice dean, resulting in nothing but a fate of sweeping floors and cleaning restrooms. But once Liu Shi had a fateful encounter on that day. Liu Shi was diligently cleaning the women's restroom, crouched down scrubbing the floor. Just then, she happened to walk in and offered Liu Shi a subtle smile. This fleeting moment struck Liu Shi profoundly, leaving an indelible impression on his heart. As memories surged, Liu Shi felt an involuntary dryness in his throat, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. Such a remarkable individual must be pursued. Approaching the office door, Liu Shi hesitated, contemplating whether to open it immediately. If he did, how should he conduct himself in her presence? He sensed that there were indeed others inside. More than one, in fact. A sycophant he could never be. If all else failed, he would force his way in. With this thought, Liu Shi tightened his grip on the doorknob and twisted it to the left. Click. Utilizing his metallic abilities, Liu Shi successfully opened the door. As it gradually revealed a narrow opening, a brilliant light began to illuminate the dim corridor, akin to the dawn of hope. With anticipation swelling within him, Liu Shi caught a glimpse of shadows moving within the room, only to feel a sudden splash on his face. A jet of water shot towards him. However, the impact of this water was negligible, barely qualifying as harm. Merely a refreshing sensation. As the door swung open further, Liu Shi beheld several astonished expressions staring intently at him. One individual held a chair aloft, seemingly poised to deliver a fatal blow. Another brandished a baseball bat, having stealthily positioned themselves nearby, while yet another clutched a keyboard defensively against their chest. Liu Shi instinctively licked his lips. This water possessed a hint of sweetness. To the onlookers, this scene appeared utterly bizarre. For a moment, everyone froze in astonishment. The two women and one man inside the room were at a loss for how to respond. Liu Shi, breaking the silence, greeted them. "Hello. Do you remember me?" Liu Shi, the male teacher holding the chair, lowered his weapon. Incredulity etched on his face. "It's me. How have you all been?" Liu Shi replied with a polite yet composed smile. The female teacher, Liang Jing, wielding the baseball bat, suddenly stiffened and scolded. "What are you standing there for? Come in." Realizing his delayed reaction, Liu Shi finally responded. But he stepped inside, while the reactions of the other two remained subdued. Liang Jing promptly shut the door, and the others quickly pushed a table against it, occasionally muttering curses. Damn it, the doorknob is broken. How infuriating! Upon entering the room, Liu Shi began to survey his surroundings. Despite sensing another presence, he could only see 3 individuals. Taking a few steps, he indeed discovered someone hiding behind the table, nearly impossible to spot without a keen eye. When he turned to look, another moment of astonishment struck both parties. Song Dodo, Liu Shi. Unlike their previous encounter, where Liu Shi was on the lower end and the goddess above, this time he stood above her, and she was below. Yes, her name was Song Dodo, a rather ordinary, even peculiar name. Why name her after a pimple? Yet, she was alive, a delightful surprise, and her presence here was an unexpected joy. What thrilled Liu Shi even more was that she actually knew his name. You know my name? Liu Shi inquired curiously. At that moment, Song Dodo stood up and perched herself on the table. Her long legs, nearly a meter in length, were on full display. Clad in dark, form-fitting yoga pants and a rather modest sports top, her figure was accentuated exquisitely. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Your workstation is right across from mine. It would be impossible not to know that I never expected you to still be alive. We were just discussing how many survivors there might be. Indeed, I didn't anticipate that you all were still alive. Liu Shi's words left everyone momentarily speechless. Such candid dialogue. Just then, Liu Shi heard the male teacher beside him grumbling from hunger. Liang Jing also clutched her stomach, slumping wearily in her chair, appearing utterly dejected. The other female teacher remained frozen, still not comprehending the situation, with the keyboard still defensively positioned across her chest, evoking a mix of amusement and exasperation. To be frank, this female teacher had no need for such protection, as behind the keyboard lay not tumultuous waves, but barren wasteland, utterly uninviting, compounded by her appearance, which defied description. She did not belong in this office. And Liu Shi had no recollection of her. Observing that everyone was famished, Song Dodo quickly reassured, "Teachers, don't fret that let's drink some water first. Then we can devise a plan." With that, she conjured 2 cups of clear water out of thin air and handed them to the 2 teachers. Liu Shi's eyes widened in surprise. Abilities? Water manipulation. The male teacher graciously accepted the water and drank it down in one go, while Liang Jing appeared somewhat reluctant, grumbling, "Zhang Lao Shi, we keep drinking water without any food. This isn't a solution. What should we do next?" "Indeed," Song Dodo replied, casting a helpless glance at Liu Shi and the unattractive woman beside him. She produced 2 more cups of water and asked, "Liu Shi, Shaoli, would you like some as well?" Liu Shi smiled in response. Purposely brushing against the goddess's hands, he took the cup. "Thank you. Was the water that splashed on my face earlier this subtly sweet?" Yes, Song Dodo seemed flustered. Earlier, she had thought it was a zombie, leading her to use her water abilities defensively, unaware that it would have no effect. It was disheartening. How long could they endure in this situation? Understanding their predicament, Liu Shi produced a sausage and placed it on the table. "I have a sausage here. Who wants it?" As soon as the sausage left his hand, the male teacher snatched it up, tearing open the packaging and devouring it ravenously, appearing quite disheveled yet fierce. Song Dodo and Liang Jing exchanged glances, momentarily stunned, but refrained from commenting. After finishing the sausage, the male teacher stood up, resting a hand on Liu Shi's shoulder, saying, "Liu Lao Shi, I really appreciate your help. I have something to discuss with you over there." Intrigued, Liu Shi followed, curious about the art teacher's intentions. They moved to a corner of the office, several meters away from Song Dodo and the others, where their hushed conversation would go unheard. The male teacher, standing on tiptoe, leaned closer to Liu Shi's ear and whispered, "Liu Lao Shi, your timing is impeccable. I genuinely thank you." Liu Shi sensed that there was likely a lengthy, roundabout explanation ahead and decided to cut to the chase. "Yu Lao Shi, spare me the circumnavigation. Speak plainly." Yu Lao Shi looked at Liu Shi, momentarily taken aback by his directness, yet steeled himself to say, "In that case, I shall be straightforward. Liu Lao Shi, in this apocalyptic world where rules have vanished, don't you wish to experience Song Dodo's charms?" As he spoke, Yu Lao Shi's gaze lingered on Song Dodo. Liu Shi followed his line of sight. There was no denying that Song Do was indeed a flawless woman. Even her profile was exquisite. Sensing their scrutiny, she turned her head slightly, her brow furrowing in mild confusion. Both Liu Shi and Liu Shi quickly averted their eyes, feeling somewhat lecherous and startled that Liu Shi swallowed hard. Continuing, so, what do you think? Are you interested? Liu Shi jested. If I'm interested, what should we do? At this point, Liu Shi's demeanor shifted to one of menace as he whispered through gritted teeth, "Let us not dilly-dally. In this place where neither heaven nor earth responds. Let us take her," he continued. "Once we're finished, if you tire of her, we can feast on her flesh to help us survive this ordeal. You first keep Liang Jing and that unattractive woman occupied while I deal with Song Do. Once I'm done, it will be your turn. How does that sound?" Liu Shi's expression turned serious, his displeasure barely concealed as he responded, "Why didn't you do it yourself before?" "Teacher you," with a look of helplessness. Sighed. "Previously, I was alone and lacked the confidence to deal with the three of them. But now that you are here, as long as we join forces, neither Liang Jing nor Song Do can escape our grasp." Liu Shi glanced at Teacher Yu, who, after delivering this triumphant declaration, wore a self-satisfied expression that amused him. He continued to tease, "Liang Jing, you desire her as well? She is a woman in her 30s. Isn't that a bit too old?" Liu Shi's words trailed off before Teacher Yu interrupted. "Young man, you clearly don't understand. As far as I know, despite being over 30, Liang Jing has remained single and, rumor has it, is still a virgin. Just imagine, a 30-something old virgin. How much restraint must she possess? Once her desires are unleashed, it would be quite something." After saying this, Teacher Yu began to fantasize, a broad smile spreading across his face. He was a man in his 40s, having just entered middle age, yet he surprisingly retained a playful spirit. Beneath his refined and elegant exterior lay a rather sordid and fierce nature, which made Liu Shi feel somewhat inadequate. "It's not impossible, but is this really the right course of action?" Liu Shi remarked. "How about this? I'll first distract Song Do and the ugly girl while you take care of Liang Jing. If you succeed, we can plot our next moves," Liu Shi proposed. Upon reflection, Teacher Yu's eyes lit up. That could work. Good things should always be saved for last. Huh. After concocting their cunning plan, they headed back. Smiles plastered across their faces. Upon seeing Liu Shi return, Song Do quickly whispered, "What were you two talking about just now?" It seemed rather secretive. Liu Shi leaned down close to Song Do's ear, exhaling warm breath as he whispered something that shifted her expression between surprise and apprehension, her face alternating between flushed and pale. Her small eyes darted around, clearly astonished. "Is that true?" Song Do exclaimed in anger. Liu Shi did not respond, but merely nodded slightly. None of the others noticed anything amiss. After finalizing their scheme with Liu Shi, Teacher Yu made a beeline for Liang Jing, who at that moment was hovering on the brink of starvation, utterly indifferent to her surroundings. Teacher Yu approached her from behind, casting a glance at Liu Shi that signaled readiness to act. Liu Shi nodded in response. Without hesitation, Teacher Yu produced a rope from seemingly nowhere and swiftly tightened it around Liang Jing's neck. Startled and terrified, Liang Jing's hands instinctively grasped the rope encircling her neck. "Liu Shi, what are you doing? Let me go. This isn't funny," she cried. "Funny. Consider it jest. Don't waste your energy struggling. Soon, you will find it pleasurable." Liu Shi replied with a twisted expression. As he spoke, he completely bound Liang Jing to the chair. Leaving her paralyzed with fear, she cast desperate glances towards Song Do and Liu Shi, who was holding her back to prevent her from intervening. The frail, unattractive girl rushed forward, indignantly shouting, "Liu Shi, what do you intend to do?" "Let Teacher Liang go." "What do I intend?" "Patience. First, let you witness a fine performance." "Liu Shi, kindly keep an eye on them. Do not allow them to disrupt my enjoyment." Liu Shi promptly pulled the ugly girl behind him. Liu Shi looked at Liang Jing with satisfaction and said, "Teacher Liang, would you like to experience the joys of being a woman? Here I come." However, before he could lay a hand on Liang Jing, he was suddenly met with the sight of a headless corpse, its familiar form spraying blood. Then darkness enveloped him, and Liu Shi's voice rang out, "A beast in human form. Not worth lamenting. They've killed someone." Liang Jing and the ugly girl screamed in shock. Blood from Liu Shi splattered across Liang Jing's face, leaving her in a disheveled state, especially since she was bound and her form was distorted. The ropes were positioned in a rather humiliating manner. Only Song Do maintained a serious demeanor. Shortly thereafter, Liu Shi felt a chill on his face and wiped away the moisture. He turned to Song Do and said, "I must ask you, could you refrain from splashing my face with water?" Feigning anger, Song Do turned her head away and huffed. "Humph. You are hardly a good person yourself." Then Liu Shi felt an itch on his scalp and turned around, only to discover the ugly girl had struck him with a keyboard. Liu Shi was left speechless. Was there not a single normal person in this room? Moments later, Liang Jing finally regained her composure and said, "Liu Shi, thank you for saving me. Please untie me." Liu Shi smiled. "You look rather charming bound like this." Liang Jing was momentarily at a loss for words. She then glanced down at her contorted body and blushed deeply. "Stop joking around. Hurry and untie me." Liu Shi gently pricked the ropes with the tip of his sword, severing them in multiple places simultaneously. Liang Jing was finally freed and quickly wiped the blood from her face, expressing her gratitude. "Regardless, thank you. No need for thanks. Let us eat something quickly. We must leave this place," Liu Shi declared, placing several pieces of bread and bottles of water on the table, eliciting expressions of astonishment from the three women. Soon, joy erupted. Food. There was food. Liang Jing and the ugly girl munched on bread, showering Liu Shi with gratitude. Meanwhile, Song Do maintained a semblance of reserve. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, "Liu Shi, where did you acquire this food?" "I picked it up from the convenience store on my way down," he replied. "Given the zombies outside, you dare to wander about?" Song Do questioned, her expression filled with disbelief as she pretended to splash him with water again. Liu Shi quickly shielded himself, saying, "Because I am strong. Now, eat up. I'll lead you all to safety shortly. By the way, when did you awaken your water manipulation ability?" Observing the two women devouring their food, Song Do ceased her resistance, taking a gentle bite of the bread as she chewed. She explained, "I'm not sure. A couple of days ago, when chaos erupted outside, we were too scared to venture out. After locking the door, I could see through the window as many people turned into zombies. It was during that time that I inexplicably discovered my ability to control water." "Ah, splendid. That ability will be immensely useful in this apocalypse. From now on, you shall be our water supply," Liu Shi remarked. "Water supply, you say?" Song Do mused over the words, a captivating smile gracing her face. Regaining her focus, Liu Shi then inquired about the identity of the ugly girl, only to learn that she was Xiao Li, Song Do's personal assistant. Although not conventionally attractive, she was meticulous and highly capable. Liu Shi shrugged nonchalantly, indifferent to her appearance, after about 10 minutes. Seeing that the women had satisfied their hunger and thirst, Liu Shi kicked open the office door, turning back to say, "Let us go." The three women stood in astonishment. However, with the door now gone, they had no choice but to follow him, simultaneously marveling at Liu Shi's strength. Was it typical for a physical education teacher to possess such power? As they reached the stairwell, Liu Shi continued to ascend. At that moment, Song Do sensed something amiss and quickly asked, "Liu Shi, aren't we leaving?" "Why are we going up?" "We'll sweep through this building first before we leave. There may be others like you who require assistance." "Right," Liu Shi replied. Song Do nodded but still felt a nagging sense of unease. The others hurriedly followed suit. Along the way, Liu Shi encountered several zombies, effortlessly dispatching them with a sword, which allowed the three women to recognize his prowess. It was no wonder he dared to charge recklessly outside. He possessed considerable skill. Their previously anxious hearts began to ease. In truth, Liu Shi not only dared to charge recklessly outside, he was equally bold within and driven by a fervent desire. As they journeyed onward, they encountered primarily zombies, while Liu Shi accrued a considerable number of attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying 25 zombies and earning 25 attribute points. Before long, they reached the top floor. Only one level remained, filled with the offices of the leadership. "Are we really going up there?" At the stairway to the rooftop, Song Do hesitated momentarily. Liu Shi nodded affirmatively. "Yes, why not? If anyone is up there, We shall take revenge for our grievances. The three women then resolutely nodded in agreement, following Liu Shi. Utilizing his senses, Liu Shi surveyed the entire floor and found no zombies, but he did detect the presence of humans. He pinpointed the vice principal's office, confirming that there were indeed individuals inside. More than one, in fact. A thrilling spectacle is about to unfold. Bang! The door to the vice principal's office was kicked open. What unfolded before their eyes was an unbelievable scene. Two women huddled together in the corner of the office, seemingly terrified, yet the vice principal was nowhere to be seen. Initially, the two women were filled with fear. However, upon seeing Liu Shi and his companions, their fear transformed into joy. "Help! Please save us! Finally, someone has come. We beg you to rescue us." The two women hastily knelt, leaving Liu Shi utterly bewildered. "Wait, isn't the plot slightly off? Is it just the two of you? Where's the vice principal?" Liu Shi inquired blandly. One woman quickly interjected. "A couple of days ago, the vice principal summoned us, claiming he wished to discuss a few matters. However, upon arriving at his office, chaos erupted outside. We never saw him." "Boo-hoo," Liu Shi replied. "I see. Then you should continue waiting." After his observation and the system's prompts, Liu Shi recognized that these two women were not to be underestimated. Their sudden appearance in the vice principal's office for a discussion, all while dressed flamboyantly, raised his suspicions. Though their appearances were acceptable, their frequency of communication made Liu Shi feel a bit nauseated. Don't go. Please take us with you," the two women pleaded incessantly. Song Daodu, feeling a pang of compassion, stepped forward to persuade. "Liu Shi, since we've encountered them, why not lend a hand and rescue them? Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda." Upon hearing someone speak on their behalf, the women's eyes sparkled with renewed hope as they awaited Liu Shi's response. Liu Shi turned back, cupping Song Daodu's delicate face with his hand, and with a teasing expression said, "I do not accept trash." This remark left everyone momentarily stunned. Especially Liang Jing, who stood behind Song Daodu, shuddered slightly. Meanwhile, Xiao Li, next to Song Daodu, lowered her head in silence, appearing somewhat disheartened. Among them, she was the least attractive. It seemed she might not even qualify to serve as a maid, if Liu Shi's words held any truth. Could it imply she was indeed the most worthless? This line of thought sent her into a panic, instinctively moving closer to Song Daodu in hopes of sharing her light. In that instant, Song Daodu found herself at a loss. Did his implication mean he was interested in saving her? But how could she accept such an idea? Humph! Song Daodu feigned anger, turning away in silence. In contrast, the two kneeling women quickly adjusted their postures and begged, "No, we aren't trash. We are beautiful and have great figures. Plus, we are college students and quite young. That if you are willing, we can, yes, just take us with you. And you will experience the privileges reserved for the vice principal." Liu Shi cast a dismissive glance at them, his face filled with disdain. "You two are truly unworthy of my attention. Daodu, we shall leave." No sooner had he spoken than Liang Jing followed suit, stepping up beside Liu Shi, while Xiao Li attempted to approach, but noticed that Song Daodu had not moved. Pressured, she gently nudged Song Daodu, reminding her it was time to leave. However, Song Daodu remained unmoved, adopting an angry demeanor. "They are living beings. Since we have encountered them, and you possess the ability, why can't you rescue them? They are indeed villains. My ability does not obligate me to save them. Have you inquired about their relationship with the vice principal?" Song Daodu's gaze shifted toward the two women, leaving them momentarily stunned. Did this imply they could not admit any affiliation? "We have no relationship with the vice principal. It is merely a pure student-teacher dynamic. Indeed, we are innocent." Liu Shi shook his head. "You are not foolish. You are adept at adapting to circumstances. Should you rise to power in the future, it would indeed be remarkable. However, the issue at hand is that if I do not rescue them, Daodu is likely to sulk and refuse to leave. Yet, to save such worthless individuals would only waste resources. Perhaps it would be better to grant them a swift end." With this thought in mind, Liu Shi's sword was already eager and restless, longing for action. However, upon further reflection, they were indeed not guilty. Even if they resorted to bodily transactions for the sake of advancement, in peaceful times, it would not warrant a death sentence, though it was feasible to act now. He feared it would tarnish his hands, Just then, Liu Shi noticed several zombies approaching their vicinity. Grasping Liang Jing's hand, he turned to leave. Song Daodu, I advise you to follow. Zombies are closing in. As for those irrelevant individuals, their fate lies with destiny. Song Daodu found herself momentarily speechless. Liang Jing was filled with elation. Her gamble had paid off. Following Liu Shi brought her a profound sense of security. Watching Liu Shi depart as the zombies drew near, Shaoli panicked. She knew she could not escape alone. It was even less likely she could keep pace with Liu Shi without Song Daodu. Abandoning Song Daodu made her feel inferior, as if she were less than even trash. Yet she exclaimed, "My dear lady, why are you still here? The zombies are about to arrive." Shaoli was in a complete frenzy. Grabbing Song Daodu, she hurried to follow Liu Shi. "Teacher Liu, wait for us." Song Daodu felt helpless, half pushed, half dragged away. The two women who had been kneeling scrambled to follow as well, yet they dared not cry out or delay the others. Liu Shi exited the office building, feeling a slight emptiness within. Not being able to confront the vice principal left him a bit frustrated. Why, dear vice principal, where have you gone? The discord with the goddess Song Daodu also irked him. It seemed this woman lacked proper motivation. Liu Shi, where shall we go next? Liang Jing gazed at the man before her, already captivated by his strength. After 30 years of waiting, it seemed her patience had not been in vain. She had finally encountered her ideal partner, only to find him so youthful and handsome that I appear to possess nothing but my innocence, which hardly suffices to match him. Liu Shi's gaze fell upon Liang Jing, who appeared increasingly appealing. She wore no makeup, her lips naturally tinted with a rosy hue, and her hairstyle was utterly unremarkable. While she lacked striking beauty, her skin was slightly fairer, and her attire was very modest, concealing her figure. Unexpectedly, she belonged to that category of dignified elegance, becoming more appealing the more one looked. Additionally, earlier in the office building, she had taken the initiative to allow Liu Shi entry, greatly enhancing his favor towards her. "Wherever I go, you shall follow." Liu Shi lowered his head, claiming her first kiss. There was no urgency to elevate his strength at this moment. He could wait until nightfall or upon returning to a secure location. However, that did not hinder him from enjoying some immediate rewards. Liang Jing felt a bit dizzy and breathless. Behind them, Song Daodu and Shaoli caught up, witnessing the scene and feeling momentarily dazed. Liang Jing and Liu Shi. "What is happening?" Shaoli blurted out, finding this revelation to be quite overwhelming. Song Daodu crossed her arms, averting her gaze, muttering indignantly to herself, "Humph, scoundrel." After a long while, Liu Shi, still holding the nearly breathless Liang Jing, headed toward the cafeteria in search of spoils. "Come, let us see if there is anything to be gained in the cafeteria, UM." The four women behind maintained their distance and followed suit. Along the way, Liu Shi deftly dispatched several zombies, encountering no formidable adversaries. After a brief interval of around 10 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of the South Courtyard Canteen. The canteen's grand door stood resolutely shut, shrouded in an eerie silence, yet tendrils of smoke wafted from the chimney. The scent of cooked food lingered in the air. Liu Shi and Liang Jing approached the entrance of the canteen, with Song Daodu and Shaoli trailing closely behind, separated by a few meters, while the other two women stood at a slight distance. The surroundings appeared relatively secure. All visible zombies had been dealt with by Liu Shi. Bang, bang, bang. Liu Shi rapped on the canteen's door, yet there was no response, despite the presence of surveillance cameras at the entrance, which could have captured the situation at the door. There was only silence. Bang, bang, bang. Liu Shi knocked again, but still no reaction ensued. He then shouted, "Is anyone there? If not, I shall force my way in." Yet the interior remained unresponsive. Liu Shi decided to cease his idle chatter. He motioned for Liang Jing to step back slightly and swung his sword in a decisive strike. Crash! The steel door fell with a resounding thud. "Who dares to intrude here?" A booming voice drew the attention of all present. Liu Shi looked up to find a burly man clad in a security uniform. "Oh, so someone is here." A rare smile graced Liu Shi's face. This was a perilous signal. It seemed someone was about to face dire consequences. That, of course, there are people. Damn it, you actually broke the door. What? Someone truly has broken the door. Where? As the conversation unfolded, several uniformed security guards approached the scene. Some attempted to prop the door back up, while others searched for tools to remedy the situation. The leader among them brandished a kitchen cleaver, glaring daggers at Liu Shi. "Kid, where do you hail from? Do you know whose territory this is?" "Me? I am but a defenseless physical education teacher from the school. This is the South Courtyard Canteen of Jinghai University. Where do you think I come from?" Liu Shi replied leisurely, "A physical education teacher." "Huh." The burly man erupted in laughter, joined by several security guards. Seemingly relieved that a mere physical education teacher posed no threat, that moment. A younger guard behind the burly man whispered, "Boss, I've seen him. He really is a teacher at our school." The burly man finally relaxed, nodding in acknowledgement. With his identity confirmed, he deemed the situation manageable. Thus, he called out to Liu Shi, "So, you're a physical education teacher. This place is already under our control, that you'd best leave quickly. Or else I won't show you any mercy." "Leave? The ones who should leave are you." Liu Shi discerned the truth. This group of security guards must have been the outsourced personnel previously sought by the security department of Jinghai University. Seizing the opportunity amidst the apocalypse, they had banded together to occupy the canteen as their stronghold. It was likely that the interior had devolved into their den of vice. "Kid, don't be ungrateful. You've damaged our door." The burly man had yet to finish his sentence when his gaze fell upon Song Do behind Liu Shi. Instantly, his eyes lit up. The name of the goddess Song Do was known far and wide, especially among a group of idle security guards. "Song Do." The burly man shouted, capturing everyone's attention. The numerous guards followed his gaze and beheld Song Do, who displayed a hint of trepidation, her complexion turning decidedly unnatural. "Bro, it really is Song Do, my goddess. She's actually here." A subordinate nearby was overjoyed, nearly dancing with excitement. The burly man shoved him aside in disdain. "Useless wretch." The burly man then stepped past Liu Shi. Approaching Song Do, she faced the approaching hulking figure, with its scruffy beard and imposing presence. Her expression tightened. Instinctively, she glanced at Liu Shi. Before Liu Shi could respond, the burly man reached her side and said, "Teacher Do, so you're here too. It's dangerous outside. Quickly, come to our safe house. There's food inside." Song Do appeared conflicted. The burly man, while outwardly polite, spoke with an undeniable authority, his lewd intentions evident in his gaze. It was as if he were on the verge of making a move. Song Do, not being naive, understood that once inside, events would unfold in a manner she would greatly detest, surveying her options. She realized that the only one who could aid her was Liu Shi. Without a moment's hesitation, she quickly shielded Xiao Li in front of her, for she was less concerned about being targeted. Then, pulling Xiao Li aside, she hurriedly grasped Liu Shi's arm tightly and turned back to assert, "Thank you, but my boyfriend is here. I want to go anywhere." The burly man turned around, bewildered. The other guards also gathered, their faces contorted with rage. Liu Shi disregarded the encirclement, leaning closer to whisper in Song Do's ear, "Teacher Do, may I inquire when I became your boyfriend? I wasn't even aware." Song Do, exasperated and furious, tugged at his arm more forcefully, clinging to him tighter, refusing to let go. Liu Shi observed the goddess, who had lost her confidence and pride, and a smile crept onto his lips. He leaned in to whisper, "I'm your boyfriend. You said so. When the time comes, don't deny it." Frustrated, Song Do stomped her foot, but was helpless to change the situation. "Kid, release my goddess, or I want to let you off easily." The burly man could no longer tolerate the sight of his goddess in physical contact with another man, especially in this zombie-infested world where he had reigned as a petty tyrant for several days. He wouldn't tolerate any defiance. Any non-compliant male would be dealt with swiftly, while the females would be used to dispose of at his convenience. "Yes, quickly release our goddess, and we might grant you a swift end." The other guards echoed in angered, "Oh, what if I refuse?" Liu Shi replied in a calm tone, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, "Brothers, attack." The burly man could no longer restrain himself and was eager to act. "I kill! Kill!" 3 to 5 guards surged forward, causing Song Do to instinctively retreat into Liu Shi's embrace. Liu Shi refrained from wielding his sword of victory. Instead, he dispatched the charging guards with swift kicks, sending them flying several meters away. Motionless, their fates uncertain, the burly man broke into a cold sweat. Just a few kicks were beyond his capacity to handle. Realizing Liu Shi was not to be trifled with, the burly man's eyes darted about, and he hastily changed his tone. "It's a misunderstanding, a tremendous misunderstanding. Dear teacher, please cease the fighting." Liu Shi casually wrapped his arm around Song Dodo's slender waist, speaking with a significant tone. "Oh, how has it suddenly transformed into a misunderstanding? You weren't saying that just moments ago." The burly man was momentarily speechless. Though he was shameless, he had yet to master the art of shamelessness to such an extent. Liu Shi paid no heed to the burly man and the surrounding guards. In his eyes, they were no different from the dead. Instead, he lowered his head to inquire of Song Dodo. "Teacher Song, should these individuals be saved or eliminated?" Song Dodo pouted. "Do as you wish. And what about those two women over there?" Liu Shi pointed toward the two women who had been following them. Song Dodo hesitated for a moment, turning away, unwilling to respond. This was her last shred of dignity. She too wished to maintain her pride. Not answering would mean relinquishing her stance. Liu Shi could do as he pleased. "Ah, women!" Liu Shi turned his head slightly, his eyes reflecting a disdain for life, as he addressed the burly man coldly. "Give me one good reason not to kill you." The burly man's eyes flickered. Caught off guard, in a fit of rage, he shouted, "I'll fight you to the end." He gripped the cleaver tightly, suddenly lunging at Liu Shi, aiming for a surprise attack. He could hardly believe that the disparity between them could truly be so vast. Even if you were a seasoned fighter, the outcome of a life-and-death struggle remains uncertain. However, he clearly underestimated the situation. The brute's blade had yet to approach Liu Shi when his defeat was already sealed. Liu Shi had firmly grasped the man's wrist in his hand, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not even budge an inch, and the imminent threat of death transformed his complexion dramatically. In a moment of desperation, he drew a sharp dagger from his waist and lunged forward, aiming directly at Liu Shi's abdomen. If struck, even survival would be questionable, rendering him incapable of further combat, a move not to be taken lightly. Yet, Liu Shi regarded this maneuver with disdain. With a mere flick of his fingers, he disarmed the brute, sending the knife clattering to the ground. Subsequently, he yanked the man's right hand downward, blocking the assault of the left hand wielding the dagger. In a perilous instant, the brute's right hand countered the left's attack, causing the dagger to crash to the floor with a resounding thud. The brute felt as though he were striking himself. A bizarre spectacle indeed. Yet, Liu Shi executed this entire sequence of actions under the incredulous gaze of the brute, remaining stationary as if a mountain, exuding an air of calm that was utterly disconcerting. Was he even human? How could he move so swiftly? Amidst the brute's astonishment and confusion, Liu Shi had already seized his neck with one hand. The brute felt his body losing control, gradually being lifted off the ground until his toes no longer touched the floor. How could this be? How could one man possess such immense strength? What manner of monster was he? As the specter of death loomed closer, the brute continued to struggle, placing his hand against his chest in a futile attempt to pry away Liu Shi's grip on his throat. Yet, it was to no avail. A sensation of suffocation washed over him, prompting desperate pleas for mercy. "Spare me my life." Liu Shi, unfazed by the despair and terror etched across the brute's face, tightened his grip slightly. With a sickening crack, the brute's neck broke, his eyes rolling back as his limbs fell limp, lifeless. The remaining security guards, witnessing this grim scene, hastily dropped to their knees, begging for mercy. With their leader dead, how could they, mere minnows, hope to stand against him? "Please, spare me. Have mercy," they cried, desperate for their lives. Liu Shi nonchalantly tossed the brute's corpse aside, as if discarding a trifling piece of refuse. The body crumpled to the ground, contorted beyond recognition, yet the expression of terror lingered, eyes wide open in death, staring hauntingly at the onlookers. The guards exchanged apprehensive glances at the gruesome sight, their throats constricting in fear. They dreaded that they might be next. They yearned to resist, but their legs felt weak beneath them, rendered incapable of movement. That moment, Song Dodo also set aside her arrogance. her demeanor shifting drastically. How could he be so decisive? His expression suggested that taking a life was as effortless as eating or drinking, devoid of any emotional turmoil. What sort of person was he? Why could he remain so composed? Did he perhaps show restraint earlier in consideration of her? In that instant, Song Do-do's eyes widened with realization. Did he like her? Xiao Li, trembling, stepped closer to support her arm, too frightened to speak. She only hoped that this terrifying ordeal would not extend to her. In the distance, the vague figures of two other women were equally astonished. Amidst the horrified expressions of the crowd, Liu Shi strode through the door of the cafeteria. Song Do-do and Liang Jing quickly followed suit. As for the kneeling guards, he could not be bothered to deal with them. Stripped of their sanctuary, they would likely meet a grim fate. Soon, they would understand how fortunate it was to receive a swift end. Observing Liu Shi pass by without any inclination to strike, the guards seized the opportunity to scatter in panic. The two women who had descended from the vice principal's office also took flight alongside the guards. Having realized that Liu Shi had previously refused to shelter them, they had initially hoped to gamble on his sympathy, to see if he might show mercy. Yet, given the earlier events, it was clear they had overestimated their chances. He was a remorseless man. To follow him against his will would likely spell disaster. Upon entering the cafeteria, Liu Shi noted that the iron cages typically used for confining poultry were now filled with people. It was as though he'd been transported back to the era of slavery, a sight both shocking and heartbreaking. The apocalypse had only begun a few days prior, yet the depths of human depravity had already been starkly revealed. Liu Shi counted swiftly. The number surpassed a dozen. Most were young women, all in tattered clothing, their forms barely recognizable. The light had long since faded from their eyes, and they remained indifferent to Liu Shi's arrival. Nearby, on the floor, lay dismembered human remains, yet to be disposed of. Ugh! Liang Jing and the others caught sight of the grisly scene and immediately retched. These beasts, Song Do-do hissed in a low, furious whisper, her gaze involuntarily shifting to Liu Shi. She hoped he might save these unfortunate women, yet she dared not voice her wish. Recalling the earlier events with vivid clarity, he would not save what he deemed trash. The so-called trash were women who had lost their innocence, and it was evident that these women had suffered unspeakable horrors. Song Do-do hesitated to speak for another crucial reason. She could not separate herself from Liu Shi. She must not defy him, nor could she risk displeasing him that in fact, if possible, she desired to please him in public. After all, he liked her, surely he would be pleased by her actions. Unbeknownst to her, Song Do-do had unwittingly crafted a self-serving narrative in her mind. The instinct to pursue strength is inherent in humanity, and especially in such dire circumstances, she possessed a capital that most women lacked. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also pure and untainted. With these thoughts swirling, she heard Liu Shi speak again. In this apocalypse, such things are all too common that if you wish to avoid a similar fate, stay close to me. Liang Jing was the first to respond. Keeping close behind, Song Do-do and Xiao Li followed suit. Liu Shi entered the storage room and was pleasantly surprised to find it well stocked. There were various types of rice, noodles, and an abundance of frozen chicken. Beef, seafood, and more, truly a cornucopia of supplies. Since Nanyuan was responsible for providing meals for all students and faculty in the teaching area, their stock was even more plentiful than that of Beiyuan. It was a veritable bounty. Liu Shi unceremoniously collected all the provisions. The resources in his space had at least doubled, yet the vastness of the space still made it seem insufficient. Observing Liu Shi's effortless acquisition of such a bounty, the three women were left speechless in astonishment. Could it be that he, too, had awakened a supernatural ability? Song Do-do inquired. Indeed, I have awakened a spatial ability, enabling me to collect resources, effectively making me a mobile warehouse. You will never run out of food, Liu Shi replied matter-of-factly. This simple statement detonated like an atomic bomb in the hearts of the three women, stirring up waves of disbelief. After collecting the supplies, Liu Shi turned to leave to tea that moment. Liang Jing grasped his hand, her eyes pleading. Liu Shi, may I ask you for a favor? Speak. These women are students and teachers of the school that I do not ask you to save them. But could you at least help them escape their cages, allowing them to fend for themselves? Liu Shi paused momentarily, as if lost in thought. The fate of their lives rested solely on his decision. However, he did not rush to agree, nor did he refuse. Instead, he silently turned away and strode towards the entrance of the cafeteria. Watching Liu Shi's retreating figure, Liang Jing felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Unexpectedly, as Liu Shi reached the threshold, he halted and glanced back at Liang Jing. Their eyes met, igniting a flicker of hope within Liang Jing's gaze that he then extended his left hand towards the cage. Softly murmuring, "Melt," Liu Shi employed his metallic abilities to dissolve the iron chains of the cages. Otherwise, prying open each door would be an arduous task, especially without a key. This was the most efficient and swift approach. Quick and dashing, as the chains turned red and gradually snapped, they fell to the ground, leaving Liang Jing in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. Dual abilities? You possess dual abilities? Song Do was equally astonished, her exquisite face revealing a look of awe once more. Dual abilities? I am indeed a person endowed with a golden finger. Liang Jing's face was awash with gratitude and recognition. After completing this act, Liu Shi did not look back and promptly exited the cafeteria. Releasing these individuals was but a trivial effort. Whether they could survive in this apocalyptic world depended solely on their own abilities. Did they think they could accompany me? They lacked the qualifications. Upon witnessing this, the three women hurriedly followed suit, not daring to delay. They felt deeply moved by Liu Shi's benevolence, realizing he was not as cold-hearted as he seemed. At that moment, Song Do and Liang Jing's thoughts aligned, both feeling fortunate and touched to be in Liu Shi's company. Not every woman is deemed worthy to follow him or to be favored by him. Fortunately, I have always maintained my integrity. Otherwise, my fate would likely mirror that of the women trailing behind. Liang Jing turned back for a fleeting glance, then swiftly departed. After their rescue, the women in the cages hurriedly knelt on the ground, bowing towards Liu Shi. "Thank you, our benefactor." However, none of this concerned Liu Shi anymore. His action stemmed solely from a good mood after acquiring a substantial amount of supplies. Moreover, this outing had also brought him the company of the two lovely women, Song Do and Liang Jing, to as for Shaoli. She appeared too frail to consume much food. Out of consideration for Song Do, he would temporarily keep her around. Once other arrangements were made in the future, he would send her away. Upon exiting the cafeteria, Liu Shi was taken aback to find two security guards still lingering. Upon spotting Liu Shi, they hurriedly knelt and begged, "Boss, please take us in. We have nowhere else to go." "Yes, we implore you." Liu Shi halted, growling, "Get lost." His voice was not loud but brimmed with menace. Terrified, the two security guards hurriedly fled. They were certain that a moment's hesitation would have sealed their fates. "This man is utterly terrifying, a veritable harbinger of death." Liu Shi continued on his way to as for why he did not end their lives personally. Need I elaborate? There is no reward for murder. Besides, he was too lethargic to act. These desperate rogues were akin to grasshoppers after autumn. As long as they did not provoke him, all would be well. After a busy day, Nanyuan was nearly cleared out. Observing the twilight, Liu Shi declared, "I shall take you home." He embraced Liang Jing and Song Do, addressing them both. Liang Jing nodded sweetly, appearing more than willing. Song Do feigned a struggle, but ultimately nestled into his embrace. "Ha ha!" Liu Shi could not help but laugh. "This woman is still pretending." Shaoli, meanwhile, stood by, appearing flustered and uncertain. "Home." The expressions of the women shifted from surprise to a sudden blankness, pondering what had become of their families amidst the upheaval. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, did any semblance of existence remain? Lost in thought for a moment, Liang Jing was the first to regain her composure, gazing at Liu Shi with longing, her infatuation evident as she yearned to set off immediately. "Yes, home. Let us go." Liu Shi led Liang Jing, Song Do, and Shaoli back along the path they had come. They traversed Nanyuan, crossed the pedestrian overpass, and halted at the entrance of Beiyuan. Looking up, they saw the three-story villa not far away, their safe haven, their current home. Liu Shi turned to the suddenly clingy Song Do and said, "Climb onto my back. I shall carry you." Although somewhat surprised, Song Do obediently complied. Obedience, after all, is the fundamental quality for women beside Liu Shi, a conclusion she had drawn throughout the day. You, Shaoli, come here, Liu Shi commanded imperiously as he held Liang Jing. Shaoli approached him cautiously, trembling with uncertainty. Liu Shi then grasped the collar at the back of Shaoli's neck, instructing, "Hold on tight." Everyone tensed, feeling themselves lift off the ground. In an instant, they were airborne. In the blink of an eye, they landed back on solid ground, having moved from outside Bei Yuan to its interior. Upon touching down, Shaoli trembled, her legs quaking from the fright. She had feared Liu Shi might discard her. Resigned, she had mentally prepared for 100 different endings. Survived. She sighed in relief. In Liu Shi's embrace, Liang Jing appeared remarkably composed. After all, there was no place that offered more security than being held closely. Of course, in terms of safety, nothing surpassed the assurance of being on Song Dodo's back. As long as she held on tightly, all would be well. Once on solid ground, Liu Shi set Shaoli down and loosened his hold on Liang Jing, advising Song Dodo, you can get down now. There's no need to cling so tightly. You're nearly breaking my back. Reluctantly, Song Dodo climbed down, her cheeks flushed to the roots of her ears. Liu Shi gestured towards the path ahead, saying, "Just around the corner lies our safe house, where a few sisters await. I shall introduce you to them shortly." In no time, they had arrived at the foot of the villa. Liu Shi sensed a pair of eyes stealthily observing him from the side, but a sideways glance revealed it was none other than Chu Qingyao. However, Liu Shi had no intention of acknowledging her. With a smile, he first escorted Liang Jing and Shaoli to the second-floor balcony. He then turned to Song Dodo, saying, "Dodo, it's your turn? Oh, I want you to carry me up." Liu Shi was at a loss for words, but acquiesced to her wish, once more experiencing her reckless exuberance. Upon entering the house, Liu Shi called out, "I'm back. Husband, you're back." Diana was the first to emerge from the kitchen to greet him, dressed in a cook's attire, presenting a delightful spectacle. Husband, Tang Mengwu was tidying up in the living room, clad in a maid's outfit, exuding a captivating charm. "Teacher, you've finally returned." Mu Wanqing, who had been engrossed in her phone, stood up to welcome him. "Teacher, are you hurt?" Shui Ling appeared from nowhere, stepping forward to examine him. "That I'm unscathed. Don't worry, is dinner ready?" Liu Shi inquired. "Genuinely hungry. Soon. Go wash up. Dinner will be ready shortly." Diana replied with a beaming smile, but her expression froze upon seeing the three women behind Liu Shi. Noticing Diana's unusual reaction, the others followed her gaze and exclaimed in unison, "Song teacher. Liang teacher, you're alive. That's wonderful. Song teacher. Liang teacher." Song Dodo and Liang Jing exchanged awkward nods, having just overheard the conversation. Their student, Liu Shi, was referred to as husband. What sort of absurdity was this? Am I to share a spouse with my own student? Both Song Dodo and Liang Jing felt a tumult of emotions within, though their expressions remained impeccably composed, adorned with dignified yet polite smiles. Liu Shi, however, paid them no mind, having already retreated to take a shower. The remaining 6 women exchanged glances, caught in this uncomfortable predicament, yet it was Shaoli who seemed the most at ease, for she sought nothing more than to survive. While the others stood still, she began to explore the villa with genuine interest. Shui Ling had already left with Liu Shi, firmly believing that she and her teacher were the perfect match, unafraid of any competition. After a brief moment, it was Diana who broke the silence. "Teachers, please take a seat. Dinner will be ready shortly." Song Dodo and Liang Jing snapped back to attention, their smiles unwavering as they nodded in acknowledgement. Song Dodo quickly moved forward, saying, "Nana, let me assist you." After a prolonged wait, a delectable feast was finally laid out on the dining table, featuring Liu Shi's favorite Cantonese dishes, including white-cut chicken, preserved mustard greens with pork belly, ginger-baked chicken, chaozhou marinated platter, steamed sea bass, honey-glazed char siu, steamed spare ribs with black bean sauce, Hakka stuffed tofu, and sweet and sour pork. The group stood around the table, none daring to take a seat before Liu Shi. Once he emerged from his shower, donned in a loose bathrobe, Liu Shi settled into the main seat, observing the women standing obediently on either side. He felt a swell of satisfaction. His gaze fell upon Song Dodo and Liang Jing, who looked a bit flustered at the far end of the table, seemingly uncertain of their place. Liu Shi waved them over, gesturing to an empty seat beside him. "Dodo, Come here and sit." Without a moment's hesitation, Song Do moved to the designated spot, suppressing any outward show of surprise. Her heart brimming with joy, Liu Shi surveyed the other women, noting their well-managed expressions, devoid of any discontent. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to explain. Do has held a prestigious position in society and is a teacher at our school. We cannot slight her. Of course, this was secondary. What truly mattered was that she had awakened her S-level water powers. In the future, everyone would rely on her for clean water. The women suddenly understood, nodding in comprehension and revealing more sincere expressions. Any lingering resentment dissipated. Indeed, even without Liu Shi's explanation, they would not dare to oppose his wishes. Diana felt an immense relief regarding the water source issue, which had troubled her that morning but was now resolved. "Nana, come sit beside me." Liu Shi indicated the empty spot to his left, signaling for Diana to take her place. Having awakened her ill-level wind powers and being the first woman to follow Liu Shi, she naturally deserved the position at his left side. "Dodo and Nana, you two can arrange the seats behind you. Henceforth, you shall be my right and left arms, indispensable to me." Soon Song Do arranged for Liang Jing to sit beside her. Xiao Li, lacking the qualifications to join the table, remained in the kitchen to eat. Meanwhile, Nana seated Tang Mengwu, Mu Wanqing, and Shui Ling Air sequentially at her side. The atmosphere was harmonious, and all present felt a mutual respect. "All right, let us dine." Liu Shi was the first to serve himself, prompting everyone to begin eating. While they feasted, Diana and Song Do continued to serve Liu Shi, offering him dish after dish. Only they could do so, as the others were too far away to reach him, and attempting to serve from a distance would seem overly contrived, something Liu Shi wished to avoid. Thus, they could only focus on their own meals. As the meal progressed, Liu Shi decided to forego serving himself, allowing Song Do and Diana to feed him bites instead. What bliss it was! One was the school beauty, and the other the goddess. They vied to feed him. Who would believe such a tale? Most importantly, as they fed him, their smiles remained bright, exuding genuine happiness, making Liu Shi feel as though he were a pampered heir. After a satisfying meal, Liu Shi retired to his room to rest. He could hardly contain his joy at this idyllic life. Days passed in a blur. Before dawn on one such day, Liu Shi's ears perked up to a familiar sound. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully rescuing a quality girl in this wretched apocalypse and for actively utilizing the skill aim perfectly, resulting in the conception of a child. Reward. Host activates SSS grade ice powers. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a charm aura. Your allure will further increase, effortlessly captivating countless girls without any action or movement. Ding. Congratulations, host, for upgrading storage space to LV5, reaching 5,000 cubic meters. Ding. Congratulations, host, for an increase of 500 in strength. Ding. Congratulations, host, for an increase of 700 in mental strength. The attributes gained from defeating zombies remained unchanged. However, obtaining crystal cores would yield additional rewards. The host is encouraged to continue striving. Well, this is quite generous, Liu Shi thought, reveling in the bountiful rewards. Not only had he acquired new ice powers, which promised to be formidable, but his storage capacity had also expanded significantly, now at 5,000 cubic meters. Ample space for more supplies, he was exceedingly pleased. Most importantly, the increase in charm meant that Liu Shi would influence others. Regardless of gender, by virtue of his allure, this was his greatest asset. Yet, he wondered if it would work on zombies as well. What nonsense am I contemplating? Subsequently, Liu Shi checked Song Do's profile. Feeling quite astonished, System displays Song Do's personal panel. As Liu Shi called out, Song Do's information materialized before him. Name, Song Do. Age, 20 years. Height, 172 cm bust. D-cup. Appearance rating 100. Figure rating 100. Leg length rating 100. Favorability 80. Ability S-level water powers. Level Beginner. Communication experience 1. Liu Shi gazed at the lengthy list of attributes and felt overwhelmed. He began to reprimand the system. Dog system. I've tolerated you long enough. This information panel is absurdly lengthy. Can't you simplify it? Do you only move when I mention it? Are you an idiot? How can you be so unintelligent and utterly useless? Ding. Thank you for the reminder, host. Immediate corrections underway. Ding. The new panel is as follows. Please review name, Song Do Do, charm, 100 ability, S-level water powers, level, beginner, favorability, 80, communication experience, 1. Liu Shi smiled at the new panel, finding it much more concise. However, he wondered why the dog system did not retaliate. Previously, it had called him a dog host. Perhaps he should clean up a bit. Dog system, why are you so forgiving? You don't even argue back. This panel is indeed clearer. But what is this communication experience? Who do you look down upon? Ding, my temperament has always been amiable. The host can choose to conceal the display of communication experience. However, this system refuses to accept secondhand goods that if it's not fresh, rewards cannot be settled. Liu Shi twitched his mouth in annoyance. Dog system, if I come across something stale, I shall treat it as voluntary labor. While this function seems rather pointless, I suspect you might be a system left behind by someone else. Nonetheless, I will not accept secondhand goods. Just give me a discreet reminder about communication experience from now on, without displaying it. Ding, dog host, this system is undoubtedly an original import. Absolutely fresh. You mustn't spout nonsense. Liu Shi, is this what you call good temper? You casually call me dog host when I was knocked down by a second-tier zombie, catching you off guard as well. Your manners are rather lacking, aren't they? Ding. Apologies, host. You were struck down in one blow and could not rise again, left to await your demise, which reminded me of dead dog. It wasn't aimed at you, and it has nothing to do with you. Liu Shi, dog system. Ding. Serving the people. Liu Shi. After taking a deep breath, he resolved not to bicker further with a foolish system. Continuing this dispute would only inadvertently expose his own foolishness. He decisively opened his personal panel. Name, Liu Shi, level, warrior, strength, 1500, spirit, 1000, speed, 237, 50 meters per second, possessing traits, golden dual kidneys, attribute enhancement, perfect accuracy, charm aura, hidden, immunity to zombie virus, swordsmanship mastery, special ability, upgraded ice-type ability, personal assets, 5,000 cubic meters of storage space, various supplies, sword of victory, number of girls rescued, 4, Zhuang shouting, Diana, Tang wooming, Song Do Do, offspring in gestation, 4, unallocated attributes, 500. Liu Shi gazed at the simplified personal panel, nodding in satisfaction, then declared, allocate all unallocated attributes to spirit. Consequently, Liu Shi's spirit promptly increased from 1,000 to 1,500, although still an initial warrior. His strength had significantly improved. An increase of several hundred in spirit was truly exhilarating. He hadn't anticipated such a substantial gain this time. Whether utilizing metal abilities or ice abilities, both relied on formidable spirit. Without sufficient spirit, one could not harness abilities to form adequate combat power. Liu Shi decided to test his newly acquired ice ability, which allowed him to freeze anything instantly. He picked up a brick from the ground. Crack, crack, crack. The surface of the brick became encrusted with frost, forming ice, and then Liu Shi tapped it with a finger. Bang! The brick shattered into small fragments. Truly remarkable. The metal ability would enable him to become a true king in any area with metal, while the ice ability compensated for the shortcomings of the metal ability, ensuring he had means even in metal-deficient areas. The following 2 days, Liu Shi diligently worked on improving his cultivation, after sending Song Do Do away from the master bedroom. The next day, Liang Jing could hardly contain her excitement as she entered. After 30 years of waiting, she finally welcomed her Prince Charming. Good things come to those who wait. A good woman fears not the passage of time. The longer a vintage wine is brewed, the more fragrant it becomes. However, being with Liang Jing did not awaken any new abilities in Liu Shi. The system space remained unchanged. All aspects of data showed no variation. Instead, he gained an additional 800 unallocated attribute points. This outcome left Liu Shi momentarily stunned. Subsequently, he allocated these 800 points to strength and spirit. After the allocation, his strength and spirit both reached 1,900 points. He advanced from a mid-level warrior to a high-level warrior, which is the latter stage of a warrior, only a step away from the general warrior level. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Thus far, Liu Shi had rescued 5 exquisite young ladies from the apocalypse. They were Zhuang Xiaoting, Diana, Tang Wuming, Song Do, and Liang Jing. Among them, Zhuang Xiaoting, the campus belle, was missing and awaited reunion. Diana and Tang Wuming were also campus beauties. Song Do was a goddess-level beauty, and both she and Liang Jing were teachers. Additionally, there was another campus belle, Mu Wanxing, who remained inconvenient. Cough, cough. Liu Shi reflected on his gains over the past few days, feeling quite satisfied, anticipating even richer rewards with the impending birth of his children. It was truly something to look forward to. Just as Liu Shi was lost in his delightful thoughts, Shui Linger hurriedly burst into his master bedroom. Teacher Liu, trouble. Outside, ah. Before Shui Linger could finish, she quickly covered her eyes with both hands, yet could not resist peeking through her fingers to behold a scene she had never witnessed in her life. Upon seeing this, Liang Jing swiftly dove under the covers. Liu Shi, in a mildly reproachful tone, inquired, "What is causing such a commotion? Did I not instruct you to knock before entering?" Shui Linger snapped back to reality and hastily spoke of the matter at hand. "Teacher, I'm sorry, I forgot to knock in my haste, but there's really serious trouble outside. They found invaders." "Invaders?" "Yes, teacher. Suddenly there are many people outside," Shui Linger replied, still panting. Liu Shi furrowed his brow and employed his late-stage warrior spirit to scan the northern courtyard. After his spirit had upgraded again, its coverage range had reached 1,900 meters, meaning one spirit point equated to 1 meter detection distance. Through this exploration, he indeed discovered a group of people lurking at the entrance of the northern courtyard. Some had even scaled the fence and entered. "This is unacceptable." "Understood," Liu Shi replied nonchalantly. Donning a relaxed light yellow bathrobe as he rose, he proceeded to the balcony on the 3rd floor. From a distance, he observed a crowd forcing their way in through the entrance, that a glimmer of killing intent crossed Liu Shi's face as he muttered to himself, "Seeking death. Darling, darling, Shui Linger says there are invaders outside. What should we do?" Diana, accompanied by the other women, arrived at the 3rd floor balcony, each looking anxious. They were acutely aware that if a safe house were breached and Liu Shi defeated, the consequences they would face would be dire. The potential for suffering was perhaps mild. The most terrifying aspect was that with so many invaders, they could face a fate worse than death that, if it came to that, they might collectively resort to suicide to avoid disgraceful humiliation. Thus, the dilemma before them was not merely about the invasion, but rather a question of life and death. Liu Shi pulled Diana close, reassuring her in a calm tone. "Do not fear. I will handle everything. However, teacher, look. There are so many of them." Mu Wanxing trembled slightly, frightened. She had yet to experience men and was not ready to die. The group turned their gazes to the direction indicated by her finger. At the entrance of the northern courtyard, a torrent of people surged in, at least 100 strong. Among them, every individual appeared formidable. No women, no elderly, no children, no weaklings. How could they have gathered so many people so suddenly? Terrifying. Tang Wuming supported Mu Wanxing, signaling her not to worry with her eyes. Both women then looked to Liu Shi, hoping this man before them was indeed powerful enough to be relied upon. Among the women present, except for Song Do, Liang Jing, Xiao Li, and Shui Linger, most had only witnessed Liu Shi's combat prowess in specific contexts and had yet to truly see his capabilities on the battlefield. Thus, their hearts were inevitably filled with trepidation. Had it not been for their extraordinary level of trust and admiration for Liu Shi, they might have panicked and considered betrayal. Yet now, though afraid, they focused solely on victory or death. Either victory or death. There was no other path in the blink of an eye. Hundreds of people swiftly searched every corner of the northern courtyard, soon reaching the villa area and breaking in. Invading the grounds below, Liu Shi observed this wave of individuals with a remarkably calm demeanor. If he was not mistaken, this group consisted solely of ordinary people, lacking even those awakened with abilities. Though numerous, they posed little threat. Therefore, he merely stated, "You all wait here. I shall return shortly." As he spoke, Liu Shi leapt from the 3rd floor, taking 3 steps in 2 and swiftly running and jumping until he arrived outside the villa's grand entrance. Liu Shi descended from the heavens, startling the encroaching crowd outside. The leader of the group, a burly man, exclaimed, "Brother, good dogs don't block the road. If you wish to join us, step to the back of the line." Clearly, they misjudged Liu Shi's intentions, believing him to be yet another lost soul in this apocalyptic world, eager to join their marauding band to wreak havoc. However, Liu Shi remained unmoved and declared, "Halt! You have trespassed into my territory. Withdraw now, and I may spare your lives. Advance another step, and you shall die." As soon as his words fell, the sword of victory appeared in his hand, radiating a chilling gleam. The leader momentarily froze, then erupted into laughter. Is this a joke? Someone even clutched their belly, rolling on the ground, pointing at Liu Shi. You're acting, aren't you? Unfazed, Liu Shi noticed a sharp-eyed middle-aged man shout, "Brothers, look, there are many beautiful women in the villa. All exquisite. Where? Let me see. Wow. Truly wild." The crowd engaged in a cacophony of voices, completely disregarding Liu Shi in their minds. In this apocalypse, they feared nothing but the undead. Their eyes widened at the sight of the numerous beauties, losing themselves in their lustful admiration. Liu Shi did not hinder their gaze upon his women, nor did he think to pluck away their greedy and lustful eyes. After all, if they did not look, how could they comprehend envy and jealousy? Moreover, he had no need to contend with a group of dying men, that he merely wished for the slaughter to become a tad more entertaining, seeing Liu Shi's calm demeanor and imposing presence. The leader couldn't help but suppress a flicker of disdain in his heart. Tentatively, he asked, "Brother, you claim this is your territory. What proof do you have? By your words, all those beauties in the villa belong to you." "Indeed, they are all my women." As for proof, the sword in my hand serves as evidence that if you doubt it, feel free to test it. Liu Shi responded with an unusual tranquility. His formidable aura immediately quelled the crowd. No one dared to mock him further. A moment of silence enveloped the scene. Then they glanced left and right, noting their group boasted over 100 men, while their opponents stood alone, an advantage they felt confident in. Thus, a bold individual stepped forward, shouting, "Nonsense! In this apocalypse, whoever seizes the beauties claims them. Isn't that right, brothers?" "Yes, exactly." A young man, emboldened by the crowd's encouragement, recklessly crossed the line Liu Shi had drawn earlier. He took a step forward. But before he could finish his thought, he abruptly fell silent, collapsing to the ground. The crowd barely witnessed how Liu Shi wielded his sword. It appeared as if he had not moved at all. Yet the bisected corpse on the ground and the blood dripping from Liu Shi's blade revealed a harsh truth. Before them stood a master. The crowd instinctively retreated several paces. On the villa's upper level, the school beauties watched this scene unfold. Their spirits lifted. Tang Mingwu remarked, "Look, darling, he has slain an intruder and forced them back." Mu Wanqing's expression relaxed slightly, though concern lingered as she remarked, "But there are so many of them." Shui Linger stepped forward, placing a stool beneath her feet to stand tall alongside the other women. She proclaimed, "Fear not, sisters. Though they are numerous before my teacher, they are but a pile of rubble. He has slain second-tier zombies." Diana nodded approvingly, continuing to gaze in Liu Shi's direction. The women ceased their discussions, settling in a silent observation of the unfolding battle. Seeing the crowd retreat, Liu Shi provocatively called out, "Who else dares challenge me?" The leader swallowed hard, glancing up at the beauties in the villa, feeling a sense of indecision. However, not all could maintain their composure. The defiant youth shouted, "Brothers, we need not fear. We are many. He is but one. Once we vanquish him, we can seize his women and his techniques, becoming powerful ourselves. Indeed, brothers, in this apocalypse, life is worth less than a dog's. If we don't die today, we will tomorrow. Why fear?" Spurred by the provocateur, several impulsive young men gritted their teeth and shouted, "Let us go. Charge!" Before they could close the distance, several of them were cut down by Liu Shi's blades of light, blood spilling across the ground. From the adjacent villa, Chu Qingyao stealthily peeked out, taking in the scene with pursed lips. He is formidable. The crowd was once again shaken, retreating involuntarily. Yet Liu Shi remained composed, stating, "This is your last chance. Depart now." And you may keep your lives. Several timid older men, sensing the peril, turned to their companions and said, "Hey, it seems things are amiss. That man truly seems strong. Perhaps we should retreat. There is no need to risk our lives here." "Yes, you're right. Let us go." The group turned to leave. As they squeezed through the throng, intending to head towards the northern gate, they had barely taken 2 steps before they froze in their tracks. One individual turned back, accusing Liu Shi. "You." His words were cut short as he fell, lifeless. The others collapsed as well, revealing a gruesome sight, crimson blood pooling around them. In the shadows, several swords stuck in the ground, still stained with blood, hinted at the grim reality of their fate. That a portion of the crowd grasped the horror of the situation, their faces contorting in terror. Yet, the majority remained locked in a standoff with Liu Shi, unwilling to retreat or advance. Observing their reluctance, Liu Shi wore a playful expression, his gaze glimmering with avarice as he declared, "Time has run out. I offered you a chance, yet you failed to seize it. Do not blame me now. What do you intend?" The leader of the group asked, his voice tinged with trepidation. The corpses on the ground continued to bleed, seemingly warning them against arrogance, lest they suffer a dire fate. Another man, slightly steadier, spoke with a hint of defiance. "Young man, your sword is swift. You must be an awakened one, but I advise you not to be arrogant. We are not without our own connections. The reason we dare to plunder is that we have supporters behind us." "Supporters?" Liu Shi arched an eyebrow, realizing why this group appeared so cohesive and united. It was the first time he had heard the term supporters, and it sounded quite significant. "Indeed, a portion of the food and women we seize during our raids must be surrendered to our supporters, who assist us in dealing with formidable troubles. They, too, are powerful, awakened ones. If you are wise, surrender the beauties behind you and accompany us to plead for forgiveness. Perhaps we may earn their mercy." As the man spoke, he made a gesture of feigned reverence. This struck Liu Shi as absurd. The apocalypse had only just begun, and he believed his growth had been rapid. He was on the brink of reaching the rank of a battle general. He did not believe there existed any man, or even woman, capable of outpacing his growth. Thus, the so-called supporters they mentioned were likely a group of awakened ones, forming an organization to recruit these minions for pillaging and scouting for their strength. Liu Shi was confident he could defend himself, even if he could not win. After a moment's contemplation, Liu Shi raised his gaze to the intruders. "If you desire the women, come and claim them yourselves. I possess countless resources and provisions. Should you best me, they shall all be yours. Win, and you gain riches. Lose, and you pay with your lives." The crowd exchanged glances, believing Liu Shi's words to be half credible. A surge of fervor ignited within them. However, they also realized he was far too powerful to conquer. A few leading men exchanged glances and nodded to one another before shouting, "Brothers, fortune favors the bold. He is but one man. Let us charge together and eliminate him." As their words echoed, a surge of individuals rushed forward. The leaders, witnessing the fervor of the crowd, felt a thrill of excitement, seizing the moment amidst the chaos. They discreetly retreated to the periphery, ready to assess the situation, prepared to flee if necessary. Regardless of who stands behind you, or what your background may be, those who offend shall meet their demise. If you are so eager for death, then let it come. Kill. Liu Shi wielded his sword, unleashing a devastating attack without discrimination. The first wave of assailants was cleaved in half, momentarily stalling the onslaught. Yet these individuals, seemingly reckless, quickly regained their footing and charged once more. "Slay him. He is but one." Liu Shi struck again, carving a bloody path through the throng. He advanced, dispatching foes as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Every enemy within reach met their end at the edge of his blade. Some were severed at the waist, others cleaved in two, their deaths grotesque and pitiful. The stench of fresh blood saturated the air, staining the ground crimson. However, as the blood threatened to splatter upon Liu Shi, it mysteriously froze mid-air, crashing to the ground in an eerie display. Indeed, Liu Shi had invoked his Cicer-ranked ice abilities to shield his garments from the taint of such vile blood. With Liu Shi's relentless assault, it wasn't long before hundreds lay dead or wounded, nearly half of the attackers vanquished. The leaders, recognizing the dire turn of events, turned to flee. This did not escape Liu Shi's keen observation. "Where do you think you're going?" With a swift motion, Liu Shi cleared the obstacles in his path and leapt, breaking the neck of an intruder before landing behind the fleeing leaders. He rose to deliver a powerful kick, sending one leader crashing forward, impaled upon the very spikes that had been knocked down, perishing on the spot. The remaining few, witnessing this, scattered in panic, desperately seeking escape. Liu Shi would not grant them such mercy. Either they fell or he would annihilate them completely. No quarter would be given. Icebind, Liu Shi uttered softly, activating his ice powers to ensnare the few remaining foes. Their forms became visibly immobilized as they struggled to flee. Soon transformed into frozen statues out on the balcony, Song Dodo gasped, "Is this the ice ability my husband awakened within me? Indeed, it is powerful." Yes, her husband was growing increasingly formidable. "I adore this." The women, unperturbed by the carnage before them, had long accepted the brutal reality of their world. Outside the safety of their shelter, it was a matter of kill or be killed. The throng of Liu Shi's allies stood frozen in shock at the scene unfolding before them. They finally realized that those who had urged them toward their doom were now fleeing for their lives, only to be cut down, while their own numbers had dwindled to nearly half. With victory slipping from their grasp, a palpable panic set in. Some trembled, and others, in despair, sank to their knees. "Please, spare me." Thud. An increasing number of individuals knelt, pleading for Liu Shi's mercy. Observing these pitiful souls, Liu Shi's gaze hardened. "Silence! To beg for your life when you cannot win is a foolish endeavor. None shall escape. All shall perish." With that, Liu Shi unleashed his full might, raising one hand above his head, preparing to execute a grand assault. Slaying them one by one was exhausting, and he had grown weary of the game to eradicate such a multitude. He would need to unleash a collective attack. Clenching his fist, a storm of swords and icicles materialized in the air, mercilessly raining down upon the crowd. Let them rain. As Liu Shi's arm descended, the air filled with anguished cries. In an instant, dozens fell into pools of blood, with no survivors. However, at that moment, Liu Shi sensed a furtive gaze upon him. With a flick of his wrist, a blade shot towards a nearby villa. Crouched in the shadows, Chu Qingyao shrieked, collapsing in terror. "Is he trying to kill me?" His gaze was terrifying, like that of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. No, he must be blinded by rage, that he wants to eliminate me as well, that I must flee. I cannot remain here. In her panic, Chu Qingyao scrambled to her feet and dashed away, hastily crossing the villa's threshold. Racing toward the northern gate in a frenzied state, Liu Shi's peripheral vision caught her fleeing figure. With a clenched jaw, he directed a blade from the air, striking true at Chu Qingyao. Thud! A fountain of blood erupted, a headless corpse plummeted to the ground, rolling away before coming to a halt. Upon closer inspection, it was Chu Qingyao's severed head, her expression one of disbelief and vacant terror. Unable to comprehend her gruesome fate, Liu Shi exhaled, feeling a weight lift from him. Reflecting on the matter, he mused, "Had you not run, perhaps you could have avoided this end." Afterward, Liu Shi used his powers to gather the fallen bodies, setting them ablaze, and employed his metal abilities to reinforce the northern gate, making it taller, thicker, and sturdier. Once these tasks were complete, Liu Shi gazed westward. "Those who support from the shadows, await your turn," as Liu Shi pondered. A melodious voice echoed nearby. "Husband, hurry home when you're finished. Husband, come back quickly. Come on, husband." Liu Shi swallowed hard, striding back toward the villa with eager steps, filled with anticipation. After a fierce battle, he was likely on the brink of yet another 300 rounds. In the Jinghai community, the Jing'an residence was home to the affluent and elite, comprising luxurious flats and villas. Before the apocalypse, this area was the most expensive in Jinghai, with apartments nearing 100,000 yuan per square meter, while villas exceeded 200,000 yuan per square meter. In other words, a 100 square meter flat would command at least 10 million yuan, while a 500 square meter villa would be priced at an astronomical figure beyond the reach of an ordinary person's lifetime earnings. Located merely a short drive from Jinghai University, The Jing'an residence villa area was the abode of the Su family's patriarch, the wealthiest in Jinghai. Even amidst the apocalypse, this stronghold remained impenetrable. The sole daughter of the Su family had long envisioned how to survive in such a world, transforming the villa into a formidable fortress. Not only had she excavated numerous underground levels, but the villa's walls were also indestructible. Within the villa, a strikingly handsome young man with sharp features sat at the head of the table, listening to reports from his subordinates. Beside him sat an exquisite woman, her beauty radiant yet her demeanor icy, creating a stark contrast in both temperament and appearance. Young master, young miss, there has been an incident. The hundreds we dispatched today have all failed to return. They have likely met with misfortune. Oh, such a thing has occurred. If those useless fools have perished, then so be it. We are not lacking in manpower. The young man at the head spoke with an unwavering tone. He was Su Yi, the current heir of the Su family, where his word was law. Certainly, if there exists anyone in this world capable of reaching his ears, it would undoubtedly be none other than his beloved sister. The strikingly aloof beauty seated beside him is none other than his cherished sister, Su Lingyang. Were Liu Shi present, he would surely be awestruck. Vowing that such a beauty could only belong to him, he has always been a fervent protector of his sister, obediently adhering to her every word, which has led to a rather peculiar situation. The Su family is, in fact, entirely devoted to Su Lingyang. To elaborate, Su Lingyang spoke coolly, habitually brushing the dust from her sleeve, thus revealing her severe obsession with cleanliness. Indeed, this morning we dispatched 8 teams to procure supplies, one of which, not overly populated, comprised around 100 individuals. They were assigned to the direction of Jinghai University. However, it is now past the designated time for their return, and we have yet to receive any communication. According to our regulations, failure to report back after the deadline, coupled with a lack of messages, signifies either betrayal or calamity. Judging by their circumstances, it is highly probable they have met with misfortune. Therefore, we shall refrain from sending more personnel to the Jinghai University area and instead assign individuals to monitor the perimeter. Su commanded unequivocally. Understood. By the way, how is the situation in the community progressing? Su inquired. The progress in the community is satisfactory. The villa area has been entirely clear of zombies, and the survivors have gathered. However, the cleanup of the high-rise residential buildings has not gone as well. We have only managed to clear one for the survivors' habitation, with little advancement elsewhere. The elderly steward, Fu Bo, recounted everything he knew with candor. Well, in that case, we must expedite our efforts. Understood. Subsequently, Su waved his hand, signaling Fu Bo to withdraw. The 2 siblings then engaged in a private discussion. Meanwhile, at the Jinghai University villa area, Liu Shi, after a fierce battle, was relishing the pleasures of life with a beautiful companion by his side. He reclined beside the swimming pool in the villa area, clad in beach shorts, casually crossing his legs while savoring freshly picked grapes, fed to him by Mu Wanqing, all the while observing his former goddess. Song Do Do, dutifully laboring away. She was diligently filling the swimming pool with water, perspiration glistening on her forehead, while several women frolicked in the pool. This was the pinnacle of existence, while others struggled to survive in the apocalypse. Fighting off zombies and scrounging for sustenance, he was luxuriating in the pleasures of life, utterly defying the harsh realities of the world in this apocalypse, who still engages in competition. The priority is to enjoy the present. For if today is well spent, tomorrow will surely be brighter. Moreover, the supplies in his space could sustain them for several years, and with a clean water source, their basic needs posed no problems whatsoever. Delicious. Wanqing, how many days until you're clean? Liu Shi casually inquired while savoring the sweet and sour grapes. Wanqing, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, fidgeted as she adjusted her position. According to norm, it should still be 3 or 4 days until I'm clean. No worries. I can wait. Liu Shi replied with a smile, reclining comfortably under the sun's rays. Wanqing remained silent, unsure of how to respond, and continued to peel grapes, carefully removing the skins before feeding them to Liu Shi. After finishing a grape, Liu Shi asked, "Any news online these days?" "Oh, the internet has been down since noon, and there's no signal at home. I'm not sure what is going on, Mu Wanqing replied candidly, showing no signs of concern. It's likely that the nearby signal tower has been damaged. Without the internet, it feels as though we've returned to primitive society. Are you all not bored? Not at all. The sisters always have endless topics to discuss. Not to mention you haven't let them idle. There is always plenty to do. Cough, cough. Liu Shi feigned a cough, attempting to appear composed. He then beckoned to Shaoli, who was clad in swimwear yet deemed unworthy to enter the water. Shaoli hurriedly approached, balancing several glasses of red wine. Mr. Liu. Shaoli obediently knelt, lowering her head. Too timid to glance around, Liu Shi casually inquired, Shaoli, how long have you been with Teacher Song? Upon hearing this, Shaoli's heart raced, nearly prompting her to kneel in trepidation, fearing Liu Shi might dismiss her. Such familiar phrases are often the prelude to dismissal. After all, 0.5 years, Shaoli feigned calmness, though her body trembled slightly. 0.5 years is not a short time. Do you know that the vice dean had his eyes on her back at school? Liu Shi's question startled Shaoli. She answered truthfully, yes. Yesterday at the South Courtyard, we went to the vice dean's office together, but we ended up wasting a trip. You know where the vice dean lives? I'd like to pay a visit. Liu Shi's heart felt unbalanced at the thought of not having properly avenged himself against the vice dean. Memories of being tasked with menial chores still occasionally surfaced in his mind, obstructing his thoughts. Though it is said that a gentleman's revenge is never too late, Liu Shi was eager to seize the day. Moreover, the system was incessantly urging him to rescue maidens, seemingly more anxious than he was. Considering the circumstances, he resolved to venture out. Not too far, just to seek out the beauties in the nearby communities would suffice that, of course. If he could conveniently locate the vice dean's residence, that would be splendid. Should the vice dean have turned into a zombie, he would not hesitate to assist in their liberation. If not, he would be willing to offer his help. Yes. The vice dean resides in Jinghai's largest community, Jing and Yuji, which is only a 10-minute drive from here. I have attempted to invite Teacher Song to my home several times, but she always declined. Shaoli divulged eagerly, keen to prove her worth and usefulness, leaving no room for deception. I've heard that Jing and Yuji is a haven for the wealthy. How can the vice dean afford such an expensive residence? Shaoli remained silent, as this question was difficult to answer. After all, they must have their means of wealth. Since this community is not far from us, and its inhabitants are either wealthy or noble, it is likely that many await rescue as a benevolent individual. It is only right that I extend my assistance to them. Teacher, are you going out again? Mu Wanqing asked, her expression complex. She felt somewhat guilty, having been somewhat inconvenient these past few days among the sisters. She ranked second to last, with the youngest, Shui Linga, being the last. No rush. I shall discuss it tomorrow. The following day, under the relentless bombardment and soft persuasion of the system, Liu Shi found himself compelled to venture out. As he gazed at his beloved wives with a heavy heart, he felt a pang of reluctance. This fleeting day had passed all too swiftly. It seemed he even had a chance to fully relish the little joys of life before he had to depart once more. However, the harsh reality of the apocalypse loomed. One must elevate oneself swiftly, for it is essential to survive in these dire times. Numerous adversaries remain, and one must not grow complacent. Thus, Liu Shi began his formal farewells. I will be away for a short trip, returning as soon as the same day, or at most, in 3 to 5 days. You need not worry. Stay safe at home and do not venture out, understood? Yes, dear, we understand. Be careful out there, that we will miss you. Teacher, please do not worry about us. We will behave. Although Liu Shi had begun to bid farewell, he lingered, reluctant to leave, engaging in prolonged conversations with his lovely wives, much to the system's frustration. At that moment, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have succeeded. Here is an invisible energy shield for your safe house, capable of withstanding attacks from battle-class foes, complete with 24-hour system surveillance. You may proceed on your journey with peace of mind. Liu Shi felt a surge of joy in his heart. He had finally managed to seize an opportunity. Yet, outwardly, he maintained an inscrutable demeanor. What does it mean to embark on a journey with peace of mind? Is there a lack of eloquence? Although the system's speech may lack charm, this gift is indeed genuine. Let bygones be bygones. I shall take my leave now. Liu Shi finally waved goodbye, swiftly vanishing from the sight of the women. Diana, filled with reluctance, wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, struggling to regain her composure. Although her time with Liu Shi had been brief, it had been the happiest and most joyous period of her life. Tang Mingwu supported Diana, while Mu Wonking assisted Tang Mingwu. Shui Linger, for reasons unknown, found herself standing alongside Shaoli. Perhaps they had discovered a common topic of conversation. Meanwhile, Song Do and Liang Jing console one another, appearing to share a heartfelt farewell, each harboring their own thoughts. As women, they had indeed come to depend too heavily on Liu Shi. With his departure lasting 3 to 5 days, they felt utterly despondent. Both physically and mentally, they experienced a profound sense of discomfort, as if something essential was missing on the other side. After Liu Shi left the safety of the villa, he proceeded in the direction indicated by the system. Upon exiting the school gates, he could faintly encounter a few wandering zombies on the streets. However, those zombies at a distance did not seem inclined to attack Liu Shi immediately. Liu Shi, disinterested, casually commandeered a nearby Range Rover and set off that, of course, as a cultured individual, one could not strictly call it theft. It was merely a temporary borrowing. Although Liu Shi was a physical education teacher, he could be considered somewhat cultured as well. Driving along the highway, Liu Shi observed the city in a state of disrepair, with certain areas engulfed in raging flames and smoke billowing ominously. The scene was truly reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic world. There was not a single living soul in sight. Occasionally, a vehicle would pass by in the opposite direction, but their numbers were exceedingly few. Alongside the road, a few zombies would occasionally meander past. Upon spotting a living person, they would converge and attack en masse, feasting on their prey. It was a gruesome sight. Yet, all of this seemed irrelevant to Liu Shi. His solitary strength was limited, and he was indeed powerless to assist to alleviate the complex emotions swirling within him. He turned on the car's music. Swaying gently in time with the rhythm, he lost himself in the melody. After several minutes, Liu Shi's vehicle gradually approached a sprawling residential complex. Curiously, the closer he got to this community, the fewer zombies he encountered by the roadside. By the time he reached the vicinity of the complex, zombies were virtually non-existent. Instead, he occasionally spotted a few living individuals passing by. Truly a rare sight. Before long, Liu Shi arrived at the entrance of the community. Gazing at the ornate golden relief depicting the grand Jingan Yudi. Indeed, this was the place. Liu Shi cautiously parked the borrowed Range Rover at the side, a habit he had cultivated over the years, ensuring not to obstruct the roadway. While parking, Liu Shi noticed that there were people nearby, yet they appeared to harbor no ill intent, as expected. The moment Liu Shi exited the vehicle, he was confronted by individuals who pointed guns at his head from a distance, shouting, "Don't move! Who are you?" Liu Shi raised his hands above his head, adopting a cooperative stance. It was not fear of being shot that compelled him, but rather the uncertainty of the situation. He did not know if his adversaries were formidable and thus deemed it unwise to engage directly. Lifting his gaze, he was taken aback by the sight before him. These individuals were fully armed. They wielded submachine guns, carried sidearms at their waists, and had daggers tucked in their shin pockets. Moreover, they donned gas masks, obscuring their features and rendering gender indiscernible. They resembled a special operations team. Before Liu Shi could utter a word, one of the team members hurried forward to conduct a thorough search. They began inspecting him from his hair down to his toes, checking for concealed weapons. After an exhaustive search, they found nothing. Liu Shi had left home without even his wallet, and his identification had long been relegated to a corner of his spatial storage, leaving him with no possessions. Nothing. He has nothing, the searching team member reported. Subsequently, the captain stepped forward to scrutinize Liu Shi with keen interest. He appeared to be quite the specimen. "Who are you? Where do you come from? What brings you here?" The captain's tone was reminiscent of an interrogator, somewhat aggressive, making it difficult to refuse him. Liu Shi, maintaining his composure, responded, "I'm a physical education teacher from Jinghai University, here to visit friends and family." "Oh, a teacher from Jinghai University, given the current zombie infestation. How did you manage to arrive here?" Upon hearing Liu Shi's claim of being a teacher, the captain seemed to relax his guard slightly. After all, what malice could a teacher possibly harbor? Nonetheless, he continued with the standard interrogation. Liu Shi replied, honestly, "Sir, as a physical education teacher, I possess considerable strength. It is quite reasonable for me to dispatch a few zombies that obstruct my path, is it not? There is nothing extraordinary about it." Liu Shi spoke with confidence, leaving no trace of deceit. Sensing no malice or aggression in Liu Shi's demeanor, the captain chose not to press further. He waved his hand and said, "Very well, you may go. Just remember, do not approach the villa district. It is quite chaotic over there." Liu Shi glanced in the direction indicated, his spirits lifting instantly, for that was indeed the destination of his visit. The vice president of the academy resided in the vicinity of Building 8. However, he was uncertain if the vice president was still alive. Gazing at the towering residential building, which soared over 70 stories high, he noted that while the exterior remained intact, eerie cries of distress occasionally emanated from within, sending chills down his spine. Clearly, the inhabitants were still entangled in a struggle against the zombies. "Thank you very much." Liu Shi waved his hand in gratitude and proceeded in the direction the captain had pointed. As Liu Shi moved away, one of the team members approached the captain and remarked, "Captain, I can't shake the feeling that he is heading straight for the high-rise area." The captain smacked the back of the team member's head and scolded, "Why are you so nosy? Our only duty is to secure the community, guarding the entrance and preventing zombies from entering. If he seeks his own demise, no one can stop him." Yes. They were puzzled as to why the military had suddenly dispatched them to combat zombies a few days prior. Wondering when this would come to an end, the group sighed and continued to hold their positions. Indeed, they were all dispatched by the Su family, utilizing military connections to guard the community. A full brigade, comprising over 3,000 personnel, had been deployed. However, nearly half of this force had already fallen in battle against the zombies, only managing to clear the villa area and conscript a number of drifters. This small villa district could be considered one of the few sanctuaries remaining in the post-apocalyptic world. Though the apocalypse may lack rules for soldiers, executing orders was their sacred duty. They were only responsible for following commands. Concerns about sustenance were not their prerogative. That was the responsibility of the military supply department. At least for now, the situation appeared to be stable, with ample provisions. However, this state of affairs was soon to undergo a dramatic transformation. Unbeknownst to them present, it was not the military that sustained them, but rather the Su family. Upon entering the community, Liu Shi was struck by its opulence and grandeur. The landscaping was meticulously maintained. Although there were occasional bloodstains on the ground, they had been thoroughly cleaned to the untrained eye. The place appeared as pristine as nude. If one did not scrutinize closely, the underlying issues would remain hidden. Occasionally, soldiers patrolled the community, yet they paid Liu Shi, a stranger, no mind. As long as he was not a zombie, they would not interfere. Curiously observing them as they passed by, Liu Shi found himself pondering an odd question. In this post-apocalyptic world, how could they still maintain such military discipline? Soon, Liu Shi navigated a narrow path that led him to the entrance of the high-rise residential area. Ahead, a contingent of soldiers stood guard, all armed and pointing their weapons towards the community, establishing a checkpoint. It appeared they were focused on internal security rather than external threats. Liu Shi approached at a leisurely pace, pulling out a few cigarettes from his system and offering them to the soldiers at the gate. Saying, "Thank you for your hard work." The soldiers looked utterly bewildered. "Wait, who are you? Do we know each other?" Upon his arrival, Liu Shi immediately offered cigarettes. Shortly thereafter, he retrieved several sausages from his pocket, repeatedly exclaiming, "You've worked hard. You've truly labored." Under Liu Shi's warm hospitality, the crowd felt it would be impolite to refuse. When someone extends a favor, one would be foolish not to accept. However, one must remember that accepting favors can lead to obligations. Naturally, they began to lower their guard against Liu Shi. After all, the true enemies lurked within the high-rise community, likely not behind them. Before any soldiers could voice their thoughts, Liu Shi took the initiative and said, "I have matters to attend to inside, and I kindly ask for your convenience." The soldiers exchanged glances, aware that their orders strictly permitted entrance but prohibited exit. The access was lenient while the exit was stringent. If confronted by zombies, they were to eliminate them, and those attempting to flee were to be quarantined. You wish to enter? No one will stop you, they retorted. But in such perilous circumstances, what sane person would venture inside? Without further ado, the soldiers opened the one-way passage. Liu Shi believed his offerings had borne fruit, and with a casual salute, he gratefully stepped inside. The soldiers regarded him as if he were a fool, bidding him farewell. Unbeknownst to Liu Shi, this was the truth of the matter. He crossed the checkpoint and ventured alone into the high-rise community, following the signs toward building 8. As Liu Shi made his way, he suddenly heard the system announce, "Ding! 3 young maidens matching the system's criteria have been detected within the community. Please proceed to rescue them. Successful rescues will yield substantial rewards." Liu Shi paused momentarily. The system now possessed a detection function. Was it akin to locating nearby beauties? When had it upgraded? This was truly splendid. Indeed, a reliable system. Can you provide a brief overview of the circumstances surrounding these 3 maidens in need of rescue? After a brief silence, the system responded, "Ding, detailed information can only be scanned once the host encounters the subjects. Currently, I can only relay that the 3 maidens are the epitome of beauty, exceedingly rare. Furthermore, their predicaments vary. One is in imminent danger while another enjoys a more carefree existence. Therefore, the host must proceed without delay." Upon hearing this, Liu Shi instantly comprehended the system's functionality. IT could only perform a vague search to identify potential targets and provide their locations. While not the most perfect feature, it was certainly usable. System, where's the closest maiden in need of rescue? Liu Shi eagerly inquired about her location, aware that the more maidens he rescued, the stronger he would become. Besides, who wouldn't appreciate the company of beautiful women? Ding! The first maiden awaiting rescue is currently located on the 29th floor of Building 3. The target may move at any moment, so please depart promptly. Oh, she can move? Indeed, she is human, not an inanimate object, and could very well relocate at any time, all the while facing danger. Without further ado, Liu Shi thought to himself, "Vice Dean, please bear with me a moment longer. I shall come find you once I have finished my tasks." Having decided to set forth, Liu Shi quickly discerned his direction and soon arrived at the building. Upon reaching the ground floor, he was met with terrifying roars and screams echoing from above, sending chills down his spine. Occasionally, debris plummeted from above, creating a genuinely perilous environment. However, endowed with the strength of a soldier, Liu Shi found these minor dangers hardly intimidating. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself to enter the building. Upon entering the lobby, he discovered that the elevator was out of service. Indeed, in a place swarming with zombies, utilizing the elevator would merely provide them with a convenient means of access, potentially accelerating the demise of the residents. In such circumstances, Liu Shi had no choice but to take the stairs, though the stairway entrance had been barricaded. Yet such trivial obstacles posed no challenge for Liu Shi, who effortlessly broke through. Bang! The door to the stairwell on the first floor yielded to Liu Shi's forceful entry. Within the darkened stairwell, a multitude of crimson eyes appeared. Under the dim light, Liu Shi's keen vision allowed him to see their grotesque faces, deeply sunken eyes, and withered skin that were utterly horrifying. But they were merely terrifying in appearance. In reality, they were akin to crumbling straw. Liu Shi's heart surged as he shouted, "Kill!" His sword materialized in an instant, and with a swift stroke he temporarily blocked the zombie's path. Liu Shi's principle was clear. If he could employ area of effect skills, he would not engage in single combat. If long-range attacks were an option, he would certainly avoid close-quarters combat, while utilizing area attacks against such a multitude of zombies would have been ideal. The height of the building necessitated that he conserve his strength and avoid excessive expenditure. Moreover, the narrow confines of the stairwell hindered any long-range assaults. Techniques like Rain of Swords required sufficient distance and space to execute. As for ice-based abilities, such a cramped environment rendered them impractical. Thus, he was left with reliance solely on the sword in his hand. Naturally, possessing a firearm or a dagger would have been advantageous. Ding! A special environment has been detected. A dagger of slaughter is granted, along with a pistol featuring infinite ammunition. Astonishingly, the system delivered exactly what he had wished for. How considerate. as the system's voice faded. Two new weapons materialized in Liu Shi's grasp: a pistol with infinite bullets and a dagger. Roar! A level 1 zombie lunged at Liu Shi, targeting his neck with its attack. Liu Shi felt the weight of the dagger in his hand and momentarily paused, surprised by its heft. He then spun the dagger in his grip a few times, and, as the level 1 zombie approached, a small whirlwind formed. Just as the level 1 zombie was about to seize Liu Shi's head, he swiftly evaded its attack, raising the dagger of slaughter in a horizontal grip, and swiftly severed its throat, leaving the level 1 zombie decapitated. Without the time to check for crystal cores, several ordinary zombies rushed forward. Liu Shi decisively fired his weapon, and several zombies were instantly dispatched with headshots to his side. More zombies advanced. Liu Shi had no time to adjust his aim, yet the dagger of slaughter did not have a fixed trajectory. He moved quickly, and the dagger cut through the air, eliminating the horde of zombies. As Liu Shi's figure solidified, the corpses of the zombies behind him lay lifelessly on the ground, utterly defeated. Huff! Finally, he had dealt with the wave of zombies obstructing the entrance. He quickly turned back to locate the level 1 zombie, but was disappointed to find no crystal core. Wasting no time, he hurried to the second floor, contemplating the number of zombies that might block his path from the 1st to the 29th floor. Liu Shi prepared himself mentally. Upon reaching the second floor, a cacophony of human screams echoed from within, indicating someone was in peril. However, Liu Shi had no intention of engaging in matters unrelated to his task. So he continued his ascent at this moment. Liu Shi realized that the staircase within this building was, in fact, a double staircase. This revelation significantly alleviated his burden. The presence of 2 stairwell entrances on each floor meant that the probability of encountering zombies was now halved. As he ascended to the 2nd and 3rd floors without encountering any zombies, it seemed the undead had congregated on the ground floor, where he had previously taken care of them. Observing that the stairwell and internal safety doors on these 2 floors were secured, Liu Shi let out a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, the stairwell remained dark and eerily silent, exuding a palpable sense of dread. 4th floor. Liu Shi cautiously ascended the stairs, only to be startled by the sudden illumination of the sensor light, revealing 3 grotesque zombies emerging from the shadows, advancing menacingly towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Shi pulled the trigger. The handgun struck 2 of the zombies, while a 3rd was shielded by its companions, continuing its relentless approach. Fortunately, Liu Shi's reflexes were sharp. He crouched down and swiftly slashed the abdomen of one zombie with his dagger, then swiftly delivered a fatal blow to another's neck. The dagger sank deep into the nape of the latter, green blood gushing forth and splattering the wall. After overcoming the 3 zombies without sustaining injury, Liu Shi realized that the overhead light was not malfunctioning. Rather, it was a sound-activated switch, illuminating only when noise was detected. If the zombies remained silent, the light would not activate. TOAR on the side of caution, Liu Shi decisively severed one of the zombies' arms and tossed it up to the 5th floor. The thud echoed, triggering the sensor light on that floor, which revealed no abnormalities. Liu Shi then ascended rapidly, testing several floors, easily dispatching the lower-tier zombies he encountered along the way. Upon reaching the 25th floor, he was met with a staircase teeming with zombies, at least a dozen. Liu Shi could not help but swallow hard. Were they gathering to play mahjong? This could easily accommodate several tables. Nonetheless, despite his internal musings, he wasted no time in launching his attack. He fired his weapon, dispatching the zombies in the front row. However, as the remaining zombies closed in, the risk of using his gun grew increasingly perilous. Thus, Liu Shi swiftly resorted to his dagger. With left and right slashes, stabs, thrusts, and cuts, his mastery of the dagger techniques was nothing short of exceptional, particularly in the use of thrusts and cuts, which he favored. As the zombies pressed in once more, Liu Shi kicked one aside and swiftly sliced its throat. In that moment, the head of another zombie inadvertently smashed the overhead light. Clang! Liu Shi felt a surge of frustration as darkness engulfed him. Straining his eyes in the gloom, he beheld the glow of the zombies' green eyes on the staircase, their features blending into the pitch-black surroundings, creating a scene that sent chills down his spine. Fortunately, Liu Shi possessed not only keen eyesight, but also a mental acuity that allowed him to sense his surroundings. Utilizing this advantage, he took the initiative and swiftly eliminated the remaining zombies. A few flashes of white light pierced the darkness. At last, Liu Shi could breathe a sigh of relief, having vanquished them all, and thankfully, he had not encountered any advanced zombies. Moving forward, he glanced at the floor markers. Only 4 more floors to the 29th. With renewed determination, Liu Shi initially contemplated taking a brief respite. However, even amidst his desire for rest, the circumstances rendered it impossible, as the commotion from earlier had likely attracted more zombies from above. Alarmingly, the creatures in the lower floors had also heard the noise and were making their way up the stairs, faced with the imminent threat of a 2-pronged assault from above and below. Liu Shi relied on his formidable mental prowess to assess the situation, his expression shifting dramatically. What? There are even second-tier zombies? No longer daring to delay, Liu Shi dashed toward the 29th floor. After an intense battle, he successfully opened the safety door to the 29th floor and immediately locked it behind him. He then hurried to secure another safety door, ensuring a temporary reprieve. One understood the peril of second-tier zombies better than he did. Such adversaries were formidable. It wasn't that Liu Shi was afraid, but a confrontation could create a ruckus that might spiral out of control. His mission was to rescue the young girl, not to slay zombies. Observing his surroundings, Liu Shi noted that the building was designed with 2 stairwells servicing 3 households per floor. Which household contained the girl? The system provided no indication, compelling him to search each unit methodically. Just then, within Villa 1, Su Yi and his sister Su Lingyang were receiving a report, and they replied in unison. What did you say? Zombies have broken out of the 3 high-rise buildings. Indeed, there are quite a few. The special operations team is currently engaging them. The butler reported candidly. Su Yi clenched his fists in anger, exclaiming, "Damn it! Just days ago, we expended considerable resources to seal off all entrances and exits of the high-rises. And now they've been breached so soon." Su Lingyang analyzed, "Brother, zombies are everywhere, and even within the special operations team, there are no guarantees of safety. Many personnel have already been infected and transformed into zombies. It will be challenging to reroute reinforcements in the short term." Damn it. Su Ling's expression soured. Should zombies breach the high-rise residences and infiltrate the villa district, they would be in grave danger. They had no external assistance. Anyone bitten or even touched by a zombie risked infection and transformation. Thus, the frontline special forces faced considerable peril, relying solely on ranged attacks and too fearful to engage closely. "I'll go take a look. I've awakened my powers and should be immune to the zombie virus. I want to see just how strong I truly am." Su Lingyang volunteered eagerly. "No," Su Yi interrupted her. "Sister, it's far too dangerous. You cannot go. If something were to happen, how would I explain it to our parents?" Su Lingyang said nothing further, activating her powers as a flame flickered to life in her hand, which she thrust forward. The curtains a dozen meters away immediately ignited in flames. "See, you needn't worry about my safety. The only concern should be whether I'll soil my clothes," Su Lingyang proclaimed proudly. She had awakened her fire abilities on the very first day of the apocalypse, and through her evolution over the past few days, she considered herself invincible. Meanwhile, her brother Su Yi had also awakened his powers, albeit leaning towards defensive earth abilities. They had been recruiting other ability users, but had little success. The 2 siblings stood as the pinnacle of human combat power within their community, regarded as the guardians of the neighborhood. "Perhaps we should wait a bit longer. I've heard the government is recruiting ability users to form a formidable army against the zombies if we can hold out a little longer. We might receive assistance," Su Yi urged, suppressing his inner anxiety and restlessness. "Yes, miss. You are far too valuable. Do not take unnecessary risks," the butler added. Su Lingyang, momentarily disheartened by their discouragement, hesitated. "Humph." With a huff, she turned and left. Watching her depart, Su Yi exhaled in relief, shaking his head. "Quickly, replace the curtains." "Yes." On the 29th floor of Building 3, Liu Shi, having navigated through 2 rounds of trial and error and vanquished several zombies, had effectively narrowed down his target to Unit 1. He approached the door of Unit 1 cautiously. The heavy steel door was securely locked. However, for him, breaking in was not a daunting task. The real challenge lay in how to execute the rescue under the most critical circumstances, ensuring the recipient felt immense gratitude without leaving room for criticism. Out of curiosity, Liu Shi pressed his ear against the door, straining to listen to the situation inside. Through the door, he heard a fragile female voice pleading, "Brother, please don't kill me." Before the woman could finish, a gruff voice interrupted, "Cough, cough. Son, act quickly. We've been out of food for days. If we don't act now, our entire family will starve." At that moment, another acerbic female voice pierced through the tension. "Hurry. Kill her, you worthless wretch. Do you wish to starve our entire family?" Inside the room, a slender man, trembling slightly, brandished a kitchen knife, facing a woman on the ground who was pleading desperately. The woman, clad in a loose white coat, possessed striking beauty, particularly emphasized by her captivating eyes that seemed to stir affection in all who beheld her. Yet, despite her allure, her face bore bruises, a testament to previous brutality. Behind the man stood an elderly figure and a young, corpulent woman, both gesturing emphatically, urging him to swiftly end the life of the woman before him. "Brother, have you forgotten? Our mother passed away long ago, and I raised you single-handedly. Please do not kill me. I can go out and find food to bring back for you." The beautiful woman continued to plead. The man, knife in hand, hesitated, his expression torn between resolve and reluctance, as if he were on the verge of committing murder. "Stop. Do not trust her. The outside world is filled with zombies. If she goes out, she may never return, rather than allow her to fall prey to the undead. We should eat her ourselves," urged the old man, his voice growing more insistent. It seemed he sensed the futility of his words and decided to escalate the matter. He shakily grasped his cane and limped closer to the man and the woman. The man, seemingly provoked, shouted, "Don't move, stay back." The elder was forced to halt, his eyes ablaze with fury and despair. "You should act quickly. Kill her. Sigh. How did I end up with such a useless offspring?" The elder cursed silently, too frightened to draw closer. Observing her brother's indecision, the beautiful woman seemed to make a harrowing choice, declaring, "Brother, I must reveal a monumental secret. Your wife and our father have been having an affair, and I caught them in the act. They wish to kill me to silence me, and once I am gone, you will be next." Initially reluctant to unveil such a devastating truth, she felt compelled to do so in light of her impending demise. The revelation stunned everyone into silence, particularly the knife-wielding man, whose eyes widened in shock. He turned the blade toward his wife. Yes, it's true. Have you betrayed me?" But before he could finish, a beer bottle shattered against his head, leaving him in disbelief as blood streamed down his face. Clearly suffering from a blow, he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, murmuring, "Why? Why? Because you are useless. After all these years of marriage, you provide neither money nor a car. The house is not even yours. You lack the capability to kill a mere wretch, forcing your mother to do it for you." The young, overweight woman sneered, even spitting on the ground in contempt. Seeing the chaos unfold, the beautiful woman rushed forward, exclaiming, "No, brother," but upon reaching her sibling, she found him lifeless, blood pooling from his head. Anger surged within her. "Liu Yin, how dare you? You consume our family's resources. Yet you forsake your duties as a wife, and now you seek to murder your own husband. Ha! And what of it? Go ahead and call the police on me. I not only intend to kill you, but him as well. This way, we shall never suffer hunger again. We will feast every day," Liu Yin proclaimed, picking up the kitchen knife and slowly advancing toward the beautiful woman. The elder stood by, a mere spectator, his expression cold, as if the fallen man were not his own son. Hearing this, Liu Shi shuddered in horror. What madness was this? A daughter-in-law conspiring with her father-in-law to murder her husband and sister-in-law. Such a grotesque betrayal was unfathomable. Inside the room, Liu Yin approached the beautiful woman, a sinister smile twisting her face, instilling terror in all who witnessed it. Instinctively, the beautiful woman recoiled, her body trembling in fear. But in the next moment, her pupils dilated in disbelief. Liu Yin, while closing in on her, had reached her brother's fallen form. Expecting an attack directed at herself, she was stunned to realize that Liu Yin's target was her brother. With a swift motion of the knife, snap, The man's body was cleaved in two, his head rolling away, his eyes wide open in a final expression of shock. Liu Yan's knife, having severed bone with ease, made the human form seem fragile in comparison. As the man lay slain by his own wife, Liu Yan lifted her gaze toward the beautiful woman, a deranged smile spreading across her grotesque features. See? Killing someone is not difficult. It merely requires a swift motion. Ning Shi, you will be next. Our refrigerator is empty now, perfectly capable of accommodating two bodies. Ning Shi remained in a state of shock, unable to comprehend the horrific scene before her. Her sister-in-law had just murdered her own brother. Despite Liu Yan's laziness and vanity, she could never have imagined her capable of such atrocity. After a prolonged silence, Ning Shi finally screamed in rage, tears streaming down her face. Though her brother lacked ambition and was timid, he was fundamentally good-hearted, never having committed any wrongdoing, not even killing a chicken. They had grown up together, sharing countless memories that now flooded her mind, intensifying her anguish. She was no villain, but she loved her brother dearly. He was, after all, her own flesh and blood. Yet now, her beloved brother lay dead at the hands of this vile woman. Ning Shi recalled how her brother had changed after marriage, becoming irritable, and how their bond had frayed, all due to this wretched woman. She glared at Liu Yan, her eyes filled with a fury so intense that if looks could kill, Liu Yan would have perished 1,000 times over. Her heart was consumed by rage. This wicked woman had taken her brother's life. Shouting in desperation, Ning Shi summoned an unexpected strength, seizing a dumbbell from behind her and hurling it. Liu Yan, caught off guard, turned to evade, causing the dumbbell to knock the knife from her grasp. Before Liu Yan could react, Ning Shi charged at her, and they engaged in a frenzied struggle. However, Liu Yan's weight quickly gave her the upper hand, pinning Ning Shi to the ground. "Vile creature, I have merely killed your brother. I have yet to lay a hand on you. How dare you resist?" Liu Yan sneered, pressing down on Ning Shi's chest, her heavy weight rendering Ning Shi immobile. With a swift slap, a bright red mark appeared on Ning Shi's face, nearly knocking her unconscious. Trapped beneath this monstrous woman, Ning Shi felt suffocated, unable to fathom how her brother had endured life with such a burden. The mere fact that he had survived until now was a miracle. Meanwhile, the elder, Ning Shi's father, finally spoke up. "Liu Yan, do not strike too hard." Liu Yan and Ning Shi turned to him in disbelief. Liu Yan's expression was one of confusion, her brows slightly furrowed. In contrast, Ning Shi's face was filled with shock, yet her heart clung to a final flicker of hope. After all, he was her biological father. The saying goes that even a tiger does not eat its cubs. She refused to believe that her father harbored no conscience. Could it truly be that this wicked woman intended to bring about her demise? Yet, the lifeless body of her brother lay nearby, plunging her into despair. Observing their confusion, Ning's father sheepishly attempted an explanation. "Well, Liu Yan, don't you think my daughter is exceptionally beautiful, more stunning than the actresses on television? Such a beautiful daughter. I find it rather regrettable to simply kill her." Ning Shi's eyes widened in disbelief, her heart sinking further. What had she just heard? Her own father not only refused to assist her, but also sought to have her tortured before her death. Tears streamed down her face, an unconscious testament to her emotional collapse and a heart turned to ash. Ning Shi ceased her struggle altogether. Liu Yan exchanged a meaningful glance with Ning's father before looking back at Ning Shi. She was intrigued by this unfolding drama, far more captivating than any reality show on television. Once the spectacle concluded and her husband was satisfied, it would be their turn. Oh, how delightfully wicked. Liu Yan's mind was already weaving an intricate plan. Just then, Liu Shi, unable to bear the scene any longer, knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound startled the three within, for in this apocalyptic world, who would dare to knock on a door? Delivery services had ceased. Packages were non-existent. And as for the property management and neighbors, they had likely succumbed to the fate of becoming zombies, or worse, their sustenance. Slowly rising, Liu Yan released the despairing yet curious Ning Shi and called out. "Who is it?" Liu Shi could have barged in, but chose to knock instead, believing that even in the end times, courtesy held great importance. "That I'm here to fix the sewer." Liu Shi fabricated a pretext. "Fix the sewer? Lu Yin and Ning's father exchanged incredulous glances. How could that possibly be? Ning's father, composed and cautious, shook his head, signaling her not to open the door. We do not require sewer repairs. Who are you? Lu Yin was equally curious, perplexed by the audacity of a living person to knock on a door in such dire times. Compelled by curiosity, she approached the door, eager to glimpse what lay beyond. As she peered through the peephole, a sudden scream escaped her lips. Ah! Ning Shi and her father stared at Lu Yin, bewildered by her exclamation, especially one so harrowing. It was only when Lu Yin turned back, one eye gouged out and blood streaming, that they felt a shiver of fear. What calamity had transpired? Ning Shi glanced up at the door, where a dagger was ominously embedded, before they could react. They noticed the steel door beginning to glow a faint red and radiate heat. Lu Yin hastily retreated, her earlier bravado evaporating, replaced by palpable anxiety. Even she, no fool, recognized the unusual nature of the situation. Under the astonished gazes of the three Bang, the door crashed down, revealing Liu Shi's dashing figure as he entered. Before he even arrived, his voice rang out playfully. "Hello, everyone. Have you eaten yet?" A phrase that would typically be mundane took on a sinister weight in this world, piercing each heart like a dagger. Eating had become the greatest luxury. "Who are you?" Ning's father blurted, his expression contorted with fear. Lu Yin, terrified, stumbled back, yellow liquid trickling down her legs. Only Ning Shi regarded the man before her with curiosity. Assessing him from head to toe, she, already on the brink of death, felt no fear of the inevitable. He appeared charming, with a fair complexion and an undeniable allure. The dagger in his hand looked long and formidable. If given the chance, she might even dare to bite him, to prove her courage. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a physical education teacher from Jinghai University, sent to find a girl named. What was it? Liu Shi halted, a smile gracing his face as he scanned the room, finally fixing his gaze on the stunning girl half reclining on the floor. Initially, he had no clue what the girl was called, but the conversation had revealed her name. What a peculiar name. Don't take advantage of my status as a gym teacher. My education is rather limited. Before the trio could process this, Liu Shi pointed directly at Ning Shi, declaring, "It's her, me." Ning Shi struggled to rise, utterly bewildered. "When did I meet you?" "Jinghai University. I don't know anyone there." Ning Shi was an outstanding graduate of a medical university, having just completed her studies. Now, at 26, she worked as an intern at a public hospital. The rigors of medical training were daunting, and her pay was meager. To alleviate her family's financial burdens, she often took up modeling gigs in her spare time. The only reason she could afford such a nice apartment was due to her mother's savings, which had sadly been depleted following her untimely death 2 years prior. After her mother passed, the family's economic situation worsened, leaving Ning Shi to shoulder the burden of supporting them. As she contemplated her circumstances, Liu Shi interrupted, "Yes, you. Come with me." Ning Shi instinctively wanted to follow Liu Shi, attempting to move her feet. It was not merely his handsome appearance that compelled her. Remaining behind meant certain death, and the prospect of adventure, however uncertain, was preferable to dying at the hands of her family. As for avenging her brother, if she had the strength, she might consider it, but she felt utterly powerless at that moment. Just then, Ning's father interjected, "Wait." Liu Shi looked up, his gaze earnest as he awaited further explanation. That Ning's father recalled the moment Liu Shi had burst through the door, feeling a surge of trepidation wash over him. "She is my daughter. If you wish to take her, you must provide us with adequate food and repair the door." Ning Shi, struggling to join Liu Shi's side, turned back to her father. What a father you are. I cannot fathom being related to someone so beastly and cold-hearted." Liu Shi shrugged, turning to Ning's father, conveying his helplessness. "You see, it's not that I refuse to help. Rather, your daughter does not recognize you as her father. Therefore, you have no grounds to make any demands." Ning's father fell silent, feeling a twinge of guilt. Meanwhile, Lu Yin, bleeding from her eye, sat trembling on the floor. The earlier audacity she had exuded now vanished. "Do you have anything to say?" Liu Shi inquired, fixing his gaze on Lu Yin. No. You all should leave quickly." Lu Yin wished to distance herself from Liu Shi, who exuded a demonic aura, terrifying in its intensity. Liu Shi nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. Very well. Since there are no objections, then perish. As soon as the words left his mouth, Liu Shi lifted his leg and delivered a swift kick, turning to take 2 steps before executing a series of rapid kicks that sent both individuals flying. Subsequently, amidst their expressions of terror, their bodies hurtled out of the window, plummeting from the 29th floor. Liu approached the window, and the strong winds characteristic of high-rise living tousled his hair, creating a somewhat disheveled appearance. Liu Shi watched with his own eyes as the two fell to the ground, transforming into 2 pools of blood. The soldiers below, startled, jumped back, pointing upwards and cursing, though the distance rendered their specific remarks inaudible to Liu Shi. Liu Shi, still seemingly in a daze, gazed incredulously at the unfolding scene. Moments ago, she had been a soul on the brink of death, struggling desperately to escape the knife of her own kin. And now, miraculously, she had been saved. Moreover, the perpetrator had met a fitting end. Already facing justice, an indescribable exhilaration surged within her. This transformation was all due to the man before her. A shackle, which she had hardly noticed, seemed to vanish from her being. Yet, soon enough, she cast her eyes downward at her deceased brother, her expression once again turning solemn and vacant. Unbeknownst to her, Liu Shi had returned to her side, his smile radiant as he remarked, "You don't mind me sending them on their way, do you? It was purely out of my disdain for them, and had nothing to do with you." She snapped back to reality, her emotions swirling as she regarded the man before her. He had just taken lives, yet he appeared so unfazed, as if he were not the one who had just committed murder. Moreover, he was reassuring her not to feel burdened by it. Were young men these days this considerate? Shi, caught in his eager gaze, found her own eyes darting away. Not at all. One of them was my biological father, yet he condoned my sister-in-law's murder of his son. He didn't spare me, his own daughter, and even contemplated my demise. He truly deserved his fate. The other was my sister-in-law, who conspired to kill her husband and intended to have me slaughtered for consumption, utterly devoid of humanity. Thank you for avenging me. Liu Shi nodded in satisfaction. It was evident that the women recommended by the system were no fools. They were all exceptional in both intellect and beauty. He took a moment to admire the stunning figure before him, her curves accentuated by the white coat she wore, revealing an alluring S-shaped silhouette. Truly, she possessed the physique of a model, enhanced by her identity as a doctor, a combination that fulfilled every man's fantasy. "You're quite filthy at the moment. Perhaps you should take a shower and change clothes?" Liu Shi casually suggested, genuinely wanting her to feel comfortable, as being dirty was undoubtedly uncomfortable, despite having battled zombies up close. He remained free of bloodstains and excessive dust, a testament to his aversion to filth, undoubtedly aided by his ice-based abilities. His offhand remark, however, caused Shi to blush. The classic trope of a hero saving a beauty was one she had witnessed many times, and it always culminated in some form of reciprocation. Now that he was suggesting she bathe, was he truly that eager? It wouldn't be a problem to oblige him. After all, she was destined to die soon and had never experienced intimacy with a man. Considering his handsome appearance, it hardly seemed like a lost She lowered her head and shyly made her way toward the bathroom, glancing back at Liu Shi, whose expression radiated sincerity, further solidifying her resolve. Liu Shi surveyed the disarray of the living room, with a corpse adding to the unsettling atmosphere, and deemed it particularly inauspicious. He thus manipulated the iron-framed sofa within the room, sweeping away the chaos, including the body, and sending everything tumbling down to the floor below, resulting in a rather comical scene that elicited the soldiers' exasperated shouts from below. Half an hour later, Liu Shi, in a state of ennui, finally awaited Shi's emergence from the bathroom, wrapped in a pristine white towel, which caught his eye. Just as he intended to urge her change and leave, he found himself being led by her into the bedroom. What was this? Such fortune. After rescuing Shi and slaying numerous zombies, the rewards he reaped were indeed substantial. Especially given that Liu Shi's current level was not particularly high, the pace of his upgrades in various aspects was commendable. Before long, a familiar and delightful voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully rescuing a quality young woman in this wretched apocalypse. She has escaped danger and is now in a safe state. Under your protection. Furthermore, she has successfully conceived a child. Reward. Immunity to all toxins. Ding! Immunity to all toxins means that no poison can harm the host in the slightest, rendering you among the strongest in all realms. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your strength is increased by 500. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your mental power has increased by 500. The attribute points gained from killing zombies remain unchanged. If you obtain crystal cores, additional rewards can be exchanged. Please continue your efforts. Upon hearing the prompts, Liu Shi felt a mix of surprise and joy. Although he had not acquired any new abilities and his space had not expanded, the immunity to toxins was a tremendous gain. From that moment forth, he would not need to fear zombie viruses or any mutated strains. Even if he were to accidentally ingest poison, there would be no cause for concern. System, please temporarily hide the prompts regarding forced pushes and zombie kills. You must have noticed that I never require such encouragement, that I will call for your prompts when I need them. Liu Shi declared with satisfaction, having long found the system's notifications too convoluted and sought to streamline them. Of course, it was nice to hear them during moments of boredom. Understood, the system replied, falling into silence. Liu Shi proceeded to open the current female lead's personal information panel. Name, Ning Shi, Charm, 96. Abilities, Unawakened, Favorability, 80. Not bad. Her charm had reached an impressive 96, indicating that she scored highly in physique, beauty, measurements, and leg length, with an average score that could only be achieved through excellence in all categories. Such qualifications placed her among the upper tier of Liu Shi's many women. Moreover, her voluntary submission had propelled her favorability to 80. Oh, so her name is Ning Shi, not Lin Shi. What a lovely Shi character. Liu Shi approached the window, observing that the sky outside was gradually darkening. Nightfall was fast approaching, and after a long day, he had finally garnered substantial rewards. He discreetly repaired the steel door, reforging it to withstand the unknown dangers of the night. He also encased the glass sliding doors of the living room balcony in ice, rendering it seemingly impenetrable, ensuring that no unexpected incidents would occur. Once Ning Shi awakened, he would share the pre-prepared meals he had ready. These were not the ordinary pre-packaged meals commonly consumed. Rather, they were lovingly crafted by his virtuous wife, Diana, before he ventured out. She had prepared in ample quantity, utilizing the unchanging flow of time within his spatial realm. He stored the food, ensuring that it remained in perfect condition from the moment it was placed inside to when it was retrieved. This allowed Liu Shi to enjoy delicious, piping hot meals at any time and place, a privilege that others could only envy. When Ning Shi beheld Liu Shi conjuring forth an abundance of fresh, steaming food seemingly from thin air, she was left utterly astonished. She was well aware of abilities, yet never anticipated witnessing one firsthand. However, in this apocalyptic world, what was truly impossible? Ning Shi's capacity to adapt was remarkable, and she soon came to comprehend and accept this reality. Simultaneously, her gaze towards Liu Shi began to soften. Ding! Congratulations, the female lead Ning Shi's favorability has increased by 10. Reaching 90. As Liu Shi savored the meal, he received the notification and looked up to offer Ning Shi a gentle smile. He could not deny that the combination of a model and a doctor was quite delightful. To tease her a bit, he feigned ignorance and asked, "By the way, I still don't know your name?" Ning Shi's movement faltered as she brought the food to her lips, remembering the events that had just transpired. She blushed and said, "My name is Ning Shi, with Ning signifying tranquility and Shi representing the ebb and flow of tides." After speaking, she shyly inquired, "You mentioned earlier that you're a teacher at Jinghai University. What is your name?" How embarrassing. I do not even know his name, and he seems to be unaware of mine as well. How could we have been so careless? Have I been too hasty? No. This is the apocalypse. I should not be so concerned with trivial formalities. Besides, he did not refuse or oppose me. In fact, he appeared to enjoy it. This indicates that my actions were indeed appropriate. There is nothing wrong with it. A moment of psychological reassurance allowed the once flustered Ning Shi to regain a semblance of composure. Liu Shi. He introduced himself, with Liu signifying benevolence and Shi representing veracity. This was the first time Liu Shi formally introduced himself to a woman, evoking a hint of a marriage before love sentiment. What does it mean? Ningxi asked, her expression one of confusion, brimming with charm. Yes, Liu Shi. She managed a forced smile, tinged with embarrassment. What an odd name. Who has the surname Liu? The name of a rogue. Does he think he is Liu Chuanfeng? Is he merely brushing me off? In truth, Liu Shi was not dismissing Ningxi. The phrase from benevolence comes Liu originates from the Zhuozhuan, year 8 of Duke Cheng, meaning one who is eager to listen to correct opinions. Additionally, Shi is a homophone for is, carrying a similar meaning. However, Liu Shi was unaware of Ningxi's thoughts and assumed she had correctly understood his name. After we finish eating, let us take some time to rest. Tomorrow, I will take you away from here. Liu Shi instinctively revealed his plans for the next day, which involved rescuing 2 other young women in need of assistance. They would likely face swarms of zombies, potentially including formidable 2nd and 3rd-tier zombies. Naturally, resting was essential. Yet this statement was interpreted differently by Ningxi. He said we should rest after the meal. In this delicate atmosphere, Ningxi's heart raced like a startled deer, her thoughts swirling. Her eyes reflected both shyness and anxiety, as if she were caught in an internal struggle. Could it be that he wants to? This thought flickered through her mind, creating ripples of emotion. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, a testament to her youthful bashfulness and unease. Stealing a glance at the figure drawing near, her heart was a tumult of feelings. How vexing, she murmured softly. This was a mild complaint about her involuntary fluttering heart, as well as an acceptance of the sudden emotions that overwhelmed her. Her tone carried a hint of playful reproach. Yet it added to her captivating allure. He is so strong, recovering so swiftly. She secretly admired him, a mixture of surprise at his rapid recovery and admiration for his indomitable spirit. She understood that such a man could effortlessly tug at her heartstrings, instilling both love and fear within her. Yet, amid this admiration and infatuation, a sliver of worry lingered. But I fear I may not be able to endure. She was concerned whether her body and soul could withstand such fervor and passion. A glimmer of confusion flickered in her eyes, as if she stood at a crossroads, hesitating to take that step. Nonetheless, her blush remained undiminished. She bit her lower lip tightly, attempting to suppress the tumult within. Yet, those feelings surged like a spring, impossible to contain. Liu Shi observed her, interpreting her flushed complexion as a result of the meal's warmth that it would not be until later that he realized how profoundly mistaken he was. The following day, the sky began to brighten, and from the 29th floor, one could still glimpse the sunrise along the horizon. Liu Shi had slept soundly and comfortably the previous night, awakening with excellent spirits. In contrast, Ningxi bore noticeable dark circles under her eyes, raising concerns about the forthcoming endeavors. After savoring a sumptuous breakfast and dressing appropriately, Liu Shi took Ningxi's hand, preparing to venture outside. However, upon reaching the entrance, he halted, sensing a formidable presence lurking beyond the door, at least the level of a high-tier 2nd zombie. The opponent appeared to possess strength surpassing his own. What to do? Exiting through the front would inevitably engage him in battle with a high-tier 2nd zombie. Even if he were to triumph, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory, and a single misstep could spell disaster. Losing Ningxi would mean a death toll of 2, an outcome he could not permit. Yet if not through the front, what alternative remained? As he pondered, his gaze fell upon the ice blocks on the balcony, sparking new ideas. This revelation would alter his subsequent battle strategy. In that moment, Liu Shi formulated 2 promising plans. The first involved leaping from the 29th floor, relying on his metal abilities for a cushioned descent, possibly achieving a semblance of flight. While it sounded fantastical, it was not outside the realm of possibility. This direct descent could help him evade conflict with the zombies outside. Liu Shi immediately summoned his Sword of Victory, allowing it to orbit around him through his metallic powers. He then attempted to step onto it, clumsily managing to fly around the living room, leaving Ningxi astonished, her mouth covered as her eyes widened, nearly screaming in disbelief. The plan? Approved. However, this approach carried inherent risks. Should he lose control or exhaust his mental energy, peril would ensue. Thus, it would serve as a contingency. The second plan? To confront the challenge head-on, engaging in fierce combat to eliminate the zombies at the entrance and acquire their crystal cores, then reassess the situation. After all, second-tier crystal cores were rare treasures, capable of awakening his woman's abilities and potentially passing down to their future offspring. Just imagine, their child awakening extraordinary powers at birth. Such a prospect offered an undeniable advantage, an enticing temptation he could not dismiss. Yet, before proceeding, he needed to ensure Ningxi's safety. Liu Shi glanced at her, momentarily unable to reach a decision. System. Where's the second girl in need of rescue? Liu Shi sought to confirm her location, assessing the risks before taking action to circumvent potential issues. Ding. The second girl in need of rescue is an unparalleled superstar, beloved by many. Have you not yet experienced the allure of a celebrity? Liu Shi, please be serious. I am inquiring about her location, not her allure. Ding. Calculating. The second girl in need of rescue is located on the 68th, 69th, and 70th floors of Building 8, 2 buildings away, making direct access impossible. The floor plan has been displayed. Liu Shi scrutinized the floor plan provided by the system, realizing that if he wished to reach her from his current position, he would need to navigate around 2 buildings. Clearly, she was situated near the top floors that, if he were to descend, not only would he encounter zombies obstructing his path, but even upon reaching Building 8's entrance, he would need to fight his way up from the first floor. The mere thought of this made Liu Shi feel a wave of exhaustion. Why does this unparalleled superstar reside on 3 floors? Liu Shi inquired, perplexed. Ding, because she is wealthy and can choose to live as she pleases. A friendly reminder, the 70th floor of Building 8 is the top floor. The host can descend from the sky, ideally riding on a rainbow cloud. Liu Shi, this system is becoming increasingly irreverent. However, the notion of descending from the heavens seemed promising. Being on the 29th floor, reaching the top floor would indeed be easier than descending to the first and then ascending to the 68th. After scaling to the top floor, he could leap from there to the roofs of Buildings 5 and 7, and then from the rooftop of Building 7 to that of Building 8. Liu Shi examined the floor plan. The distance between the buildings was over 80 meters, presenting quite a challenge. However, the maximum distance between the 2 buildings is only a little over 10 meters, which falls within an acceptable range for him. After making up his mind, Liu Shi immediately addressed Ningxi, saying, Ningxi, you should hide in the bedroom. Do not come out until I call for you. Wait until I clear the zombies at the door, and then we shall leave. Okay. Ningxi's face flushed suddenly, as if lost in thought, yet she obediently retreated and locked the door behind her. Liu Shi hurriedly reinforced the entrance with a thick layer of ice. Subsequently, he melted all the metal within the house into sharp spikes, suspending them behind him, extending beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows from the outside. These sharp spikes appeared to be arranged in a remarkably orderly fashion, hanging in the air with an imposing presence. Liu Shi contemplated. Only with sufficient distance could he fully utilize the advantage of his sword rain. The distance of over 10 meters in the living room should suffice. He then held his breath and cautiously opened a room's door, slowly retreating to a safe distance. Indeed, the first zombie lingering in the corridor spotted Liu Shi's figure, kicked open the door, and lunged toward him. Liu Shi controlled the sword rain with his left hand, poised to strike, while his right hand wielded ice abilities to instantly freeze the incoming zombie. The floor-to-ceiling window had already been shattered. The continuous influx of air and moisture replenished Liu Shi's energy. Once the first zombie charged in, it immediately awakened the others behind it. There were no fewer than 10. They surged through the doorway, appearing particularly ferocious. What? A second-tier zombie as well. Upon sensing the presence of a second-tier zombie, Liu Shi's mood grew increasingly grave. This particular zombie was evidently more formidable than the one he had previously slain. Liu Shi dared not be careless. 2 ordinary zombies were the first to rush in, and Liu Shi continued to freeze them with his ice abilities. Following them were 3 first-tier zombies, closely pursued by the second-tier zombie, with several ordinary zombies trailing behind. The scene compelled Liu Shi to subtly retreat a few steps, needing to create ample space to unleash his ultimate move. Roar. The second-tier zombie let out a fearsome howl, intent on reaching Liu Shi as quickly as possible. Now was the moment. Liu Shi firmly grasped the sword rain, sweeping it forward. The sword rain trembled in the air before shooting forth. Splendid. The bodies of the 3 first-tier zombies were pierced through with great force. several holes appearing in their heads. Meanwhile, the ordinary zombies, barely having made their entrance, were all swiftly dispatched. Dark green blood pooled on the ground. However, the second-tier zombie, astonishingly, evaded this powerful attack. It agilely leaped to a corner beyond the reach of the sword rain. Glaring at Liu Shi with a menacing gaze, its dark green irises appeared treacherous and devoid of emotion, presenting a truly terrifying visage. It must be noted that the apocalypse had only commenced a few days prior, and these zombies still wore tattered remnants of human clothing, stained with blood and dirt. Their faces had long since lost any semblance of color, transforming from rosy skin to a parched brown. Liu Shi observed that the higher the tier of a zombie, the more pronounced the physical changes became. Take, for instance, the one before him. Its bodily structure seemed entirely different from that of a human. For the first time, Liu Shi dared to scrutinize his opponent so closely that he noted that its teeth had elongated to a sharper form, resembling that of a vampire. Its facial features had lost all aesthetic appeal. The skin devoid of any excess fat or collagen, reduced to a dry human mask enveloping the remnants of bones and flesh. Furthermore, its neck bore prominent blood vessels with no signs of a pulsing heartbeat. Brimming with sanguine vitality, clearly, it must have consumed a considerable number of humans to have reached such a state. Its hands had fingers that were over twice the length of an ordinary person's, with claws adorned with sharp spikes, evolutionary adaptations, thick and bloody. As for its shoes, they had been worn out to the point of creating 2 gaping holes, with 10 toes bursting forth, their nails appearing exceedingly sharp. Wait! Liu Shi noticed a peculiar bulge in its chest. Could it be that this was a female zombie? It was unexpected that, even as a zombie, she retained such allure. She must have been remarkable in her previous life. Liu Shi raised his gaze, observing her shoulder-length hair, now damp and resembling a filthy mop pulled from a restroom, both soiled and foul-smelling, that he couldn't help but express his disdain. Goodness, if the female zombie looked like this. He could hardly bear to confront her. Thus, he swiftly reined in his errant thoughts, drawing his sword and charging towards the zombie, shouting, "Hand over the crystal core." The second-tier zombie, of course, could not comprehend Liu Shi's words. Its expression remained cold and unyielding, devoid of any emotion. It merely shook its head and leaped towards Liu Shi, revealing its razor-sharp claws. The 2 figures darted back and forth within the living room, nearly invisible to ordinary observers. Liu Shi moved with remarkable speed, yet the second-tier zombie was equally swift, both exceeding the capabilities of a common human. They nearly defied the laws of physics. Nevertheless, the battle between a human with abilities and a zombie could not be measured by normal standards. Fortunately, the spacious living room allowed Liu Shi to engage without feeling overwhelmed as the battle raged on. The room became a chaotic scene, with walls crumbling and 2 rooms breached, expanding the space to what resembled a 3-bedroom apartment. Thankfully, Ningxi's room, situated at the far end, remained untouched, with the entrance still fortified by ice, rendering it temporarily safe. Die! Liu Shi seethed, aiming for the zombie's neck as he swung his sword. A successful strike would certainly slay it on the spot. Unfortunately, its speed was astonishing, consistently evading his attacks at the last moment while emitting a blinding flash to disrupt Liu Shi's perception. Could its ability involve light? Liu Shi pondered internally. What? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Liu Shi barely reacted before the second-tier zombie's claws lunged toward him, nearly piercing his neck. In a frantic motion, Liu Shi raised his sword to block. Clang! The second-tier zombie's claws collided with his sword, sparking a shower of flames. Damn it! How could its claws be so resilient, able to withstand the force of blade? Though Liu Shi emerged unscathed, he was pushed back several steps, finally managing to stabilize himself. A grave expression overtaking his face, it became evident that this second-tier zombie was no ordinary specimen. Its prowess far surpassed that of its peers, stronger than he had anticipated. Moreover, its speed was remarkable. Its claws as hard as iron, capable of emitting light to confuse his vision that if given sufficient time, it might evolve into a female zombie king. Originally, Liu Shi's SS-level abilities were designed to dominate others of the same tier. Yet, confronted by this female zombie, there was an inexplicable sensation of being at a disadvantage. IT was essential to engage one's intellect in order to overcome it. Observing Liu Shi's troubled expression, the second-tier zombie seized the opportunity to press the attack. IT leaped fiercely, its claws poised to strike. Liu Shi deliberately bent his body, narrowly evading the vicious blow. However, to his surprise, before he could even catch his breath, the zombie's knee had already collided with his chest. Liu Shi caught a fleeting glimpse and discovered that its knee was as hard as iron. If struck, it would likely leave him gravely injured. If not dead, in a moment of peril, Liu Shi could only push aside the zombie's knee, utilizing its force against it, and swiftly rolled to the side, their bodies intertwined in the air. Liu Shi beneath, the zombie above. This moment was indelibly etched in Liu Shi's memory. The close encounter with the female zombie stirred an inexplicable thrill within him. Yet he quickly regained his composure, aware that his advantage lay in his ability to react swiftly, leveraging the ground's force and friction. This was the benefit of holding one's ground. The second-tier zombie, airborne, lacked the agility to control its descent. Liu Shi, using one hand to deflect the zombie's knee, evaded its assault. But his right hand, now freed, was too close to wield a sword effectively. He hastily retracted his sword into its sheath and clenched his fist, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. "Come, taste the strength of my fist." With a resounding bang, Liu Shi's right fist struck the zombie's chest. The force of 2,400 kilograms slammed into the creature, akin to being struck by a 2-ton truck traveling at 100 kilometers per hour. Instantly, the zombie's chest caved in, and its body was hurled against the rooftop, half submerging into the ceiling. Yet Liu Shi grimaced in pain, shaking his hand vigorously. He had not anticipated the hardness of that female zombie's chest. Was it possible they had all turned to stone? He had aimed for the softest part, only to encounter its most armored region. Truly a case of injuring oneself while harming the enemy. As he lamented this miscalculation, Liu Shi glanced upward at the area struck by the zombie, noting a sizable hole in the ceiling. The creature's form had already vanished without a trace. Liu Shi became instantly cautious, retreating 2 steps in vigilance, only to discover that the second-tier zombie had somehow positioned itself behind him. Damn, this second-tier zombie possesses at least the strength of late second-tier, perhaps even on the verge of breaking into third-tier, significantly surpassing my own level. Yet Liu Shi was unperturbed. He had confidence in his ability to slay it. Just as Liu Shi sensed the anomaly, the second-tier zombie launched its assault. However, its speed was not as swift as before, as it had learned and opted against leaping, instead charging forward with grounded determination. This granted Liu Shi ample time to react. He countered with a kick, which the zombie blocked with both hands, resulting in both parties retreating a couple of steps. Clearly, in the absence of overwhelming strength, he would need to employ some cunning tactics. At that moment, the commotion from their battle attracted more zombies, and several first-tier zombies emerged at the entrance, thrusting Liu Shi back into a perilous situation of multiple adversaries. Without a moment's hesitation, he advanced with his sword, swiftly dispatching several first-tier zombies before sealing the entrance. Turning back, he found the second-tier zombie charging once more, this time accompanied by a dazzling brilliance. Liu Shi quickly shut his eyes, channeling his mental energy to discern its attack pattern. This time, the second-tier zombie opted for an aerial assault again, utilizing its advantage by clawing at Liu Shi with both hands and feet, revealing no weaknesses. Even its iron-like chest presented no opportunity for Liu Shi to exploit. He realized with dread that it was evolving, learning and adapting mid-battle. Was this instinctual? It seemed more than mere instinctive reactions. It was terrifying to claim it lacked intelligence. Who would believe such a notion? It became evident that the longer the battle persisted, the more unfavorable it became for Liu Shi. He rolled to the side just in time to narrowly evade the second-tier zombie's attack. Yet before he could regain his footing, it charged at him again, employing the same technique, leaving Liu Shi with no means of countering. "Ice seal," he murmured softly. An ice wall materialized before him instantaneously. However, this barrier was insufficient to entirely thwart the second-tier zombie's advance. With a resounding crash, the second-tier zombie burst through the shattered ice wall, which fragmented into pieces. Yet, this brief moment of delay proved crucial. As the zombie landed, it found Liu Shi's figure had vanished. In that instant, Liu Shi surged forward from the side, aiming to sever its neck with a single stroke. The second-tier zombie reacted swiftly, raising its hands to block while attempting to disrupt Liu Shi's assault. Unbeknownst to it, Liu Shi's sword strike was merely a feint. The true lethal blow had already coalesced behind the second-tier zombie. At that moment, the zombie stood with its back to the massive floor-to-ceiling window. Oblivious to the outside, the window had already shattered, and outside, a colossal metallic blade was rapidly forming. With a swift motion, Liu Shi unleashed it with lightning speed, as the zombie's hands barely intercepted Liu Shi's sword strike. It suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait, why is this sword so light? Though uncertain if the second-tier zombie could contemplate such thoughts, Liu Shi was convinced that upon blocking the sword, the creature's expression shifted dramatically, its facial muscles tensing in realization. Unfortunately, it was far too late. In that fleeting moment, as its muscles tightened, the immense metallic blade pierced through its chest from behind, pinning it mercilessly to the ground, rendering it immobile. The blade was over 30 centimeters thick, more than sufficient to extinguish its life. Yet Liu Shi, still wary, swung his sword again, severing its head. As the head rolled away, the body collapsed limply. Liu Shi observed the head on the ground, its eyes slowly dimming, shifting between crimson and dark green, ultimately fading into a lifeless gray. Clang. Once certain of the second-tier zombie's demise, Liu Shi discarded his sword, exhaling deeply as he slumped onto the ground. Damn it. We've finally won. The entire battle seemed to stretch on for an eternity, yet transpired in the blink of an eye. Nonetheless, this clash exacted a tremendous toll on both Liu Shi's physical and mental fortitude, igniting within him an urgent desire to enhance his strength. While he emerged from the encounter unscathed, the recollection of the ordeal still sent shivers down his spine. After a brief respite, Liu Shi hastily rose and rummaged through the remnants of a second-tier zombie's cranium. Discovering a gleaming crystal core, at last, his efforts bore fruit. He decisively stowed the core away. Then, with a hint of disdain, prodded the zombie's corpse with the tip of his sword, inspecting the body for any mutations. Ultimately, he unceremoniously severed the tattered remnants of the zombie's clothing, eager to examine the aberrations upon its flesh. Upon discerning the mutations of the second-tier zombie before him, Liu Shi's eyes filled with derision. It had not transformed into stone, but rather into bone. Damn. The scene depicted a second-tier zombie that Liu Shi had thoroughly dissected, not only unwrapping its garments, but also subjecting its remains to biological scrutiny. Such treatment was utterly inhumane. Yet this close-range examination provided Liu Shi with invaluable insights. As the adage goes, know thy enemy and know thyself. In 100 battles, you will never be in peril, for Liu Shi. This form of research was not only essential, but also entirely legitimate. After toying with the remains for a while, he grew weary and promptly headed to the bathroom for a cleansing shower, as his clothes had become soiled from the recent battle with the second-tier zombie. Dust mingling with sweat coated his face, rendering him a picture of disarray. Were he facing a more ordinary adversary, he might have had the capacity to employ his ice-based powers to prevent such dirt from adhering to him. However, in the face of a formidable foe, he dared not let his guard down, resulting in his current disheveled state. Fortunately, he had sustained no injuries. Upon entering the bathroom, Liu Shi was taken aback to find it nearly reduced to rubble. The door and half of the wall had collapsed, leaving him with no choice but to make do with a makeshift wash. From an external viewpoint, an odd spectacle unfolded. A house with shattered floor-to-ceiling windows, its interior strewn with debris, yet a man was bathing openly nearby. A sight that was truly difficult to behold. After finally enjoying a hot shower and donning a fresh set of clothes, Liu Shi rapped on Ning Shi's door. Ning Shi, it's me. Come out. We must leave. The tightly shut door creaked open, accompanied by a chorus of rustling sounds, revealing Ning Shi's stunning visage. Liu Shi smiled apologetically. I apologize for turning your home into this. It seems it can no longer accommodate anyone. Ning Shi stepped out slowly, her heart trembling as she surveyed the transformed state of her once familiar abode. She had heard the commotion outside, the relentless sounds of crashing, and felt the tremors within her room. Several times, she had been tempted to venture out and investigate, but Liu Shi's warnings had held her back. Gazing at the wreckage, Ning Shi sighed softly. Even if the house had remained intact, it was no longer habitable, infested with zombies, rendering it utterly uninhabitable. Perhaps it was for the best, as it severed her lingering attachments and buried the painful memories of familial betrayal, perhaps to dissipate entirely one day. Yet, despite the dismal state of the house, Liu Shi remained impeccably composed, not a speck of dirt marring his attire, a testament to his undeniable prowess. With a teasing tone, Ning Shi remarked, "Mr. Liu, it seems I must rely on you from now on." Liu Shi raised an eyebrow, feigning seriousness as he replied, "Very well, Axi. Let us proceed. Stay close behind me, and do not stray too far. With that, Liu Shi summoned his dagger of slaughter, breaking through the door to the corridor. A glance revealed that the stairwell's safety door had been utterly destroyed. It appeared that the nearby zombies had been eradicated in the recent skirmish. Ning Shi, brimming with curiosity, scanned her surroundings. This marked her first venture beyond the confines of her home since the onset of the apocalypse, and the world outside captivated her imagination. Keep up? Liu Shi intended to descend the stairs. His current objective, the top floor of Building 3, drawing from his previous experiences in stairwell combat, he proceeded with utmost caution. Before setting off, he opened his personal panel to assess his current status. Name, Liu Shi, level, warrior level, strength, 2400, spirit, 2400, speed, 237, special traits, immune to all toxins, golden kidneys, enhanced attributes, perfect accuracy with no missed shots, strong push with a base affinity of 70 aura, zombie virus immunity. Mastery of swordsmanship, abilities, advanced ice powers, personal assets, 5,000 cubic meters of storage space, various supplies, sword of victory, dagger of slaughter, number of maidens rescued, 6, Zhuang Xiaoting, Diana, Tang Wuming, Song Do Do, Liang Jing, Ning Shi, offspring and development, 6, unallocated attributes, 800, excellent. After several rounds of harvest, both his strength and spirit had significantly increased, though his speed remained stagnant due to the physical strength not reaching a certain threshold. Perhaps this would change once he ascended to the rank of general. He resolved to allocate all unallocated attributes to his spirit. Ding! Unallocated attributes set to 0. Spirit increased by 800, reaching 3,200. Splendid. He felt invigorated as his spirit surged anew. Liu Shi strode confidently into the stairwell, casting a stone to test the waters. Utilizing his mental faculties to probe ahead, he found that with the enhancement of his spirit, his control over metal abilities had become more adept, no longer reliant on spatial or potential energies for support. While short-range attacks would significantly diminish in power, penetrating the average zombie posed no challenge whatsoever. Concentrate, Liu Shi muttered, summoning several blades of metal formed from the safety door, which began to orbit around him, serving as a protective barrier against general harm. Hubby, is this your ability? It's incredible, Ning Shi exclaimed, her eyes alight with admiration. Indeed, this is my metal ability. I can manipulate any metal, though it consumes a considerable amount of spirit. The temporarily conjured metal blades possess only moderate hardness and strength. If only I had specialized throwing knives or blades, I wouldn't need to rely on last-minute solutions, Liu Shi explained as he ascended the stairs, effortlessly dispatching the ordinary zombies blocking their path. Whoosh whoosh, the blades sliced through the heads and throats of the zombies, shaking off the residual blood before returning to Liu Shi's side, continuing their vigilant orbit. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying 5 zombies. You have earned 5 attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying 1 zombie. You have earned 1 attribute point. If only I had abilities too, I wouldn't be bullied and could assist my husband. Ning Shi mused, feeling a tinge of despondency as she pressed closely against Liu Shi's back. There is certainly a way, and you will undoubtedly awaken your abilities in the future, when that time comes. I will assist you. It is not a difficult task, so do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. For now, focus on staying close to me and do not wander off, understood? As Liu Shi spoke, they swiftly ascended from the 29th floor to the 39th floor, drawing ever closer to the rooftop, Just as Liu Shi contemplated quickening their pace, he suddenly heard a woman's cry for help nearby. Help! Liu Shi had not intended to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. However, the gentle tug on his garment by Liu Shi, who silently urged him to investigate, compelled him to act. He promptly utilized his mental acuity to scan the vicinity, and upon detecting no imminent danger, he nodded in agreement and proceeded towards the source of the sound. With a forceful kick, Liu Shi flung open the door, revealing a breathtaking spectacle. He cautiously stepped over the threshold, followed closely by Liu Shi. The house, recently renovated, appeared strikingly pristine. Upon entering the foyer, an array of meticulously arranged photographs caught his eye, portraits of a youthful couple, evidently newlyweds in what seemed to be their marital abode. The man was handsome, while the woman radiated beauty. Their affectionate wedding images were artistically displayed throughout the home, evoking an atmosphere of warmth and intimacy. Such was the epitome of blissful existence, one that elicited envy from onlookers. Even Liu Shi felt a stirring within him, captivated by the sheer love and happiness that permeated the space. This was the life everyone aspired to, a magnificent new home. Wealth and a joyful life shared with one as beloved. Yet as Liu Shi entered the living room, he was met with a horrific sight. A zombie lay lifeless on the ground, a knife embedded in its heart, and another severing its head from its neck. The attire of the corpse bore a striking resemblance to that of the man in the photographs, and the manner of death suggested a tragic suicide, with the weapon still gripped tightly in its hand. It appeared the unfortunate soul had been dead for at least a day, as the blood had almost entirely congealed. Raising his gaze, Liu Shi then discerned the source of the earlier commotion. A young pregnant woman sprawled on the floor, surrounded by a pool of blood, clearly in the throes of labor. She writhed in agony, desperately calling for help, her body smeared with blood and sweat, evoking a profound sense of sympathy within Liu Shi, who felt compelled to offer her a merciful release. Nevertheless, despite her excruciating cries, her voice retained an oddly melodic quality that momentarily caused Liu Shi to hesitate. In that fleeting moment of indecision, Liu Shi tugged at Liu Shi's sleeve, her eyes pleading as she implored, "Darling, I'm a doctor. Let me save her." Although Liu Shi was aware of Liu Shi's medical profession, she had donned a white coat. He was uncertain of her specialization. Thus, he inquired with a furrowed brow, "What kind of doctor are you? Can you really assist someone in childbirth?" "I specialize in obstetrics and gynecology. It's my field," Liu Shi replied confidently. Liu Shi found himself momentarily speechless, realizing that to obstruct a qualified physician from rendering aid was akin to hindering a driver from operating a vehicle or a chef from preparing a meal, an act of folly, as it was their passion. However, the thought of prolonging the woman's suffering felt more merciful than offering fleeting assistance. After all, saving her life for a moment would not guarantee her survival in the long run. In this post-apocalyptic world, the weak lack the means to endure, rendering them unworthy of life. Yet upon witnessing Liu Shi's pitiful expression, Liu Shi refrained from denying her request outright. He acquiesced with a slight nod and stepped aside, casually repairing the door he had damaged while feigning nonchalance. With Liu Shi's tacit approval, Liu Shi hurried forward to administer not fear. "I am a doctor here to help you," she reassured the struggling woman. The desperate mother, upon hearing the presence of a physician, began to cooperate, her cries mingling with words of encouragement. "Push! You're almost there. Take a deep breath." The wait was rather tedious, but the thought of Liu Shi gaining invaluable experience as an obstetrician soothed Liu Shi's impatience. After all, when their own child arrived, there would be no need to seek assistance elsewhere. However, a pressing concern nagged at him. Who would assist Liu Shi when it came time for her own child's birth? Just as he pondered this, the sound of newborn's cries shattered his reverie. "Wah wah! What's a girl? Congratulations!" Liu Shi's voice rang out, filled with elation. The mother exhaled a sigh of relief, her voice trembling with gratitude. Thank you so much." At that moment, Liu Shi was startled by the system's voice echoing in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host! The system has identified another girl worthy of salvation." This announcement piqued Liu Shi's curiosity. Another target? Who was it? Where were they? Ding! The newborn girl is destined to have a connection with you, that if you save her, you will undoubtedly reap unforeseen rewards in the future, including the possibility of her bearing your children. Liu Shi was momentarily taken aback, his mind struggling to comprehend the implications. After a prolonged silence, he queried, "Are you suggesting that I raise a child bride from the moment of her birth and nurture her for 18 years? Ding, correct. Relationships must be nurtured from a young age," the system replied, a hint of smugness in its tone, igniting Liu Shi's ire. Was this what the system meant by nurturing from a young age? If it were a person, Liu Shi would have been tempted to deliver a well-deserved reprimand for such an outrageous demand. "That I refuse. I have no time for such nonsense," Liu Shi asserted decisively. At that moment, Ningxi had successfully helped the mother to the bed and emerged cradling the infant girl, her face beaming with joy. "Darling, look at how adorable she is. She's already opening her eyes." Liu Shi cast a glance, his impatience momentarily overshadowed by the child's unexpected charm. Typically, newborns were wrinkled and unappealing, yet this one appeared remarkably endearing. Could she be the so-called destined heroine? Even before her birth, her father had succumbed to the fate of a zombie, yet she had managed to survive, drawing both Liu Shi and Ningxi to her side. These thoughts swirled in his mind. Liu Shi remained resolute in his stance to leave her behind, for she was merely an infant, currently of no use to him. "Oh, let us return her. Her mother must be missing her. We should go." Liu Shi mused internally, maintaining a facade of indifference as he urged a hasty departure, fearing that lingering too long might lead him to succumb to the system's unreasonable demands. However, he recalled that the mother had previously expressed a desire for them to take her daughter. "No," Liu Shi reiterated firmly. Ningxi paused, her affection for him slightly diminished by his resolute refusal. Just then, the system chimed in again with a sweet voice. "Ding, before the host departs, if you leave behind sufficient supplies for 6 months, you will be rewarded with the Eye of Insight." "Damn it, you insufferable system. Why didn't you mention this sooner? The child has just been born and requires her mother's care. Can you provide her with nourishment?" Liu Shi retorted, casting a meaningful glance at the child cradled in Ningxi's arms. Ningxi appeared taken aback, evidently having not considered this aspect. Although she was capable, she could not produce milk. "How about this? I'll leave enough supplies for a year and a half. That should be sufficient for them to weather the storm. Perhaps help will arrive soon, considering the husband's military attire before. It's possible he had connections," Liu Shi suggested, casually picking up a photograph from the room and showing it to Ningxi. A flicker of hesitation crossed Ningxi's exquisite features. It dawned on her that Liu Shi was not devoid of compassion and had indeed considered the situation more thoroughly than she had. "I misjudged him. Ding, Ningxi's affinity has increased by 15, reaching 75. Indeed, women often thrived on flattery and persuasion." Liu Shi reserved a variety of essential supplies, including diapers, milk powder, flour, rice, vegetables, and meats, sufficient to sustain the two of them for over 6 months. In order to prevent the contamination of their water source, they found themselves without drinking water. Liu Shi also provided several tons of bottled water. Witnessing this, Ningxi couldn't help but smile. Indeed, she was a compassionate doctor. After accomplishing all this, Liu Shi was rewarded by the system as she had wished. Thanks to this reward, Liu Shi could perceive the attributes of all things without relying on mental power, and she possessed an innate ability of X-ray vision. Although there were certain limitations in distance, this ability still brought her immense satisfaction. It was truly remarkable. Liu Shi quickly diverted her gaze from Ningxi. Affecting a calm demeanor, she took her hand and led her away, even kindly assisting the young woman in clearing away garbage before they departed, discarding her husband's remains downstairs. Liu Shi and Ningxi exited the young woman's home, continuing their ascent towards the top floor. Meanwhile, the offline surveillance in the young woman's residence kept running, capturing every moment, including Liu Shi's handsome visage. After leaving the young woman's house, Liu Shi and Ningxi encountered minimal obstacles and did not come across any further pleas for help. They wasted no time, swiftly dispatching a few ordinary zombies that obstructed their path, ultimately arriving at the rooftop of Building 3, where the wind was fierce, tousling their hair. "Oh, you see that? Our target is over there at Building 8. Liu Shi pointed towards the destination. turning to explain to Liu Shi. Liu Shi spotted the distant Building 8, but the vast distance raised her doubts. How could they possibly reach it? Were they to fly? Noticing Liu Shi nodding, Liu Shi led her to the edge of the rooftop, articulating her next plan. We will jump from here. The opposite side is Building 5. Liu Shi gazed incredulously at the building across the way, estimating it to be at least several meters wide. How can we jump that far? A gust of wind surged up from below, nearly knocking Liu Shi off her feet. She glanced at the towering height of the buildings and the distant ground, her legs almost giving way in fear. Fortunately, Liu Shi caught her arm just in time. Otherwise, she had no doubt she would have been swept away. As Liu Shi remained perplexed, she felt a pair of strong hands lift her off the ground in a princess carry. The sensation of Liu Shi's sturdy shoulder made her suddenly understand. She then pushed against Liu Shi's chest, saying no. Not here. Liu Shi was momentarily taken aback. Why was her thought process so erratic? Did he appear to be that kind of person, solely focused on mating? He lowered his head and asked, "Are you ready?" "I'm about to jump." Liu Shi snapped back to reality. What? He was on a jump? This was disastrous, although she had witnessed Liu Shi slaying zombies in the stairwell. She believed that was the result of his powers, not a reflection of his physical capabilities to execute such a formidable leap. Moreover, with her added weight, how could they possibly make it across? Yet, out of trust, she closed her eyes that if death was imminent, so be it. Without him, she would have perished long ago. Liu Shi decided against further delay. He had already squandered enough time, and any tardiness would render their efforts futile. He stepped back several paces to gather momentum, and then propelled himself forward, running for several meters before leaping. If anyone were below, they would witness a figure tracing a graceful arc through the air. Leaping from one edge of the rooftop to the other, the entire motion appeared to be slow, yet transpired in an instant. Liu Shi had completed the jump and landed steadily. "You can open your eyes now." Liu Shi called to Liu Shi, reassuring her that they were safe. "Are we dead? Why can you still speak?" Liu Shi exclaimed in astonishment. "What are you thinking? If we were dead, how could we still converse?" "We made it across. This is Building 5. Liu Shi clarified, gesturing towards the opposite Building 3 as he continued to explain. "Look, that broken floor-to-ceiling window is where your former home was." "Home?" "Liu," she murmured softly, as if lost in time. "From now on, wherever I am, that will be your new home," Liu Shi added, attempting to comfort her and prevent any unwelcome memories from surfacing. "Emichim." Liu Shi lowered her head, resting against his sturdy shoulder, feeling an unprecedented sense of safety. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 affection points." Liu Shi's affection level reached 80. At last, it had reached 80, although there were no rewards from the system. The sense of accomplishment a man feels in winning a woman's heart was quite delightful. "All right, we cannot linger here. Jumping from the other side of the rooftop to Building 7 will bring us even closer to our destination," Liu Shi explained, as he carried Liu Shi towards the other edge of the rooftop. Since she showed no intention of descending, he had no plans to let go. After all, the feeling of holding her was truly pleasant. However, when they reached the edge of the other side, they discovered that the rooftop across had been severely damaged and was completely unjumpable. "Was there an explosion?" Liu Shi remarked, following Liu Shi's gaze. It was evident that a very tragic story must have unfolded here, Liu Shi whispered, gently placing Liu Shi behind him for protection. "Hold on tight. Don't let the wind sweep you away." Liu Shi's mind raced as he considered various solutions to their predicament, ultimately settling on the last option. Without further ado, he waved his hand and shouted, "Condense." Instantly, an ice platform approximately 1 square meter in size formed atop the opposite rooftop, providing Liu Shi with a foothold. Though the icy surface was slippery and could not compare to solid ground, Liu Shi, confident in his skills, believed he could land steadily. My unparalleled star. Just wait a moment. I'll be right there. Hop on. Liu Shi gestured for Liu Shi to climb onto his back, ensuring that she would not obstruct his line of sight. After all, accurately controlling the landing point was no simple task. Liu Shi readily complied. With Liu Shi leaping into the air from the ground floor, it appeared as if he was carrying someone and jumping from one edge of the rooftop to the other. However, it seemed that no one noticed. Even if someone did, Liu Shi remained unfazed. Huff! As Liu Shi landed safely, he exhaled a breath of relief. He then continued forward, carrying Ning Shi. Perhaps due to her heightened anxiety, Ning Shi panted heavily, appearing more fatigued than him. Her warm breath brushing against his earlobe, creating an oddly pleasant sensation. Yet he had no time to dwell on it. Soon, Liu Shi leaped over the crumbling rooftop, effortlessly dispatching a few lingering zombies, arriving at the edge of the other side. A glance ahead revealed a pristine, towering building, his long-anticipated Building 8. However, since he was positioned at the side of Building 8, he could not discern any activity within. One could hardly deny that the privacy measures of this structure were exceptionally well executed. But soon, Liu Shi identified the most pressing issue. It was not merely the privacy of the opposite building that was the problem, but rather the significant height difference between Buildings 7 and 8. The rooftop of Building 7 had been bombarded, leaving it several stories shorter than Building 8. It is known that jumping down is relatively easy, but leaping upwards from a lower elevation proved to be a daunting challenge. Absent any supportive leverage across such a distance, Liu Shi harbored little confidence in his ability to succeed. That, of course, if he could find a way to gain leverage in the middle, it might just be feasible. Leverage. Liu Shi quickly devised a solution. He first summoned his Sword of Victory, urging it to ascend into the air, and then sprinted forward before leaping. Liu Shi's leap was already considerable, yet appeared he still fell just short of reaching the rooftop of Building 8. If there were no unforeseen circumstances, and then an unexpected turn of events occurred. Liu Shi carried Ning Shi's body on his back, reaching the pinnacle of his leap before plummeting downwards at an alarming speed. Ah! The timid Ning Shi finally reacted, crying out in a panic. Were they truly destined to meet their demise? Just then, a flying sword that had been circling in the air finally arrived, utilizing its furious momentum to position itself beneath Liu Shi's feet. In that critical moment, Liu Shi stepped onto the flying sword, intending to leap once more. However, he miscalculated. The movies were deceiving. He overlooked the law of inertia governing moving objects. The flying sword, hurtling through the air, could not provide him with any upward momentum. Instead, it nearly sent him crashing down. He and Ning Shi continued their descent. Were they to die? The rooftop of Building 8 lay in eerie silence, as though no one had ever ventured there. Moments ago, a dashing young man had attempted to ascend, carrying a woman on his back, only to unexpectedly tumble from the sky, their fate uncertain. If the rooftop possessed consciousness, it would surely lament Liu Shi's folly and hubris. A gust of wind swept through, further emphasizing the desolation of the 8th-floor rooftop, a place so abandoned that even birds could not soar to such heights. Hence, how could anyone possibly come here? Just then, a woman's startled cry from below shattered the tranquility. As the sound drew near, a pair of large male feet landed heavily on the long-neglected rooftop, firmly establishing their presence on the ground. Following the feet, a remarkably handsome face emerged, adorned with determination and a hint of mischief, his expression unwaveringly confident. Tall and imposing, he bore a woman who had been severely frightened, on the verge of fainting. Thankfully, they had narrowly escaped a fatal fate. The man sighed in relief, finally setting down the trembling Ning Shi. Once her feet touched the rooftop, she collapsed, her body still quivering. Having brushed with death, she felt as if she had experienced this harrowing sensation once more. Each time, it brought her to the brink of ecstasy. Liu Shi turned back, approaching the edge of the rooftop to gaze down the building's side. His victorious sword was deeply embedded in the structure, seemingly impossible to retrieve anytime soon. After all, his mental energy had nearly been depleted, had he not had the brilliant idea to pin the flying sword to the wall for leverage. He might have regretted it for a lifetime. Fortunately, in the end, he had gambled correctly. They had been saved. What a close call. My starlet, please do not let me down. For you, I nearly risked my life. Liu Shi surveyed the rooftop of Building 8 with Ning Shi. After circling it twice, they finally discovered the door leading downstairs. However, this door appeared to have been heavily fortified, looking exceedingly robust. Humph! This shall not deter me. Having somewhat restored his mental energy, Liu Shi wasted no time in channeling his strength. Melt, he softly commanded, as the imposing rooftop door began to transform. Particularly, the area around the lock glowed a vivid crimson. With a resounding bang, the welds on both sides of the lock snapped apart. "Done! Let us enter!" Liu Shi forcefully pushed open the door, its thickness rivaling that of a bank vault, as they stepped through the rooftop door. They arrived at the staircase. They would need to traverse the staircase and pass through a security door to reach the corridor that led to the room of the starlet. Liu Shi meticulously repeated his earlier efforts, continuously building up mental energy while drawing from his reserves until they finally reached the security door. They looked up at the security door, astonished at its formidable thickness. Even a bank vault door could hardly compare. Surely, this starlet must have spent a fortune at this moment. Liu Shi began to feel the strain. His mental energy was severely depleted, and his limbs were tingling, almost beyond his control. "Are you all right?" Ning Shi observed Liu Shi's condition keenly. Her concern evident that "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued." Liu Shi wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, his gaze resolute. Victory was within reach. He could not afford to give up now. Moreover, he desperately needed to replenish his energy. For him, the most significant source of replenishment lay within the room ahead. After resting briefly, Liu Shi again endeavored to sever the welds on the security door. Yet the heavy door made him sweat profusely, prompting Ning Shi to sympathetically wipe his brow. She wanted to suggest he take a break, but hesitated to interrupt him. Liu Shi strained with effort. After a while, bang, the welds of the security door finally gave way. This was Ning Shi's opportunity to speak. "Darling, is this a bank vault? Why are we here?" Liu Shi took a moment to catch his breath and realized he had yet to reveal the true reason for their visit. After pondering briefly, he decided to tell her the truth. "I have an old friend residing here, and I came to rescue her." Ning Shi regarded the heavy security door, pondering silently. Did someone with such a secure door truly require their assistance? Nevertheless, she maintained her composure, gazing at him with skepticism. Liu Shi offered no further explanations and stepped inside first. Crossing through the security door, they found the corridor was decorated in stark contrast to the staircase, which had been quite austere. The interior boasted opulent European aesthetics, adorned with extravagant reliefs and substantial oil paintings. The soundproofing was exceptionally effective. Despite the apocalyptic chaos outside, the interior remained utterly silent, as if isolated from the world, leaving one in disbelief. Furthermore, a faint floral fragrance wafted through the air, imbued with a subtle hint of cream, intoxicating in its allure. The ambience stimulated all senses, exuding an air of sophistication. It was evident that this was the residence of the affluent. Such lavish decor must have cost a fortune. From the intricate details of the furnishings, it was clear that the owner was both wealthy and discerning. This had to be the place. Liu Shi examined the splendid decor while making his way deeper into the room. This level's corridor and living area formed a cohesive space, with the entrance ahead wide open. As he approached the living room door, Liu Shi suddenly heard the sound of soft weeping. The sob seemed incongruous with the surrounding environment. Standing out starkly, "Is someone crying?" Ning Shi whispered to Liu Shi, having caught the sound as well. Liu Shi gestured for silence. Together, they cautiously peeked through the doorway to investigate. What met their eyes was a grand living room, sprawling across several hundred square feet. Just the living room itself measured in the hundreds of square feet. What a concept! In the pre-apocalyptic world, this would have been a prime luxury residence, and it was evident that the entire floor had been merged into a single expansive unit, likely exceeding 1,000 square feet in total. The owner occupied not just this floor, but the 2 levels below as well. How could a single person reside in such a vast space without fear? Liu Shi and Ning Shi exchanged glances and followed the sound of crying. They moved quietly, the carpet muffling their footsteps, passing by a piano, a sofa, and various enticing arcade games, until they finally reached the center of the living room. Looking up, they beheld a massive portrait hanging in the center, featuring a stunning young woman who appeared ethereal and otherworldly, as if untouched by mortal concerns. Yet her perfect S-shaped figure was unforgettable, leaving a lasting impression. Particularly striking were her features. Liu Shi found himself at a loss for words. Despite having seen many beautiful women, he was still captivated by the aura and beauty of the girl before him. "Ouyang Yi?" Ning Shi gazed at the portrait in a trance, a name escaping her lips. Liu Shi's mind gradually recalled memories associated with that very name. Ouyang Yi, female, 20 years old. She began modeling at the tender age of 2, ventured into films and television at 5, took on leading roles by 8, and claimed the title of Best Actress at 13, followed by Best Television Actress at 15. While others were still immersed in their studies, she had already risen to national stardom, revered by netizens as the fairy sister, exuding purity and innocence, untouched by scandal. She remained perpetually single, devoid of romantic entanglements, and consistently shunned kissing scenes, intimate encounters, or any roles necessitating contact with men. For any scene involving male interaction, she utilized a body double. Lauded as the most beloved actress, she was the nation's goddess and the dream of every homebound male. With her likeness gracing the walls of nearly every fan's room, forever an unattainable ideal for men everywhere. Was it truly her? In a moment of daze, a figure emerged from canvas. Inquiring, "Who is there?" Liu Shi turned to the source of the voice that in that instant. Their eyes met, and time seemed to freeze. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" The stunning beauty before them initiated the confrontation with a questioning tone. Liu Shi was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the young woman. Certainly, he was the type to be rendered immobile upon encountering such an exquisite beauty, especially one as enchanting as the woman before him. His mind raced with thoughts, contemplating everything from the name of their future child to the brand of formula and type of diapers, meticulously considering every detail to avoid even the slightest imperfection. After all, a perfect woman deserved a flawless life. Before Liu Shi could collect his thoughts, a gasp shattered his reverie. "Ouyang Yi? Is it truly you? Oh my heavens, I can't believe I'm seeing you in person." Ning Shi exclaimed in delight upon seeing the woman, her face lighting up with a smile as she approached as if greeting a long-lost friend. Ouyang Yi offered an awkward smile. She had experienced such scenes countless times before. "Who are you?" she inquired again. Ning Shi, exuding a familiarity, stepped closer to Ouyang Yi, grinning as she said, "Ouyang Yi, do you know? I am your die-hard fan, the kind that is even more dedicated than your average fan. I am practically your most loyal follower. Could you give me your autograph?" With that, Ning Shi produced a small photograph from seemingly nowhere, showcasing Ouyang Yi in her costume, an image from a drama. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot to bring a PE Oh, you have one," Ning Shi said, her embarrassment mingling with her excitement as she handed over the photo. This familiar scene of a fan seeking an idol-esque signature eased Ouyang Yi's apprehensions. As it was a scenario she knew all too well. Instantly, she could discern the fervor and sincerity radiating from Ning Shi, devoid of any pretense. Ouyang Yi, retrieving a pen from her belongings, elegantly inscribed her name on the photograph before handing it back to Ning Shi. However, as Ning Shi reached for it, Ouyang Yi withdrew her hand, stating, "Now you can tell me who you are, right? And how did you get in?" It was only then that Ning Shi snapped back to reality from the thrill of meeting her idol. Glancing at Liu Shi and hurriedly introducing, "Yi, I'm Ning Shi, a gynecologist. I can't believe we live in the same neighborhood. That a gynecologist?" Ouyang Yi's expression turned skeptical, her demeanor slightly off-put. Ning Shi then turned to Liu Shi, pulling him closer, saying, "What is this? You two are old friends, yet it feels like you're strangers," not saying a word. Ouyang Yi was momentarily perplexed, her mind racing to recall any information about the man before her. Yet she found none. "I don't know him." "What old friend?" Seeing Ning Shi's eager anticipation, Liu Shi feigned calmness, taking a step forward and striking Ouyang Yi's exquisite face with a resounding slap. Smack! The sound echoed, leaving Ouyang Yi momentarily stunned. She stared incredulously at the man before her, her ethereal beauty reflecting sheer astonishment. "How dare he? How could he strike me? I don't even know him. What gives him the right? Yet, why was it that I felt no anger at all? What was this inexplicable thrill coursing through me?" Ouyang Yi's expression was one of disbelief, mirrored by Ning Shi's shock. "Wait, Liu Shi, are you really that bold? Is she a friend or a foe? Why would you slap her upon meeting?" In truth, Liu Shi himself felt uncertain. This was his first encounter using the Eye of Insight. Unsure of its accuracy, His actions were prompted by the revelation that, despite Ouyang Yi's angelic exterior, she had indeed never been touched by a man. Yet, the reality of her character was far from the innocent facade she presented. The eye of insight indicated that while she appeared reserved and distant, her inner self was quite wild, a true duality. Most surprisingly, it revealed her inclination toward masochism, a fact perhaps unbeknownst to her, as no one dared to be rough with her. However, observing her reaction, it seemed he had made the right gamble. Smack. As both Ouyang Yi and Ning Shi stood in shock, Liu Shi delivered another slap. Though he meticulously controlled the force, while the sound was loud, it caused no lasting harm, merely leaving a stinging sensation that would fade by the next day. With his strength, he feared he might have inadvertently harmed her. "Come with me. I have something to discuss with you." After delivering the slap, Liu Shi firmly grasped Ouyang Yi's hand and led her toward the bedroom, leaving Ning Shi in a state of utter bewilderment. Moments later, Ning Shi regained her composure. Indeed, what sort of old friends were they, that they required no formalities, leaping straight to a slap? What was their relationship? Why did her husband know such a stunning star? She was my idol. What if? Ning Shi dared not finish that thought. Meanwhile, in the Jing Yudi villa area, Su Lingyang and her brother Su Yi hurriedly exited, their expressions devoid of the previous calm demeanor. As they walked, Su Yi urgently inquired, "Is what you just said true? A massive outbreak of zombies occurred in the high-rise building?" "Yes, young master. Initially, there was just a minor issue at Building 3, where a zombie broke through an exit. It was manageable, but unexpectedly, when our personnel attempted to subdue it, they were met with a barrage of falling corpses and other debris, hampering our efforts and allowing the zombies to scatter." The old steward reported the situation with a weary expression. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he had rushed to deliver the news without even pausing for a drink of water, fearing any delay could lead to irreparable consequences for the young master and miss. For an old steward, he had indeed been diligent in his duties. While Su Lingyang moved with urgency, her countenance remained icy, betraying no hint of anger as she pressed, "What about the situation with the other buildings?" The old steward swallowed hard, sighing, "Alas, what are you sighing for? Just tell me." Su Yi urged impatiently, his posture reflecting authority. The old steward tensed and hurriedly followed suit, continuing his report. After the zombies in Building 3 lost control, they scattered and subsequently broke through the exits of Buildings 2, 3, and 5, rushing into Building 1 and turning our personnel into zombies, with no one spared. Following this surge in zombie numbers, chaos ensued. A horde of zombies gathered at the front of Building 3, preparing to charge out. We dispatched a significant number of personnel to contain them, and it seemed we were on the verge of annihilating them. The old steward paused, subtly gauging the expressions of his masters to determine whether he should continue and how best to convey the remainder of the troubling news. Su Lingyang's expression grew colder as she fixed a fierce gaze upon the old steward. He dared not conceal the truth any longer, recounting the events in detail. However, at a critical moment, disaster struck. A zombie's corpse fell from above to avoid contamination from its blood and flesh. We had no choice but to retreat several meters, inadvertently granting the zombies an opportunity to break free from our encirclement. Our personnel were forced to withdraw, and now the villa area is no longer safe. "Humph! A bunch of inept fools," Su Yi coldly retorted. The old butler, filled with shame, turned to look ahead, and his expression changed dramatically as he immediately shouted, "Be careful." Several zombies had already charged forward, poised to strike at Su Lingyang and the two others. Remarkably, Su Lingyang remained unfazed, taking a half-step back before extending her hands and exclaiming, "Flame!" A resounding crackle erupted as a searing blaze erupted from her palms, akin to a Kamehameha wave, surging towards the oncoming zombies. In the blink of an eye, the approaching zombies had no time to evade, perishing in the inferno, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Su Lingyang, appearing somewhat fatigued, retracted her hands, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Such exertion was still a considerable strain for her, consuming too much energy. "Sister, it seems your abilities have advanced significantly. You should now be able to effortlessly handle these ordinary zombies," Su Yi praised with a sense of pride, only to receive a stoic response from Su Lingyang. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. The old butler stepped forward to express his loyalty, saying, "Miss, you are truly remarkable, like a goddess descended to earth. There is no one in this world quite like you." Yet, he was met once again with Su Lingyang's impassive demeanor. Consequently, the old butler felt compelled to voice his thoughts. "Miss, young master, there's zombies outside. Why don't we retreat to the basement of the villa and hide? At least we can evade this wave of undead." Su patted the old butler's shoulder, adopting an air of authority, and said solemnly, "At the onset of the apocalypse, we lacked the means to protect ourselves. Indeed, we needed to hide and survive. However, now that both my sister and I have awakened our abilities and gained the power to defend ourselves, how can we continue to remain passive? Moreover, the entire neighborhood has descended into chaos. We certainly cannot afford to sit idle. This apocalypse is hell for ordinary people, but for us siblings, it is an opportunity as long as we continue to level up and enhance our strength. The future may hold. Young master, be careful." Before Su could finish, the old butler urgently reminded him. He turned to see a zombie lunging at him from the side, intent on attacking him directly. Yet, Su was no helpless bystander. He swiftly placed one hand on the ground and shouted, "Rise!" For earthen walls erupted from the ground, blocking the zombie's path and ensnaring it within. This was Su Yi's awakened earth-based ability, primarily focused on defense and trapping foes. Upon witnessing the zombie ensnared, the old butler expressed his admiration. "Young master, splendid technique. With such power, you will surely dominate in this apocalypse. Ha ha." However, after a moment of hearty laughter, the old butler noticed that the young master was not amused, gazing at him as if he were a lunatic. Su Lingyang's expression remained icy, devoid of emotion, yet she was undeniably stunning. Observing this, the old butler quickly adjusted his demeanor, becoming more reserved and stepping back to stand behind them. Appearing obedient and docile, it was then that Su Lingyang coldly inquired, "Brother, where should we go next?" Su donned a contemplative expression, his face serious as he replied, "We find ourselves in the city center, where the environment is exceedingly complex and the zombies are undoubtedly abundant. If we wish to lay low for a while, we must head to areas with fewer zombies. Indeed, however, before that, we need to visit a certain location to gather sufficient supplies. Otherwise, survival will be exceedingly difficult." Su Lingyang's eyes sparkled with wisdom and determination as she analyzed. At that moment, the old butler chimed in with a plan. "Miss, young master, I know of a place rich in supplies. Speak." Su responded succinctly. "This location is not far from here. It is the largest supply distribution center in Jinghai City. All major supermarkets in the city procure their goods from there, and the Su family has collaborations with them." "You mean the Jinghai National Strategic Storage Center?" Su exclaimed in surprise as the eldest son of the Su family. He could not possibly be unaware of such a place. However, this location was highly sensitive, a zone under strict governmental control. That was a place he had previously never dared to even contemplate. Although the apocalypse had begun and the nation was in disarray, he still felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, regardless of the era, even in an apocalypse, power can only exist in abundance. It will never truly be vacated. "Indeed, young master, miss, now that the apocalypse has commenced for several days, resources belong to those who are capable. The previous order has long since dissipated, and we need not worry. Even if we do not go retrieve them, others will." The old butler spoke earnestly, attempting to persuade them, embodying a figure eager to lead good children astray. His expression bore a hint of cunning. In the past, the old butler had been responsible for handling the darker side of the Su family's affairs. Particularly relishing in violent acts, he was a man without an identity, long free from societal constraints. Thus, his unconventional ideas seemed entirely reasonable. Nevertheless, his loyalty to the Su family was unwavering. Without them, he would have perished long ago. Even with the apocalypse upon them, his original intentions remained unshaken. Su Lingyang exchanged glances with Su, then nodded in agreement. Su commanded, "Quickly, gather everyone who can be summoned, take all that can be carried. We're going to make a significant score." Yes, the old butler departed with a sense of pride. Not long after, a convoy of vehicles rumbled out of the villa area, comprising off-road vehicles and large trucks. Su Lingyang and Su Yi sat among the vehicles, positioned in the middle of the convoy, allowing for mutual support from both ends. However, Su Yi perceived this central position as the most perilous. Should anything go awry, they would have no escape. With both the front and rear paths blocked, they would find themselves trapped like fish in a barrel. Yet, under the butler's insistence, and Su Lingyang's indifferent attitude, Su Yi had no choice but to acquiesce at that moment. The siblings were seated in the back of the vehicle. The old butler was at the wheel, reporting as he drove, "Miss, young master, our convoy currently has around 500 combat-capable individuals and about 100 vehicles. All equipped with firearms, though we lack any ability users, that's fine. Focus on driving. I'll rest for a while. Wake me when we arrive," Su Yi replied lazily, closing his eyes to rest, while Su Lingyang coldly gazed out the window. Outside, the number of zombies had surged dramatically, many wandering the streets, creating a truly terrifying scene. Occasionally, live humans, unearthed from corners by zombies, were quickly surrounded and overwhelmed, swiftly devoured. Limbs were even torn apart, scattering across the ground. The situation was utterly horrific. Some zombies had already taken note of the convoy's movements, shifting restlessly. Perhaps the noise generated during the convoy's passage was too loud, causing most zombies to hesitate. While they lacked rational thought, they possessed an innate instinct to fear the strong and bully the weak. That a few foolish zombies that obstructed the convoy were struck by military off-road vehicles, crushed beneath the wheels and reduced to a pulpy mess. Staining the tires, the convoy slowly exited the neighborhood, leaving behind 2 overlapping tire tracks, smeared with the blood and remains of zombies, attracting swarms of flies and mosquitoes that buzzed around. Throughout their journey, the convoy encountered little in the way of significant danger or obstacles. Small clusters of zombies blocking the road were effortlessly swept aside by machine gun fire. Yet when the machine guns ahead fired off, the entire convoy had to come to a halt, awaiting the clearance of threats before proceeding. The old butler remained calm and composed, waiting for the report of their success. This was already the 10th wave of attacks they had encountered along the way. The group had long since grown numb to the chaos. However, after several minutes, the sound of gunfire ceased, and the old butler had yet to receive any report. He then took the initiative to call out, "What is happening up front? Report the situation immediately. Respond if you receive this message." Chirp, chirp. However, the response to the old butler was not from the captain, but rather an unsettling cacophony of disrupted electromagnetic sounds. Alarm bells rang in the old butler's mind. Just as he was about to turn back to alert the 2 young masters, he caught sight of a horrifying zombie lunging at the car window. Roar! The zombie reached the window and began gnawing and pounding on the glass, startling the old butler. Ah! His instinctive cry roused the slumbering Su Yi and caused Su Lingyang to whip around in surprise. "What is happening?" Su Yi was the first to inquire, his tone tinged with urgency, his voice slightly strained from tension. The old butler patted his chest, nearly forgetting that they were not in a typical off-road vehicle, but rather an armored car, rendering ordinary zombies a minimal threat. Nevertheless, while the convoy included some armored vehicles, the majority were merely standard military off-roaders. "Young master, we have lost contact with the front of the convoy." The butler's words were cut short by a frantic voice over the radio. "Report, report. The convoy is under attack. The convoy is under attack." The old butler recognized the voice. They were members of the second team. The front team had become unreachable, suggesting they had likely perished. The second team, having detected the zombie assault, had presumably not yet met with disaster. As he decisively shouted into the radio, "All personnel, stand by, full-scale breakout." Received, came the reply before the line went dead. Outside, a chaotic volley of gunfire erupted, and the convoy began to inch forward. As long as the convoy was still moving, it meant the situation was not yet dire. The most fearsome scenario would be if the convoy came to a halt, surrounded by enemies, rendering them as helpless as lambs to the slaughter. However, the convoy had not traveled far when the gunfire abruptly ceased. "What's going on? Why can't we move again?" Su Lingyang queried, her anxiety palpable. At that moment, the front of the convoy had descended into chaos. Initially, they had been able to suppress the encroaching zombies with gunfire. "Kill. Shoot with all your might. You bastards. Yet, it soon became apparent to the first team that something was amiss. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Their rate of fire could not keep pace with the onslaught of the undead. Before long, they were engulfed in a tide of zombies. Given that they had to open the windows to shoot, or even stand atop the vehicles, they found themselves without cover as the zombies surged forth, leading to their demise. Roar. The zombies savored their fresh feast of flesh, growing more bloodthirsty and terrifying. The second team members watched in horror as the first team was annihilated. They promptly sought instruction from their superiors. Receiving orders to evacuate in such a perilous situation, a breakout was indeed their only hope for survival. However, breaking through was far from simple. The front was teeming with zombies, rendering the vehicles motionless. Reluctantly, they had no choice but to dispatch personnel to clear a path. Initially, under the cover of gunfire, they managed to carve out a bloody route, allowing the convoy to proceed slowly. Yet as the soldiers reloaded their weapons, the overwhelming horde of zombies closed in once more. By the time their comrades completed reloading, they had already become fodder for the undead. Witnessing the zombies viciously tearing into their fallen comrades, the remaining soldiers displayed visible signs of fear. The scene was one of utter devastation. If this continued, they would undoubtedly meet their end there. Just as despair settled over them, they spotted several armored off-road vehicles charging from behind. Bang! Crash! The armored vehicles rammed through, commandeering the opposite lane, barreling forward at breakneck speed. Thanks to the immense momentum of the armored vehicles, they struck the zombies with such force that the undead had no chance to retaliate, being sent flying or crushed under the wheels. Upon closer inspection, they recognized that two of the vehicles contained the very young master and young lady they were tasked to protect. At that moment, Su Lingyang had somehow taken the driver's seat, steering the vehicle in tandem with the cars ahead. Leading the charge was Su Yi, maneuvering a heavy armored off-road vehicle. Following closely behind Su Lingyang was the butler himself at the wheel, accompanied by several other vehicles, forming a small convoy. The scene was fierce, and their speed was remarkable. Zombies lay strewn before the vehicles, creating a bloody path. Amidst the astonishment, the radio crackled with Su Lingyang's command. Everyone, form several small teams to break through. Our destination ahead is the rendezvous point. The others quickly regained their wits, hastily starting their vehicles and scattering in groups, freed from the constraints of a unified formation. Their agility significantly increased as they employed every means at their disposal to escape. The massive horde of zombies was thrown into disarray. "But we're saved," the old butler exclaimed, glancing back to see the zombies dwindling far behind them. He couldn't help but reflect on their fortunate escape. Thankfully, the young lady had remained calm under pressure, devising the brilliant strategy of dispersing, which ultimately allowed for their escape. Otherwise, they truly might have perished there. It was a chilling thought at the Jing'an mansion on the top floor of Building 8. Liu Shi, after delivering a resounding slap, forcefully pulled Ouyang Yi into the bedroom, shutting the door behind them with a practice lock. Click! Hearing the door lock, Ouyang Yi finally processed the situation. What on earth was he planning? Could it be that he intended to? Why hadn't I resisted? Why did I let him pull me along? What do I do now? Ouyang Yi pondered, suddenly wrenching her hand free from his grip and touching her cheek as she demanded, "You better give me a reasonable explanation. What gives you the right to hit me out of the blue? And this is my home. How did you get in here so silently?" Liu Shi did not rush to answer. Instead, he approached the window to survey the outside. The scene below had devolved into chaos. A convoy was slowly departing from the villa area, and the security personnel had all retreated, leaving the surroundings devoid of human presence, now teeming with zombies. Liu Shi frowned but turned back to say, "We are in the apocalypse now, my dear celebrity. Do you think I need a reason to do anything? Do I owe you an explanation? As for how I got in, I suppose I can tell you. We jumped from the building across to the rooftop here." Liu Shi gestured upwards that he continued, "Then we opened your security door from the rooftop. To come in.is their problem with that. But my rooftop door was designed with a hefty investment. Even a bomb might not be able to blow it open. How could you possibly have accessed it? Moreover, the security door in my hallway was built to bank standards. You couldn't possibly have breached it. Honestly, did you steal my keys? And how could you jump over from such a distance?" Ouyang Yi questioned incredulously, struggling to accept Liu Shi's account. Liu Shi smiled slyly, lifting his hand to reveal a specially crafted metal flying knife that slowly soared toward Ouyang Yi. This was a flying knife Liu Shi had prepared in advance. Upon seeing the knife, Ouyang Yi's first reaction was one of confusion. What is this? Then shock set in as she realized the knife could levitate in midair and change direction at will, seemingly under the control of its wielder. My heavens! Is this supernatural ability, the legendary supernatural power? Ouyang Yi, a seasoned actress, had encountered countless scripts and was well versed in such concepts. Yet, she had previously assumed that the supernatural effects depicted in films and television were merely special effects. She never anticipated that such phenomena actually existed in real life. Ouyang Yi was left speechless in her astonishment, unable to utter a word. Her eyes widened as she gazed at the extraordinary man before her. What about me? Indeed, I am an ability user, capable of manipulating all forms of metal. Thus, the heavily fortified bank standard security door, which you boastfully claim to have crafted with great expense, crumbled before me like a house of cards. Barely yielding to my touch, Liu Shi, effortlessly spinning tales with a confidence that made him blush not, spoke with an ease that belied the gravity of the situation. Just moments prior, as he breached the door, his mental fortitude had been utterly depleted, leaving him nearly drained from the exertion of opening those two barriers. It was a near collapse that, of course, had Liu Shi not exhausted his mental energy beforehand. Opening those doors would have been a mere trifle, accomplished with the greatest of ease. This was no exaggeration. Ouyang Yi was so taken aback by Liu Shi's words that she nearly lost her footing, stumbling to the edge of her bed. This very chamber was her master suite, the one she cherished above all others, adorned with unique decor. Its vast expanse offered a view of the entire Jinghai city. The nightscape was a breathtaking spectacle, with the moon and stars within reach. Once upon a time, Ouyang Yi had envisioned bringing her dream lover, her Prince Charming, into this very room to cuddle and gaze at the stars together. Hence, before Liu Shi, no man had ever crossed the threshold of her home, let alone invaded her sanctuary. Now, inexplicably, this man had seized her numerous firsts. Her first slap, her first intrusion into her home, her first breach of her bedroom, her first threats, her first terror. He even seemed intent on taking away her most precious first. This left her enraged and filled with dread. She felt powerless to resist, for he was far too formidable. What are you here for? If it's to possess me, then I advise you. Ouyang Yi feigned composure, her threat unspoken, when suddenly she was struck again. Slap. Liu Shi looked at her with a knowing smile, igniting a tumult of emotions within her. Ouyang Yi's spirit shattered completely. In mere minutes of their acquaintance, this man had slapped her more times than she could count, and as she gingerly touched her reddened cheek, the fiery sting reminded her that in these few moments, she had endured more strikes than in her entire life combined. Yet, why was it that despite his blows, a part of her craved for him to continue? What was happening to her? Ouyang Yi, bewildered yet feigning vulnerability, resolved that she must not lose her innocence, that she could not allow this man to take advantage of her. No, she had to devise a means of escape. After a brief moment of contemplation, inspiration struck her. Ouyang Yi was a skilled actress with a formidable mental resilience. She quickly recalibrated her mindset, seemingly regaining her confidence, and concocted a strategy to divert attention and redirect blame. Standing tall, she addressed Liu Shi. I understand why you have come to my home in secret. Indeed, I possess a substantial stockpile of provisions, all of which I cherish. The entire 68th floor is filled with my supplies, a personal supermarket, if you will. Even if the outside world faces famine, we could sustain ourselves for a year or two with these resources, since you possess extraordinary abilities. If you are willing to heed my requests, I can provide you with sustenance. Furthermore, my home is exceedingly secure. We could establish a refuge together. What do you think? Upon hearing Ouyang Yi's words, Liu Shi's interest peaked. His spirits lifted as he replied, Oh, you have provisions and supplies. Previously, he had left behind a considerable amount of resources to save a mother and daughter. Though he had received rewards, a twinge of anxiety lingered in his heart. The adage, he who is grain is not anxious, held true, especially with so many women to care for. Food and supplies were indeed invaluable, of course. But as you heard earlier, you must follow my lead. Liu Shi's interest in her provisions bolstered Ouyang-Yi's confidence. Follow your lead? Why should I? I could simply eliminate you and claim the food for myself, eliminating a mouth to feed. Liu Shi flashed a dangerous smile, causing Ouyang-Yi to tremble. What manner of man was he? The threats and temptations bore no effect. Surely, he must possess flaws. It was impossible. Every human has weaknesses. Wait, he is a man, and the universal weakness of men is women. Ouyang-Yi seemed to have an epiphany, gasping in surprise. Could it be? Was she truly considering serving a tiger? Was there no other way? Liu Shi, gazing at the extraordinary beauty before him, couldn't he help but marvel. She was far more captivating and intriguing than the images portrayed on screens and posters. After all, the version of her on the big screen was merely an actress fulfilling a role. Yet now, before him, was the unembellished reality of her. He then resumed his playful banter. Moreover, who says I intend to turn this place into a sanctuary for the apocalypse? It's not nearly as secure as you imagine. Should we experience a cut in water, electricity, or gas, you may not survive even half a year. What use are your supplies then? Liu Shi's words struck Ouyang-Yi like thunder, exploding in her mind. Indeed, how had she overlooked that? Let alone a loss of water and gas. Even a mere power outage would be intolerable. Imagine the darkness of midnight, where not a single finger could be seen, with zombies lurking outside, and her alone in such a vast space. The thought sent chills down her spine, for no one could predict what horrors might emerge from the shadows at this realization. Ouyang-Yi startled herself. With a shriek, she rushed towards Liu Shi, who instinctively wrapped her in his arms, secretly elated. With a teasing remark, he quipped, "What's this? Are you throwing yourself into my embrace? Or are you trying to stage a fall?" Ew. Ouyang-Yi, having just regained a modicum of security, was now infuriated. Why was it that his words could provoke her so, yet she found herself unable to retort? Nevertheless, considering the challenges they might face in the future, she resolved to attempt to hold on to him. After all, sharing burdens made them lighter. Where else could you go? The world outside is teeming with zombies. You cannot roam aimlessly. With a mindset of shared fate, Ouyang-Yi began to plead with Liu Shi, her heart filled with an unexpected hope that he might acquiesce. Seeing the shift in her demeanor, Liu Shi chose to be forthright. I have a secure location elsewhere, with an endless supply of clean water and an abundance of food. The first batch of survivors is already sheltering there. If you're interested, I can take you there. If not, then so be it. Yes, I am interested. Please take me with you, Ouyang-Yi blurted out, her words tumbling forth in a tone that hinted at desperation. Why would I take you? Aside from your beauty, what other value do you possess? Liu Shi deliberately posed the question, challenging her that I can act. I also have considerable wealth. Ouyang-Yi, eager to prove her worth, unwittingly stepped into Liu Shi's carefully laid trap, missing the crux of his inquiry. This compelled Liu Shi to remind her gently. Acting, money. These are merely illusions now, utterly useless for survival. If those are all you have to offer, then I'm afraid it's not enough. Feigning to leave, Liu Shi casually added, "Oh, by the way, we didn't come here because we knew you had food and supplies, nor did we seek you out for your celebrity status. It was merely a coincidence. And as for my acquaintance with Liu Shi, claiming we were old friends was just a means to brush off her inquiries. Besides, we weren't truly acquainted, so don't take it to heart." As Liu Shi was about to depart, Ouyang-Yi felt a surge of anxiety, urgency, and fear, all entwined within her heart. Had she not encountered Liu Shi, she could have feigned indifference, pretended that there were no zombies lurking outside, and that the apocalypse had not arrived. She could have lived in solitude in this place. Although there were moments of fear and tears, she believed she could endure it all. After all, her greatest talent was solitude. Of course, this was contingent upon having internet access, or at the very least, electricity. But now, Liu Shi's seemingly casual remarks struck her like a bolt from the blue, shattering her illusions and awakening her to reality. The days ahead, it seemed, could not be sustained for long for awaiting rescue. She had witnessed the military convoy departing moments ago. If even they had abandoned hope, what chance remained for salvation? Stop right there. In her extreme distress, Ouyang Yi felt a surge of anger. She shouted, wishing to halt his departure. Indeed, Liu Shi graciously paused, casting a glance back at her. Though his exterior remained composed, a tempest roiled within him. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Her exquisite features, combined with a hint of embarrassment, were utterly captivating. That he had managed to restrain himself thus far was nothing short of miraculous. In truth, Liu Shi could have easily overwhelmed everyone upon entry, including Ouyang Yi. Yet, he had restrained himself. Why? Certainly to avoid a rebuke from the system, as he had previously compelled it to disregard the overpowering index and boastfully claimed that his charm alone was sufficient for invincibility. A statement the system had never fully endorsed. Upon entering, he had wagered with the system, and thus he could not afford to lose. He needed not only to win, but to do so resoundingly. Is there anything else you require? Liu Shi reminded Ouyang Yi with an air of dissonance. I still have value. Please grant me an opportunity to prove myself. Her tone, laced with desperation, nearly melted Liu Shi's resolve. He was wrestling with himself intensely. What value? Ouyang Yi, frantic and stamping her foot, struggled to articulate her needs and significance. In frustration, she turned her face away, casting furtive glances at Liu Shi, fearful he might indeed leave without understanding. To her surprise, Liu Shi did not depart. Instead, he stepped closer and delivered a sharp slap. Smack. You wouldn't dare suggest that your worth lies in enduring slaps without retaliation, would you? You, if that were truly her worth. Then please, bestow upon me a few more slaps. I implore you, just take me away from here. Ouyang Yi's performance reached its zenith as she gazed at Liu Shi with a near-pleading expression. That is not necessary. There is no need for such drastic measures, nor for you to sacrifice yourself. Liu Shi responded earnestly, hoping the starlet before him would not be overly anxious. He had no malice. He was, at heart, a kind individual. Yet, witnessing Ouyang Yi's defiant demeanor, he could not resist delivering another slap, landing squarely on her cheek. Smack. Days later, a verb, not a count of days, still the same day. Liu Shi felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of life, invigorated and elated as he received notifications from the system. The challenges and dangers he had faced over the past few days, even those that had nearly cost him his life, were now deemed worthwhile. Indeed, exceedingly so. Just then, a melodious female voice echoed in Liu Shi's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have won the wager. You are awarded an exceptionally generous reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully rescuing a quality young woman in this cursed apocalypse, and for actively employing the skill of perfect accuracy, successfully conceiving a child. SSS-level mental control has been upgraded to mental telekinesis, maintaining mental capabilities while allowing for the remote manipulation of all objects, excluding living beings. Ding! Congratulations, host, on upgrading your storage space to LV6, now encompassing 10,000 cubic meters. Ding! Congratulations, host. Strength increased by 500. Ding! Congratulations, host. Mental strength increased by 500. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying 150 zombies, earning 150 attribute points. Liu Shi nodded in satisfaction, feeling a surge of power and mental acuity coursing through him, a most agreeable sensation. Furthermore, he discovered that the mental telekinesis he had previously wielded over metal could now extend to a multitude of objects within the room, including clothing, blankets, curtains, cosmetics, slippers, and more. It was utterly fascinating. With but a thought, anything within reach was entirely under his command. Naturally, this ability was influenced by the range and mass of the objects. The closer the object was to Liu Shi, the greater the control he exerted over it. Conversely, objects further away were less manageable, and those beyond his range became ungovernable. He attempted to apply his mental telekinesis to Ouyang Yi, but found it ineffective on living beings. After further practice, he finally grasped the system's implication. Yet, despite this limitation, Liu Shi's delight was uncontainable. Mental telekinesis was incredibly useful. His previous offensive capabilities had been confined to metal and ice projectiles. But now, with this upgrade, nearly everything could serve as his weapon, including buildings and vehicles. It was immensely powerful. Afterward, Liu Shi meticulously reviewed his recent gains, including the expansion of his storage space to an impressive 10,000 cubic meters, which filled him with immense satisfaction. However, he noted that his speed remained a shortcoming, and if he could achieve swifter movement, he would possess a greater advantage when confronting foes. With this thought in mind, Liu Shi addressed the system. Allocate all unassigned attributes to speed. Yet, unexpectedly, the system reported a failure in allocation. Ding! Allocation failed. The law of speed relative to object mass remains unbroken. To enhance speed, one must reach the rank of a battle general. Otherwise, failure is inevitable. Liu Shi found this outcome unsatisfactory and inquired, perplexed, what exactly is the principle behind this? Why did it fail? Ding! Are you familiar with the speed of light? Liu Shi nodded, acknowledging his awareness. The system continued its explanation. Ding! According to the theory of relativity, no object can currently achieve the speed of light due to the requirement that as an object's velocity approaches the speed of light, its required mass and energy tend towards infinity, resulting in an insatiable demand for energy that precludes reaching light speed. This signifies that regardless of how much energy we provide, we cannot accelerate an object to light speed, as the necessary energy itself approaches infinity. Hence, the fundamental reason we cannot attain light speed lies in the basic principles and laws of physics. And how does this relate to my inability to enhance my speed? Liu Shi pressed on. As a physical education instructor, he felt no shame in his lack of proficiency in physics, nor did it reflect poorly on the system. Ding! The principle is essentially the same. To increase speed, one must possess more energy to support it, and the body must be sufficiently robust to avoid disintegration during rapid movement. Energy must be ample enough to sustain the speed of bodily movement while mitigating factors such as air resistance and friction, which is essential for enhancing speed. The host speed has currently reached the pinnacle of a warrior's capabilities, having already advanced in velocity. However, the strength is temporarily insufficient to significantly enhance speed as strength increases. Speed will naturally surpass its current limitations. Liu Shi nodded in a manner that suggested a vague understanding. That's how it is. Though he could hardly comprehend the system's terminology, he grasped the essence of the message. To achieve greater speed, one must possess formidable strength, and the body must become increasingly robust. Much like a paper airplane, which can never soar swiftly without deforming or collapsing under pressure, a rocket structure is sufficiently resilient to maintain high speeds, even surpassing the sound barrier. Yet, even so, a rocket cannot attain the speed of light, as its rigidity and energy reserves remain inadequate. This presents both a disheartening and uplifting revelation. The unfortunate news is that he cannot enhance his speed for the time being. But the encouraging tidbit is that no object can elevate its speed, particularly those of his caliber, which may not even exceed his own. Thus, he finds himself invincible in terms of speed among his peers. Resolving to allocate all unassigned attributes to strength, he was met with a chime. Congratulations, host. Strength increased by 150, reaching a total of 3050. Satisfied, Liu Shi nodded in approval. He then opened Ouyang Yi's personal panel to examine. Name, Ouyang Yi. Charisma, 100. Special ability, unawakened. Favorability, 90. To his astonishment, her favorability had already soared to 90, an incredible feat considering they had only met today. Of course, their acquaintance was profound enough. They were practically kindred spirits. Liu Shi scrutinized her other attributes and data, confirming that he was indeed her first driver. Moreover, her physique, beauty, and leg length all scored perfect marks. Such a plethora of perfect scores was a sight he had never encountered before. Indeed, she truly is a gem among gems. As Liu Shi gazed outside at the encroaching twilight, he decided not to venture out again today. After all, despite his capabilities, he could not tirelessly combat zombies and exhaust himself indefinitely. Rest was essential. Outside, Ningxi had been waiting for quite some time. Since Liu Shi had taken Ouyang Yi away, hours had passed without a sign of their return. Furthermore, the sound of Ouyang Yi being struck echoed from within. Slap, slap, slap. It sounded exceedingly brutal. Surely he wouldn't harm my idol, would he, with so much strength, if he truly exerted himself. Ouyang Yi might not withstand many blows. What to do? What should I do now? Yet, Ningxi reassured herself, quickly concocting a plausible explanation. He must not be genuinely striking her. It is merely a jest between old friends. Yes, after such a long separation, it is only natural for them to have much to discuss upon reuniting. In moments of joy, mutual applause is only to be expected. How could I think otherwise? He surely knows his limits and wouldn't he overstep. However, it has grown dark outside, and dinner has yet to materialize. When will they emerge? Grr. Her stomach growled with hunger. Ningxi rubbed her belly, feeling inexplicably ravenous. She contemplated knocking on the door several times, but was thwarted by her own resolve. The darkness outside deepened, and her hunger became unbearable. She finally approached the door, intending to call them out. Surely, any conversation could wait until after dinner. Just then, the door she had long awaited swung open. Liu Shi appeared, looking revitalized. With his newfound strength, he could distinctly sense changes within his body, particularly in terms of appearance and vitality, both of which had improved markedly. Upon entering the living room, he noticed Ningxi, who was anxiously pacing. Her brows furrowed in hunger, but he approached her and said, "You must be starving. Come, let us have dinner first." With that, Liu Shi retrieved a sumptuous feast from the system's space and laid it upon the table. Ningxi, disregarding her ladylike demeanor, immediately began to indulge. After a while, she remembered her idol, Ouyang Yi, who still had not emerged. While gnawing on a chicken leg, she asked, "Darling, why hasn't he come out yet?" "Oh, she's simply exhausted and resting. You know, she lived alone before and lacked a sense of security. Now that we are here, her tense nerves have finally relaxed, and with a sense of safety, she naturally fell asleep," Liu Shi explained, detailing the reasons for Ouyang Yi's slumber. "What were you two discussing in there? Why did it take so long?" Ningxi inquired curiously. "Nothing much, just some normal conversation about future plans. You'll find out the details later. Now, let's eat." Liu Shi ceased his speech, prompting Ningxi to lower her head and continue eating. After a considerable time, both were finally sated, letting out satisfied burps. Afterward, they exchanged a knowing smile, and Liu Shi rose to say, "Come, let us take a stroll to help digest our meal and tour our superstar's mansion. It's not good to just sit after eating Liu Shi led Ningxi on a tour around the 70th floor, discovering an array of exquisite collectibles, but little else. They then ventured to a corner where interconnecting staircases led them down to the 69th floor. Upon their arrival, they realized they had underestimated the grandeur. Ningxi's mouth could scarcely conceal her astonishment. As they surveyed the entire floor, they found it was not filled with rooms or living spaces, but rather a colossal fitness club, complete with an indoor swimming pool, a single-person basketball court, and adjacent to it, a cinema, KTV, and more. The array of equipment dazzled their eyes. In the gym, various exercise machines stood in neat rows, resembling a steel army awaiting inspection. The treadmill area was lined with high-tech machines, radiating a futuristic glow, with screens projecting virtual landscapes that made it feel as if one were jogging along mountain paths or seaside tracks, each breath synchronized with nature's rhythm. Goodness, why does she need so many treadmills? Merely for aesthetics? The strength area, free weights, and machine training zones were adjacent, with dumbbells, barbells, and Smith machines gleaming with a metallic sheen, waiting for the baptism of sweat. In a corner, the yoga room and group exercise area exuded tranquility, with soft lighting and soothing music intertwining to create a serene oasis. Liu Shi could envision Ouyang Yi's every stretch, every breath filled with an aspiration for a beautiful life. She was simply stunning. They were momentarily awestruck, almost believing they had stumbled into the wrong film set, only to realize just how absurdly extravagant it truly was. One could only muse that the lives of the wealthy were beyond comprehension. "Come, let's explore the next floor. He mentioned there are some food supplies stored below," Liu Shi said, taking Ningxi's hand as they descended. He was eager to see just how extravagant it could get. Liu Shi guided Ningxi through a staircase adorned with greenery and artwork, arriving at the 68th floor, which appeared to be an entirely different realm, with every detail exuding extraordinary elegance. Liu Shi and Ningxi stood at the entrance, utterly stunned. At the entryway, Bouquets of flowers surrounded them, emanating delightful fragrances, as if welcoming them into this culinary paradise. These flowers never wilt. Liu Shi couldn't help but exclaim. Looking upward, he beheld shelves brimming with a dazzling array of products, meticulously arranged, featuring ingredients and goods sourced from around the globe. The fresh produce section presented a vibrant display of fruits and vegetables piled high, each piece plump and juicy, exuding natural sweetness. The imported goods section boasted an assortment of cheeses, noodles, sushi, and more from foreign lands. Meanwhile, the wine section showcased an enticing variety of wines and whiskeys, glistening under the soft lighting, as if each drop contained its own tale and emotion. Notably, the supermarket featured a live cooking area, with an open kitchen adorned in high-end elegance, causing Liu Shi to pause in admiration. Wow! Such extravagant excess is truly astonishing, hardly inferior to the opulent revelries of King Zhou. What lies before us is merely the tip of the iceberg, representing only a fraction of an entire floor's worth of indulgence. Soon, Liu Shi's gaze was drawn to several doors nearby, and he walked over to investigate. Upon opening one, he gasped in astonishment. Inside was a cold storage room, overflowing with various meats, enough to last a year without stepping outside. How lazy must one be to purchase such an abundance of meat in one go? He then opened another door, only to find it filled with rice and flour. Liu Shi was left speechless. With such a hoard of provisions, did she not fear pests? Without hesitation, he gathered all these supplies into his space. Subsequently, Liu Shi cleared out all the resources from that entire floor. And upon checking his space, he was astounded to find that this haul was more than double his previous collections. Her personal stockpile was even more bountiful than that of the school cafeteria and convenience store combined. Who would believe such a tale? Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Liu Shi would have deemed it unbelievable. This harvest was indeed substantial. The earlier sense of depletion he had left for the young woman had been thoroughly compensated. Watching Liu Shi collect all the supplies, Ningxi couldn't help but twitch her lips. He was quite unreserved, as if he had returned to his own home. Speaking of which, his spatial abilities were rather extraordinary, capable of accommodating such an immense quantity of items. Ningxi casually picked up an apple that Liu Shi had yet to gather and took a bite, observing his resources disappeared in swathes behind him. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Ouyang Yi stirred from her slumber in a daze, dragging her weary body upright. She groaned, "Oh dear, why does my body feel so sore?" as she rubbed her shoulders and long legs. A sudden realization struck her. She swiftly threw off the covers to check. Indeed, something was amiss. Liu Shi had already left? Ouyang Yi exclaimed in disbelief. Was it not a dream? Was it real? To think, after conversing with him for so long, she had ended up parched and asleep. But how could he sneak away while she was sleeping? How utterly despicable! Ouyang Yi let out a shrill scream. However, she quickly regained her composure, and after confirming Liu Shi's absence, she limped around the room, searching for any trace of him. Yet, she found no one on the entire floor. How could this be? Where had he gone? Was it possible he truly escaped? He had promised to take her along. No, they must be downstairs. With that thought, Ouyang Yi hurriedly descended the stairs, only to find the 69th floor completely empty, everything exactly as it had been, without a single change. Nevertheless, she clung to a shred of hope as she arrived on the 68th floor. The moment she stepped through the door, her mind went blank. Not only was there no sign of anyone, but it appeared as though the place had been ransacked. Gazing at her once private supermarket, now utterly bare of provisions, she realized there was not even a trace of food left, let alone shelves. Suddenly, the realization hit her, and the toy in her hand fell limply to the ground. Thud! Thump! The fatigue and weakness in her legs overwhelmed her, causing her to collapse onto the floor, utterly defeated. How could this happen? How could it be like this? He had promised to take her with him. How could he leave without a word, taking all her food and leaving her behind? Did she not even warrant a single packet of instant noodles? Woo-woo tears streamed down Ouyang Yi's face uncontrollably. Her composure shattered that moment. She was no longer the glamorous star she once was, but rather a pitiable beauty, evoking sympathy from all who beheld her. Fragile and lost, she seemed to be at the mercy of others. While Ouyang Yi wept, Ning Shi stood by the window on the 68th floor, peering outside, her flowing hair tousled by the strong wind. Yet, even her mere silhouette was enough to captivate most men in the world. Her slender waist and alluring curves were simply mesmerizing. The sight of her bend over, accentuating her shapely form, made one feel compelled to reach out and touch her. That moment, she grasped a very thick rope. One end was tied to a load-bearing pillar inside the room, while the other extended out the window. Following the rope, chaos and noise could be seen outside. Wait! Did she hear someone crying? Ning Shi seemed to catch a faint sound of sobbing, but quickly dismissed it, for she was focused on a matter of greater importance. Gripping the thick rope tightly, she appeared to be pulling something of great significance. Ning Shi's gaze followed the rope. She spotted Liu Shi bound at the other end, precariously hanging outside the building, appearing quite at risk. "Darling, be careful. I'm worried." Ning Shi shouted intermittently at Liu Shi, hoping to alert him to the danger. After all, if anything were to happen to Liu Shi, being a widow would be the least of her concerns. Without his protection, she might not survive either. Meanwhile, Liu Shi below did not respond but signaled with a gesture indicating all was well. At that moment, he was cautiously making his way down the rope. Soon, he reached the position of the sword of victory. He first secured the rope tightly around his waist, wedging his feet into a crevice of the building. Then gripped the sword with both hands, pulling with all his might. Liu Shi whispered. Unfortunately, the sword was embedded too deeply, with most of its blades sunk into the building. The insertion point was a load-bearing wall, robust and thick, preventing him from using his metal abilities or mental force to manipulate it. He had to retrieve the sword personally. As Liu Shi exerted more force, the blade gradually began to emerge. Ning Shi, witnessing victory within reach, cheered excitedly. "Hooray! Darling, you're amazing! Hurry and pull out." Liu Shi smiled knowingly, reflecting on how vividly expressive Ning Shi's words were, yet remained focused on extracting the sword. Clang, with a sharp sound. Liu Shi successfully dislodged the sword of victory from the wall, inspecting it for any damage, and nodded in satisfaction. Just then, his gaze caught a shadow approaching. Crash! The window beside him shattered as a level 1 zombie lunged out, attempting to bite Liu Shi. Fortunately, Liu Shi had just drawn the sword of victory. He swiftly swung the sword, cleaving the creature in half. Splat! The zombie's body was split apart, its foul blood spraying across Liu Shi's sword. Before plummeting to the ground below, thud! Liu Shi continued to gaze downwards until the zombie's body landed with a dull thud. Only then did he raise his head to look at the spot from which the zombie had emerged, only to find a pair of watchful eyes glaring at him. The room was dim, preventing Liu Shi from clearly seeing the creature, and as he squinted, his mental energy extended outward, leaving him utterly astonished. What? Even animals had turned into zombies. In his astonishment, the approaching zombie stepped into view, revealing itself to be a colossal canine-like creature. Towering in stature, it was at least twice the size of a normal dog, comparable to that of a fully grown horse. Its head and body were adorned with various sharp spikes, creating an exceedingly terrifying visage. It seemed that in this apocalyptic world, not only had humans transformed into zombies, but animals had undergone mutations as well, and it was likely that various, even more formidable beasts would soon emerge. The pace of evolution in the animal kingdom far surpasses that of human society. Liu Shi promptly activated his inside eye, discovering that the creature's strength was roughly equivalent to that of a level 1 zombie. Posing little threat, he extended his left hand and, with a firm grip, faced the zombie dog. Bang bang. The room resonated with the cacophony of violent collisions. Under Liu Shi's command, all the furniture within the confines of the room surged towards the zombie dog, enveloping it like a dumpling. Although this maneuver would not annihilate the creature, it certainly created a considerable inconvenience for him. Subsequently, Liu Shi altered his gestures, his fingers slicing to the left. Whoosh whoosh, several piercing sounds of metal slicing through the air echoed ominously. They shot towards the zombie dog. Die. Liu Shi coldly uttered those 2 words, and a barrage of sword-like projectiles pierced through the zombie dog's skull, riddling its body with multiple holes. Hiss hiss, Liu Shi effortlessly resolved this particular nuisance. Yet, gazing at the lifeless form of the zombie dog, he could not find joy in his victory. The emergence of the zombie dog signified humanity's need to confront the entire animal kingdom, including the land and sea creatures that had transformed into zombies, as well as monstrous beings, not merely the zombies that were once human. The thought of such a situation was terrifying, as Liu Shi had anticipated. At this very moment, the visage of the world was shrouded in an unprecedented gloom. Once thriving cities had devolved into desolate ruins. The skyline no longer dazzled with neon lights, replaced instead by a haunting green glow under the shroud of night. This sudden cataclysm had thoroughly upended the laws of nature. Across forests and primitive tribes, as well as the depths of the ocean, numerous animals had also succumbed to zombification, undergoing horrific mutations under an unknown force. They had transformed into colossal, monstrous zombies, rampaging and wreaking havoc across the land. The eyes of these zombie monstrosities were filled solely with insatiable hunger and the desire for slaughter, having torn the earth asunder into chaos and despair. Particularly in regions close to these mutated zombie beasts, the area had truly descended into hell. Their power had surpassed the comprehension of human survivors and exceeded the capabilities of even the most gifted among them. However, it seemed that humanity remained oblivious to this entire situation, for their most immediate threat lay in the humanoid zombies and the lower-tier zombies that had once been livestock and pets. Returning to Jinghai, where Liu Shi resided, a sweet voice shattered the silence as he fell into contemplation. "Darling, are you all right? Come upstairs quickly. Stop fighting." Ning, she called out, her heart filled with worry. Liu Shi sheathed his victorious sword, intending to ascend, but suddenly seemed to recall something that he shouted to Ning Shi. "Ning Shi, you should go back. There's no need to wait for me, that I still have some matters to attend to, but I will return shortly." "Huh, darling, please be careful." Ning Shi responded, somewhat taken aback, yet she did not oppose him, nor did she show any intention of leaving immediately. Liu Shi redirected his focus, contemplating his previous thoughts regarding the vice principal situation. Earlier, he had learned from Song Do's assistant, Xiao Li, that the vice principal resided in this very complex, specifically on the 57th floor of Building 8. Now, having descended via a rope, he had reached the 65th floor. This meant that with just a bit more descent, he could arrive at the vice principal's residence and uncover the truth. Liu Shi slightly loosened the thick rope at his waist and continued to lower himself down. Upon reaching the 65th floor, he paused and smiled at Ning Shi. From above, Ning Shi observed Liu Shi gently leap while pulling the rope, breaking the glass window with a kick before disappearing outside. Anxiously, she twisted her hands, unsure of what to do, yet obediently retreated from the window. It was at this moment that she distinctly heard someone weeping within the house. Moreover, this voice, it sounded so much like he. Following the sound into the living room, she indeed found Ouyang kneeling on the floor, her face awash with tears. She hurried over to comfort her. "What's wrong? Why are you crying so much?" Upon seeing Ning Shi, Ouyang felt a surge of joy but still bore a look of uncertainty. She glanced left and right, searching for Liu Shi's presence while wiping her tears. She questioned, "Where's Liu Shi? Why are you the only one here?" "Oh, he has some matters to attend to, but he will be back soon," Ning Shi quickly explained, trying to comfort her, though inwardly she pondered why he seemed so concerned about her man. At that moment, Ouyang Yi's incredulous voice broke through. "Are you sure he'll come back?" Ning Shi was momentarily taken aback by the question. She had never considered that possibility, but she was certain that her man would not so easily abandon her. "Ding! Congratulations, host!" The favorability of the heroine Ning Shi is increased by 5, reaching 85. As Liu Shi stepped into the house, surveying his surroundings, he was suddenly met with this peculiar notification, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Women are always prone to overthinking. Liu Shi traversed the room, arriving in the living area, only to find it utterly devoid of furnishings, casting doubt on whether he had entered the correct place. Had it not been for the family portrait of the vice principal hanging on the wall, he might have begun to question the veracity of the information he had received. Investigation. He then activated his mental powers to probe, hoping to uncover any remaining threats. "Oh, so you are hiding in here?" Liu Shi approached one of the bedrooms, discovering that the door was indeed locked from the inside, a smug smile creeping onto his face. He deliberately knocked on the door and called out loudly, "Vice Principal, are you at home?" Liu Shi, you are teacher Liu Shi. How did you find your way here? A familiar voice resonated, causing Liu Shi's spirit to lift. He had finally located the target. Shortly thereafter, the door creaked open, revealing the vice principal's haggard face, accompanied by a young woman who bore no resemblance to the family depicted in the vice principal's photograph. Instead, she appeared to be a university student, her skin looking fresh and youthful. Liu Shi inquired, puzzled, and who might this be? The vice principal awkwardly adjusted his glasses, introducing, she is my student, here to seek my guidance. He then added, by the way, Liu Shi, how did you find this place? Do you have any food? I'm starving. Hello, Teacher Liu. The female student was demure and charming, exuding a strong sense of innocence, though it was unfortunate that she had already lost her virtue. Oh, I see. You happen to know where the principal's wife and family have gone. Liu Shi nodded in a perfunctory manner, suppressing the murderous intent that was bubbling within him, continuing to extract information. They went out to play during the holiday. Unfortunately, they haven't returned yet, especially with the chaos outside. I don't know if they are still alive. The vice principal spoke, tears streaming down his face, appearing excessively sentimental. Yet, if he were truly so sentimental, how could he be cavorting with a female student in his home? At present, he bore no resemblance to his former authoritative self, now looking more like a beaten dog. Well, this certainly saves me a great deal of trouble. Do you have anything to say before you meet your demise? Liu Shi cut to the chase, his question leaving the vice principal in stunned silence. What had he just heard? Liu Shi intended to kill him. Teacher Liu, what is the meaning of this? We bear no grievances. The vice principal feigned calmness, seeking to understand the rationale behind Liu Shi's words. No grievances. The outsourcing of campus security, was it not conducted through you? You must have reaped substantial rewards. Do you even know what kind of beasts they are? Moreover, during your tenure, did you not threaten me and repeatedly utilize your power to assign me menial tasks? You're referring to those two incidents? Those were mere trifles. It's not worth escalating to such extremes. The vice principal feigned innocence, resembling a pitiful old dog, continuing to negotiate, hoping to find a sliver of chance for survival while plotting how to turn the tables on Liu Shi. Mere trifles? Killing you is merely a trivial task for me. Liu Shi raised his hand slightly. A sharp blade materialized behind him, ready to strike with a mere thought. You are an ability user? The vice principal stammered in shock, retreating a few steps, feeling death looming near, while the young female student hurriedly supported him to prevent him from falling. Liu Shi let out a cold snort. Thud! The vice president fell to his knees, hastily bowing his head. Teacher Liu, spare my life. It was my folly not to recognize a towering figure like you, and I have offended you that I hope you can grant me mercy. I have wealth, an abundance of it, and gold. Lots of gold. I will give it all to you. Seeing that Liu Shi remained unmoved, he forcefully pushed a female student in front of him, saying, Teacher Liu, I offer you this female student as well. She is quite delightful. Liu Shi, am I some sort of scavenger? Liu Shi held no interest in money, but gold was certainly worth considering that in a future where humanity has not faced extinction and order has been restored. Gold will undoubtedly serve as a vital medium for the exchange of goods. He then spoke calmly. Where is the gold? The vice president felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. The willingness to negotiate meant there was room for maneuver. He quickly rose and led Liu Shi to his study. There, he gently pressed a switch hidden in a cabinet. Click! Suddenly, an entire wall of the study revealed its true nature. Goodness! Inside was a concealed chamber, filled to the brim with gold, cash, and a myriad of collectibles. Liu Shi unceremoniously collected all the golden artifacts, while he paid no heed to the cash, treating it as if it were mere scrap paper. You have awakened spatial abilities? The vice president, having long occupied a high position, naturally possessed discernment. He marveled at Liu Shi's displayed strength. The female student behind him wore an expression of astonishment. Liu Shi, however, paid her no mind. Once he had finished gathering the golden supplies, he turned to the vice president and remarked, It seems you have amassed quite a fortune over the years, and surely you have harmed many innocent young women along the way. A corrupt official like you, guilty of all manner of wrongdoing, deserves to die. What? You wish to kill me? The vice president exclaimed in disbelief, feeling a warm stream of blood gushing from his neck, quickly clutching it. His eyes widened in shock as he collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing a few times before his gaze dulled. The female student, clearly terrified, sat on the ground, trembling. Liu Shi regarded her with scornful eyes, uttering a nonchalant remark that sent her spirit fleeing. "Would you like me to send you on your way as well?" No, please no." The female student was already incoherent. As she attempted to speak again, she realized she could no longer feel her lips or her body. Her head had become severed from her form. She watched in horror as a headless corpse slowly crumpled to the ground. Her vision faded to darkness, leaving only the sound of footsteps retreating. Liu Shi skillfully retracted the suspended blade and turned to leave. He approached the window, tugged on a thick rope, ensuring its safety before climbing up along it. On the 68th floor, Ouyang Yi had ceased her weeping. She should be grateful that she was chosen by the system to be saved. Otherwise, her fate might not differ much from that of the female student below. Ning Shi quietly accompanied her, each woman lost in her own thoughts. Before clarifying whether the other was friend or foe, it was best not to engage in too much conversation, to avoid being put in a passive position. Ning Shi had also sensed that her relationship with Liu Shi was likely not as simple as that of old friends. It bordered on that of former lovers. But she was so perfect. What could I possibly compete with her for? My husband wouldn't cast me aside for someone new, would he? At this moment, Ouyang Yi's heart had calmed considerably. She had a good inkling of Liu Shi's connection with Ning Shi, realizing that Ning Shi was the woman Liu Shi had saved while passing by Building 3. In front of her admirers, she needed to maintain an air of aloofness, preserving the dignity and grace befitting her status. Just as the two women found themselves in a standoff, Liu Shi finally appeared, teasingly remarking, "Oh, you are all here? We should be on our way." Upon seeing Liu Shi, Ning Shi was the first to rush forward. "Husband, you're back." Ning Shi pronounced the word "my husband" particularly loudly, as if fearing someone might not hear. Ouyang Yi felt an overwhelming sense of joy and excitement at Liu Shi's arrival. She instantly grasped the hidden implications in Ning Shi's words and sensed the silent rivalry emanating from her. However, her innate confidence and pride would not allow her to compare herself to Ning Shi, nor to engage in a contest for dominance. That moment, Ouyang Yi's thoughts were entirely consumed by Liu Shi. He truly had not abandoned us. How wonderful! She struggled to rise, her body aching, and said, Liu Shi, before we leave, could you help me carry some luggage?" Liu Shi nodded. It was only reasonable to assist with a few belongings. After all, who didn't have a few items to take? "All right, let us go." As Liu Shi had already cleared all supplies from the 68th floor, they ascended to the 69th floor together, out on their way. Liu Shi assisted the physically challenged Ouyang Yi, their gazes colliding multiple times, igniting sparks of chemistry. Meanwhile, Ning Shi crossed her arms, trailing behind, brimming with indignation but suppressing her feelings. Upon reaching the 69th floor, Ouyang Yi pointed to her favorite exercise equipment, exclaiming, "Liu Shi, these are the pieces I like the most. Could you help me take them?" Call me husband." Liu Shi insisted as he surveyed the equipment she had indicated, collecting them all into the spatial realm. "Husband," Ouyang Yi shyly lowered her head, unable to meet Liu Shi's penetrating gaze, then pointed to some other equipment, saying, "I want this one too, and this one. This one. Oh, that one." Liu Shi sighed, feeling exasperated. Why not just take them all? After all, there's plenty of space. Ouyang Yi's expression brightened as she stood on one foot, filled with hope, asking, "Really? Can we?" "Of course, there's nothing wrong with it. My darling is quite ample." Liu Shi grinned mischievously. Turning to collect all the exercise equipment, it took him over half an hour to clear everything movable from that entire floor. "Husband, you're amazing. Where's your treasure? I can't see it. How can it be so large, accommodating so many items?" Ouyang Yi was curious about the incredible treasures Liu Shi had mentioned. Unfortunately, such remarkable treasures were beyond his ability to display, for the system was visible only to him. The spatial realm was off-limits to others, rendering it invisible. Liu Shi playfully tapped Ouyang Yi on the head, speaking in a tone of affection, "You're quite the mischievous one. Let us go upstairs and see if there's anything else you need to take." Thank you, husband, you're so impressive, so thoughtful. I love you. Ouyang Yi's unguarded confession stirred something within Liu Shi. Meanwhile, Ning Shi, observing Ouyang Yi's demeanor, found herself devoid of idol worship, filled instead with hostility. Her nose seemed to rise to the heavens. At the top floor, Ouyang Yi was preparing to pack a few articles of clothing when Liu Shi interrupted. No need to trouble yourself. I'll take everything. Ah, husband, that is truly wonderful, Ouyang Yi exclaimed, her face aglow with delight. She had been fretting over how to choose which clothes, shoes, and bags to take, each a designer piece worth tens of thousands, now rare and irreplaceable. Without hesitation, Liu Shi waved his hand, collecting all the soft furnishings in the room, including the bed that had witnessed their togetherness. Husband, come here quickly. I have some valuables to take as well. Ouyang Yi exited the bedroom, leading him to a hidden door in the living room. Upon entering, Liu Shi followed closely behind, collecting the living room's sofa, piano, and furniture along the way. These were clearly high-end items of considerable value and quality, which could be useful in the future. Securing them was prudent to avoid returning to a primitive state with nothing. When Liu Shi followed Ouyang Yi into the hidden chamber, he was utterly astounded. So many pieces of jewelry and treasures. It could easily be a museum. There were also stacks of gold casually piled up. Liu Shi could not help but swallow hard. What are you dawdling for? Husband, hurry and collect them, Ouyang Yi urged, expressing her weariness towards these things. Only those who witnessed them for the first time would be so astounded. Liu Shi quickly regained his composure and began to tidy up. Despite his extensive knowledge and experience, the sheer abundance of wealth before him left him in disbelief. Even if this gold held no immediate utility, it was still a rare treasure. Were it not for the apocalypse, and were it not for his extraordinary abilities, he might have bowed down in supplication, pleading with the stunning actress before him to support him. Not for any grand reason, but simply for a meal. To his surprise, he remarked, I didn't realize you were quite the affluent lady, possessing everything. What else could you possibly want? He gazed at Ouyang Yi with a playful yet fervent expression, as if he intended to devour her. My dear, from now on, everything that is mine shall be yours. I implore you, given the merits of today, do not cast me aside. Seizing the opportunity, Ouyang Yi voiced her concerns, wrapping her arms around Liu Shi's waist and burying her head against his sturdy chest, her voice tinged with a hint of desperation. My love, is it possible? Please, never abandon me. Liu Shi gently brushed her long hair, which was soft and fragrant. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I shall never forsake you, nor the child that resides within you. Liu Shi vowed, fulfilling his role as a devoted man. Ouyang Yi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yet, soon she sensed something amiss. What is wrong? A child. What child? She inquired, her curiosity piqued as she gazed up at Liu Shi with starry eyes. As if she were peering into an ocean of stars that, you think your husband is merely idling. You shall soon find out, Liu Shi teased, playfully pinching her, leading Ouyang Yi to believe he was jesting. Now that we've gathered most of the items, shall we proceed to the safe house you mentioned? Ouyang Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she inquired, eager to discover what Liu Shi's safe haven entailed, and who the first batch of survivors might be. Indeed, however, before we return, we have one more matter to attend to. Liu Shi suddenly lifted his gaze towards the distance, as he was checking the system for information regarding the third girl to be rescued. At that moment, Ning Shi also approached, almost in unison with Ouyang Yi, asking, What is it? Liu Shi uttered a phrase that struck a familiar chord with Ning Shi. I must meet an old friend. An old friend? Another old friend? Ning Shi's senses heightened. She finally understood that Liu Shi's old friend was unlikely to be a reputable acquaintance, but rather an old flame. Men, in contrast, Ouyang Yi appeared indifferent, failing to detect any impropriety. It was only natural to reunite with an old friend on such a rare outing. She instinctively asked, Is it a man or a woman? A woman, Liu Shi unabashedly replied, knowing he would eventually have to disclose this information. At that moment, both Ning Shi and Ouyang Yi surprisingly shared the same thought. Men. Meanwhile, Liu Shi pressed the system. Why are you dawdling? Hurry up and provide me with the information. Ding. Data updating. Please wait. Detecting that the third girl has left the vicinity and confirming her location. Left the area? Could it be the previous convoy? Liu Shi suddenly connected the dots, realizing that the girl he was about to rescue must be of significant stature, either wealthy or noble. How exciting. He hoped her dowry would be as plentiful as that of a movie star. Ding! The location of the girl in urgent need of rescue has been confirmed, situated near the Jinghai National Strategic Storage Center, 20 kilometers away. Please proceed promptly for a thorough rescue. Remember, do not charge recklessly at people. Upon hearing the system's response, Liu Shi subtly touched his nose. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he suspected the system was being mischievous, but lacked evidence to substantiate his doubts. He then turned to the eager Liu Shi and Ouyang Yi and said, "This time, our destination is the Jinghai National Strategic Storage Center, over 20 kilometers away. I need to prepare more supplies there and, incidentally, meet an old friend. Would you two like to join me?" Liu Shi immediately replied, "Wherever you go, I shall follow." Ouyang Yi added, "From now on, we shall not be separated. You cannot leave me." "All right, let us set off," Liu Shi declared, preparing to take the lead. "Wait, my dear, or do we plan to traverse the 20-plus kilometers?" Ouyang Yi interrupted. "We'll head downstairs and find a car." "Ah, but dear, I possess a private armored vehicle. We need not seek out others. My own is much cleaner." Ouyang Yi thoughtfully produced the car keys. Liu Shi, through his keen perception, realized that the key she held was for a customized Tesla Cybertruck. Although it was an older model from decades past, its collectible value surpassed its practical use. Crafted entirely from aerospace-grade steel, it was not only bulletproof and collision-resistant, but also boasted superior off-road capabilities. Moreover, it was fitted with bulletproof glass and advanced tires. The vehicle comfortably accommodated 5 passengers, providing ample space for any activities they desired within. Truly, it was akin to a young cow soaring through the skies on a plane. "Excellent. I like this vehicle. Let us go." Liu Shi turned toward the hallway, intending to exit through the security door and descend to the underground garage. "Wait," Ouyang Yi called out again, leaving Liu Shi somewhat puzzled. "My dear, I have a private elevator. I'm unsure if there's zombies, but can we take the elevator down?" "A private elevator? That sounds splendid, as long as it doesn't stop in between, even if there's zombies. It should not pose a threat." Liu Shi felt a surge of joy at the thought of avoiding the stairs. "Where is it? How did I not notice it?" Liu Shi inquired, having explored the area thoroughly without discovering another elevator. "It is hidden behind that painting. I personally pay to have it installed, and no one else is aware of it. The power supply is independent, so even if the building loses power, the backup battery can be used a couple of times." Ouyang Yi pointed to a painting at the end of the corridor. "Da-da. I see. Then let us go." Liu Shi nodded, deepening his appreciation for Ouyang Yi's affluence. Ouyang Yi carefully approached the spot and tapped the figurine hanging from her neck. Beep! The decorative wall slowly opened, revealing the entrance to a stainless steel elevator. Liu Shi stepped closer, marveling at how the wall was cleverly disguised as wood. Truly fascinating. Afterward, Ouyang Yi swiped her card once more. Beep! The elevator doors opened, and the 3 successfully entered. Ouyang Yi glanced back at her luxurious home, bidding it a final farewell out on the route to the Jinghai National Strategic Storage Center. A steel-armored vehicle barreled down the road, plowing through any zombies in its path, sending them flying with its pronounced front end. "Whoa!" Liu Shi exclaimed from the driver's seat, exhilarated after colliding with a zombie. The sensation was truly delightful. However, Liu Shi and Ouyang Yi were less than pleased. Gripping the seats tightly as their bodies swayed unsteadily, they both cried out, "My love, slow down, please." "Yes, dear, you're driving too fast. I can hardly bear it." Liu Shi glanced back at the visibly shaken Liu Shi and Ouyang Yi. Their conditions quite evident. Their bodies were nearly contorted from the jolts. He eased off the accelerator, maintaining a speed of around 80 kilometers per hour, while also attempting to avoid hitting any zombies to minimize the bumps. "All right, I'll drive a bit slower." "Thank you, dear, you're the best." "My love, you're so considerate." As the vehicle sped along the road, they passed through a city ravaged by devastation, once bustling with life, now reduced to ruins. Liu Shi couldn't help but reflect on the grim reality of the apocalypse. It truly made survival a daunting task, if he were not accompanied by the system, which allowed him to grow stronger through rescuing girls and starting a family. He likely would have perished long ago. It is evident how merciless the apocalypse can be for ordinary individuals. A moment's carelessness could lead to a swift demise, leaving no time for even the most sentimental of reflections that a distance of over 20 kilometers is not particularly far, especially when traveling by car. After approximately 20 minutes of driving, they could already glimpse the structure of the Jinghai National Strategic Storage Center in the distance. This building, though not particularly tall at around 3 stories, boasts a substantial footprint, making it easily visible from the flatter stretches of road. Liu Shi continued to navigate towards the edifice, only to discover an alarming number of zombie corpses and dismembered human limbs scattered along the route. Judging by their attire, clad in camouflage, they appear to be soldiers. Abandoned vehicles lined the roadside, still emitting wisps of smoke. From these clues, Liu Shi surmised that a fierce battle had recently transpired here, inflicting heavy casualties on both sides, as such a devastating scene could not have arisen without significant loss. After careful consideration, Liu Shi began to reduce his speed, remaining vigilant as he drove while observing the surroundings. He even lowered the windows slightly to catch any nearby sounds. Gunfire. Liu Shi's senses heightened immediately, indicating that combat was still ongoing ahead. Although the noise was somewhat distant, he could hear it distinctly. Focusing his mental energy, he indeed spotted a group engaged in battle with zombies. They were clad in biohazard suits and special forces attire, their faces obscured by gas masks, an unmistakable mark of military professionalism. As the gunfire continued, the number of zombies dwindled rapidly, lacking higher-tier zombies to lead them in due course. The zombies found themselves at a disadvantage and were soon eradicated. Security. After one team ran out of ammunition, another quickly moved in to replenish their ranks, demonstrating commendable training. Liu Shi waited for them to finish off the zombies before stealthily maneuvering his vehicle to the periphery of the battlefield. "Who goes there?" As the front of his vehicle emerged slightly, a voice called out that in an effort to avoid unnecessary conflict, adhering to the principle of non-aggression, Liu Shi removed the white underwear he had worn for days. Using a wooden stick to hold it aloft as a sign of surrender, he shouted to the opposing side, "Do not shoot. We are human, not zombies." The guards, noticing Liu Shi's bulletproof vehicle and his cautious demeanor, as well as the presence of 2 women inside, slightly relaxed their vigilance and commanded, "Drive over here, but slowly. Stop there." Liu Shi proceeded in the direction indicated, which led to an open area. Should they harbor ill intentions, he would be easily overwhelmed. Although uncertain of their motives, he was loath to trust anyone in this post-apocalyptic world, especially those armed with guns. Not wishing to remain passive, he initially followed their designated path. But as they neared their destination, he turned to the 2 women and said, "Hold on tight." "Huh? Oh." Though the 2 women were momentarily bewildered, they complied, grasping onto anything they could within the vehicle. Liu Shi then slammed the accelerator. Ugh! Bang! The vehicle crashed into the protective barrier, creating a breach, yet it did not halt there. It continued onward for several hundred meters, ultimately arriving at the entrance of the Jinghai National Strategic Storage Center. Liu Shi executed a 180-degree turn, leaving a striking skid mark on the ground that kicked up a cloud of smoke before coming to a stop. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quick! Surround them! The soldiers stationed at the entrance erupted into chaos. The audacity of these intruders was astonishing that in an instant, Liu Shi and his companions found themselves encircled, dozens of soldiers brandishing submachine guns. Poised for action, this moment, a man dressed in a captain's uniform stepped forward, shouting, "You there! Cut the engine and exit the vehicle! Hands on your heads!" In such dire circumstances, Liu Shi was not one to be complacent, nor would he put his women in jeopardy, pressing his hand against the vehicle's undercarriage. He called out, "Freeze!" Immediately, a layer of frost visibly coalesced, spreading from the vehicle's base to the tires and then onto the ground, gradually expanding outward. "What is that?" A soldier noticed the anomaly, but before anyone could react, they were all immobilized, unable to move. Liu Shi looked around at the frozen figures with satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips. He had not dealt a fatal blow. Merely immobilizing them would suffice, in an hour. They would thaw, suffering only minor frostbite, with no threat to their lives. Will you stay in the vehicle, or come out with me? Liu Shi inquired of the two women. Of course, we will follow you. Ouyang Yi replied with a serious expression, resolute in her decision. I want to go too. Ning Shi chimed in, equally determined. All right, let's get out. Liu Shi slowly opened the car door, followed closely by the two women. From a distance, they appeared as if a wealthy young man had taken his girlfriends out for a leisurely excursion, an aesthetically pleasing sight that caught the eye. However, as soon as they disembarked, they had no time to assess their surroundings before a cold, interrogative voice reached their ears. Who are you? How dare you act so brazenly here? Upon hearing this voice, Liu Shi felt a pang of astonishment at the chilling tone that permeated the air. Following the sound, he beheld a strikingly beautiful figure before him. She possessed a face that could rival the beauty of the heavens, with a tall, commanding presence and legs that seemed to stretch endlessly. Clad in form-fitting black leather pants, she exuded an air of wildness and intensity. Her long, lustrous black hair was partially tied back, cascading down her back like a waterfall. Her eyes, deep as the ocean, seemed capable of uncovering the most profound secrets of the heart, yet they were perpetually veiled in a frosty demeanor that deterred any who dared approach. She radiated a purity and sharpness akin to the first snow of winter. Her every movement imbued with an indescribable nobility and aloofness. In her shadow stood a dashing young man, whose demeanor starkly contrasted with his sister's icy reserve. He embodied the quintessential wealthy air, his smile warm as the sun in spring, exuding an air of carefree charm. With a nonchalant attitude that still retained an air of grace, he appeared the epitome of a well-bred gentleman. Liu Shi regarded the pair, narrowing his eyes slightly as he discerned that both were endowed with extraordinary abilities. Who, if not the siblings Su Lingyang and Su Yi, could have arrived? Who are you? Ouyang Yi countered, her voice laced with defiance. As soon as her words fell, they reverberated like thunder in Su Yi's mind, leaving him momentarily dazed as he stared at Ouyang Yi, nearly drooling. Ouyang Yi, is that really you? It is I. Why are you so hostile? We haven't even met yet, and you're already hurling insults. Ouyang Yi replied, her demeanor one of indignation as she scrutinized the two before her, her gaze finally lingering on Su Lingyang's face, filled with skepticism. What was this woman's background? She possessed a beauty that rivaled her own, evoking a natural animosity. With her arms crossed, Ouyang Yi awaited an explanation, hoping they would recognize the wisdom in refraining from provoking her husband. How pathetic is seeing a celebrity enough to leave you speechless. With a cold huff, Su Lingyang doused Su Yi with a splash of reality, snapping him back to attention, his eyes now clear. Ding! Detected a girl in urgent need of rescue. Su Lingyang. Name, Su Lingyang. Level, apprentice, appearance, and allure. 100 ability, SS level fire. Favorability, -100, hostile, difficult to conquer. Currently presents a high degree of difficulty. Upon hearing this, the corners of Liu Shi's mouth twitched ever so slightly as he mentally remarked to the system, Is your vision impaired? Do you not see her haughty demeanor? She clearly requires no rescue from me. If anything, I might as well be the one singing about saving her. Ding! The system cannot be mistaken. Your inability to save is simply due to your own limitations. Please refrain from further rambling. Time is of the essence. Well, you certainly have a knack for rhyme. As Liu Shi conversed with the system, Su Yi frowned slightly, instinctively finding Liu Shi disagreeable. How dare he get so close to my goddess? He pointed his finger at Liu Shi and shouted, Hey, you there, come over here. Liu Shi, with the hand that had just removed his underwear, pointed to his own face and asked in confusion, Are you calling me? Yes, you. Su Yi's face was full of impatience, practically radiating a desire to strike. Just then, Ouyang Yi wrapped her arms around Liu Shi's arm, pulling him closer and playfully saying, Darling, don't pay him any mind. Ouyang Yi's actions inadvertently saved the man across from them, as Liu Shi had initially intended to sever his fingers. Boom! A thunderous clap echoed in Su Yi's mind once more. Darling, the goddess dares to call another man darling? How infuriating! How could this be? Isn't she famously pure and innocent? When did she acquire a husband? At that moment, She stepped forward, refusing to be overshadowed, and embraced Liu Shi's other arm, proudly lifting her chin as if to declare, "No one shall bully my husband." She would not allow Ouyang Yi to monopolize the credit. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Lingyang furrowed her brow slightly. Who on earth is this man, that he could elicit such familiarity from Ouyang Yi? And the other woman seems equally exceptional. It must be something extraordinary. Su Lingyang set aside her disdain and regarded Liu Shi with newfound respect, emotionlessly stating, "I am Su Lingyang of the Su family. And this is my brother, Su Yi. You have intruded upon our territory uninvited and have frozen our guard. What do you have to say for yourselves?" Liu Shi gazed at the frosty beauty before him, her countenance devoid of any emotion, betraying no sign of joy or sorrow, yet she was undeniably captivating that he deliberately remarked, "Explain? Why should I owe you an explanation, Su family? Are you really that significant?" Su Lingyang could hardly believe it. Even after she had distanced herself from the Su family, there were still those who dared to show her such disrespect. This was utterly infuriating. She had never faced such a situation before. You likely do not grasp the power of the Su family. Even in this apocalyptic world, we are not to be taken lightly. Do not tread upon our boundaries. Su Lingyang's tone remained unwavering, filled with confidence and authority. This composure, cultivated over years of privilege, was not a mere show of bravado. Her every gesture exuded the aura of a person of status. Liu Shi remained unfazed, wearing an expression of indifference, clearly unperturbed by her status. Instead, he playfully retorted, "Explanation? What is a boundary? There is but one pair of underwear. Would you like it?" Upon finishing his sentence, Liu Shi tossed the white underwear he had used to signal surrender across. He had discreetly infused it with mental energy, ensuring it reached its intended target. Su Lingyang did not expect such audacity, tossing a harmless piece of fabric her way. "Humph. Did he think I would evade it? I shall not concede in presence." She was too proud to dodge. However, to her astonishment, the white fabric seemed to sprout wings, landing squarely upon her face as if glued. Puffed. Liu Shi could not help but laugh aloud. Ouyang Yi and Ning, she also stifled their giggles, creating an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness. Only Su Lingyang appeared frozen, utterly motionless, the white fabric still obscuring her face, which had turned a fiery shade of red. Internally, she was in turmoil, her previously icy demeanor shattered. Had the fabric not concealed her features, every onlooker would have been taken aback. Good heavens, the Ice Queen has flushed with anger. This is a recipe for disaster. Su Lingyang had initially thought this seemingly innocuous white fabric was not worth avoiding. Yet, upon comprehending the implications of his mention of underwear, her eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape in disbelief, her pupils constricting as her mind raced with astonishment. "Damn it," she screamed internally. Her heart began to race, the peculiar scent of fabric mingled with skin after prolonged contact, erasing all her previous doubts in an instant. She finally grasped that the underwear he referred to was indeed that intimate garment, worn and exceedingly private. This realization left her feelings in disarray. Surprise, embarrassment, and even a hint of barely perceptible anger intertwined to form a complex web within her heart. She had never anticipated finding herself in such a predicament, nor could she have foreseen becoming the focal point of this embarrassing scene. She endeavored to maintain her composure, despite her inner turmoil. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to suppress the tumult of emotions while quietly concocting a plan to confront this unforeseen situation. Yet, she could not restrain her inner turmoil, cursing him in her thoughts. How dare he? In an instant, she felt sullied. Her face felt tainted, unworthy of her. Straining to contain her rage, she remained utterly stilled like a tea that moment. Su Yi curiously reached out and removed the white fabric from Su Lingyang's face, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. "How disgusting! What is this scent? Is this truly underwear? My sister has a cleanliness obsession. You are in deep trouble." Su Yi's words utterly shattered Su Lingyang's composure. Even the icy facade she maintained could no longer contain her fury. Despite her intelligence, she recognized her brother's intention to use her as a means to teach Liu Shi a lesson. However, she could no longer care about being exploited. She had long desired to eliminate him. Thus, she erupted, "You foul man! How dare you insult me? I will kill you!" Su Lingyang unleashed her most powerful ability. Determined to deliver a decisive blow, with a single strike, the heavens seemed to darken. The air felt as though it were ignited and boiling, prompting Su Yi to retreat several steps, witnessing flames engulf Liu Shi and the two women beside him. After her all-out attack, Su Lingyang regained a semblance of calm, though her exertion left her breathless, and she was lightly perspiring. Clearly, this tremendous effort had nearly drained her, leaving her unable to unleash such a formidable attack again in the near future. "Is this how it ends?" Su Lingyang voiced her disbelief, her expression one of incredulity. As the flames gradually dissipated, she discovered an ice wall standing resolutely before Liu Shi, having absorbed all her attacks. What? So, it is indeed ice-based powers, but how could they be so formidable? Su Lingyang's expression shifted, shock mingling with a hint of pallor. There was an element of surprise and a sense of exhaustion. Bang! The ice wall shattered under Liu Shi's palm, revealing him alongside Ning, Shi, and Ouyang Yi, all unscathed and remarkably composed. This revelation left Su Lingyang feeling utterly defeated. I thought you were expressionless. Who knew you could display emotions? Liu Shi's words struck Su Lingyang like a bolt from the blue, catching her off guard. Su Lingyang found herself a loss for words, unable to retort. Liu Shi had simultaneously fortified the surrounding soldiers' icy confinement while defending against her attack, preventing them from breaking free prematurely. At that moment, Su Lingyang's old butler hurried over, flanked by dozens of well-equipped individuals. Upon arriving next to Su Lingyang, he immediately assumed a defensive posture and, with a concerned tone, inquired, "Miss, young master, are you both unharmed?" Su Yi brushed off the dust from his clothing and replied, "I am fine. However, we have encountered a formidable opponent." The butler followed Su Yi's gaze to Liu Shi, who appeared relaxed and at ease, comfortably flanked by two stunning women, embodying the very image of a villain. The butler whispered, "Since the enemy is strong, it would be wise to avoid confrontation. The goods over there are nearly packed. We can withdraw." Su Lingyang's expression revealed her hesitation. She yearned to eliminate Liu Shi, but realized she was no match for him. Any further action would only bring humiliation. He gritted his teeth in frustration. His goddess had simply slipped away, yet reason prevailed over impulse. The siblings nodded in agreement, prepared to retreat. However, just as they turned to leave, Liu Shi's voice arrogantly echoed in their ears, "Wait, did I allow you to leave?" Upon hearing this, the Su siblings, Su Lingyang and Su Yi, halted in their tracks. "Although I may not be able to defeat you alone, if we join forces, it is not beyond the realm of possibility to subdue you. Even if we fail to conquer, we can certainly retreat unscathed. Why do you remain so arrogant?" Su Lingyang's expression began to darken once more. The corner of Su Yi's mouth twitched as well. They were accustomed to being the bullies, and never had they been so openly disdained. The old butler's face changed dramatically, realizing the gravity of the situation. Su Lingyang turned around and coldly remarked, "Shameless scoundrel, what more do you want?" Liu Shi burst into laughter, his mirth at being insulted oddly invigorating, like a gentle spring breeze. To Liu Shi, the term shameless felt more akin to a compliment or affirmation. His gaze then fixed intently on Su Lingyang's exquisite figure and unparalleled beauty as he declared, "What do I want? Naturally, I wish for you to stay and become my woman," as Liu Shi's words echoed. The color drained from the faces of those present. Even Ning, Shi, and Ouyang Yi lost their previous composure. Was this an attempt to add another sister to the mix? Su Lingyang and Su Yi quickly responded in unison. "In your dreams," after their declaration, the siblings exchanged a knowing glance. Su Yi stepped forward, shielding his sister behind him, and shouted at Liu Shi, "Don't you dare dream. How dare you set your sights on my sister? Do you not know that she is my Achilles heel?" Liu Shi merely chuckled dismissively. "Achilles heel. Only dragons possess such vulnerabilities, yet you do not strike me as a dragon, but rather as a worm." Liu Shi's words were undeniably exaggerated. To anyone's eyes, Su Yi was a figure of nobility among men, accustomed to being revered. Enraged, he retorted, "You're asking for death." In a flash, Su Yi unleashed his full power, launching an earth wall that erupted from the ground. Adorned with countless sharp spikes, hurtling toward Liu Shi. If struck, the damage would be considerable. Liu Shi, however, watched the spectacle with an air of indifference, completely unfazed, just as the earthen spikes were about to pierce him. They abruptly halted mere centimeters from his body. He furrowed his brow, perplexed by the sudden turn of events, and attempted to exert further control, only to realize he was utterly incapable of doing so. How is this possible? The earth spikes I conjured have gone rogue. He strained with all his might, trying to regain control. Yet regardless of his efforts, he made no progress. Lingyang sensed the shift and joined the fray, mustering her nearly depleted strength for an all-out assault. When a lion hunts a rabbit, it exerts every effort. How much more so against a formidable opponent? A flame descended from above, poised to reduce Liu Shi to ashes. However, the flames failed to harm him, as an ice wall materialized overhead, preventing the fire from spreading, leaving not even a hair on Liu Shi's head singed. The two siblings were on the brink of exhaustion. Panting heavily, beads of sweat cascading down their faces, soaking Su Lingyang's fitted attire, momentarily distracting Liu Shi. "Now it's my turn." Liu Shi's nonchalant declaration sent a shiver through the Su siblings. They had reached the limits of their endurance, utterly incapable of countering his impending assault. Yet they had no choice in the matter. Liu Shi, wielding his mental prowess, directed the earth spikes toward them. Bang, bang. Undoubtedly, with no means to defend themselves, both Su Lingyang and Su Yi were struck. It was not that they were weak. Rather, Liu Shi was overwhelmingly powerful. How could he be this strong? Su Yi spat blood in frustration as he uttered these words. The old butler hurriedly rushed to support him, his heart racing with anxiety. If the young master and mistress were to perish here, he would bear the blame for all eternity. At that moment, the soldiers behind them raised their weapons, aiming at Liu Shi, yet hesitated to act. If even the young mistress and master, both possessing abilities, could not contend with him, they, mere mortals, would likely be no more than ants before him. "Who are you? Why are you so strong?" Su Lingyang, struck in the abdomen, refrained from spitting blood but clutched her aching belly, voicing her inner turmoil. Liu Shi approached her step by step, halting before her, crouching down to observe her with amusement. "So, what do you think? With my strength, would you consider being my woman?" "You wish," Su Lingyang began defiantly, but was abruptly silenced by the presence of a flying sword at her throat. Should she dare utter a single negative word, her life would likely extinguish on the spot. The old butler, witnessing this, hurriedly knelt and crawled before Liu Shi, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. "Spare us. Please spare us. Esteemed one, spare our mistress's life. We can negotiate on other matters." Liu Shi cast a sidelong glance at the old butler, retracting his murderous intent. "You are quite loyal." He then sheathed the flying sword, turned, and left with Ning, Shi, and Ouyang Yi, leaving behind a parting remark. "Forget it. I have a generous heart. You may leave." The Su siblings and the old butler stood in disbelief, stunned by their unexpected reprieve. Was this truly happening? It felt surreal. Soon after, they heard Liu Shi add, "However, the supplies must remain. I shall take all of it." Su Lingyang. Su Yi, old butler. "Indeed, yous are never easily satisfied. Young master, young mistress, without our supplies, survival will be impossible." Before they could respond, Liu Shi had already strolled toward their convoy. Wherever he passed, nothing remained. He even absorbed the large trucks into his spatial inventory, leaving Su Lingyang and the others dumbfounded. Spatial abilities? The old butler trembled in excitement, struggling to articulate his thoughts in a world ravaged by disaster. Encountering a space manipulator was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Such individuals were nearly mythical, and yet one had appeared before them. Moreover, this man did not seem to be a ruthless killer. He even expressed interest in marrying their mistress. The old butler's mind raced with possibilities. Meanwhile, Su Lingyang felt a deep sense of trepidation. As astute as she was, she could not overlook the myriad secrets this man harbored. Not only did he possess ice abilities, but he could also manipulate objects from afar and wield spatial powers. This was clearly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yet the thought of Su Lingyang recalled the white cloth draped over her face earlier. Feeling deeply insulted, turmoil brewing within her. No, I cannot do this. I simply do not like men. They are utterly filthy. As Su Lingyang's gaze filled with confusion, Liu Shi finished gathering all the supplies from the convoy and made his way toward the warehouse. Liu Shi calculated that with the number of trucks outside, it was impossible to transport all the supplies. This indicated that most of the goods still resided within the warehouse, and he could not let that opportunity slip by. Indeed, upon entering the warehouse, he beheld a dazzling array of supplies, neatly arranged as if awaiting his command. "All right, take it all," Liu Shi declared, satisfaction coursing through him as he commenced his task. Ning Shi, filled with joy, admired beside him. "Wow, darling, so many supplies. We're going to be rich. We could eat for generations." Ouyang Yi chimed in, her face aglow with happiness. "Darling, you're amazing. Can your treasure really hold this much? Can it fit all these supplies?" Liu Shi, ahem, caught off guard by her enthusiasm, as Liu Shi gathered the supplies, Su Lingyang and her brother, along with the old butler, stealthily approached the entrance, peeking inside to witness the scene at that moment. Their shock was beyond words, an overwhelming mix of disbelief and astonishment. As the atmosphere grew serious and contemplative, the old butler suddenly remarked, "If we cannot defeat him, then we must join him." Su Lingyang and Su Yi exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes widening in disbelief as they surveyed the smug old butler, who seemed lost in his own thoughts of triumph. Their minds teetered on the brink of collapse. Join, if we cannot defeat them. Should we surrender? What would become of our dignity? If we join, will he heed our words, or shall we be compelled to heed his? How? Is that even conceivable? Su Yi's gaze fixated on Ouyang Yi, who was playfully clinging to Liu Shi, and he bit his lip in frustration, exclaiming, "I cannot coexist with him." After a moment of inner turmoil, Su Lingyang grasped Su Yi's wrist, imploring, "Do not act impulsively. We are not their match. Let us first assess the situation." Several hours later, Liu Shi had finally completed the inventory of all supplies at the Jinghai National Strategic Storage Center, moving from the first to the third floor, nearly exhausting himself in the process. However, as he observed the replenished storage space, his spirits lifted. Meanwhile, Ning Shi and Ouyang Yi had long departed, seated nearby to watch the proceedings. "All set. We're done," Liu Shi announced as he strode toward the two women, who rushed toward him with evident joy, eager to cling to him at every opportunity. Yet, fatigue from their earlier exertions held them back, preventing them from assisting Liu Shi in collecting the supplies. As they walked toward the exit, laughter and chatter filled the air, eager to return to their safe house after a fruitful outing. However, upon reaching the entrance, Liu Shi noticed that Su Lingyang and her companions had yet to depart. A fact he anticipated. He teased, "Oh, why haven't you all left yet? Do you believe I would not harm you?" The expressions of Su Lingyang and her companions froze in shock, as a hint of genuine concern for Liu Shi's potential wrath flickered in their eyes. The old butler was the first to kneel, pleading, "Master, in this Jinghai, we have no one else to rely on. Please allow us to stay with you temporarily. The Su family holds significant influence in both Kyoto and the military. Once the situation stabilizes, we shall repay your kindness generously." Liu Shi showed no interest in such empty promises. Regardless of their power and connections, they were of no concern to him. In this apocalyptic world, strength was the only currency that mattered. His interest lay solely with the striking beauty before him. Feeling the weight of Liu Shi's predatory gaze, Su Lingyang struggled to suppress a sensation of vulnerability. Nevertheless, her tone softened as she implored, "We have yet to properly introduce ourselves. You have taken all the supplies. We hope you might spare us a chance at survival, and we assure you of our future gratitude." A smile curled at Liu Shi's lips. "Future gratitude? My name is Liu Shi. There is no need for such promises. You may accompany me. As for the others, they are free to do as they please beyond following my lead." Su Yi and the old butler exchanged bewildered glances. What could this mean? Su Lingyang quickly advocated for her brother. "Liu Shi, I am grateful for your willingness to shelter me, but Su Yi is my brother. I cannot abandon him." Might you show some compassion and take them along as well? Absolutely not. Liu Shi firmly rejected her request. His household was filled with enchanting companions. The thought of accommodating another man was out of the question, especially one who dared to harbor feelings for one of his stars. Perhaps a swift physical retribution was in order. Yet, these individuals and their protective entourage could not be overlooked. They might prove useful against the ordinary undead. For the time being, he would let them off lightly. However, out of respect for you, I shall find a nearby place for them to settle. As for food and supplies, they must procure their own. My resources are not meant to support the idle. He felt a surge of anger. Yet he was halted by Su Lingyang's glare, and the old butler restrained him. What do you mean? Liu Shi retorted, his patience waning, his previous cordial demeanor towards Su Lingyang vanishing, replaced by a fierceness that demanded respect. Seeing Liu Shi's intentions directed at her brother, Su Lingyang quickly interjected. Liu Shi, please spare him. Losing a finger would be a terrible fate. Liu Shi's expression shifted several times as he deliberated, ultimately deciding to temporarily retain the finger, with plans to reclaim it later. He turned to Su Lingyang. Grinning, all right, I shall heed your request. Since I am so obedient, how do you intend to repay me? Upon hearing such an obvious implication, Su Lingyang swallowed nervously. What was he suggesting? Yet he seemed genuinely compliant and amiable toward her, not as intolerable as she had initially perceived. Ding! Congratulations, host. The female lead, Su Lingyang's favorability rating has increased by 50. Current favorability is -50. She still harbors quite a bit of animosity toward me. -50. What a significant grudge. It was previously -100. Liu Shi decided not to dwell on this matter further. As long as she followed him, he would find a way to win her over, ensuring her complete submission and comfort. Let us go home, he declared, unguardedly taking Su Lingyang's hand as they moved toward the vehicle. Su Lingyang's face flushed crimson. This was her first experience of being held by someone. She contemplated resisting, but was reminded of his domineering nature. After a token struggle, she relented and followed him. Ding! Congratulations, host. The female lead, Su Lingyang's favorability rating has increased by 30. Current favorability is -20. Ding! Congratulations, host. The female lead, Su Lingyang's favorability rating has increased by 20. Current favorability is 0. Ding! Congratulations, host. The female lead, Su Lingyang's favorability rating has increased by 5. Current favorability is 5. As Liu Shi approached the vehicle, he received these notifications, and a wave of joy surged within him. Was it really this simple? He had expected her to be an icy beauty, but it seemed she was warm beneath her exterior. Su, he watched from behind, fists clenched so tightly that his nails drew blood as he glared at Liu Shi. Feeling utterly powerless. How infuriating. The goddess belongs to you. I cannot believe you would also pursue my sister. How despicable. The old butler shook his head, patting Su on the shoulder before walking away. Calling out to the others, what are you all waiting for? Hurry and gather your things. Bring over any useful vehicles from that direction. We must follow. With a roar, Liu Shi started the vehicle, gradually pulling away. Seated in the passenger seat, Su Lingyang let out a small sigh of relief. She deliberately gazed out the window, though in truth, she was using the reflection in the glass to observe Liu Shi's face and movements. Upon closer inspection, he was not bad-looking at all. Quite handsome. Wait, how could I entertain such thoughts? Su Lingyang was startled by her own musings and quickly averted her gaze, focusing on the outside world while occasionally stealing glances at him. Her heart secretly rejoicing. Meanwhile, Ning Shi and Ouyang Yi obediently occupied the back seat, arms crossed, displaying a sullen demeanor whenever Liu Shi's gaze was averted. Yet when he looked their way, they transformed into sweet, compliant figures, adorned with charming smiles. Liu Shi chuckled softly, uninterested in their little games. He had seen this behavior many times and had grown accustomed to it. When they discovered that several of their sisters awaited them at home, they would likely be even more astonished. Concentrating on driving, Liu Shi noted through the rearview mirror that dozens of vehicles followed behind, all belonging to Su Lingyang's side, numbering at least 100 people. As he pondered where to settle them, suddenly, a loud crash reverberated that a zombie, appearing from nowhere, collided with the windshield of his vehicle, to be precise. Liu Shi's car had struck the undead. The impact left the zombie bloodied and disfigured, its face grotesquely pressed against the glass, a horrifying sight. The three women shrieked in unison, startled by the sudden encounter. As Liu Shi brought the vehicle to a halt, the convoy behind him gradually came to a stop as well. Liu Shi surveyed the scene ahead and realized, to his dismay, that they were surrounded by a multitude of zombies. Had he unwittingly driven into a den of the undead? Liu Shi swiftly unleashed his mental energy, discerning that their current location was in close proximity to the community center, where a vast, comprehensive supermarket and a bustling pedestrian street resided. Typically, this area thrived with activity. It appeared that these individuals had transformed into zombies while indulging in their shopping excursions, remaining in this vicinity to wreak havoc. Who would have imagined they would encounter such a fate today? Darling, there's so many zombies outside. What should we do? Ouyang Yi inquired, her voice laced with urgency. Ning Shi and Su Lingyang turned their gazes towards Liu Shi, hoping he would take the lead at this moment. Their fates were intertwined, a true testament to life and death. If calamity struck, none would survive alone. We must charge through. Liu Shi observed the numerous vehicles blocking their escape, realizing retreat was not an option. Furthermore, the zombies were gradually encroaching, creating encirclement. Thus, the only path forward was to break free. He shifted the vehicle back a pace, increasing the distance from the zombies ahead. With a swift press of the accelerator, Virum, as the car roared to life, the zombies ahead, oblivious to the danger, collided with the front. Being crushed beneath the wheels, the occupants felt a slight jolt, yet beneath them lay a mass of lifeless bodies that a few of the more animated zombies leapt exuberantly, only to be flung against the windshield, subsequently tumbling backwards, their fates uncertain. Roar, the enraged zombies exhibited no sense of pain, relentlessly surging forward. The resistance grew, causing the vehicle to slow to a crawl. Ultimately, it became nearly immobile, while the number of zombies surrounding them multiplied exponentially. Liu Shi, there are too many zombies. We can't break through. What now? Su Lingyang astutely assessed the dire situation, voicing her concern to Liu Shi that he shared her apprehension. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. From an aerial perspective, their vehicle appeared ensnared, surrounded on all sides to make matters worse. The influx of zombies showed no signs of abating, tightening their grip. It resembled a swarm of ants voraciously gnawing on a single grain of rice. The density of the advancing zombies indicated that someone was orchestrating their movements from behind the scenes. Liu Shi quickly deduced that to capture the thief, he must first seize the king. He needed to identify the higher-ranking zombie pulling the strings. Utilizing his mental acuity and perceptive vision, Liu Shi soon discerned the mastermind lurking within a shadowy abode. There were 3 second-tier zombies. Infuriating, they were positioned too far for him to employ ranged attacks. What to do? Liu Shi glanced at Su Lingyang, contemplating whether incapacitating her would enhance his power. However, he swiftly dismissed the notion, as he was still wagering with the system, betting that by refraining from using his overwhelming skills, he could significantly boost Su Lingyang's favorability towards him, leading her to willingly pledge herself to him. The reward for such an outcome would be substantial. While employing his overpowering skills would indeed bolster his strength and guarantee a minimum favorability rating of 70 or 80, that was not Liu Shi's ultimate goal. Sensing Liu Shi's fervent gaze, Su Lingyang involuntarily shuddered. Surely, he didn't intend to claim her before their demise. Yet, given the circumstances, perhaps there was nothing to reject. Thus, Su Lingyang closed her eyes, adopting a demeanor of surrender, and called out to Liu Shi, "You come." Come for what? Liu Shi had already retracted his thoughts, pondering how to extricate themselves from the predicament. Suddenly, he heard Su Lingyang's inexplicable words. Observing her expression of resigned bravery elicited an urge to chuckle within him. Nevertheless, he couldn't deny her beauty. She was breathtakingly exquisite. Gazing at Su Lingyang, who maintained her closed-eyed, slightly tilted posture, Liu Shi felt a pang of compassion. Unwilling to let her down, he gently pressed his lips against hers for a fleeting moment. The flavor was delightful, sweet, and tender. Ding! Congratulations, host! Su Lingyang's favorability has increased by 10, reaching 15. The moment Su Lingyang sensed the unexpected touch of his lips, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Her first kiss. Just like that, it was gone. But was that truly all? She yearned for more. Ning Shi and Ouyang Yi in the back seat witnessed the entire scene unfold, yet remained silent in this life or death moment. They too craved Liu Shi's undivided affection, wishing to never part. Even in death, they wished to be together. Meanwhile, Liu Shi had already placed one hand on the car's roof, seemingly preparing to wield his powers for an assault. The two women held their breath, observing intently, unwilling to disturb him. "Icebound for 1,000 miles," Liu Shi proclaimed, echoing a slogan that verged on false advertisement. The so-called 1,000 miles was, in reality, not truly 1,000. Given his strength, encasing 100 meters would be commendable. As Liu Shi summoned his energy, his ice abilities rapidly coalesced. The visible car roof began to frost over, the icy tendrils spreading to envelop the zombies outside, calming their previously agitated states. They were instantly immobilized by the frost. Looking down from the vehicle, the manifestation of his ice powers transformed the surrounding zombies into frozen statues. Their bodies gradually shifted from a rancid brown to a crystalline white, tinged with transparency. A thick layer of ice encased their skin, restricting their movements and entirely stripping them of vitality. Liu Shi unleashed his full might. Even the air became frigid, as if winter had descended in an instant. The frozen perimeter expanded until all the zombies within a 50-meter radius were vanquished, finally coming to a gradual halt. But a sweeping glance revealed that this area of effect skill had eradicated thousands of zombies. Su Yi and the old steward, observing from the rear of the convoy, were taken aback by Liu Shi's formidable display. He was even stronger than we had anticipated, the old steward marveled. Even Su Yi felt a twinge of astonishment. Had their adversary unleashed his full power, they would have all perished. Unbeknownst to him, his animosity towards Liu Shi had lessened. Indeed, earlier, they had believed their survival amidst the ice was a mere stroke of luck, not realizing it was Liu Shi's mercy that had spared them. This kindness must be remembered. Many soldiers in the rear began to murmur, elevating Liu Shi's standing in their eyes. Inside the vehicle, Liu Shi gasped for breath. This single maneuver had consumed 30% of his energy. Although the environment outside had been frozen for 50 meters, the interior remained largely unaffected. Ouyang Yi hurriedly approached him, wiping the sweat from his brow, offering words of comfort. "Darling, you've worked hard." Ning Shi regretted her timing, having been outpaced by Ouyang Yi. Su Lingyang, meanwhile, was captivated by the beauty of the actress, internally marveling at her stunning appearance. Liu Shi cast her an affectionate glance before returning to the driver's seat, preparing to ignite the vehicle and break free from their entrapment. Even if they couldn't entirely escape, getting closer to the zombies controlled by the mastermind would enable him to capture the ringleader. "Hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate." Virum. As the car roared to life, the encased zombies shattered one by one, transforming into a cascade of ice shards. They were dead beyond redemption. However, given that their vehicle had previously been ensnared, movement remained laborious. Liu Shi continually adjusted the vehicle's direction, alternating between advancing and reversing, desperately attempting to carve out more space. The area was too confined, making it exceedingly difficult to maneuver the car. Su Lingyang quickly discerned the current predicament. And no matter how powerful the vehicle, under such circumstances, it would undoubtedly struggle to advance. Just then, Liu Shi extended his palm and made a sweeping gesture toward the front of the car. A surge of formidable psychic energy erupted forth, forcefully displacing several zombies in front of the vehicle, sending them crashing into others. Bang, bang. The two clusters of zombies collided, shattering instantly, observing a hard-won gap ahead. Liu Shi pressed the accelerator to the floor. Virum. The vehicle surged forward at a rapid pace. The deafening sound of the vehicle colliding with zombies echoed as Liu Shi and his companions pressed on. Inching their way down the road, in the blink of an eye, they had traversed over 50 meters, nearing the boundary of the frozen expanse, yet countless zombies still blocked their path ahead. Some zombies even stood atop higher ground, bellowing wildly, exuding an aura of madness. Liu Shi grasped the steering wheel with one hand while the other formed a pointed gesture towards his head, shouting forcefully, "Melt!" Whoosh, whoosh. At Liu Shi's command, the metal surrounding the vehicle glowed a fiery red, then began to melt, transforming into a torrent of sharp blades suspended above the car. As the number of blades accumulated, Liu Shi's psychic energy began to dwindle. Reaching a critical threshold, he dared not concentrate further. Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Lingyang observed Liu Shi's earnestness and determination, feeling a twinge of emotion. If only she could assist with her powers, but alas, her fire abilities could not be used directly from within the vehicle, and opening the window would be perilous. Thus, she remained seated, helpless. Ahead, the vehicle was on the verge of breaking free from the icy grip when a horde of fierce zombies appeared before them. With a flick of his finger, Liu Shi unleashed a barrage of blades. As the blades descended, the ordinary zombies were rendered helpless. Even the first-tier zombies could not withstand such an overwhelming onslaught. Groups of zombies fell, pierced by the rain of blades. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Shi pressed the accelerator down further. The vehicle raced over the fallen corpses of zombies, finally bursting forth from their encirclement, leaving the remaining zombies subdued. Everyone could finally exhale a sigh of relief. "Are we saved?" Ning Shi inquired, her expression easing. "Not yet. There are still a few formidable foes ahead," Liu Shi replied sternly. Su Lingyang scanned the surrounding buildings in search of the adversaries Liu Shi mentioned, but found nothing, her brow furrowing in frustration. Ouyang Yi, oblivious to the unfolding events, focused solely on whether her husband was fatigued. Seizing the moment, she hastily offered Liu Shi a peeled candy. "Hubby, have a piece of candy to replenish your energy." Liu Shi opened his mouth without hesitation, accepting her offering to ensure fairness. She also handed a distinctly different candy to Su Lingyang and Ning Shi, who accepted it with a dazed expression, struggling to keep up with the pace of events. Just as the atmosphere became subtly tense, the vehicle suddenly came to a halt, catching them off guard. What happened? Su Lingyang quickly turned to look ahead. Before her eyes stood three colossal zombies, entirely unlike the ordinary ones. They appeared grotesque, their eyes glinting with an unsettling intensity. "These zombies are terrifying. They're so massive," Ning Shi exclaimed in awe. "Where's the size?" Liu Shi casually questioned that it would be best if you were referring to their stature, not anything else. Even Ouyang Yi, usually indifferent to the outside world, was taken aback, the pink candy she held slipping from her lips and landing in the car. Ding! The sound of the candy hitting the vehicle echoed, resonating sharply in the tense atmosphere. "You all stay in the car. If you see me struggling, drive away immediately," Liu Shi stated expressionlessly, preparing to exit the vehicle for a showdown. Before he could open the door, Ouyang Yi grasped his arm, and before he could react, she leaped into his embrace. "Hubby, don't say such things. You will definitely win. If you die, I won't live either. Boo-hoo." Ning Shi gently rested her head on Liu Shi's shoulder. "Hubby, we won't leave. If we die together." Ding! Congratulations, host. Ouyang Yi's affection level increases by 10, reaching 100. Life and death together. Ding! Congratulations, host. Ning Shi's affection level increases by 15, reaching 100. Together in the same grave. Ding! Congratulations, host. Su Lingyang's affection level increases by 15, reaching 30. You have become quite agreeable. Liu Shi, upon hearing these notifications, gently patted Ouyang Yi and Ning Shi in a gesture of comfort and gratitude. He buried his face in Ouyang Yi's hair and turned his gaze towards Su Lingyang. Noticing Liu Shi embracing both sides while casting a scrutinizing glance at her, Su Lingyang instinctively turned her head away, her thoughts a tangled mess. "All right. Thank you, my two lovely ladies, for your support and encouragement. Please wait for me in the car. I shall return shortly." "Yes. Hubby, do take care." Ouyang Yi bid farewell. "Hubby, I will be waiting for you," Ning Shi added, her eyes sparkling. Even Su Lingyang couldn't resist glancing back at Liu Shi, only to find he was no longer looking her way, causing her heart to sink with disappointment. Liu Shi first cleared away a few small zombies beside the door before stepping out. Firmly shutting the door behind him one step at a time, he approached the front of the vehicle. The three women observed Liu Shi's every movement through the windshield, noting his seemingly calm demeanor. Free from fear or trembling, they silently cheered him on, their fists clenched unconsciously. Standing before the 3 second-tier zombies, Liu Shi, at nearly 6 feet tall, appeared almost like a child in comparison. The disparity in height and build was striking. Clearly, these 3 zombies had likely been towering athletes or fitness trainers in their previous lives, having mutated into such imposing figures. However, while their size granted them strength, it also rendered them painfully slow. As they gazed at Liu Shi, their mouths watered at the sight of his succulent flesh. Without uttering a word, Liu Shi summoned the Sword of Victory. Sword, come forth. The Sword of Victory materialized in his grasp. After a brief standoff, Liu Shi shouted fiercely, "Kill!" He charged forward at lightning speed while the 3 zombies simultaneously launched their assault. Just before reaching the zombies, Liu Shi leaped into the air, raising his sword above his head and delivering a full-force strike. He carved an elegant arc through the air. Bang! The sword struck the ground, sending debris flying and dust swirling, creating a massive crater. Although the 3 zombies were not directly hit, they were staggered by the shockwave. Now's the time. Liu Shi seized the opportunity, leaping toward one of the unsteady zombies. Thud! A spray of blood erupted. The head of one second-tier zombie was severed in an instant, dark green blood splattering against the crimson sky. Liu Shi landed steadily, then bellowed, "Die for me." A colossal ice spear, already formed high above, hurtled down towards another zombie at Liu Shi's command. This zombie, having regained its footing, stared in disbelief at the incoming ice spear, terror flickering in its eyes as it roared defiantly. Roar, crack! A tremendous bolt of lightning erupted from its mouth, striking the ice spear directly. Lightning and ice collided in the sky, producing a dazzling display of sparks. Yet, ice could never rival electricity. The lightning concealed an immense heat capable of incinerating all. Driven by the lightning, the ice spear began to disintegrate. Bang! The ice cone finally shattered, transforming into countless droplets of icy water that cascaded downwards. The zombie, struck by the shattered ice cone, bore an expression of fleeting triumph upon its face. However, that expression swiftly morphed into one of agony. It looked down in disbelief to discover that a sharp sword had pierced its chest, emerging from its back. Yet, despite the grievous injury, it was not fatal. Just as it contemplated a counterattack, the sword was yanked from its thoracic cavity in an instant. Liu Shi swiftly withdrew the Sword of Victory, pivoting and flicking it backward. The head of that particular zombie was severed by Liu Shi. The second one. Liu Shi mentally counted the number of foes dispatched, his gaze shifting to the final zombie. Having learned from the experiences with the previous 2, the last zombie displayed a hint of gravity upon its countenance. However, not for long. Clearly, it believed it possessed sufficient means of survival, thus remaining unperturbed. Liu Shi had already taken note of this. Without a moment's hesitation, he advanced with his sword, delivering a powerful upward slash. Bang! The sword's radiance swept across the ground, traversing the air, and struck the wall opposite, shattering numerous glass panes. Yet upon closer inspection, he realized he had not struck the zombie at all. It seemed to have vanished in a thin air, evading the attack in the final moment of the sword's arc. Liu Shi extended his mental energy but found no trace of the opponent. A heavy expression settled upon Liu Shi's face. Not good. Just as peril loomed, he sensed a fierce, murderous intent behind him. He hastily raised his sword to block. Clang! The zombie's claws collided with the sword, sending forth blinding sparks. Goodness! It turned out to be a teleportation skill. Liu Shi's heart leaped with joy upon realizing the opponent's special ability. Yet he remained vigilant. Although the teleportation skill was elusive, its offensive and lethal power was not particularly high. Its true strength lay in its element of surprise, making it suitable for assassination and ambush, but not for direct confrontation. I seal. In a moment of collision with the zombie, Liu Shi immediately unleashed his ice-sealing ability, attempting to freeze the opponent's form to prevent its teleportation. However, as the frost spread along the Sword of Victory, it barely touched the zombie's finger before its figure vanished once more, leaving behind only a severed digit. Humph! I've severed a finger. Aren't you going to come out and meet your demise? Liu Shi snorted coldly, but in an instant felt a chill in his lower body. To his astonishment, the zombie had teleported beneath him. It had such a peculiar preference. Goodness, that was close. Liu Shi rolled sideways just in time, narrowly avoiding the zombie's treacherous maneuver. Had he been struck by that attack, he would have been left lamenting the fate of his many beautiful wives, and he himself would have been left to grieve in despair. Heart racing with trepidation, Liu Shi heightened his vigilance, brandishing the dagger of slaughter to guard his lower region, preventing a repeat of the earlier incident. Unexpectedly, this final zombie proved to be the most formidable. Its special ability was indeed teleportation. The zombie he had previously dispatched wielded lightning powers. But what of the first zombie? It had not had the chance to unleash its abilities before Liu Shi had slain it. He would have to investigate that later. Inside the vehicle, Su Lingyang, Ning Shi, and Ouyang Yi were anxiously watching the battle unfold. The demise of the two zombies brought them a modicum of reassurance. Yet the tenacity of the third zombie left them feeling disheartened. "Hubby, go for it! Hubby, go for it! Liu Shi, go for it!" They continuously chanted in their hearts, hoping that Liu Shi would swiftly and successfully vanquish his foes. As the three women prayed for Liu Shi's success, he engaged in fierce combat with the last zombie for several rounds, each encounter filled with tension, but ultimately without peril, as they exchanged blows. Each time Liu Shi prepared to deliver a fatal strike, the opponent would promptly vanish, only to reappear unexpectedly, targeting various vital points on Liu Shi's body. Wait, soon, Liu Shi discerned the crux of the matter. Through his inside eye, he had observed the opponent's abilities multiple times. Although he had not grasped the underlying principles, he had uncovered a remarkably intriguing detail. The zombie's teleportation did not involve tearing through the void to disappear and reemerge. Rather, it was due to its speed being so extraordinary that it rendered it invisible to the naked eye. However, footprints on the ground revealed its movement. Yet the zombie's speed was so rapid that even spotting the footprints made it impossible to track its path. Additionally, once it employed its teleportation skill, it seemed as if a protective membrane enveloped it. However, Liu Shi, with his keen observation, noted that this protective layer had grown increasingly thin throughout the battle. Moreover, the distance it could teleport had become progressively shorter. With the weaknesses of his opponent laid bare before him, Liu Shi's confidence surged. He raised his sword and charged at the zombie. Liu Shi shouted, "This time, you surely won't escape." Liu Shi swiftly closed the distance to his adversary, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes with astonishing speed, reaching its zenith. Not only did he inflict damage upon it, but he also obstructed its path, preventing the zombie from recklessly utilizing its teleportation skill. Moments later, the zombie could no longer withstand the onslaught of Liu Shi's sword and was forced to retreat, creating several meters of distance between them, subsequently employing its teleportation skill once more. Liu Shi seized the opportunity, ensuring that the location to which it teleported was sufficiently distant, surpassing the range of its single teleportation. With one hand pressed against the ground, he shouted, "Ice seal for 1,000 miles." As Liu Shi exerted his ice-based powers with all his might, the ground rapidly froze beneath him, in the direction the second-tier zombie retreated. Several footprints appeared, albeit imperceptibly at first. The emergence of the footprints slowed, and then its form was gradually revealed at that moment. Its lower half had become ensnared in ice. The teleportation ability had faltered. It glanced back at Liu Shi in terror, only to find that he was nowhere to be seen. What? Where did he go? If zombies were capable of thought, one could imagine the questions racing through its mind. However, there was no time for excessive contemplation. The scent of death was already encroaching. In a panic, it cast a frantic glance to the sides, catching sight of a fleeting shadow. Puffed. A spray of liquid erupted forth. The second-tier zombie's face contorted as it collapsed to the ground, its lower half still standing firm while its upper half was cleaved away. Severed at the waist. Having lost the ability to resist, the outcome was inevitable. In its begrudging gaze, Liu Shi delivered a fatal blow, severing its head. As the head rolled a few times, its eyes lost all glimmer. It was dead beyond revival. Liu Shi exhaled in relief, shaking the sword of victory and raising his head to survey the surroundings. The ordinary zombies had scattered in fear, the terror of death spreading through their ranks, rendering them too fearful to linger any longer. The zombies that had previously surrounded him had completely dispersed, leaving behind a field of corpses that attested to the grandeur of the battle that had transpired. Looking down the street, the scene was grim. All once-moving entities had succumbed to silence, even descending into utter stillness. Only a few dazed zombies wandered aimlessly on the street, to which Liu Shi paid no mind. He proceeded to decapitate 3 second-tier zombies, extracting 3 gleaming cores. Gazing at this bountiful harvest, Liu Shi felt a surge of joy within. Indeed, the rewards were plentiful, and his efforts had not been in vain. With the acquisition of 3 cores, Liu Shi now possessed a total of 4 unused cores. The earlier acquired core was a light elemental core, along with the 2 lightning and teleportation cores he now held. Additionally, there was a core of unknown powers. Liu Shi activated his insight eye to examine it, a smile of realization spreading across his face. Indeed, this core turned out to be a hypnosis core. No wonder so many zombies had seemed utterly fearless, frantically attacking. It was under hypnosis. By rights, even the most insignificant of creatures would cling to life, let alone zombies capable of evolving intelligence. They too possess the instinctual fear of the strong and the desire to avoid harm. Yet, under the influence of this hypnosis ability, they become frenzied and fearlessly reckless. This ability was truly remarkable. After comprehending everything, Liu Shi meticulously secured all the crystal cores upon returning to the safe house. He intended to surprise his women with an unexpected enhancement, believing that once they awakened as capable beings, their combat prowess would undoubtedly be greatly amplified. They would no longer be prone to timidly exclaiming. Be gentle. Of course, not all women possess such fragility. Besides their youth, the girls are also entitled to receive rewarding incentives from the system. Considering various circumstances, if a mature woman and a young girl were to encounter danger and require rescue, Liu Shi would undoubtedly choose the innocent and pure young girl, relegating the mature woman to a backup option. His intentions are not for mere amusement or thrill, but rather for the purpose of continuing his lineage and enjoying a lifelong companionship. Their encounters may be purely physical, but his engagement encompasses both body and soul. As the saying goes, the elderly fail to appreciate the beauty of youth, mistaking a mature woman for a treasure. Recollecting his thoughts, Liu Shi retrieved several bottles of water from his storage, performing a simple wash to cleanse his hair and the soiled areas of his body. After thoroughly washing his hands, he first attended to his hair. Inside the vehicle, Su Lingyang, observing through the windshield, felt a surge of joy from their victory, filling her heart with elation. Yet when she saw Liu Shi washing his hair on site, her lips involuntarily twitched. You certainly have a penchant for cleanliness, but with so many zombie corpses nearby, don't you find it filthy? Subsequently, she noticed that Liu Shi not only washed his hair, but also took the liberty of bathing. Su Lingyang hastily turned her head away, shielding her face with one hand, too bashful to look directly, yet unable to resist stealing glances through her fingers. The rearview mirror obstructed Liu Shi's crucial areas, while Ning Shi and Ouyang Yi also tried to catch a glimpse, only to see that Liu Shi had successfully removed the dust and grime from his body, appearing remarkably refreshed and immaculate. He was in the midst of adjusting his already donned clothing. After cleansing himself, Liu Shi produced a fresh set of clothes from his storage and changed publicly. Upon re-entering the vehicle, the expressions of the 3 women were rather peculiar, particularly Su Lingyang, whose gaze was somewhat strange. Ding! Congratulations, host. Su Lingyang's affection level has increased by 10, reaching 25. However, Liu Shi paid little heed to the situation of the 3 women or the system's notification. Fastening his seatbelt and declaring, "Let us go. We're heading home." Indeed, Liu Shi felt fatigued after several rounds of combat. His body felt nearly depleted, and his mental energy was dwindling. He needed to return to the safe house for a well-deserved rest and to spend quality time with his beautiful wives. On the way to Jinghai University, a steel off-road vehicle sped past, crushing a zombie skull upon landing. Whoosh, whoosh, hoo, hoo. Moving at a rapid pace, it soon vanished from sight. Shortly after, a convoy of dozens of vehicles followed closely behind, also speeding through, occasionally firing their weapons to dispatch solitary zombies encountered along the way. Bang, bang, the soldiers in the vehicles remarked. Did you see that? He single-handedly eradicated an entire horde of zombies and effortlessly took down 3 particularly formidable ones. Truly impressive. Indeed, only by following such a powerful individual do we have hope for survival. Yes, the group murmured quietly, the atmosphere inside the vehicles remaining lighthearted, save for one individual whose demeanor was slightly grim. Su-e. Meanwhile, the elderly butler nodded in approval, as if he had made a wise decision. After approximately half an hour of travel, the convoy arrived safely near Jinghai University. Liu Shi parked the vehicle at the entrance of the north courtyard, signaling to the vehicles behind to set up camp at the south courtyard, which had been largely cleared of zombies by Liu Shi's earlier sweep, ensuring there would be no significant threats like second-tier zombies. They could rest assured in their encampment, both remaining within Liu Shi's watchful gaze and ensuring the safety of the safe house. Liu Shi called out, "There are several small supermarkets near the south courtyard. You need supplies, so feel free to collect them. Don't bother me unless necessary." The elderly butler, peering out from the front of the convoy, acknowledged Liu Shi's instructions and rallied the convoy members to proceed into the south courtyard. Liu Shi utilized his abilities to open the gates of the north courtyard, restoring them to their original state after the vehicles passed through, demonstrating meticulous caution. Soon after, this bulletproof off-road vehicle, having endured numerous battles, came to a halt at the entrance of the villa area. "Let us go, we've arrived. Time to disembark." Ning Shi, Ouyang Yi, and Su Lingyang all leaned forward curiously to survey the villa before them. Their new lives were about to commence. The Jingnan Safety Base, located approximately 500 kilometers from Jinghai City. In the pre-apocalyptic era, a high-speed train could traverse the distance in just over an hour, forming a crucial part of the one-hour urban living circle. However, following the onset of the apocalypse, transportation between the two locations had ceased, with no high-speed rail connections remaining by car. It would take approximately 4 to 5 hours. Yet if we transformed into uninfected fledglings soaring through the skies, gliding down from above and departing from Jinghai City along the highway to Jingnan City, we would observe that the highway was nearly devoid of vehicles. Most abandoned cars lay overturned or collided, creating a scene of chaos, with a few still emitting faint wisps of smoke. Surrounding the area, only a scant few zombies wandered the desolate road, having succumbed to starvation and lingering on the brink of death. Intermittently emitting feeble roars, the fledglings finally descended upon the perimeter of the Jingnan Safety Base, a vast area controlled by local warlords. This location has now become the largest refuge in Jingnan City. Almost all survivors from Jingnan City have been rescued here. While it is termed a refuge, it was once the largest distribution center for supplies in Jingnan City, abundant with resources and distance from the urban center. The surrounding structures, though not excessively tall, are built of reinforced concrete, providing ample safety for habitation. The most prominent warlord in Jingnan City is none other than the Zhuang family. Before the apocalypse, the Zhuang family ruled over both the legitimate and illegitimate realms of Jingnan City, holding complete sway over local governance and livelihood. It is said that one may be unaware of their nationality, but must certainly know who their master is, the Zhuang family. It is a well-known fact in Jinghai City that if you earned 100 yuan while working in Jingnan, 99 yuan would likely flow into the Zhuang family's coffers, with the remaining yuan eventually finding its way back to them. Their family monopolizes essential aspects of life, including food, housing, transportation, healthcare, and education. Even the military falls under their control, illustrating the formidable influence they wield in Jingnan. After the apocalypse, the Zhuang family swiftly eradicated the mutated zombies with a decisive hand and established this safety base, benefiting from their concentrated power. At this moment, within a luxurious estate at the center of the Jingnan safety base, a strikingly youthful figure appeared at the estate's entrance. She skillfully retrieved a top-secret letter from the mailbox, the opening sealed with an official stamp, forbidding any unauthorized tampering by outsiders. Upon receiving the letter, her steps quickened with an air of lightness. The high heels upon her feet rhythmically struck the ground as she made her way toward the interior of the estate. As she walked further away, one could admire her graceful silhouette. Her slender waist could almost be encircled by a single hand, her shoulders delicately narrow while her hips were voluptuous, a figure that would undoubtedly appeal to the tastes of many a man. She swayed her hips with a rhythmic grace, familiar with the grand entrance of the villa, where she stepped inside. Casually, she picked up a bouquet of flowers that the butler had just delivered and placed it in a vase in the living room. Approaching the staircase, she changed into a pair of quiet flats. Her snow-white, delicate feet appeared particularly delectable, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water, evoking a sense of pity in any observer. Once she had changed her shoes, she did not forget to take the letter with her. As she ascended the stairs, we were utterly captivated by her exquisite feet and legs, unable to tear our gaze away, until she reached the 3rd floor. There, she solemnly adjusted her appearance, cleared her throat gently, and knocked on the door with a measured force. In a sweet, gentle tone, she announced, "Miss, an A-grade letter, possibly concerning Jinghai University." "Bring it in," came a familiar voice. The young woman at the door gently pushed it open to reveal an extraordinarily beautiful woman, her feet wrapped in bandages, with her long hair cascading over her shoulders and clad in a sheer nightgown. Her features remained obscured in the hazy light, yet one could discern that she appeared somewhat drowsy. Nevertheless, the alluring charm of her presence was undeniable, her every movement exuding an enchanting grace. The woman who had entered respectfully extended both hands to present the letter. Thereafter, obediently standing to the side, awaiting instructions, the woman addressed as Miss reached out with her delicate fingers, untouched by the sun, took the envelope, casually tore it open, and discarded the remnants onto the floor, only for them to be caught by the other young woman as if it were a sacred object. "Miss, could it be good news?" The maid's eyes lifted slightly, revealing a beauty that was hard to resist. The letter obscured the Miss S face, preventing us from glimpsing her stunning visage. Our eyes followed her gaze, landing on the contents of the letter, which bore the stark words, "Jinghai has fallen. Zombies run rampant." Only after the letter was set down did we have the chance to behold the Miss S delicate features. I could see that moment. Her countenance was marred by worry, an expression of unutterable distress that added an intriguing depth to her beauty. She was none other than the familiar junior dance major, Zhuang Shouting. The maid, observing the Miss S despondent demeanor, cast a worried glance at the letter S contents, her expression shifting slightly. This was hardly good news for the Mississippi. Since her rescue, she had been consumed with thoughts of Jinghai University. As her maid, it was evident to her who occupied the Miss S mind. Rumor spoke of a physical education teacher named Liu Shi. Though the reasons for her concern remained a mystery. "Miss, do not despair. Perhaps he is still alive." A flicker of hope returned to Zhuang Shouting's eyes as she turned to the familiar Xiaodai. Questioning, really. Is there a chance he could still be alive? Given that he was a physical education teacher and had not turned into a zombie since the onset of the apocalypse, it was possible he might have escaped a dire fate. The maid Xiaodai offered a respectful yet hollow comfort to her miss, the words perhaps even lacking conviction in her own heart. An orphan who had grown up alongside Zhuang Shouting, she served both as a companion and a protector. Among a cadre of maids and bodyguards, she alone had won the miss's favor most deeply. Tragically, nearly half of her colleagues had perished during the mission to rescue Zhuang Shouting. Some had fallen to zombies, while others had turned and been slain by their comrades. Through Xiaodai's memories, the scene shifted back to the first day of the apocalypse. At that time, the looming disaster had not yet arrived. Yet they had received top-secret information regarding the world's impending upheaval. Thus, they had quickly assembled near and within Jinghai University to enact a rescue plan, using the locator on the miss to pinpoint her location, which turned out to be within the school's changing room. However, upon their arrival, they found the door tightly locked and surrounded by zombies, forcing them to enter through a window. Once inside, they discovered the miss had sustained injuries to her feet from nails. With blood pooling on the floor, her pants were torn, her top severely wrinkled, her hair disheveled, and her legs trembling, her body feverish. A dire situation indeed. Without a moment to spare, they hastily assisted her in escaping through the window. Along their perilous route, they encountered numerous zombies, which exacted a heavy toll on their team. Yet their only purpose for survival was to protect and serve the Miss Teodai. For her was their life's creed. A noble calling indeed. Subsequently, they swiftly evacuated Jinghai University via a designated vehicle, tending to the Miss S wounds and cooling her down, all while hastily departing Jinghai City and returning to their base in Jingnan City. Xiao Dai vaguely recalled that upon finding the miss, her consciousness was fading. She had been mumbling incoherently, pleading for a teacher to pull it out. Xiao Dai, confused, later inquired about it, only to have the miss blush and clarify that she had been asking the teacher to remove the nail. Xiao Dai remained skeptical and did not pursue the matter further. Since that day, the miss had been incessantly murmuring the name of the physical education teacher, even dreaming of him, imploring him to be gentle, gentle. What does gentle even mean? As Xiao Dai fell into contemplation, a deep male voice interrupted her thoughts. "My precious daughter, how are you feeling now?" Before he arrived, his voice had already reached her ears, prompting Xiao Dai to kneel in reverence. "Greetings, master." In her humble posture, she seemed both subservient and entirely at ease. Zhuang Jinxiu, without a hint of effort, acknowledged her, turning his attention entirely to his beloved daughter, Zhuang shouting. His demeanor underwent a complete transformation, shedding the airs of authority for that of a tender father. "My dear daughter, are you still feeling unwell? I brought a doctor to check on you." Known as the Zhuang Emperor for his boundless wealth and power, Zhuang Jinxiu had everything one could desire: money, influence, and women. Yet despite his relentless efforts, he had only one daughter, whom he adored to an excessive degree. He treated her as if she were made of glass, fearing she might break, and indulged her every whim. "I feel much better. Can the doctor remove my stitches now?" Zhuang shouting, unable to bear her father's overwhelming affection, replied with a hint of disdain. She wished to move about, yet her injuries impeded her mobility. Zhuang Jinxiu's smile remained undiminished as he waved a hand behind him at a procession of over a dozen female family doctors entered. Equipped with various medical tools and diagnostic devices, an ostentatious display typical of a wealthy household. "Miss, your foot has healed quite well. The stitches can be removed," one of the elder female doctors stated upon examination. "Yes, thank you, Aunt Shun," Zhuang shouting responded courteously, "and no need for thanks, miss. It is my duty." Following this, led by Aunt Shun, the team began to set up for the procedure with all necessary equipment at the ready. Aunt Shun took it upon herself to gently remove the bandages and carefully tend to the wound. After completing the process, she declared, "Miss, you are nearly recovered. The wound has scabbed over, but you will need to apply this ointment for about a week to eliminate the scar." "Very well, I can apply it myself. Thank you all for your efforts." With that, Aunt Shun was dismissed, hastily gathering her equipment and bowing to Zhuang Jinxiu before withdrawing. Zhuang Jinxiu leaned back, observing as the others exited, before quickly adopting a different expression, one of solicitousness towards Zhuang shouting, "Once you're well, please refrain from wandering about. The area is teeming with zombies. It is safest to remain within the estate, where I have stationed several snipers nearby. Should any disturbances arise, they will ensure your safety." "Oh, understood. Father, it's good to know. By the way, do you still remember the marriage arrangement your grandfather set for you?" Zhuang shouting was momentarily taken aback. Of course, she remembered. Her grandfather had been a close friend of Gu's grandfather, a bond forged in life and death. Before he passed, he had meticulously arranged a marriage for her with Gu's grandson, Gu Yan. The two had met once in their childhood, even engaging in a fierce tussle over toys. Zhuang shouting had slapped him, causing him to cry, and they had never crossed paths again since. However, over the years, the Gu family had consistently maintained the relationship between the two families, even proposing 3 years ago that they fulfill the marriage pact once they turned 18. Thus, Zhuang shouting had decided to attend university in Jinghai, seeking solitude while also aiming to postpone the inevitable. "I remember. What is the matter?" Zhuang shouting replied with a hint of concern. "Ahem. Recently, someone from their family came to inquire about your situation and expressed a desire to meet you. If it weren't for the apocalypse, they might have already arrived." Zhuang Jinxiu explained the chain of events. "And then, did anyone from their family survive?" Zhuang shouting asked with keen interest if they had all perished in the apocalypse. Then the so-called marriage would naturally cease to exist. Previously, she had been merely disinterested in this engagement. However, after her experience with Liu Shi, she had found herself resisting any notion of other men entirely. "Indeed, I just received news from their family. They are all doing quite well. Their influence in Handong is hardly inferior to ours, so they certainly wouldn't have fallen so easily. Otherwise, your grandfather wouldn't have gone to such lengths to arrange the marriage. Considering the Gu family's strength, Zhuang Jinxiu spoke earnestly, devoid of arrogance or resentment. He naturally wished for his daughter to remain by his side forever, a little cotton-padded jacket for him. Yet, rationality reminded him that one day she would marry, and the Gu family seemed a commendable choice. They were well-matched in status, and Gu Yin was quite the handsome lad, the sole heir of the Gu family. This advantageous alliance was difficult to refuse. But, father, I have someone I care for. Zhuang's shouting sudden declaration left the nearby Xiao Dai momentarily stunned. She had not expected the young lady to have such a twist in her tale. Zhuang Jinxiu, however, was somewhat dismissive, saying, "Oh, relationships can develop." But as he spoke, he immediately sensed something amiss. What had he just heard? Coming back to his senses, Zhuang Jinxiu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his precious daughter. "What did you just say?" Zhuang, shouting, undeterred, replied, "I said, I already have someone I love, and I will marry no one but him. Please cancel the engagement with the Gu family." Zhuang Jinxiu finally understood his daughter's words. Though his mind struggled to process the implications, canceling the engagement wasn't insurmountable, albeit a bit complicated and perhaps a matter of face. However, they were not dependent on anyone else. They could simply part ways. But, wait, did his daughter just claim she had someone she cared for? When did this happen? Who was this young man? Zhuang Jinxiu's irritation grew, resembling a farmer whose painstakingly nurtured cabbage was unexpectedly uprooted by a pig. Zhuang Xiaoting's expression darkened as she lowered her head in silence, suddenly contemplating whether Liu Shi was still alive, that if he had perished, what would she do? However, this expression conveyed a wealth of information to Zhuang Jinxiu, who shook her shoulders gently, exclaiming, "My darling daughter, speak to me. Who is he? Did he bully you?" Zhuang Jinxiu felt his heart racing dangerously. How could he have been oblivious to such a shocking revelation? He shot a fierce glare at Xiao Dai before turning his concerned gaze back to his beloved daughter, awaiting her explanation. "He didn't bully me. I'm just worried because I don't know if he is alive or dead." Zhuang Shouting revealed her innermost thoughts, knowing her father would surely assist her. "Come, my precious daughter, tell me quickly. Who is he? How did you meet?" Zhuang Jinxiu felt it was imperative to ascertain the identity of this young man before formulating any further plans. "He is our physical education teacher at Jinghai University, and he is incredibly handsome." "What? Just a physical education teacher?" Zhuang Jinxiu exclaimed in shock. Xiao Dai recalled the bizarre scenes from when she had rescued the young lady from the changing room. A seed of doubt sprouting in her mind, and oh wonder the young lady had been in the boys' changing room. It turned out she was secretly meeting with her physical education teacher. What did it mean to say he was just a physical education teacher? He must be remarkable. Zhuang Shouting found herself at a loss for words, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she recalled something. This moment did not escape the notice of Zhuang Jinxiu and Xiao Dai, further solidifying Xiao Dai's suspicions. Zhuang Jinxiu nearly choked in disbelief, feeling as though his little cotton-padded jacket had been sullied by another. However, Zhuang Shouting quickly regained her composure, concerned her father might detect her unease. "Father, you have great connections. Could you send someone to help me find Teacher Liu? I want to know how he is doing now." Zhuang Jinxiu's lips twitched in frustration, yet he dared not express his anger in front of his daughter. He could only suppress his feelings.